Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 52, Azula and Tsunade. The sun had barely crested the Hokage monument, and already, Tsunade was witnessing an event rarer than a peaceful day in the ninja world archives. Azula was asking her for something. She mentally rifled through the files of her memory. The last time Azula had approached her with a request that didn't involve sparring or a pointed critique of her chakra control had been, well, nearly 2 years ago. It had been for a specific, volatile sealing formula, if she recalled correctly. The resulting explosion had been quite educational. And now, this. An invitation. Not a summons, not a demand, but a seemingly casual, "Would you care to join me for a tour of the village?" The request was so disarmingly normal it practically screamed, "I need a major favor." Strangely, Tsunade found herself looking forward to it. A tour of Konoha. She hadn't played tourist in her own village since her sandals were a smaller size. It beat staring at budget reports, which was a form of psychological warfare she was currently losing. Azula, being Azula, was, of course, impeccably punctual. She arrived at the stroke of the appointed hour, looking as if she'd been teleported into existence precisely at Tsunade's doorstep. But as Tsunade observed her, a familiar, nagging sensation tickled her instincts, the same feeling she got when a poker opponent was trying to bluff with a pair of twos. Azula was a fortress of self-assurance, a person who considered asking for directions a sign of moral failing. Trouble never showed on her face, that flawless mask of composure was her masterpiece. Instead, it leaked out in the subtleties, the microscopic hesitation in a step, the almost imperceptible tightening of a jaw. This mansion was practically her second home. There was a full year where she'd practically taken up residence for specialized training. She knew where every loose floorboard groaned and which shadows the dust bunnies favored. Yet, today, she stood with the faint, almost undetectable aura of someone who had forgotten how to stand in a room they knew by heart. It was the social equivalent of a single, barely their hair out of place on her otherwise perfectly coiffed head. Or, Tsunade thought, taking a slow sip of her morning, well, it wasn't tea. She had just read one too many paranoid intel reports and was now seeing conspiracies in casual wear. Regardless of the reason, she knew one thing for certain: today was going to be far more entertaining than any stack of paperwork. "What is funny?" Azula asked, her voice slicing through the silence. The question felt less like genuine curiosity and more like a tactical strike to dispel the awkwardness she was so clearly feeling. Tsunade just offered a lazy shrug. "Nothing. It's just that your new style looks cool." And it was true. She was so accustomed to seeing Azula armored in the severe, sharp-lined uniform of the police force that the sight of her in casual, daily life attire was almost jarring. It was like seeing a legendary sword displayed in a cozy knit sheath. Deciding to lean into the weirdness, Tsunade changed the subject with the grace of a summoning slug. "So, how about it? What's the verdict on your new titles? Do you prefer the Goddess of the Second Sun, or does the Crimson Empress have a better ring to it?" She already knew the answer. Azula didn't care for grandiose labels unless they contained the one thing she valued above all, her own name. Crimson Azula worked. Anything else was just background noise. For some reason Tsunade had never quite grasped, the girl placed an almost mystical importance on her name, as if it were a secret seal holding back her true power. Azula waved a dismissive hand, a flicker of amusement in her gold-flecked eyes. "It's not a big deal. It should be something like my 30th title. But yours? Cowwoman." A snort escaped her, then another, until she was letting out a short, sharp burst of laughter. "Puffed. Ha ha ha." Tsunade immediately felt the heat rush to her face. She had, in a moment of spectacularly poor judgment, steered the conversation directly into a ditch of her own making. She made a silent, fervent vow: the next time she saw the Mizukage, she was going to punch him so hard his ancestors would feel it. That sore loser was clearly still holding a grudge. "Humph. These people have the artistic sensibility of a concussed toad," Tsunade grumbled, not even bothering to hide her thoughts. "It's definitely that waterlogged weasel of a Mizukage, spreading rumors because he's still salty. I'll make every ninja from the Hidden Mist understand why they shouldn't provoke Tsunade." Azula's smile was a sly, knowing thing. "Hee, but you really must admit, you need to speed up your training. While I can understand your dedication to medical knowledge and the frankly terrifying development of yours, I hope you can put it on hold. You need to concentrate on reaching a baseline Kage-level normal strength as soon as possible." Tsunade looked at her, curiosity officially piqued. "Oh. Don't tell me you actually believe the new rumors about a war brewing. According to my estimations, we have a solid 3 years of peace." Plenty of time for me to power up without having to skip my research. Azula had always been like this, a power-generating furnace in human form. Anyone who truly knew her understood she was in a perpetual state of seeking more strength, as if her current earth-shattering level was merely adequate. But she was never the type to nag others to do the same. This was new. With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 complicated scrolls, Azula replied, "That, in fact, is the very reason I came to you. The current situation is complicated. Let's just say there's a reason the war will start much, much earlier than your estimations predict. And when it does, we will need your fists more than your forceps." Tsunade was taken aback. Her eyebrows tried to climb into her hairline. "Oi, are you being serious right now?" she asked, utterly perplexed. What shadowy game was Azula playing now? Did you stumble into some secret? Spill it. The truth was, Azula had never been an open book. Not to Tsunade, not to anyone, really, except perhaps Lady Mito. It wasn't strictly a question of trust. Azula knew, on some level, that her father and mother would likely accept even the most bizarre truth about her. No, it was something else. It was the sheer, mind-bending complication of it all. How do you explain that you have memories of your past lives? Then there were people like Iane. Capable, but ultimately fragile Iane. Loading a weak vessel with world-shattering secrets was a surefire way to get it sunk. Anyone wanting to get to Azula would go through her, using a simple genjutsu to make her spill everything she knew. And if an old monster like Madara ever got his hands on her and learned about the meta-knowledge, well, that wouldn't be self-destructing, that would be arming the enemy with the blueprint to your own annihilation. It was almost the same with Tsunade before, but now she was strong. Just, not strong enough. In Azula's ruthless calculus, Tsunade needed to hit a minimum threshold, a solid Kaga level, before she could be trusted with the real secrets. A sly, almost predatory glint entered Azula's eyes. How about a bargain? The quicker you manage to reach Kaga level, the quicker I will tell you, let's say, 40% of my biggest secret. A secret only one other person in this entire world, apart from me, knows. She paused, letting the tantalizing offer hang in the air like a ripe fruit. But I want to do something that will require your specific expertise. Tell me, how much do you know about the Manjikyu Sharingan? Tsunade's brain, which had been firmly latched onto the 40% of a world-shattering secret part, who doesn't want to know their cool friend's deepest, darkest mystery, was forcibly yanked into a new lane of thought. The Manjikyu, she blinked. It's the legendary stage beyond the three-tomo Sharingan. The eyes that Madara Uchiha used to contend with my grandfather on a level that redefined the word battlefield. Azula wasn't surprised. The fact that Madara's eyes were not the Manjikyu but the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was the Uchiha clan's most guarded heirloom, a secret buried so deep it was practically geological. To the outside world, Madara simply had a superpowered Manjikyu that didn't go blind. The how was one of the shinobi world's great mysteries. Madara's eyes were the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Azula clarified, launching into a lecture she'd clearly rehearsed. What I'm referring to is the base Manjikyu, also known as the kaleidoscope eyes, or as I prefer, the eyes of the soul. They typically awaken through profound trauma. The death of a loved one, a worldview shattered into a million pieces, that sort of thing. Upon awakening, they grant two unique dojutsu, born from the very essence of the user's soul. She then let out a sigh that was almost theatrical. The problem is that every time you use their power, you burn through your vision. Use them too much, and you're left with utterly useless white eyes. The only way to fix this is to evolve them into the eternal Manjikyu, a feat accomplished exactly once, by accident, by Madara himself. She paused, her gaze turning inward. And while I theoretically could replicate the process, there are certain compelling reasons why I am hesitating. In truth, her mind was racing down a far more ambitious and terrifying path. She was wildly curious. After she had finished saturating her body with enough yang chakra after awakening the Manjikyu and refined her bloodline to near-mythic completion, what would happen if she then transplanted her father's Manjikyu? Would her body, brimming with life force, trigger an evolution beyond the eternal? And if that new, ultimate Uchiha then merged with the Azura chakra already humming through the Hashirama cells she'd acquired, what would it become? The legendary Rinnegan. Or something entirely new, something the world had never seen before. End of the chapter. To be honest, I have encountered too many things that stopped me writing today, sorry, but here's the chapter, although I plan publishing 2 chapters a day for the next 2 weeks. Chapter 53, Mito's Planing. Tsunade's knowledge of the Manjikyu Sharingan could be neatly summarized on the back of a very small napkin. Historical texts and dusty scrolls were, in her professional medical opinion, a fantastic cure for insomnia. She'd always believed that if a problem couldn't be punched, healed, or bet on, it was probably a problem not worth having. But this was interesting. Hearing Azula mentioning the side effect of permanent blindness made her medicine instinct sit up straight. And the fact that only one Madara Uchiha, had ever achieved the eternal upgrade in the Uchiha history make it even more a problem worth conquering. Her friend, with a heart full of fire and with monstrous talent, was precisely the type of person to awaken such a cursed power. Right, Tsunade muttered, more to herself than to Azula. So, let me get this straight. After acquiring godlike ocular powers, the cost of using them is your actual eyesight. Azula, the picture of eerie calm, merely shook her head. The time for that discussion hasn't come. It's tied to the secret I'm prepared to share with you. So, don't dawdle. My patience, unlike my chakra, is not a boundless resource. A faint, knowing smile played on her lips, and she let the subject drop like a stone, her eyes scanning their surroundings with casual intensity. They were, after all, standing in the middle of a Konoha street. Even with her confidence that no one could eavesdrop on her without losing their eardrums, it paid to be paranoid. After all, in a village of professional spies, the walls had not only ears, but sometimes also roots and shadow clones. While Tsunade was contemplating a future as an ophthalmologist, and Azula was leading their tour of Konoha's finest architecture, which mostly consisted of evaluating the structural integrity of various buildings should one need to, hypothetically, collapse them, other, equally chaotic plots were underway. In one corner of the village, Nawaki and a profoundly unamused Fugaku Uchiha were engaged in a silent, intense competition that mostly involved Fugaku trying to meditate and Nawaki attempting to balance a kunai on his nose. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki, who had successfully set the third Hokage on fire, was also busy. Deep within her own consciousness, in a space that looked suspiciously like a very cozy, chakra-infused tea room, Mito sat across from her lifelong tenant and verbal sparring partner, the nine-tailed fox, Kurama. So, Mito began, pouring a metaphysical cup of tea. What do you think of my idea? Kurama let out a snort that could vaporize a small lake. Humph. You and your ideas. You're talking about fiddling with the very fabric of souls. Woman, a slight mishap wouldn't just be a simple seal matter. It would create a catastrophe that would make war nothing but simple humans' problems. Mito sipped her tea, entirely unfazed. Sometimes, she wondered if Kurama and the legendary Uchiha ancestor, Indra, hadn't been separated at birth. He had the same, tsundere, personality as every Uchiha she knows. I understand the risks, old friend, she said softly. But you know this isn't a matter of want. It's a matter of must. Azula's Otsutsuki, they aren't just another clan to be negotiated with. Even if Hashirama and Madara were at the peak of their power, standing side by side, I fear they would be little more than a bump, like Azula said. And that's not even the most terrifying part. What if the Otsutsuki are just one clan among many in the cosmos? What if the things lurking out there in the void make them look tame? Azula had, perhaps unintentionally, turned Mito's healthy caution into a thriving garden of paranoia. Seeing the girl, whom she'd come to see as a granddaughter, push herself to the brink every single day, all for the slim chance of saving a world that didn't even know it was doomed, how could Mito not be moved? From her perspective, the entire fate of the ninja world was resting on the shoulders of one brilliant, terrifyingly determined young woman. With her knowledge of the future and her prodigious in-release talent, Azula was poised to surpass everyone Mito had ever known, Hashirama included. And for that, Mito was determined to help. Tsunade's forbidden art, Scarlet Beast Seal, was one such project. Or, to be more accurate, it was the clumsy, first draft, we sure hope this doesn't explode, version of the real technique. The concept, in its simplest form, was straightforward, a chakra battery. A storage seal for tailed beast energy. But its origin was pure, unadulterated Azula logic. One day, after reviewing some scrolls, the girl had mused aloud, tailed beasts recover their chakra at an absurd rate. Kurama, for instance, could likely regenerate half his total power in a single day. She'd then paused, that familiar, dangerous spark of genius in her eyes. So, theoretically, if one designed a seal that siphoned off just 1% of his daily regenerated chakra, in about 100 days, you'd have accumulated a separate reservoir of chakra equivalent to the fox himself. The idea was born from a future fact Azula remembered, of Kurama being split into yin and yang halves, but this was a gentler, more persistent approach. Gentler, of course, being a relative term when discussing siphoning the energy of a primordial demon. The reason it remained hopelessly incomplete was a laundry list of terrifying what-ifs. First, there was the corrosive nature of tailed beast chakra. Without the beast's passive cooperation, it would erode the user's mind and body. The best-case scenario was the user becoming a mindless, rampaging beast with phenomenal regeneration. The normal scenario was being dissolved from the inside out into a puddle of angry chakra. Then there was problem number 2. If you amass such a vast, concentrated volume of primal energy, what's to stop it from developing its own will? The last thing anyone needed was to painstakingly create a new divine tree, only for it to develop a personality and decide it really didn't like its creators. There had been some progress, of course. Tsunade's prototype seal was stabilized by a blend of Azula's and Mito's own chakra. Having hosted Kurama for decades, Mito's chakra had undergone certain mutations, making its essence closer to the fox's, a little more resilient to the corrosive effect. But even with that advantage, the results were harrowing. When Tsunade released the seal's first-stage limiters, she had to fight tooth and nail not to lose herself to the raw power, and it only contained a diluted fraction of their combined energies. The thought of what would happen if it were filled with the genuine, unfiltered chakra of one, or heaven forbid, multiple, tailed beasts was enough to make even a legend like Mito break out in a cold sweat. But it wasn't her true focus. The subject that commanded every ounce of her formidable intellect and will was far more profound. It was the soul, the immutable essence of a being, and the fragile, flickering flame of her own life force. The cruel, unadorned truth was that her lifespan was nearing its end. The sands in her hourglass were running perilously low. If she lived a life of quiet meditation, of preserving her strength and forswearing the use of chakra, she might yet stretch her remaining time to a decade. A decade. It sounded like a substantial span to some, but to Mito, who had watched almost a century unfold, it was the blink of an eye. And such a passive existence was a fantasy. She was Uzumaki Mito, and her heart would not allow her to stand idly by. Not with the gathering storm clouds threatening her clan, a tempest she fully intended to meet head-on. Her mind, ever sharp and calculating, had already run the numbers. Factoring in the immense chakra cost of the intervention she was planning for the Uzumaki, her realistic timeline shrank dramatically. 5 years. She had 5 years left to burn, 5 years to make a difference that would resonate for generations. A grimace touched her serene features. 5 years was simply, unequivocally, insufficient. How could she possibly hope to use that sliver of time to help her beloved disciple, Azula, bridge a chasm of power and knowledge? The gap between the girl and the ancient, thousands-year-old clan she would one day confront was not a simple ditch to be leaped over, it was a yawning canyon, carved by millennia of tradition, bloodline limits, and accumulated might. And so, from this crucible of desperation and unwavering devotion, a final, audacious plan was forged. It was simple in its objective, yet staggering in its cost. She would give Azula everything. Not just her teachings, but her very essence. She envisioned a legacy transfer, a concept that resonated strangely with something Azula herself had once described as the Otsutsuki's Kama. A living seal, a compressed archive of a lifetime's worth of power, knowledge, and genetic potential. If she could succeed, if she could imprint the very core of her being, the unique blueprint of her Uzumaki vitality and the vast library of her mind, directly onto Azula's soul, then her physical departure would become irrelevant. Her guidance would not end with her last breath. Chapter 54, Make Uchiha Great Again. A hush, thick enough to be carved with a kunai, had fallen over the main hall of the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Taijima stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces, each one adorned with the same infamous, perpetually serious Uchiha resting face. He saw in their dark eyes a tumultuous cocktail of emotions, respect, apprehension, a flicker of excitement, and the profound, soul-deep drama that only an Uchiha could truly cultivate and appreciate. A wry, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. Typical family members, he thought. Well, would you look at that, Taijima began, his voice cutting through the solemn silence. It seems everyone is here. I see you, I see all of you, and I see the same complicated emotional maelstrom in your eyes that I feel in my own heart. He paused, letting the dramatic tension build for a beat longer. These people appreciated a good performance. As everyone is no doubt aware, he continued, his tone shifting to one of formal announcement, today marks the day I, Uchiha Taijima, voluntarily step down from my position as your patriarch. And stepping up, ready to lead you into a glorious era she deems fit, is my daughter, Azula. A ripple went through the crowd, though it was the Uchiha version of a riot, a few synchronized blinks and the slightest straightening of postures. That's right. After a full 16 years of steering this clan of magnificent, emotionally complicated prodigies, Taijima was hanging up his hat. And he was doing it with the unseemly haste of a man who'd just discovered his retirement fund was fully vested. Why? Because his daughter, Azula, had officially unlocked the 3-Tomo Sharingan. In Uchiha terms, this was the equivalent of getting her managerial license. Was she a woman? Yes. Did anyone in the room, behind their carefully neutral masks, give a single damn? Absolutely not. In the world of shinobi, and especially among the Uchiha, philosophical debates on gender were swiftly resolved by the simple, universal question, can they throw the third rakeage flying with a punch? The answer, in Azula's case, was a resounding, earth-shattering yes. Sure, some of the older guard thought Taijima, who was still in his prime and could probably wrestle a tailed beast to a draw before breakfast, was stepping down a tad early. But you try telling a man who has spent 16 years mediating arguments over who looked at whose Sharingan wrong that he should stay longer. It was a one-way ticket to an Amaterasu enema. They couldn't force him to stay, and frankly, they didn't want to. The men deserved a break, preferably on a beach far, far away from any and all clan drama. Plus, Azula's resume was terrifyingly impressive. It wasn't just whispered in hushed tones within Konoha's intelligence division, it was practically being sung by traveling bards. She had used the third Reikage as a projectile. She had taken on the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage in a 2-on-1 dance of death and walked away with the Kazekage injured by her. If you stopped a random civilian on the streets of Konoha, the guy selling dango, the old woman watering her ferns, and asked, "Who is Azula Uchiha?" they wouldn't just know her name. They'd likely give you a 5-minute reenactment, complete with sound effects. So, no, there was no one stepping forward to object. The younger Uchihas saw her as a rock star, the older one saw a walking, talking strategic deterrent who hadn't even unlocked her final form yet. The collective clan thought process was simple: once she gets the Mangekyo, and then takes her father's eyes for the eternal version, she'll be a god. Why would we poke a future goddess with a stick over a leadership change that's as inevitable as taxes and bad weather? Stepping forward, Azula felt none of the stage fright that might plague a lesser soul. Between royal intrigues in a past life and navigating the egos of the Uchiha in this one, this gathering felt about as intimidating as a tea party. A very, very stab-happy tea party, but still. Her voice rang out, clear and commanding, devoid of unnecessary flair. Uchihas weren't politicians, they were warriors who appreciated a good, solid, intimidating soundbite. And she had borrowed a particularly effective one. "I, Azula Uchiha," she declared, her Sharingan spinning, "swear on the Uchiha name to lead this clan to glory." She paused, letting the silence hang for a moment before delivering the punchline. "We will make Uchiha great again." It was simple. It was arrogant. It was perfect. A beat of stunned silence was followed by an eruption that nearly took the roof off the compound. "Make Uchiha great again. Make Uchiha great again. Make Uchiha great again." The chant, a deep, guttural roar from hundreds of powerful shinobi, didn't just resonate within the Uchiha compound. It vibrated through the very foundations of Konoha, causing teacups to rattle in the Hokage's office and sending a flock of sparrows into a panic. Across the village, people stopped, looked toward the Uchiha district, and shuddered. The Uchihas were up to something. Again. In a serene, traditionally furnished room far from the cacophony, an elderly Hyuga man with pupil-less, pearl-white eyes slowly sipped his tea. "I had expected the Uchiha would undergo a new change after Azula's reputation expanded," he mused, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "But I didn't expect it to be so early. It seems they can no longer wait to unleash their enthusiasm upon the world." Across from him, his son, Hisoto Hyuga, nodded gravely. "Indeed, father. The Uchiha have gradually changed over the years, becoming more unified. Now, it seems they are about to enter a new, and undoubtedly louder, era." Deep down, however, Hisoto was battling a feeling as green and venomous as a snake. It was envy. Pure, unadulterated envy. He looked at Taijima, a man who had somehow managed to produce a daughter who was a one-woman army and a political tsunami rolled into one, and he felt a profound sense of unfairness. He glanced toward the nursery where his own newborn twins, Hayashi and Hisashi, lay sleeping. He silently begged the universe, let one of them be a prodigy who can at least throw a kage without dislocating a shoulder. Let them restore the Hyuga to their rightful place, rivaling these flashy, fireball-hurling drama kings. The elder Hyuga, Hisoka, seemed to read his son's thoughts, a common Hyuga trait that made family dinners incredibly passive tame. He set his teacup down with a soft click. "The future of our clan now rests on your shoulders, my son," Hisoka said, his words layered with meaning like the rings of an ancient tree. "You will have to bear many things." The village, for all its talk of unity, was founded on the backs of the Senju and the Uchiha. Hisoto understood perfectly. They were latecomers to the party. The best seats, the Hokage's seat, the seats of foundational power, were already taken, their place cards permanently engraved with Uchiha and Senju. For clans like the Hyuga, and the others who sat just below the top tier, their situation was one of steady, quiet endurance. They wouldn't foolishly fight for power they couldn't win. Their strategy was simpler: offend no one, build strength in silence, and wait. They were buying time, betting on the most patient and ancient of strategies, the hope for an unparalleled genius. They had watched the Senju produce Hashirama and Tobirama, and now a Tsunade and an Iwaki. They had watched the Uchiha spawn Madara and Izuna, then a Taijima, and now an Azula and a promising brother named Fugaku. Hisoto looked again toward the nursery, his resolve hardening. Surely, he thought, we noble Hyuga, we who possess the sacred Byakugan, we who are every bit their equal, surely we are due for a genius of our own. It's only fair, right? The universe, notoriously bad at responding to rhetorical questions, offered only silence, broken once more by a distant, fading Uchiha chant. Becoming the official head of the Uchiha clan wasn't just a political promotion for Azula, it was the first cunning move in her grand master plan. Her ultimate goal was to consolidate every scrap of usable power on the planet into something capable of throwing a wrench, or preferably, a very large, very fiery fireball, into the gears of the Otsutsuki, should those celestial party crashers ever decide to show up. But, as is always the case with world domination adjacent scheming, the universe loves to hand you a to-do list longer than a summoning scroll. Before she could even think about preparing for intergalactic deities, she had to deal with the more immediate, and infinitely more irritating, problem of mortal politics. And the current political storm brewing had a very distinct, violently red hue to it, the Uzumaki crisis. Azula lounged in her chair, tapping a finely manicured nail against the armrest, an invention of her own hand, by the way. She pondered the historical records. In the original version of events, did the Uzumaki clan only have to fend off Kiri and Kyumo? Or was it even less? A paltry skirmish? A diplomatic spat? This time, however, was different. This time, Konoha, her Konoha, strengthened by her own brilliant influence, had grown too powerful, too fast. The village was now so strong it had essentially become a walking, talking argument for world unification, whether the world wanted to be unified or not. If I were sitting in some dusty Kage office in IWA or Kiri, watching Konoha's shadow stretch across the map, Azula mused with a smirk that didn't quite reach her cold, calculating eyes, the first thing I'd do is look for a way to clip the hidden leaf's wings without getting my own hands dirty. And what better, more tempting target than Konoha's closest ally, the Uzumaki? They were the perfect pressure point, incredibly valuable for their unique talents, yet geographically isolated. A masterstroke of indirect warfare. The logic for the four nations would be sickeningly simple. If all four great villages united to swat the Uzumaki gnat, what could Konoha's Hokage do? A smart, pragmatic leader, a coward, in Azula's more honest vocabulary, would grit his teeth, offer some weak diplomatic protests, and let it happen. He would deem it a tragic but necessary sacrifice to avoid a full-scale, five-front world war. This exact scenario was why she and Mito had spent many an afternoon over tea that was as sharp and bitter as their strategies. They had already mapped out this most likely, most spineless possibility from the Hokage. They wouldn't rely on a men who valued stability over strength. Their counterplan was simple. Azula would command the Uchiha's power. Tsunade would be positioned to rally the Senju. And Mito herself would be ready to lead her people when the critical moment arrived and they had lost trust in their current patriarch. To be perfectly clear, Azula wasn't mounting this defense out of the goodness of her heart, her motivation was far more practical, and far more her sealing techniques. In her professional opinion, Fuinjutsu was the most terrifying, versatile, and downright cheaty art in the entire shinobi world. It could bind gods, teleport armies, create pocket dimensions, and probably make a decent cup of tea if you were creative enough. It was, in essence, a way to tell the very laws of physics to sit down and be quiet. And who had pioneered 95% of all sealing knowledge? The Uzumaki. Letting that walking, talking library of reality hacking secrets be wiped off the map would be an act of cosmic stupidity. With the Uzumaki's genius and her own, let's call it, visionary guidance, there was no limit to what they could achieve. She could give them ideas, concepts from a world and a mind far more advanced than their own, and they could forge them into tools. Tools that would, coincidentally of course, fit perfectly into Azula's own long-term plans. It wasn't help, it was a strategic investment with a potentially infinite return. And Azula always collected on her investments. End of the chapter. It can be considered the end of the first volume, and the start of the Uzumaki arc and the second Ninja War volume. Chapter 55, Uzumaki, the Clan of Longevity. The air in the chamber, once thick with ceremonial incense, was now thick enough with pure, unadulterated rage to choke a summoning beast. Kuruka Uzumaki shot to his feet, his vibrant red hair seeming to crackle with fury. Shinki-sama, he began, his voice a dangerously smooth prelude to a volcanic eruption. With all due respect, explain to us why we have been sitting on this precious information like treasured heirlooms while our enemies sharpen their blades. Every day you held your tongue was a day we could have spent forging our defenses. A day of preparation, wasted. He wasn't alone. The faces of the Uzumaki clan's most influential members had collectively curdled. The news their leader had just dropped on them was the political equivalent of a live scorpion in a sleeping bag. The four Kage, the shadow of cloud, mist, stone, and sand, had been caught in a secret meeting to collectively decide how to turn the land of Whirlpool into a ruined nation. At first, it sounded like a bad rumor. But then the Raikachi no Sanjin, the now legendary Three Blades, had exposed the secret summit. The entire ninja world had been buzzing. Were they planning a new war? Targeting Konoha. The grim reality was so much worse. They were coming for them. And the results? Clan leader Shinki had received an anonymous tip, a letter a full fortnight ago, and had only now, with the wolf not just at the door but almost already picking the lock, decided to mention it. Shinki Uzumaki spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness that fooled absolutely no one. My friends, my family. You think I just spent the last 2 weeks after receiving the news on fun? I had to confirm this. The silence that greeted him was deafening, and the 50 pairs of eyes staring back conveyed a single, unified thought, well, actually, yes. That's exactly what we think you were doing. Shinki's own temper, notoriously shorter than a kunai blade, finally snapped. He slammed his palm on the table with a crack that made everyone jump, the wood groaning a protest against its own imminent destruction. What is the meaning of those judgy faces? I am your patriarch. The daimyo of this clan. Do I look like a man who prank calls his own clan with news of their impending annihilation? He took a sharp breath, composing himself. The moment I got that little note, I sent the information to one person. Mugetsu-sama. Who then personally went to the land of water to do some fact-checking. At the mention of the Mugetsu, the de facto Kage of Uzushiogakuer and the men who looked like he was born with a scowl, the crowd's collective expression shifted. The judgy stares morphed into looks of genuine, wide-eyed surprise, as if they'd just discovered their clan leader had a delicate brain for thinking. Now, a quick primer for the uninitiated, the Uzumaki clan's political structure is what you'd get if you threw a feudal government, a ninja village, and a family business into a blender. The daimyo, Shinki, is also the clan patriarch, and he can stick his nose into any village affair he wants. The chief of Uzushiogakuer, Mugetsu, is basically the head of military operations and angry glaring. It's complicated, it's messy, and it gives bureaucrats in other nations a migraine. All eyes swiveled to the corner where Mugetsu stood, arms crossed, radiating an aura of, I've already killed everyone in this room in my mind. He gave a single, grim nod. It's true, Mugetsu's voice was like gravel rolling downhill. I traveled to the land of water. I captured a Kiri Jonin, drained his chakra with a sealing art, and wore his identity like a cloak. I walked into the heart of their beastly conclave. His eyes, sharp as shards of ice, scanned the room. The Mizukage himself is eager to lead the charge, offering the largest contingent of shinobi. They are still haggling over the spoils like vultures over a fresh kill, but the pact is sealed in silent agreement. They are coming. For us. A nervous murmur rippled through the room. This was the Uzumaki's A-team, 50 of their strongest, from fresh-faced prodigies to elders who looked like they'd personally trained with the Sage of Six Paths' slightly older cousin. A wave of murmured horror swept through the assembly. Here were the 50 strongest, wisest, and most vital souls of the Uzumaki clan, from prodigious youths to elders who had seen the blood-soaked era of the Sengoku era. The land of whirlpools, nestled between the land of fire and water, knew the Mizukage's reputation all too well. For a master of water released to lead an assault on their island nation, it was a perfect, terrible storm. From the elders section, a wry, weathered voice cut through the chatter. Murasake, a man of 80 years who had seen the blood-soaked Sengoku era and apparently found it slightly less irritating, gave a dry chuckle. Well, isn't this a fine mess, he croaked. It appears we are about to face the most dangerous confrontation since our clan's records began. Of the crowd, 10 individuals stood out, folks about his own age, each bearing the title of Sage of the Uzumaki. They were the real deal, genuinely respected by the entire clan. One of them, a wizened elder, cracked a dry smile. We survived the blood-soaked Sengoku era, where you could count on a clan getting wiped off the map every year. Who'd have thought our biggest headache would come in this so-called peaceful age? For old-timers like them, death just wasn't that scary. Sure, the Uzumaki were famous for their crazy longevity, easily hitting a century wasn't unheard of. But anyone in the shinobi world who'd made it past 80 was just tired. The weariness was deeper than bone. The elder's calm voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the rising panic. Seizing the moment, Shinki spoke up. I've already dispatched a covert team to Konoha to request aid. I've also made contact with our clansmen there. By now, Mito-sama should know of our situation. A collective wave of relief washed through the room. Konoha was, without a shred of doubt, the strongest of the hidden villages. And the Uzumaki had been instrumental in building it, from its very founding to the last great shinobi war where it stood against a united front of 4 villages. They held on to the belief that Konoha, bound by honor and old alliances, would surely come to their aid. With the Leaf Village stepping in, the other villages might just lose their nerve to attack. Seeing the room settle down, Shinki let out a quiet breath of relief. The last thing they needed right now was to lose their heads. Panic would snuff out their last hope. He understood Elder Murasake's point, even if it was a bitter pill to swallow. The current generation was a far cry from the battle-hardened Uzumaki of the Warring States period. But could you really blame them? This was an era of peace. It was like a kunoichi who hung up her kunai to raise a family, she'd inevitably get rusty. Without life-or-death struggles being a daily occurrence, it was only natural for them to feel jittery at the first sign of real danger. How about this, Shinki said, his voice cutting through the murmurs and drawing all eyes to him. We go into our highest state of alert and prepare for war. At the same time, as a contingency, we send a small group of our clansmen to Konoha. A precaution, just in case the worst should happen. He stood a little straighter, his presence becoming awe-inspiring. This was the man who had been the strongest Uzumaki after the legendary Ashina's passing, a shinobi whose power was said to be on par with the second Hokage himself. We Uzumaki have never been a clan that fears a fight. Once we've sent our young and vulnerable to safety, with a capable few to guard them, the rest of us will stand our ground. We will face this coming calamity together. Our clan survived the most chaotic era in shinobi history. It would be utterly ridiculous for us to falter now. Kuruku, the one who had panicked and shouted at Shinki earlier, flushed with embarrassment. My apologies, Shinki-sama, for my earlier outburst. I still have much to learn. He bowed his head. I agree with Shinki-sama. At a time like this, we Uzumaki shouldn't be pointing fingers or succumbing to panic. I will do everything in my power to protect my clansmen, no matter what. He was one of the youngest elders, recently married and blessed with a baby daughter. The memory of the first time he held her, so small and fragile, flashed in his mind. He had sworn then to protect her. The news of the 4 villages conspiring to destroy them had sent a primal fear through him. He knew the fate of clans that were eradicated, their members became commodities, slaves, subjected to fates worse than death. He couldn't bear the thought of that happening to his little girl, who was already said to possess the most vibrant life force among the newborns. But no one blamed him. The situation was as dire as he feared. In times like these, blaming each other was a luxury they couldn't afford. Every second counted, and they had to use that time to prepare every defense imaginable. End of the chapter. Honestly, we didn't even reach the 500 power stones, but then again. Chapter 56, Gossipy Uchiha. Thanks for making first in the Power Stones ranking, it was my first time, enjoy 3 chapters today. While the Uzumaki clan was dutifully debating in their meeting, blissfully aware of the storm clouds gathering, Mito, who was already 10 steps and a cleverly anonymous letter ahead, received a letter from Shinki just as she'd anticipated. A slow, knowing smile spread across her face as she read. 2 weeks, she thought. It took him 2 whole weeks to confirm the sky was falling before writing to say, the sky is falling. Help. Still, she had to give the men some credit. Confirming that 4 major villages were gearing up to turn your clan into a historical note probably required some due diligence. Her own letter, sent anonymously to both Shinki and Hiruzen 2 weeks ago, had been a perfect little test. And oh, what revealing results. Shinki, while slow, had at least stirred into action. Hiruzen, on the other hand, had responded with the strategic silence of a rock. Konoha's network of spies was legendary, so he undoubtedly knew. His inaction was an answer in itself. Konoha wasn't ready, or, more likely, wasn't willing to get its hands dirty. She was just contemplating the complexities of political cowardice when the door burst open with all the subtlety of a rogue summoning. Grandma. Azulane and Tsunade are here, announced Nawaki, apparently under the impression that knocking was merely a suggestion. Mito offered a helpless smile. Nawaki, my dear, the knock is the opening act, not the entire performance. You're supposed to wait for the enter. He just shrugged, the picture of innocent forgetfulness. Mito decided to let it go. She had a strong feeling that his big sister, Tsunade, would be providing a much more forceful correction on door etiquette later. Stepping out, she found Azula and Tsunade deep in a conversation that abruptly cut off the moment they sensed her. Tsunade, ever the blunt instrument, got straight to the point. Grandma Mito, what's wrong? She asked, a furrow in her brow. She'd been pulled from their new private hospital, and if not for sensing Mito's perfectly calm chakra, she would have already been vibrating with worry. The fact that Azula had also been summoned meant this was big. The kind of big that required their combined firepower, intellect, and possibly a very large cup of tea. Sit, all of you, Mito said, her expression shifting into the one that screamed, world-altering news inside. Nawaki, you stay as well. This got everyone's attention. Normally, important discussions were a trio affair. Including Nawaki was a statement. He was 10 now, nearly the age Azula had been when she made Jonin. Mito didn't expect him to be a prodigy on that level, but it was time he saw how the board was set before the pieces started moving. Nawaki himself straightened up, a flush of pride on his cheeks, sitting at the table with Mito's usual, always available tea. He was finally being led into the inner sanctum. Read this, Mito instructed, handing the letter to Tsunade. Tsunade's face cycled through confusion, disbelief, and finally, simmering rage. She passed the scroll to Azula, whose eyes narrowed with cold fury and a hidden, as expected. Finally, it landed in Nawaki's hands. His eyes scanned the page, widened to a comical degree, and then he blurted out what everyone was thinking, with the volume of a village crier, what? The 4 great hidden villages are uniting to wipe out the Uzumaki clan. His personal connection to the Uzumaki was limited to a few friendly aunts and uncles who visited, but his own mother and grandmother had been Uzumaki. The blood in his veins was half theirs. The shock was real, and as he looked at Tsunade's thunderous expression, he completely understood it. This wasn't just politics, this was family. Tsunade slammed her hands on the table, the wood groaning in protest. Grandma. What's the play here? Does the old man even know? And when do we leave? I'm going to personally turn whoever's messing with Mom's clan into a fine red mist. Across from her, Mito Uzumaki took a serene sip of her tea, the picture of calm amidst the hurricane that was her granddaughter, because this was exactly how she expected her granddaughter to react. She placed the cup down with a soft click. My dear, if one moves at the speed of a startled deer, one only ends up as venison, Mito chided gently. I received this letter precisely 27 minutes ago. I haven't breathed a word to Hiruzen. You were my first call. This wasn't just a rescue mission, it was a golden opportunity to gently but firmly sever the apron strings between her beloved granddaughter and the Hokage. Honestly, what had Hiruzen ever truly taught Tsunade? How to dodge a kunai. She was the one who taught Tsunade how to climb trees, walk on water, and punch a crater into a training ground. Hiruzen's greatest contribution was probably teaching her how to be a ninja, something anyone can do. Mito shelved her internal rant. There were more pressing matters than the Hokage's pedagogical failures. I called you here first so you could prepare, she said, her gaze shifting to the other formidable woman in the room. Especially you, Azula. I am requesting the assistance of you and the Uchiha clan under your command. She then turned to her grandson, who was practically vibrating with youthful zeal. Nawaki, my boy, while Tsunade and I go and notify the Hokage, I need you to rally every Uzumaki in the village. As for the Senju? Well, they'd have to wait for the official request, but Mito had no doubts. Even stripped of their name, the true will of fire still burned in their hearts. Her late brother-in-law, Tobirama, for all his meticulous, rule-loving paranoia, would never abandon family. He'd probably have 6 contingency plans and a sarcastic comment ready before you could say, Flying Thunder God. Azula, who had been observing the scene with sharp, amused eyes, finally spoke. A confident smirk played on her lips. Worry is for those without power, Mito-sensei. Consider the Uchiha mobilized. She straightened, the very image of lethal elegance. The Uzumaki have contributed more to this village's foundations than any clan save the Senju and the Uchiha. I am fully prepared to lead our finest to their aid. In fact, she had a contingency plan for this very scenario since she returned. It was, she reflected, a key reason for her meteoric rise to clan head. The Uchiha were a clan that respected strength, and while she loathed to admit it, they were also a bunch of drama-loving battle junkies. The mere suggestion of a glorious fight against 4 nations would have them polishing their kunai and writing haiku about their impending glory. Of course, she mused internally, she couldn't let them all charge off to die pointlessly. A glorious battle is one thing. A stupid one is quite another. She'd have to manage their enthusiasm. Azula's morning was usually a masterclass in absurd multitasking. While one of her shadow clones was busy legally terrorizing the Konoha tribunal and another was efficiently running the police force with an iron fist, the real Azula was training with another group of shadow clones. But after leaving Mito, she decided to grace the actual police building with her presence. To the citizens of Konoha, this was just another Tuesday. The woman had so much chakra it was practically rude. She strode into the building, her destination clear. Hi-8. My office. Now, she commanded, her voice slicing through the morning chatter. The man in question, Uchiha Hi-8, her newly minted second-in-command since her father's well-timed retirement, felt a single bead of sweat trace a path down his temple. He was 30, a top 10 powerhouse in the clan, a newly appointed elder, and one of Azula's most staunch believers. But even the staunchest followers have a healthy fear of their deity. He'd just been in the middle of a very important, highly speculative discussion with his comrades. The urgent summons from Mito-sama's messenger had set the Uchiha gossip mill into overdrive. The prevailing theory? Something had finally happened to Azula's notoriously teacher. The conversation died a swift and silent death the moment she appeared. As Hi-8 rose, he caught the look in his best friend's eyes. It wasn't sympathy. It was a full, dramatic, unspoken vow, don't worry, brother. We will take care of your wife and daughter. The friend even gave a solemn, clenched fist salute over his heart. Traitors. The lot of them, Hi-8 thought, his own sense of petty vengeance igniting. If he was going down for gossip, he wasn't going alone. He'd sing like a canary and maybe add a few choruses about who started the whole, maybe the Mito-sama theory. After all, what are friends for if not to share a collective demise? Puffing out his chest with the proud, doomed courage of an Uchiha who had accepted his fate, he knocked on her office door. Enter. Azula was waiting, her expression unreadable. And just as Hi-8 feared, she had heard every word. But contrary to his panic-induced visions of fireballs and demotions, she simply didn't care. Her mentality had never been that of a typical, emotionally stunted ninja. She found Danzo's crew of silent, soulless tools dreadfully boring. She preferred her subordinates with personality, opinions, and a healthy dose of dramatics. It kept things interesting. Still, discussing her teacher's potential demise, while creative, was not a priority today. Before Hayate could launch into a preemptive, flustered apology, she cut him off, her tone leaving absolutely no room for argument or gossip. Hayate. War is coming. Hayate's brain, which had been braced for a reprimand about workplace etiquette, short-circuited. He blinked. Pardon. The four Kage are uniting. They're coming for Konoha. That was the rumor circulating, but rumors are rumors. He never expected that things had really reached this point. She looked toward the window, where one could see the prosperity of Konoha, before speaking. Go. Gather every single Uchiha, from the greenest genin to the most jaded Chunin. Pull them off patrol, out of the dango shops, I don't care. There will be a clan-wide meeting at the Naka Shrine. Every Uchiha ninja, no matter their rank, will be there. End of the chapter. How about it, guys? Have you remarked change in my writing in the past 2 chapters? Like I received many 1-stars reviews recently about the many metaphors and all, not they are gone, but what do you think? Chapter 57, Hiruzen's Bliss. Hiruzen, Danzo's voice cut through the silence, smooth as a polished blade and just as cold. I have just received interesting reports. Troops from Kumo, IWA, and Suna are massing at their respective borders. There was no panic in his tone. Danzo never panicked. He simply stored crises away for a rainy day, preferably one where he could be declared a hero afterward. Konoha, thanks to the earlier reconnaissance by Azula, Tsunade, and Tsukumo, was already on a war footing. Missions were restricted, ninja were recalled, the village was a coiled spring. This move by the other nations was as logical as it was terrifying. It meant war was knocking, and it wasn't bothering to wipe its feet. Of course, Hiruzen was playing a different game of shogi than his old friend. Danzo was staring at the pieces on the board, while Hiruzen had found a scribbled note at his door, an anonymous letter detailing a secret Kage summit and their true, vicious target, the utter destruction of Uzushigakure. If Danzo knew, he'd have already pierced the whole conspiracy with his usual, aggressive diplomacy. From Hiruzen's perspective, this border nonsense was a diversion, and a warning, look away, old man. This doesn't concern you. Or else. He was just about to weave this delicate tapestry of explanation, a skill at which Hokages must excel, when the office door exploded inwards. Not literally, but the entrance of Tsunade had much the same effect. Danzo and Koharu's faces soured as if they'd bitten into a lemon. Hamura just looked resigned. Hiruzen merely sighed, he was more used to this than his own shadow. At least she used the door. Jiraiya preferred the window, and his landings were rarely graceful. Hiruzen, Danzo sniffed, seizing the opportunity. You really must teach your students some manners. Bursting in like a stampeding bull during a full council meeting. It sets a dangerous precedent. What if someone disguised themselves as her? A single suicide bomber could do it right in because the Umbu were too polite to stop your student. His point was, technically, correct. It was also spectacularly ill-advised. One should never, ever criticize a person's manners in front of the woman who raised them. Especially when that woman is a red-haired Uzumaki matriarch whose entire clan is famously, gloriously, and dangerously volatile when angered. Mito had been standing just behind Tsunade, a vision of serene, deadly grace. Had they not been in the Hokage's office, and had Danzo's point not been vaguely logical, she might have simply punched him through the wall. A little. For emphasis. Since that was currently off the table, she chose a more intimate approach. Now a perfect Jinchuriki, her chakra seamlessly intertwined with Kurama's. And Kurama, that great, grumpy bearer of humanity's malice, was always happy to lend a little weight. Mito didn't even move. She simply let a sliver of that combined, monstrous pressure settle on Danzo's shoulders like a physical cloak. Danzo froze. One moment he was a pillar of righteous indignation, the next, he was a statue, a single bead of cold sweat tracing a path down his temple. He didn't dare twitch. He felt, very distinctly, like a mouse under the paw of a very large, very amused cat. The others in the room, though not targeted, felt the shift in the atmosphere. A primal terror brushed against their souls. Hiruzen's blood ran cold. For years, he'd comforted himself that his power, augmented by forbidden techniques and the weight of his office, had finally brought him to Mito's level. He realized, in that heart-stopping moment, that he had been a fool. She was a force of nature. Shimura Danzo, Mito's voice was soft, yet it filled the entire room. She retracted the pressure, allowing him to remember how to breathe. It seems you take issue with the education of my granddaughter. Danzo's eyes, wide and shocked, finally focused past Tsunade to the true threat. He was a tough man. He stared death in the face daily. But looking at Mito's placid smile, he decided that arguing was a form of suicide he wasn't currently booked for. Mito-sama, he managed, his voice tighter than usual. I did not mean it in that spirit. I was merely considering the matter from the Hokage's perspective. The sound was a verbal dismissal, the equivalent of brushing dust from her sleeve. The power play was over, and yeah, she did it intentionally. They all understood their place now. She had no more time for their posturing. Her gaze shifted to Hiruzen, who was still trying to get his heartbeat under control. Hiruzen, the situation has evolved. I have just received a frantic letter from the Uzumaki clan. They are begging for help. She let the words hang in the air, the piece of the puzzle crashing, making Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu even more confused, with only Hiruzen understanding what she meant. The meeting of the four Kage was not about Konoha. It was about the Uzumaki. They planned to wipe Uzushio from the map. And by now, the official envoy, no doubt racing here with the last of his breath, should be arriving at our gates to make the request formal. A spark of pure comprehension finally lit up Hamura's eyes. Ah, he declared, as if unveiling the secrets of the universe. So that's their plan. Next to him, Koharu's mental gears, which typically turned at the speed of drying paint, finally clicked into place. The troop placements weren't a prelude to an attack on Konoha, they were a brilliantly staged piece of political theater for Konoha. The message was clear: take one step to help your spirally-haired friends, and we'll make the First Shinobi World War look like a friendly playground scuffle. All eyes then drifted to the elegant, unmoving figure of Mito. She stood with the serene authority of a mountain that had decided to attend a committee meeting. Hiruzen, ever the diplomat, or perhaps just the only one with a working sense of self-preservation, cleared his throat. Mito-sama, please, have a seat. For 6 peaceful years, Mito had been the picture of retired bliss, less involved in village politics than a civilian. Her presence today was a thunderclap of an announcement: retirement was over, and Grandma was officially back in the game. Mito accepted the seat, not with a flutter of gratitude, but with the simple acceptance of a queen reclaiming her throne. She could already feel them, the flickering, exhausted chakra signatures of her clansmen at the village gates. The Uzumaki were here. She'd sent young Nawaki to rally the Uzumaki in the village, a test wrapped in an emergency. She had poured hope into that boy, now was his chance to prove he wasn't just a walking vortex of good intentions and could manage them by the time this meeting ended. Hiruzen's gaze then swept across his counselors, a look so heavy with meaning it could have been used as a paperweight. It screamed, for the love of all that is holy, do not say something stupid and get us all turned into toads. Their blank stares in return were not encouraging. He turned back to Mito, his face a masterpiece of respectful panic. Mito-sama, he began, tiptoeing through the verbal minefield, what are your thoughts on how we should proceed? It was a probe, a delicate little fishing line cast into deep and dangerous waters. Mito, who had been playing political chess since before Hiruzen knew how to tie his own headband, didn't even blink. Hiruzen, you are the third Hokage, she said, her voice as smooth and sharp as a polished kunai. The hat is on your head, not mine. The decision is yours, and yours alone. I have no right to interfere, unless the entire village rises up in revolt, of course. She leaned forward, just a fraction, and the room temperature seemed to drop. But remember this, every choice, from the grandest to the most trivial, comes with a consequence. The question is not what you will do, Hiruzen. The question is, are you ready to pay the price for it? This was her test. She wouldn't grab the wheel, but she would absolutely judge his driving. If he was so spooked by the four nations posturing that he'd abandoned Konoha's oldest ally, what was next? Would he hand over a Konoha ninja if they said they would go to war if he didn't? To his surprise, Hiruzen felt a flicker of relief. He'd feared an ultimatum, but this was a reaffirmation of his office. Magnificent, he thought, his inner fanboy emerging. Truly the Shodai's wife. She understands the will of fire. She sees the agonizing weight of my burden. In truth, his mind was a civil war of its own. On one hand, Konoha was a behemoth, they could take on the four nations. On the other hand, victory would be purchased with the lives of thousands of shinobi. Having lived through the First War, a brutal affair that had collected Kage like trading cards, the thought of starting a second one made his mustache droop. He had hoped his reign would be one of peace, not a sequel to that particular horror. End of the chapter. There should be a second chapter coming in about 4 to 5 hours. Chapter 58, Danzo's Plan. Hiruzen. My clansmen are here. I can feel their chakra. Mito simply sipped her tea as if announcing the arrival of a grocery delivery. Hiruzen, who was lost in thought, immediately came back to his senses before thinking about his umbu. The Hokage's office was a sanctum, its conversations were not for the ears of lurking umbu, no matter how loyal. But summoning them? That was a different matter. With a flicker of chakra so subtle it would be missed by anyone who blinked, he performed the exclusive Hokage jutsu, managerial summoning, handle it. A single, ethereal butterfly, woven from pure chakra, winked into existence above his desk. It flapped its delicate wings once, twice, then zipped through the wall on a mission that screamed, where are my umbu? I have a mission for you. 3 umbu operatives materialized in a whisper of wind and porcelain, kneeling with the synchronized precision of a well-oiled murder machine. Hokage-sama, they chorused, their voices a monotone of absolute readiness. Hiruzen, who had seen more dramatic entrances than he'd had hot meals, didn't even look up from a fascinating ink stain on his desk. The Uzumaki envoy has arrived at the main gate. Escort them here. Hi, Hokage-sama. And just like that, they were gone, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone and unspoken judgment. For a normal person, a trip from the Hokage Tower to the main gate and back was a decent stroll. For a Konoha Umbu, it was a mild inconvenience. The entire round trip took all of 10 minutes, and even that delay was only because the Uzumaki envoys looked like they'd wrestled a tailed beast and lost, their legendary stamina completely spent from their non-stop sprint from Uzushiyobakure. From the Uzumaki perspective, it was bewildering. They had just stumbled, gasping, onto Konoha's doorstep when 3 porcelain-masked specters appeared as if born from their own shadows. The Hokage awaits, was all they said. The clan leader hadn't sent word, had he? Was the third Hokage so omniscient? The entire walk to the tower was a blur of silent treatment and awestruck civilians, a red carpet ride of pure, unadulterated anxiety. Then they entered the office. The lead envoy, a man named Satsuki whose 40s were starting to show in the silver streaks of his fiery hair, and, well, also due to his specialness, felt his jaw unhinge. His eyes scanned past the Hokage, past the advisors, past the piles of paperwork, and landed on the woman seated calmly beside the desk. He blinked. He squinted. His brain, a seasoned shinobi's brain, short-circuited. "Aunt Mito," he squeaked, his voice cracking with the force of a childhood memory. His 3 companions swiveled their heads between the legendary queen they'd heard stories of and the vibrant young woman with a knowing smile and not a single wrinkle of time on her face. The red hair was a dead giveaway, but the youth, it was an assault on logic. Mito's smile was a warm, summer sunbeam. Satsuki. My, look at you. All, distinguished. Tears, hot and entirely unbidden, sprang to Satsuki's eyes. This was his aunt, the woman who taught him to seal away his nightmares as a boy, the younger sister of his mother. Seeing her, preserved in time like a perfect fossil, broke something inside him. "Aunt Mito," he managed, voice thick. "The pleasure is all mine. I only wish the circumstances were less dire." Mito's warm expression softened into something more complicated. She looked at this middle-aged man, this leader of a mission, and was thrown back decades. She saw a gangly boy, only 2 years her junior, looking up at her with utter seriousness and calling her aunt for the very first time. She remembered the feeling. It wasn't anger. It was the universe tapping her on the shoulder, handing her a cup of tea, and saying, "Playtime is over, dear. You're a grown-up now." It was the same year Satsuki's mother, her own sister, had been taken from them. A harsh, final lesson in the reality of their world. And now, here that same boy was, a man carved by grief and duty, standing before her once more. Some things, it seemed, never changed. They just got more expensive to fix. Mito's smile was a masterpiece of polite, motherly weaponry. "Of course, this old relic would have preferred your company over your children's," she said, her voice sweet as poison honey. "But one mustn't be greedy. I understand you're a very busy man." Satsuki, her nephew, and a man who was basically Uzushiobakure's head paperwork ninja, felt a bead of sweat trace a path through the grime on his temple. He couldn't just pop over for tea. Ever since Hiruzen had taken the big chair, Konoha-Uzumaki relations had gone from fiery alliance to awkward family reunion where someone stole the recipe for sealing jutsus, and, for the good of Konoha. He offered a grateful, slightly panicked smile before swiveling his attention to the men in the Hokage hat. Ignoring Mito was a family privilege. Ignoring the Hokage while looking like you just lost a fight with a mud wrestling boar was a diplomatic incident. "Hokage-sama," Satsuki began, executing a perfect bow that somehow made the dirt on his clothes look more dignified. "My deepest apologies for our disheveled presentation." Hiruzen waved a dismissive hand, the picture of a man who'd seen it all. "Nonsense. A little dirt never hurt anyone. We've only just received the preliminary reports about Uzushiobakure's situation, but a first-hand account would be invaluable." The moment the words, "only just received," left his lips, a bizarre, metaphysical shudder went through him. It felt like he'd accidentally donated a piece of his soul to a charity for chronically honest politicians. Probably just the stress, he thought, and the sheer weight of this hat. Across the room, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu leaned in like vultures who'd just spotted a limping camel. Mito had mentioned the Kage Summit's genocidal agenda, but she'd skipped the juicy details. Satsuki took a deep breath, activating his ultimate jutsu, helpless, put upon civil servant. "Our clan leader," he sighed, the very picture of a man who was 5 seconds from filing for a stress-related leave of absence, received an anonymous letter 2 weeks ago. It claimed the 4 Kage were planning to attack the Uzumaki. Naturally, he thought it was a prank or something like that. He paused for a moment. "So he sent Mugetsu-sama to check." A collective, silent gulp went through the Konoha leadership. Mugetsu. The name alone was a credibility stamp. Sending Mugetsu was the Uzumaki equivalent of Konoha sending its Kage. Danzo's eyes met Hiruzen's in a flash of perfect, unspoken understanding forged in 1,000 late-night, probably wine-fueled strategy sessions. He didn't need words, he needed an opportunity. A trap, Danzo declared, his voice like gravel being stirred with a dagger. You've stumbled headfirst into a trap. He turned to Hiruzen, the master of the dramatic pause. Just before your arrival, we were discussing the armies of 4 villages gathering on the borders of their own nations, ready to attack. A new war is coming. For Konoha. Your tip-off was likely bait to make us divert our forces, to look away while they strangle us. Hiruzen stroked his chin, putting on his best, troubled philosopher king face. Now, Danzo, that's a bit extreme. Perhaps it's a bit of both. The villages may be posturing against us, and the Uzumaki situation is merely a tragic coincidence. To anyone else, it sounded like weak-minded hesitation. To Danzo, it was Hiruzen speaking in their secret code. A direct "you're wrong" meant he was serious. This waffling. This was Hiruzen's way of handing him a signed permission slip for morally gray activities while maintaining plausible deniability. It translated perfectly to, I agree, but my conscience needs a safe word. Come now, Hiruzen, Danzo spoke, his voice the verbal equivalent of a well-oiled trapdoor. Remember the Shodai's will for peace, but the others just started war after his death. He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with the serene malice of a cat about to push a vase off a shelf. Remember that peace summit with Kimogakure we attended with Sensei but ended up ambushed. In the end, you can never guess how these villages will react, able to deceive the first Hokage and Sensei. In Danzo's beautifully rational, psychotic mind, this was all going according to a glorious, non-existent plan. Let the fools attack. The Uzumaki weren't just shinobi, they were walking, talking tactical weapons. He had read the files about their forbidden techniques, it was like a list of increasingly creative ways to take down an enemy with you. If I'm going down, I'm taking the entire ninja unit attacking me. A random Uzumaki Chunin could probably feel threatened and use one of those forbidden techniques to take down a Kage with him. His master plan unfolded in his head like a beautiful, dark flower, the other villages get their elite forces turned into abstract art. The Uzumaki are left on life support. Then, and only then, does Konoha swoop in, playing the heroic savior. They show up after the fireworks, offer a helping hand, and before you know it, they've got all their sealing techniques, a brand new Uzumaki subdivision in downtown Konoha, and the other 4 villages are left licking wounds so severe after losing their elites. Throughout the talk between Hiruzen and Danzo, Mito Uzumaki hadn't so much as twitched a single, elegant eyebrow. She simply sat, a monument of serene, impending doom. Her silence wasn't just silence, it was a passive-aggressive black hole that was sucking the oxygen, and Hiruzen's courage, out of the room. Right. Well, he chirped, his voice an octave too high. You've had a long journey. Please, go and rest. The Uzumaki are Konoha's greatest ally. We'll definitely and certainly help. No matter what. As they were ushered out, Satsuki felt a knot of unease tighten in his stomach. The Hokage's words had all the substance of cotton candy. But one glance at his aunt's calm, unreadable face, a face that had witnessed his own birth, and the knot loosened. No matter what, according to the estimation of their clan leader, Mito was actually the strongest ninja in the world. As long as she helped, everything would be fine. End of the chapter. Chapter 59, Uchiha Clan's Power. After getting a little farther from the Hokage's office, Satsuki couldn't help but speak. Aunt Mito, the way the Hokage's advisor was talking gave me a bad feeling, as if. Mito raised her hand to interrupt him. Satsuki, you should understand that some walls have ears. She knew her own situation was secure, being aware of the white Zetsu. Her senses were always active. But the moment Satsuki hit the streets, he had the situational awareness of a concussed squirrel. He'd probably confide in the dango stand vendor for a free stick of mochi. This was how most Uzumaki were. Satsuki deflated, his shoulders slumping. Right. Sorry, Aunt Mito. I was just worried. Mito spoke, her smile warm and genuine. So stop worrying your pretty little head off. Nawaki is already running around, gathering every Uzumaki in the village who hasn't forgotten what family means. The Senju also have our backs because we're not just friends, but also family. Thinking about her trustworthy disciple, she smiled and continued. Not only that, there's a mysterious helper who's also worth looking forward to. The 4 Uzumaki who had just arrived felt the tension bleed out of them. When someone with a legendary reputation like Mito Uzumaki made a promise, it wasn't just words, it was a fundamental statement. And honestly, how could they stay panicked? They were secretly watching how Mito would act. Her granddaughter, Tsunade, was one of the legendary Raika Chi no Sanjin. She was a woman who could personally fight the Mizukage while dealing with a bunch of elite jonin at the same time. And Mito herself was someone equally legendary, being called the strongest Uzumaki after the death of Ashina. Just with these two, Satsuki and the others felt the situation was more stable. But not only that, another member of the Sanjin was also Mito's personal student. In short, they trusted Mito very much. The air in Konoha was still buzzing with the polite, political nonsense of the meeting that had just ended at the Konoha office. Meanwhile, down at the Naka shrine, things were about to get real. Azula stood before the assembled Uchiha, a smirk playing on her lips. The crowd was a sight to behold, a sea of obsidian hair and resting annoyed faces, ranging from what can still be called toddlers to elders who looked like they'd personally scowled at the Sage of Six Paths. It was a beautiful testament to her financial encouragements. A few years of her creative investments, and the Uchiha weren't just the richest clan in the world, they were a small, heavily armed, and exceptionally dramatic nation that just happened to live inside a village. Their numbers had exploded. If you counted every squalling baby, cranky elder, and moody teenager, they were pushing 2,500 souls. The Uchiha compound wasn't just growing, it was experiencing a population boom of mythological proportions. And the power? Oh, the power was definitely increasing. 59 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan gleamed in the twilight, her own and her father's among them. The weakest of this bunch would be carving their names into the bingo books as elite jonin within 3 years. Then there were the 189 with 2-tomo and 197 with a single, spinning red eye. It was a force that could stroll into any hidden village not named the Big Five and redecorate it in shades of red and black. This was the kind of might that made a clan, well, Uchiha. They were all crammed outside the shrine because, frankly, the inside was better suited for brooding and secret meetings, not for hosting a small army. Just as the collective Uchiha ego reached its peak, the final group arrived. Hi-8, looking as seriously funny as ever, led 74 ninja into the clearing. Azula-sama, he announced. The last of the Uchiha shinobi not currently on mission. Azula's mental tally clicked perfectly to 800. Not 799. Not 801. 800. This wasn't an accident, it was clan policy, a rule she herself had enforced. Keeping 800 Uchiha in the village during peacetime was like herding particularly lethal, emotionally volatile cats, but they'd somehow managed it. Excellent. It seems everyone is here, Azula said, her voice cutting through the murmurs. It had only been a few days since she'd taken the mantle of clan head, and here she was, calling an emergency full clan meeting without so much as a courtesy whisper to the elders. She could feel their displeasure radiating from the front row, a wave of pure, unadulterated grumpiness. She offered them a mental shrug. If they had a problem, they were welcome to try and impeach her. The job description for Uchiha clan head had a very simple, one-line requirement: must possess the biggest fist. A quick, glacial sweep of her eyes over them, accompanied by a whisper of her killing intent, and the elders suddenly found the shrine's architecture fascinating. Ah, the universal language of, I could end you without breaking a sweat. She let her gaze travel over her clan. I've gathered you all here to deliver a simple message. War is coming. She paused, allowing the silence to stretch. For a full 2 seconds, the gathering of 800 of Konoha's most notoriously loud and opinionated people was utterly, profoundly quiet. It was probably a record. Just as the first indignant sputters began to form, she continued. As you are all no doubt aware, my team and I recently had a run-in with the Kage of IWA, Suna, Kiri, and Kumo. The rumors that started that day are no longer rumors. They are a fact. She leaned forward, her smirk widening into something sharp and dangerous. Their little summit had a singular purpose: to covet the sealing arts of the Uzumaki, to wipe a 1,000-year-old clan from the map, and to weaken Konoha by butchering its strongest ally. She laid out the Uzumaki's predicament. Now, the Uchiha and the Uzumaki had a history. To call it not good was like calling the Eight Tails a slightly irritable octopus. For generations, they'd been on a first-name basis with trying to murder each other on behalf of the Senju. But time, and the fact that their current badass leader was trained by one of the red-headed terrors, had mellowed things into a sort of grudging, blood-soaked respect. So the news hit differently. Azula saw the gears turning, especially in the elders' heads. She could practically see the thought bubbles forming over their graying hair. If we'd followed Madara, if we'd left Konoha, would we be the ones getting dogpiled by 4 villages right now? Taijima, in particular, got a far-off look, vividly recalling Madara's dramatic exit. A thought, crisp and clear, cut through the nostalgia. Well, shit. Maybe the melodramatic little bastard had a point. But then his eyes snapped back to his daughter. The past was a cemetery. The future was a throne, and Azula was already polishing the armrests. This morning, Azula announced, my master requested my assistance in supporting her clan. She paused, letting the weight of the simple statement sink in. I agreed. Then, the world bloomed crimson. 3 tomo spun in her eyes as she activated her Sharingan. Consider this a prelude, she purred, her voice now laced with a thrilling, dangerous energy. The opening act of a great war. So, for any of you who are tired of polishing your shuriken and are itching for a warm-up, the invitation is open. Her grin was all sharp edges and promise. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial, bloodthirsty whisper that echoed in the dead-silent room. It's time for a reminder. We're going to drag that old, primal fear out of the world's subconscious of being dominated by the Uchiha. We will make them see our Sharingan in their nightmares. They will learn to cower at our shadows, to hesitate for one fatal second before they dare to raise a hand against an Uchiha and their ally ever again. With every word, her voice gained a manic, infectious energy. And the clan. They were eating it up. A restless energy filled the hall. Grins spread, cracked knuckles, and hands drifted to sword hilts. Because realistically, seeking excitement wasn't just in their blood, it was their primary hobby, their favorite pastime, and their family therapy, all rolled into one. Chapter 60, 3. By the time Tsunade and Mito arrived, trailed by the 4 Uzumaki members, the place was buzzing with a carefully orchestrated kind of chaos. A sea of about 50 people had gathered, a vibrant tapestry of Konoha's finest, with a core of 24 flaming Uzumaki heads that looked like a convention of particularly disciplined sunsets. Mito-sama, they chorused, their greeting so perfectly synchronized it probably had its own chakra signature. Mito offered a nod, her eyes finding Nawaki in the crowd. The smile she gave him was a tiny, potent thing, a well done that probably made his entire week. Follow me, she said, her voice light yet cutting through the murmur. The crowd parted like the Red Sea for a goddess, and she glided through, the entire assembly falling into step behind her. She was leading them to one of the many historical archive rooms, a relic from when the Senju clan decided to dissolve and become history nerds instead of just making it. This particular room was the granddaddy of them all, a vault large enough to host a small war council or a very tense birthday party for 60. Its specific, dusty specialty. The epic, millennia-long bromance between the Senju and the Uzumaki. For most present, this was their first time inside. After all, your average shinobi's idea of historical research is remembering what the Hokage's face looked like last Tuesday. Steel stood like solemn, stone gossip columns, boasting of eternal alliances, and detailing the various world-ending monstrosities their ancestors had bagged and tagged during the Sengoku Jidai. Some of the records were so old, the dust mites had their own clan legends. Mito took center stage, the ancient stone amplifying her presence. I presume some of you have no doubt heard from Nawaki about what is happening, but let's make it clear again. She pointed a perfectly manicured finger at Satsuki and his team. They're from the land of whirlpools. And before you ask, yes, you know them. The reason they're here, looking so exhausted, is that our beloved Uzushio is about to become the main target of Kiri, Iwa, Kumo, and Suna. All 4, at once. They've decided to set aside their differences for the sole purpose of destroying Uzushio. A wave of sound rippled through the crowd. This was the shinobi version of a gasp, less shock, more a calculated assessment of the sheer, audacious scale of the incoming disaster. No wonder Mito-sama called us all together, one Uzumaki muttered, a grin spreading across his face. I knew it. A quiet day was just too much to ask for. A Senju woman snorted. Typical. The Shadame worked himself to the bone for peace, and these savages don't know anything apart from planning a bigger war. The Nidame was right, you can't trust a single one of them. Isn't it just our luck, another added, shaking his head. We're not even the main village, and we still get the united front of hatred. It's almost flattering. The mood wasn't one of panic. It was more a collective, weary resignation, sprinkled with a healthy dose of professional annoyance. These were people bred for battle, for whom the phrase, clan extermination, was a thing. The only thing that ever truly scared them was the paperwork their loved ones would have to fill out afterward. Mito watched the mix of grim acceptance and fiery indignation, and a complicated emotion settled in her chest. Part pride, part sorrow. She was relieved they hadn't gone soft. The short peace had wiped out more clans through complacency than any war ever had. You wipe out your rivals, you get comfortable, you plant a garden, and then a bigger, meaner clan shows up and uses your skull as a flower pot. The cycle was as old as the dust on these very steels. While the village was having all sorts of meetings, from his Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt less like a military leader and more like a daycare supervisor whose toddlers had just discovered fire release. First, the Umbu reports, the entire Uchiha police force had collectively decided to play hooky, abandoning their posts to gather at their compound. The mental image of a dozen Uchiha dramatically flipping their hair and storming off was almost comical. Almost. Then there was Nawaki, that sunny, chaos gremlin of a Senju, who was apparently rallying the scattered Uzumaki clansmen with the fervor of a man selling timeshares. Konoha hadn't seen this much simultaneous, unsanctioned gathering since the great ramen coupon scandal of 5. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose, the Hokage had feeling heavier than a boulder. Flanking him were his esteemed advisors, the Everdar Council of Gloom, Hamura and Koharu, and Danzo, who was radiating so much smug disapproval he could have powered the village for a week. It seems, Danzo began, his voice like gravel being slowly crushed, that our village's foundational pillars have developed a sudden case of independence. Before Hiruzen could formulate a response that wasn't a scream, the door opened. And in walked a ghost from a happier past. Kagami. Hiruzen's smile was genuine, a life raft in a sea of bureaucratic misery. You have the timing of a master shinobi. Uchiha Kagami offered a wry smile, his eyes sweeping over his old comrades. Hiruzen. You look busy. You have no idea, Hiruzen sighed. Between approving D-rank missions to retrieve lost pets and preventing the 4 other major villages from turning us into a crater, my schedule is delightfully full. Kagami had just taken a seat when Danzo, who had the patience of a startled hornet, cut to the chase. Enough pleasantries. Kagami, we heard the commotion. Your clan has abandoned its sacred duty. And we distinctly heard the phrase. He paused, as if the words were acid on his tongue, make Uchiha great again. Care to explain this? Kagami's friendly smile didn't so much drop as it was professionally evacuated from his face. This was precisely why he avoided the Hokage Tower. A 5-minute chat with Danzo could sour a pint of fresh milk. The Uchiha, Kagami said, his voice now smooth and cold as a polished kunai, will, of course, provide an explanation to the village. He let the word hang in the air, his meaning crystal clear, and you, my friend, are not the village. Hiruzen felt a familiar headache brewing. He stepped in with the grace of a man trying to mediate between 2 fighting cats. Now, Kagami. You must understand the pressure we're under. With 4 villages sharpening their knives for us and Uzushio, it's only natural Danzo is a bit tense. The unspoken subtext hung in the room like bad cologne, Danzo's being a jerk because he's stressed, so just smile and take it. Kagami, a master of reading between the lines of Hiruzen's diplomatic nonsense, decided to take the high road. Mostly because the low road involved setting Danzo on fire, which, while satisfying, was poor form for an elder. How enlightened, Kagami said dryly. But I'm not here to discuss Danzo's problem with the Uchiha. I am here as an elder of the Uchiha clan and the official messenger of our clan head. End of the chapter. Chapter 61, Kagami. At this point, the sight of Kagami Uchiha calmly stating the clan's position was about as surprising as finding an Akimichi at a barbecue shop. The man had fully embraced his inner Uchiha, swapping his old village-first blinders for a brand new pair of clan-colored ones. But now was definitely not the time for a philosophical debate. Hiruzen sucked in a weary breath, the kind usually reserved for finding ANBU trying to microwave their mission reports. Kagami, he said, his voice a gravelly mix of, I'm the Hokage, and, I need a vacation. You are aware our village is currently sprouting more spies than ever, correct? So, would you care to explain why the entire Uchiha police force has left their posts without so much as informing me, the Hokage? I could have at least coordinated things better. Kagami offered a wry smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. It was the universal expression of, my boss is a pyromaniac and I'm just holding the kindling. Hiruzen, he sighed, you've known our clan head. Azula doesn't inform. She decrees. She sees a problem, and her solution usually involves a terrifying amount of flawless execution. What, exactly, was I supposed to do? His meaning was simple, when it comes to Azula, even you, the Hokage, are about as effective as a paper umbrella in a fireball jutsu. And now? She might just be stronger than you. Hiruzen wisely decided not to ask why Azula hadn't bothered to notify him. Some questions only lead to mutually assured embarrassment. Instead, he cut to the chase. So. Your matriarch has summoned all the Uchiha in the village. She must have a truly earth-shattering reason. What is it? Kagami nodded, explaining. She received a help request from her sensei. The Uzumaki are about to be attacked. She's taking the clan to provide support. Kagami stood there, beaming, clearly expecting a round of applause for this act of noble charity. To him, this was a no-brainer. Konoha helps its closest allies. It's what heroes do. The faces of the council, however, curdled like month-old milk. You could practically hear the sound of 4 simultaneous aneurysms. Koharu Uchiha was the first to explode, her voice hitting a pitch that could shatter glass. She wants to take the clan, to declare what amounts to war without consulting this office. Has she forgotten that this is a village, not her personal fiefdom? Has the Uchiha clan become a lawless gang? Kagami's smile finally wilted. Now, Koharu, let's be fair. Was it wrong to start a clan-wide meeting without informing the elders? Absolutely. A severe breach of protocol. But, he held up a placating hand, you all know Azula. Had any of us known, we would have tried to stop her. But you have to understand her perspective, she's trying to help her teacher. Never forget, beneath all the terrifying competence and the aura of a conquering warlord, she is a 14-year-old girl who sometimes sees geopolitical conflict as a boring subject for people who aren't on fire. A heavy silence descended upon the room, each elder lost in their own special brand of misery. For Hiruzen, the weight of the hat had never felt heavier. He wanted to help the Uzumaki. But he also had 4 other major villages sharpening their knives, just waiting for Konoha to show a moment of weakness. Lady Mito, a saint of patience, had understood this delicate dance. She'd only gathered her own kin from what he'd just received and probably just requested Azula's help. But Azula, in her typical, go big or go home, fashion, had looked at Mito's modest request and decided to bring the whole Uchiha clan. The problem was now a ticking time bomb. The proper response was to punish the Uchiha for gross insubordination. The realistic response was to stare at the problem, sweat nervously, and do absolutely nothing. Because the Uchiha clan wasn't just a clan. They were the undisputed, heavyweight champions of the shinobi world. They were Konoha's beating heart of power and its most influential political bloc. If he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, were to actually try and punish them, the thought alone was enough to give him heartburn. His mind conjured images of Taijima Uchiha, a man whose mere glare could curdle blood, and Azula, his brilliant, unhinged daughter, who treated international incidents like a particularly challenging puzzle. No. He couldn't afford to tear that particular piece of paper. The cost would be Konoha itself. All he could do was sigh, mentally calculate how to balance things. Being Hokage was all about making the tough choices, and today, the toughest choice was deciding whether to be angry or just profoundly, deeply tired. He was going with tired. Kagami, along with the others, wasn't an idiot. They could all read Hiruzen's face like a well-worn Azula novel. Hiruzen's expression screamed, I am not dealing with the Uchiha today, with the same energy as a man who just found a spider in his sandal and decided to let it keep the house. Danzo, however, had the patience of a startled cat. Tisk, he hissed, the sound dripping with more venom than a senbon. No matter how young she is, if she's prancing around as the Uchiha matriarch, she must face the consequences of her actions. Kagami didn't rise to the bait. He simply offered a smile so serene it could calm the 9 tails. You know, Danzo, you're absolutely right. We should punish her. Danzo blinked. You think this is a game, Kagami? Where is your will of fire? You, of all people, should understand the village's precarious situation. Internally, Kagami felt the familiar tug of war. The first 20 years of his life had been sculpted by Tobarama's pragmatic, village-first ideology. It was a hard habit to break, like trying to unlearn how to walk. But then Azula had stormed into his life, grabbed his worldview by the collar, and given it a good shake. The village isn't the buildings, you sentimental fool, she'd once told him, her voice laced with that terrifying, impeccable logic. It's not the vaults of Jutsu or the fancy Hokage mountain. It's the people. The second you start sacrificing the people to protect the village, you're not a leader. You're a curator for a future ghost town. It was a glorious, inconvenient, and profoundly idealistic pain in the ass. It was also why he and the ever-kind Torifu were slowly becoming the weird, morally strict uncles of the group, while their old comrades were sliding into acceptable casualties territory. He didn't blame them, not really. Running a village required getting your hands dirty. He just preferred to wash his hands more often. Hiruzen, looking like a man who desperately needed a cigarette and a time machine, finally cut through the tension. So, he sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. How, exactly, does she plan to support the Uzumaki? Please don't tell me she's planning to pack up the entire clan and launch a spontaneous vacation to a war zone. Kagami's smile didn't falter. If anything, it grew wider. Oh, you know Azula. She believes in giving people a choice. She's rallying any Uchiha willing to fight under a very compelling banner. He paused for effect, letting the dread build in the room. She's promised to make Uchiha great again. End of the chapter. It's exactly my ideal time to publish chapters. It's midnight, I sleep and wake up at 6 a.m., go jogging, have breakfast, and take care of everything before university, which runs from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then I eat, take a 2-hour nap, meet my friends, and review my lessons before starting to write around 8 p.m. and finishing at midnight. And the cycle repeats. Chapter 62, Tsunade and Azula. Azula's POV. The meeting of the Uchiha adjourned with the subtlety of a dying firework, a few sputters and a lot of lingering smoke in the form of glares from the elders. Their looks practically screamed, explain yourself, you terrifying child. I gave them the same attention I'd give a fly buzzing near a lightning bolt. I had real work to do. I finished organizing the reports, my mind already a league away, dissecting the Uchiha clan's greatest strength and its equally grand stupidity. We were the undisputed masters of fire release. We could turn a battlefield into a personal human barbecue with 3 to 4 hand seals. But although fire was beautiful, passionate, and about as subtle as a brick to the face. And that was the joke, wasn't it? The clan blessed with the all-seeing Sharingan, the pinnacle of predictive vision, fought with the tactical nuance of a drunk badger. Fireball. Grand fireball. Bigger fireball. It was a one-hit wonder on a loop. It worked, right up until it met someone who appreciated a good dodge. The solution had been simmering in my mind for years, a single, perfect jutsu, the Chidori. Back then, I'd kept it to myself. Handing a loaded gun to a room full of ambitious, pyromaniacal relatives with magic eyeballs. Not my idea of a smart survival strategy. But now. Oh, the tables had turned so hard they'd spun a full circle. I was no longer just playing with fire, I was practically wearing lightning as a second skin. Sure, I wasn't completely immune like that walking power grid, Tsukumo, but with my lightning chakra mode, the list of people who could shock me and live to tell the tale was a very, very short one. Him, maybe the third Reikage, and that was about it. A slow, wicked smile spread across my face. The mental image was too delicious, a legion of Uchiha, their crimson eyes blazing, hands crackling with raw lightning. We'd advance not just with the warmth of a bonfire, but with the sudden, terrifying finality of a thunderclap. It would make a Kage sweat and a god check over his shoulder. The cherry on top. The technique was practically tailor-made for our dysfunctional family. Without the Sharingan's precision, your chances of pulling it off were less than 10%. It was the perfect, gate-kept weapon for the clan that loved exclusivity. Resolved, I sat and began to write. I poured every detail onto the scroll, the chakra mold, the acceleration. It was a gift-wrapped revolution for any Uchiha with a spark of lightning release talent. According to our records, that was 138 lucky candidates. Not an army, but a perfect, terrifyingly precise spear. As the ink dried on my manifesto of mayhem, I leaned back. What's next on the agenda for world domination? I mused. This war was a golden ticket, a buffet of merit, a PR campaign for the Uchiha brand, and most importantly, the perfect excuse to politically disembowel Hiruzen and charm the populace into making me Hokage. My thoughts were interrupted by a familiar chakra signature stomping toward my office like an angry bull. I didn't even have time to sigh before the door was nearly ripped from its hinges. Sensei always complains about Nawaki's lack of decorum, but she's clearly suffering from a case of selective amnesia about who his role model is. In barged Tsunade, who, just by looking into my eyes, knew my thoughts. Oh, stop mentally drafting your complaint form, she said, flopping into the chair opposite me. Formality is for people who aren't about to go punch a small army. I just finished plotting the future of my clan, I said, not bothering to hide my amusement. I thought you'd be busy losing your inheritance at the blackjack tables. It's your last chance before we ship out. This siege could take months, maybe a year. A girl's gambling addiction is a serious thing to interrupt. The situation with Uzushiogakiru was interesting. The village was an island, which was its saving grace. Think of it as Konoha's moat, but with more whirlpools. It put Suna and IWA on the wrong side of the water park, leaving only Kumo and a very determined IWA to deal with. And since Uzushiogakiru is basically a stone's throw from the land of fire, it's less of a separate nation and more of our very fortified, very irritable next-door neighbor, a neighbor everyone suddenly wants to throw a very violent party at. A smirk danced on Tsunade's lips, a look I knew all too well. It was the same expression a cat gets right before it knocks a priceless vase off a shelf. Once we hit Uzushiogakiru, she declared, striking a pose that would have been majestic if it weren't for the glint of pure, unadulterated avarice in her eyes, the world will learn the true meaning of gambling goddess. This title is destined to echo far beyond the petty borders of the land of fire. I couldn't stop the ocular marathon that forced me to roll my eyes so hard I saw the back of my own skull. Goddess. Oh, her reputation in the gambling world had certainly spread beyond the land of fire, all right. On every continent, in every shadowy betting den, she was known by a different, far more accurate title, the Golden Sheep. The only deity she served was the god of bad odds. Honestly, watching her gamble was like watching someone try to bail out a boat with a sieve, a thrilling, financially catastrophic spectacle. But in this grim world of blood and betrayal, the clatter of dice was one of the few things that made her genuinely light up. A part of me, the part not currently weeping for her future finances, had to wonder, if she ever found a high that rivaled the thrill of losing a small nation's worth of Rio, would she finally quit? Maybe if someone invented a game where you could punch fate directly in the face. End of the chapter. Another sight at Azula and Tsunade daily life although still short. Chapter 63, KCM. The dawn after the Uchiha's impromptu rally breakfast meeting war council broke with all the subtlety of a hyperactive Chidori. The Uchiha compound was a hive of impeccably coiffed, Sharingan-tinged activity. After a night of dreaming of glory, tailed beasts, and finally getting to use the family's fancy armor for something other than dramatic scowling in the mirror, they were ready. The air was full of the energy of people about to make Uchiha great again, a slogan someone had painted on a banner with suspiciously perfect calligraphy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, a very different, and significantly more bureaucratic, storm was brewing. The Senju and their Uzumaki cousins were also assembled, a formidable force of 500 souls radiating unadulterated goodwill and the desire to punch whoever was bothering their in-laws. They were the village's moral backbone, its heart, they were currently being treated like a group of teenagers trying to borrow the village's collective car for a weekend road trip to a war zone. The problem wasn't their resolve. The problem was Form 28B, application for mass exodus, clan-sized. Standing between them and their heroic departure were Hiruzen Sarutobi and his 3 favorite buzzkills, the Hokage's advisors. Mito-sama, he spoke, his voice the careful, placating tone of a man trying to reason with a natural disaster, losing his composure a little. The regulations, the protocols. We have over 50 jonin here. You can't just take over 50 jonin and leave. He dared a glance toward the Uchiha compound, from which one could faintly hear the sound of coordinated, slightly arrogant chanting. He'd signed their permission slip in under a minute. Why? Because their leader was a pyromaniac with a god complex who looked at him like he was a particularly interesting being she hadn't decided to incinerate yet. Letting the Uchiha go was a strategic move, it was like releasing a bag of very violent weasels into your enemy's henhouse. Beneficial chaos. The Senju, however, were Konoha's beloved golden retrievers. If they showed up to an international incident, it wasn't a concerned third party, it was, Konoha officially declares war. Mito merely arched a brow. She remembered when he was just a boy. He'd followed Tobirama around like a lost puppy, once tripped over his own feet trying to show Hashirama a new D-rank jutsu, and now here he was, hiding behind a mountain of paperwork and the 3 friends flanking him, who collectively possessed the charisma of a damp leaf. Hiruzen, Mito said, her voice smoother than Hiruzen's. Are you suggesting that the will of fire freezes at the village gates? That our famous protecting our comrades policy requires a triplicate form and a waiting period? One of the advisors, Hamura, spoke. After all, Hiruzen still had to maintain his benevolent image. The village has a plan. A diplomatic strategy to aid Uzushio-gakure. Your taking everything by yourself would render it null and void. From the crowd, a voice chirped, was the plan, wait and see if they stop attacking on their own. Because it's not a great plan. Hiruzen winced. He was trapped. He couldn't admit he was playing 4D shogi with clan politics, and he couldn't outright deny the legendary Mito. He was banking on one thing, Mito, for all her power, was sane. She loved Konoha. She wouldn't, for instance, threaten to redecorate the Hokage monument with his own smoking pipe. He met her gaze, pouring all his weary authority into it. Mito-sama, please. See reason. Mito's eyes softened for a fraction of a second, a flicker of nostalgia for the little boy with scraped knees. That boy was long gone. In his place was a politician. A tired, cornered, and frankly, not very good one. She smiled, a serene, dangerous thing. Oh, I see it perfectly, Hiruzen, she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that somehow carried to every single one of the 500 people behind her. You may need to plan things, and I respect it and wouldn't interfere with what you do, but remember one thing clearly, under no circumstances would Konoha allow its people to abandon their comrades. She took a single, graceful step forward, and then a strange, shocking scene occurred. She was obviously wearing a pure white kimono, but it suddenly transformed into yellowish tones, along with a cloak of the same color appearing, and her hair changing colors. At the same time in Konoha, every qualified Jonin-level ninja felt a strong chakra like never before suddenly appear. The ANBU who were accompanying Hiruzen couldn't even move, while he, as the Hokage, and his advisors instinctively took a step back. My student taught me that sometimes, Mito said, her smile never wavering, it's much, much faster to ask for forgiveness than permission. Hiruzen suddenly, and with utter clarity, realized he had severely misjudged the saying, like student, like master. Speaking of Azula, a smirk graced her lips. She didn't need a Sensonin's report, she could feel it in her bones, a familiar, sun-bright flare of chakra that made the village itself seem to hold its breath. Mito was done playing nice. Pop. A swirl of leaves and Uchiha manifested in front of her, a whole squad of Konoha's finest Uchiha clan members hitting the dirt on one knee. The one in front, a Jonin who'd probably seen some things, was sweating. Azula-sama, he gasped, his voice tighter than a new drum. A huge chakra signature of unknown classification was detected coming from the Hokage mansion. I've never felt anything like it. Azula let the man marinate in his own panic for a second. She could practically smell the sheer existential dread wafting off him. With a languid wave of her hand, as if shooing a mildly annoying fly, she offered her diagnosis. Relax, that's not an attack, she purred. That's just my teacher giving a particularly energetic lecture on the will of fire. Consider it a reminder to the Hokage. Honestly, it was almost funny how they panicked. Mito had mastered that form years ago, thanks to a little logistical loophole called the Flying Raijin. Need to test a Bijidama-level technique without turning Konoha into a smoking crater? Simply have your prodigy student zap you to a different country. Problem solved. Azula ran a quick mental tally of who, in this entire boring world, could possibly give the current Mito a run for her money. There was Madara, probably, skulking in a cave somewhere with his fancy eyeballs that may or may not be Rinnegan. That weirdo Jigen, maybe. And then, her mind drew a complete and utter blank. The list was shorter than a Hiruzen Sarutobi retirement plan. Shaking her head, she refocused. The Uchiha were assembled, a sea of Sharingan-ready angst at her command. The police force building would be emptier than a promise from a politician, and young man Hiruzen was probably having a conniption fit right now. Let him, Azula thought, a thrill of anticipation running through her. Why bother with his petty schemes when she'd be sitting in his chair after all of this? It was just a matter of tidying up this little mess first. Gather everyone, she commanded, her voice ringing with the unshakable confidence of a queen who already saw the crown on her head. Recall the ones who ran off to support the Hokage. We depart now. The Uchiha should first depart and wait for Mito and her team. After all, they hadn't spent 9 years meticulously planning a coup just to be late for their own grand entrance. End of the chapter. So in the next few days, I will need to accumulate again, and I'm really grateful and happy for your support whether financially or emotionally with being the first in my category of Power Stones ranking. It was really cool, and don't forget to vote beaming face with smiling eyes. Chapter 64, Idea. The air on Mito's side of the clearing wasn't just tense, it was the kind of silence that makes a man reconsider his life choices. In Hiruzen Sarutobi's case, he was rapidly recalculating his career prospects, maybe something peaceful, like professional flower arranging. The conclusion was grim. He was approximately 80% certain he had just made Mito's personal hit list, a woman who, at this very moment, was casually using the Nine-Tails chakra as a mood light. But a Hokage's job is to eat humble pie so the village can have cake. And 80% wasn't 100%. There was still a 20% window for survival, and a wise shinobi always exploits an opening. He cleared his throat, deploying his most potent jutsu, the strategic apology. It seems, he began, with the grace of a man walking on Legos, that I still have many things to learn as a Hokage. No one was fooled. They all knew the will of fire wasn't just about protecting the village, it was about the incandescent, slightly terrifying glow of a grandmother who would level a mountain for her family. Mito wasn't just embodying the will of fire, she was setting it on a higher, more intimidating pay grade. A smile that didn't quite reach the "we're all friends here" stage graced Mito's lips. Wise decision, she purred, the yellow chakra receding like a satisfied predator. Remember, Hiruzen, how you support Uzushiogakure is your decision. How we support our family is ours. At this point, she was operating on a different wavelength entirely. The ninja world was a simple place, strength was the only currency that never depreciated. Let the gossips whisper about her being overbearing in the shadows. She dared just one of them to say it to her face. Her real concerns were far simpler, her 2 grandchildren and her students. One was a walking natural disaster who could collect Kage-level scalps as a hobby. The other could probably orchestrate a hostile takeover of a major village during her lunch break. And Nawaki. Given the years of her special training with the boy, in a few more years, he'd be giving the 5 Kage unsolicited advice. Satisfied, Mito's senses, still the finest in the world, brushed against the departing Uchiha contingent. A tiny, knowing smirk touched her lips. She understood Azula's logic perfectly. Why weren't the Uzumaki and Uchiha traveling together? It was simple, really. Your average Uchiha made a preening peacock look humble. Now, with their status as the #1 clan officially confirmed, they'd be insufferable. Azula's plan was simple, let the 2 clans first bond over a few shared life-or-death battles before they were introduced. Let them get that my chakra is prettier than yours, posturing out of their system on the battlefield, where the only audience was the enemy. After all, when both of your family crests might as well be a lit fuse, it's best to handle introductions with care. Mito had initially thought her student was being paranoid. Then she remembered that, according to Azula, these were the same people who raised a teenager so emotionally stunted he decided the solution to a family problem was genocide. Yeah. A little caution was warranted. Her gaze swept over her assembled ninja. We depart for Uzushiogakure in 30 minutes, she announced, her voice cutting through the adrenaline-fueled silence. If you have unfinished business, now is the time. They were heading to war. And war had a nasty habit of canceling all future appointments. These 30 minutes were a final gift, a last chance to write a letter, whisper a confession, or simply stare at the sky and remember what they were fighting for. Best to settle their hearts before they offered them to the battlefield. After leaving Konoha, the Uchiha troop moved fast, well, genin-level speed, fast, which for them meant the kind of pace that would make most genin cry blood and beg for a break. The forest blurred around them in streaks of green and shadow, and to no one's surprise, they didn't encounter a single ambush. Azula wasn't surprised. Frankly, she'd have been shocked if someone had been stupid enough to try. This was the land of fire all the way to the land of whirlpools. To even think of ambushing the Uchiha, an entire clan, wasn't bravery, it was a form of natural selection. Anyone dumb enough to try would need at least 2,000 shinobi. And a group that size couldn't so much as sneeze without half the continent knowing. Their march only stopped when the land quite literally ran out, replaced by the endless shimmer of the sea. While ninja could technically walk on water, marching across an entire ocean on foot was less shinobi stealth and more public suicide with extra steps. But of course, they'd planned ahead. Azula didn't even have to lift a finger. Waiting for them along the shoreline were several sleek Uzumaki ships, their crimson emblems gleaming under the sun. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Azula-sama," one of the boatmen said with a respectful bow. "The Uzumaki are deeply grateful for the Uchiha's support." Azula smiled, a touch of fire dancing in her golden eyes. "Think nothing of it. We Uchiha aren't the ungrateful sort. We repay our debts, especially to those who've earned our respect." She paused, her voice lowering into something more regal. "During the first ninja war, many of our own were saved by the Uzumaki. And as the disciple of Lady Mito herself, I consider this alliance a matter of honor." The boatman's eyes practically sparkled. Azula Uchiha, the prodigy said to have fought 2 Kage at once and lived, was standing before him, smiling like a goddess with a Sharingan. And now she was here, leading an army of Uchiha to aid his clan. It wasn't just a welcome sight. It was a divine one. A slow smile spread across Azula's lips as she observed the Uzumaki men. He was looking at the flotilla of rescue boats with such pathetic hope, like a kitten staring at an empty food bowl. He clearly thought Konoha's cavalry was just over the horizon. She felt pity for what should have happened without her, Konoha not coming. In fact, according to the original script, a certain darkness of the ninja world was probably already picking out the wallpaper for their vacant compound. Akumo caught her look, a bizarre mix of regal condescension and what he could only interpret as sympathy. It was confusing enough to short-circuit his questions. "According to your numbers," he said, pulling himself together, "I presume 5 boats will be sufficient." His logic was almost endearing in its simplicity. Lots of boats equals lots of Konoha ninja later. Azula mentally calculated the impending dumpster fire of betrayal. "Yes," she replied. "It's more than enough." The Uchiha, to their credit, were a model of terrifying efficiency. In under 5 minutes, the first boat was slicing through the waves, followed by another at 2-minute intervals. Azula had strategically positioned herself in the third boat. It wasn't that she was worried. With her sensing range, she could probably tell if someone on the last boat got a splinter. But being in the middle was just tidier. If some fool decided to launch an ambush, she could intervene in about 0.2 seconds. "Not that I'll need to, with my flying thunder god," she mused, leaning against the railing as if on a pleasure cruise. The sea was her security system. Those bizarre, pallid plant men, the white Zetsu, couldn't exactly set up an ambush in open water. They'd turn into soggy, floating salads. The thought was almost amusing. So, relaxed and utterly bored with the lack of imminent peril, she turned her formidable intellect to the future. She had an idea. End of chapter. Sorry for the lack of chapter yesterday. Chapter 65, Mizura's Headache. Azula's master plan was, of course, brilliant. While lesser minds saw the brewing conflict with the Uzumaki and the looming ninja war as a problem, she saw a glorious opportunity, a global stage upon which to elevate the Uchiha name from feared to revered. And her weapon of choice? Something very simple, her manga. Her manga were no longer confined to the land of fire. They were a literary plague, sweeping through the lands of wind, water, thunder, and earth with the unstoppable force of a well-timed betrayal. Did she worry the other hidden villages would try to ban her work once the war kicked off? Please. She almost hoped they would. There's no better marketing than forbidden fruit, especially when that fruit is delivered by a network of greedy, status-obsessed nobles. Her business model was simple, she sold the volumes directly to the daimyos and nobles, who then acted as her glorified, overpriced street vendors. Was it the most profitable scheme? Perhaps not. But it was a masterclass in psychological warfare. She was essentially letting the enemy fund her propaganda campaign, a fact that amused her to no end. Let the nobles hoard the Rio. She was just letting them babysit her future treasury. Once she took control of their country, she'd be reclaiming every coin, plus interest. It was less a business transaction and more a long-term, involuntary savings plan. The centerpiece of her upcoming public relations offensive was a heart-wrenching, soul-searching biographical manga about Madara Uchiha. She planned to drop it right in the sweaty, panicked middle of the Second Great Ninja War, when morale was lower than a samurai's opinion of ninja. She could already picture the effect. The masses, huddled in their bunkers, would devour the tragic tale of a visionary misunderstood. They'd learn of his noble dream for peace. His heartbreaking decision to leave Konoha. And the devastating, "I told you so" revelation that he was right all along. The final panel would leave them with a single, haunting question: what if Hashirama had just listened to Madara and united the world under their combined, unquestionable power? By the time she was ready to execute her own world domination by polite request, the public wouldn't just accept it, they'd be writing her fan mail, begging for it. But a main course needs an appetizer. For now, she had a smaller, more pointed story to release, a little something to give the Uchiha and the Uzumaki the moral high ground in the squabble. Her inspiration. A classic from her previous life on Earth, 300. It was perfect. The Uchiha, for all their fervor, were a clan of profound idealism and dramatic flair. They'd get the Spartans. And the Uzumaki, with their naively steadfast belief in friendship and bonds. They'd weep at the nobility of a last stand. The plan was set. A slow smile graced her lips as she unceremoniously dumped a sealing scroll onto her desk. With a puff of chakra, it unsealed not shuriken or explosive tags, but her true weapons of mass construction, ink pots, nib pens, and enough high-quality paper to brainwash a continent. She created a clone who would be in charge of supervising the crew before starting her new masterpiece. The stretch of ocean between the mainland and Uzushio-Bakure wasn't much, a solid 4 to 5 hour boat ride if you had a good playlist and didn't mind the sea spray. But news, as the Uzumaki were fond of proving, travels faster than any vessel. Long before the first Uchiha sail breached the horizon, a frantic, tiny summoning beast had already teleported into the War Council, squeaking a message that made Patriarch Shinki's gloomy expression do a complete 180. The Uchiha were coming. And they weren't just sending a few token edgelords. They were bringing the main event, Azula herself. The first Uchiha matriarch, the Flame Queen. The gloom that had been clinging to Shinki's face like a wet blanket evaporated faster than a water droplet on a fire country sunstone. It was then that a second message arrived, this one from their cousins in Konoha. Mito-sama, her granddaughter Tsunade, and a good number of Senju were also en route. Let the record show that Patriarch Shinki, in that moment, did a little jig that was strictly off-record. The Uzumaki, the Uchiha, and the Senju. It was the shinobi world's most terrifying trifecta, a power trio so absurd it sounded like a bad fan theory. The Uzumaki with their seal-based WMDs, the Senju with their literal god of shinobi, and the Uchiha, well, they were the Uchiha. Uncle Shinki, a small voice piped up, yanking him from his glorious daydreams of allied supremacy. Is it true? Are Azula-sama and Tsunade-sama really coming? He looked down at his niece, Asuka. Her eyes weren't just sparkling, they were hosting a full-blown sun. This was Azula's self-appointed #1 Uzumaki fan, the keeper of the shrine, the reciter of legendary feats. He'd told her he had a surprise, but he hadn't expected her to short-circuit with joy. Shinki's grin widened. This was perfect. A 7-year-old girl, armed with nothing but unbridled enthusiasm and the tactical cuteness of a well-aimed puppy, was his secret weapon. He was betting good money that her sheer, overwhelming fangirl energy would be so potent it would pierce straight through Azula's notoriously guarded heart. What better way to secure an alliance than by making its most powerful member go, I must protect this tiny, chaotic creature. He patted her head, his expression that of a master strategist who had just discovered the ultimate jutsu, the power of adoration. Yes, Azula will be here first. I'm counting on you to, well, to not let her set anything too important on fire. After all, you know how your idol loves chaos. Just be your charming self. Asuka looked at him with the profound skepticism only a 7-year-old can muster. Is that allowed? Don't worry too much, I heard that she likes children, Shinki said smoothly. The concern on her face vanished, replaced by the fierce determination of a soldier heading into battle. I will do my best. That's my girl. Now go, prepare. I'll send for you when our guests of honor arrive. As Asuka scampered off, likely to rehearse her greeting, Shinki turned back to the preparations. They had to move fast. Accommodations, food, a welcome ceremony that screamed, we're grateful, not desperate. It was a logistical nightmare, but a happy one. He needed the Uzumaki hospitality to be so potent, so welcoming, that the Uchiha would forget any past, petty squabbles and start thinking of them as family. After all, Azula was already aware of the potential friction that came with mixing Uzumaki and Uchiha. Shinki was no fool, he could see it too. The Senju were easy, they were practically family, with all the intermarriage and shared holidays. But the Uchiha. Their relationship was a blank scroll with a single, angry doodle in the margin labeled, mutual annoyance, and maybe a few good contacts during the first ninja war, that's it. But as Shinki looked out at the sea, a plan and a hyper-enthusiastic child in his arsenal, he felt confident. Nothing could go wrong. Absolutely nothing. Mizura stared at the spy report from Konoha. His face did the thing where it looked like he'd just bitten into a lemon stuffed with nails. With a sigh that could wilt flowers, he slid the parchment across the table to his right-hand man, Genji. "Read it," Mizura grumbled. "I feel a migraine coming on." Genji scanned the document, his eyebrows performing a slow, dramatic climb toward his hairline. "Well. This is a cartload of complications," he mused, tapping the paper. First, a mysterious chakra spike in Konoha. Then the Uchiha clan mobilizes to reinforce Uzushiogakure. And hot on their heels, the Senju. It seems our intimidation strategy didn't work. Their original plan had been so simple, scare Konoha into staying put. They'd even had a backup plan for if Konoha grew a spine, but this was like preparing for a kitten and finding a fully grown tailed beast chewing on your slippers. A grim, almost feral smile touched Mizura's lips. "Tsunade," he breathed, the name a ghost and a promise on his tongue. Visions of long-awaited revenge did a little jig in his head. Well, at least it's just the two clans. We can work with two clans. Probably. Look on the bright side, Genji offered, ever the optimist, if an optimist who specialized in arson. This screams internal conflict. It wasn't Konoha's troops who went to support, but only two clans. Hiruzen is a rookie Hokage who probably still sleeps with the hat on. Azula is a power-hungry prodigy who I'm fairly sure sharpens her teeth on kunai. And Tsunade has the birthright and probably her grandfather's stubbornness. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. Mizura nodded, pacing. And we just lit the fuse. But why are the Uchiha helping the Uzumaki? What's in it for them? Do you really think it's just because Azula and Mito have such a good master-disciple relationship? Hey Mito-sensei, my clan and I will totally defy the Hokage for you. I don't buy it. He leaned in, eyes gleaming with conspiracy. No, this is politics. Mito must have promised Azula something big. Like, I'll support your campaign for the Hokage's chair, big. Genji's eyes lit up. The title of Hokage, it's an unrefusable call. We should help the narrative along. Let's have our disposable spies in Konoha start whispering, oh, the village is tearing itself apart. The other villages will understand this. Kumo, Iwa, Suna, they'll gladly throw their own spies on the bonfire to watch Konoha burn. Do it, Mizura commanded, a fresh wave of frustration hitting him. And light a fire under our allies while you're at it. We're sitting here haggling over who gets which piece of the Uzumakis while they're building higher walls and probably inventing new ways to stab us. We had the element of surprise, and we've bartered it away for a better percentage point. He threw his hands up in exasperation. I'm the only Kage willing to get my hands dirty, and Kiri is bringing the most blades to this party. Is it too much to ask for the biggest slice of the pie we're all too busy arguing to even eat? The tragedy wasn't the coming war, it was the sheer, mind-numbing bureaucracy of it all. End of chapter. Here's today's chapter guys, don't forget to vote please, we aren't even in the top. Chapter 66, Uzushiogakure. The soft scratch of charcoal on parchment was the only sound in Azula's cabin, a stark contrast to the churning sea outside. She was meticulously adding details to a sketch of a man without a shirt who looked very tough when a polite knock interrupted the silence. Azula-sama, we have arrived at Uzushiogakure. She didn't look up, not because she was rude, but because she already knew. A faint pop in the back of her mind, accompanied by a rush of sensory information, had already announced their arrival a full minute ago. Her shadow clone on deck had dutifully completed its reconnaissance and dispersed. Understood, she said, her voice calm. She carefully set her drawing aside, a flicker of pride in her work before she schooled her features into the composed mask of a clan matriarch. Stepping out onto the deck, the sight before her was anticlimactic. There was an island, sure, but it was shrouded in a visible, shimmering distortion, like looking through a heat haze. Her senses, sharpened to a razor's edge, skated right off its surface, unable to penetrate an inch. A slow, appreciative smile tugged at her lips. Of course, she thought, a thrill of professional respect running through her. The Uzumaki. Masters of the art of stay the hell out. In a world where entire villages could be wiped out in a night, and you were targeted by 4 of the strongest 5 villages, this kind of paranoid, all-encompassing barrier wasn't just smart, it was a statement. A very loud, very clear, we see you, and we're prepared. She didn't bother with boats but sensed her kunai in the first one. In a flash of intent and chakra that still felt like a minor miracle, she simply disappeared. She was no longer on her ship but standing steadily on the deck of the lead vessel, right beside her parents. Father, Azula began, her tone very impressed. You're looking unusually vibrant. The sea air seems to have reversed your age by a decade. Taijima, former patriarch and current professional grump, stood with his arms crossed, trying to project an aura of stoic authority. It was somewhat undermined by the relaxed set of his shoulders and the healthy color in his cheeks. Beside him, his wife, Asami, let out a warm, genuine laugh. It was a sound Azula didn't hear nearly enough since she and Fugaku had taken over the clan's heavy burdens. He's been like this since we set sail, Azula. I think without a mountain of scrolls to frown at, he's forgotten how to be properly miserable. Taijima's ears turned a faint shade of pink, a dead giveaway for any Uchiha. He cleared his throat, the picture of a man desperately trying to reclaim his dignity. Enough of this frivolity. We are at the doorstep of an allied village, on the brink of war. This is a battlefield, not a family vacation. You, he said, pointing a finger at Azula, should take the initiative and make contact with their representative. Immediately. Azula saw right through him. This was to get the embarrassingly perceptive daughter away from me before she makes another comment maneuver, one he perfected over years of clan politics. But he wasn't wrong. She could feel a powerful chakra signature approaching the barrier's edge, a presence that burned like a bonfire, easily at the Kage level. Try not to have too much fun without me, she said with a wink at her mother, who smiled back conspiratorially. Without another word, she took a running leap off the bow, her cloak flapping behind her. She landed with a soft crunch on the white sandy beach, her posture perfectly poised as she faced the Uzumaki delegation. The man at their head was the source of that formidable chakra. Mugetsu Uzumaki, the military leader of Uzushio-Gakure, the very man who had infiltrated Kiri to verify Mito's anonymous warnings. His crimson hair was like a banner, and his eyes, sharp and assessing, were already taking her measure. As Azula coolly evaluated him, strong, experienced, weary but unbroken, he was doing the same to her. And what he found made his Uzumaki soul, so proud of its legendary life force and chakra reserves, want to sigh in sheer exasperation. Is this what Mito-sama meant by prodigy? She's a child. 14, if the intelligence is correct. How in the name of all that is sealed does an Uchiha have a chakra pool that rivals mine? It's utterly unreasonable. The brief professional jealousy was there and gone in a heartbeat, washed away by a wave of profound relief. This unreasonable talent wasn't here to besiege them. She was reinforcement. She was hope. She was the beloved disciple of their beloved Mito-sama. However he looked at it, this formidable young woman with her reputation for fighting two Kage at the same time was, for this moment at least, unequivocally on their side. And for a village staring into the abyss, that made all the difference in the world. Welcome to Uzushio-Gakure. And a true honor to host you, Azula-sama, he said, his voice warm and dripping with what he hoped was the right amount of respectful camaraderie. He was practically radiating goodwill, a technique as important as any jutsu. Azula felt it, of course. She felt everything. The deference, the unspoken questions, the slight tension in the Uzumaki guards behind Mugetsu. Being called Sama by a man her father's age was nothing new, status was a cage as much as it was a throne. It was all a bit tedious. In a world where a 5-year-old with a kunai could end a dynasty, ceremony often felt like painting a mask on a hurricane. The honor is shared, she replied, her voice a calm, measured counterpoint to his sunnier tone. The Uchiha have come a long way to answer the call. It is what allies do for one another. She stated it a simple fact, but the implication was clear, you need help. We are here. Remember that. With a barely perceptible lift of her hand, the Uchiha on the ship began to disembark. It was like watching a shadow detach itself from the hull. They moved with a silent, synchronized grace, their faces carved from stone, a professional indifference to life and death that was both intimidating and, frankly, a little extra. But it was their brand. Mugetsu couldn't help but let an appreciative look appear on his face. His mind instantly conjured an image of his own Uzumaki kin, brilliant, powerful, but about as disciplined as a pack of sun-drunk kittens after a decade of peace. The comparison was brutally unfair and entirely accurate. Now that's what I'm talking about, he said, his voice carrying easily to all the ninja present. He wasn't even lying, it was genuine admiration. The Uchiha reputation is well earned. So many shinobi, yet every one of them looks like they could face death without fear. If I could get my lot to stop napping on watch long enough to look half that put together, I could die a happy man. A ripple of pleased smirks passed through the Uchiha ranks. They were prideful, yes, but being praised by someone of Mugetsu's caliber, a man known for his own formidable skills, felt less like flattery and more like a statement of fact. It was appreciated. Thankfully, they all knew better than to linger in a mutual admiration society on an open beach. With the pleasantries observed, Mugetsu gestured for them to follow. Right this way. The village itself is a bit of a hike. What lay before them was just a dense, seemingly untouched forest. Uzushio-Gakure was nestled deep within the island's heart, a secret worth protecting. The land of whirlpools was no land of fire, but it wasn't a sandbar either. Even at a shinobi's pace, the journey to the village proper took the better part of an hour. When they finally arrived, the village was encased in a second barrier, a masterpiece of swirling, translucent red energy that made the island's perimeter shield look like child's play. Azula's analytical mind, never truly off, immediately began dissecting it. The chakra density is immense. A direct hit from a tailed beast bomb might not even breach it, and given enough time and fuel, the damn thing could probably regenerate. A part of her, the part that was always thinking 10 steps ahead for her own, was already green with envy. Imagine draping this over the entire Leaf Village. Daily. Before they could even be asked for entry credentials, a section of the shimmering wall dissolved without a sound. On the other side stood a welcoming committee, and Azula's eyebrows crept upward for the second time that day. It was the highest honor the Uzumaki could possibly extend. Standing at the forefront, his own fiery red hair a declaration of his heritage, was Shinki Uzumaki himself, not just the clan head, but the daimyo of all Uzushiogakure. "Welcome to Uzushiogakure," he said with a broad, diplomatic smile. Behind him, dozens of Uzumaki elites and high-ranking officials lined up, their chakra flaring faintly like a living sea of red. "Welcome to Uzushiogakure, Uchiha. Welcome to Uzushiogakure. Welcome." The chorus of voices echoed through the frontal entrance of Uzushiogakure, a warm yet slightly formal reception. Azula stepped forward, her long dark hair swaying with the sea breeze, the crimson of her Uchiha crest catching the light. Her expression was poised, serious but not cold. When she smiled, it wasn't the kind that invited closeness, but the kind that said, "I am perfectly in control of this moment." "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said smoothly, and spoke just enough to be respectful. "I'm Azula Uchiha, matriarch of the Uchiha clan." Of course, everyone already knew who she was. Her portrait had been painted, copied, and circulated across the 5 nations. Some said she was the most recognizable kunoichi of her generation. Still, formalities were formalities. And Azula was not a woman who skipped the rules, she bent them only when it served her. Shinki, the head of his clan and daimyo of Uzushiogakure, studied her with hidden curiosity. He had expected arrogance from the young matriarch, a child of war raised in one of the proudest clans on earth. He wasn't entirely wrong, she was arrogant. But it was a refined arrogance. The kind that didn't scream "I'm better than you," but instead whispered, "I don't need to prove that I am." It was a subtle, dangerous difference, and Shinki respected it. He bowed slightly, his tone warm but deliberate. "I'm Shinki Uzumaki, head of the Uzumaki clan and daimyo of Uzushiogakure. On behalf of my people, I thank the Uchiha for coming to support us during such difficult times. The Uzumaki will never forget this kindness." End of the chapter. We were not even on the top 20 on Monday before publishing the chapter, but now we are the first. Very cool, friends, thanks, thumbs up. Chapter 67, House of Reflections. Azula had to fight the urge to roll her eyes. Formal talk like this always felt like putting on a coat that was 2 sizes too small, restrictive, uncomfortable, and frankly, a little hypocritical. Why waste breath on pretty words when everyone just wanted to get to the point? So, she didn't. She just offered a small, polite smile and let the conversation die a merciful death. On the other side, Shinki, as the daimyo of Uzushiogakure, saw right through it. He recognized that smile instantly. It was the same bored, patient mask he himself wore during the endless, stuffy council meetings that were a necessary evil of his station. As an Uzumaki, and frankly, as a human being with a limited tolerance for nonsense, he found the whole song and dance exhausting. Seeing that same thinly veiled impatience on the famous Uchiha's face was like spotting a fellow survivor in a desert of bureaucracy. A kindred spirit. He decided to throw the script out the window. "You know what? Forget the formalities," Shinki said, his official demeanor cracking to reveal a more genuine, easygoing man beneath. "We've prepared a banquet for you. A proper one. I hope you'll enjoy the unique delicacies of Uzushiogakure." That got a reaction. Azula's eyes, which had been glazed with polite boredom, immediately lit up with genuine interest. The Uzumaki were renowned as the mad scientists of the ninja world. If they put their brilliant, seal-obsessed minds to something, the results were never boring. Their food was legendary for being bizarre, inventive, and delicious, even if their obsession with ramen was a well-known cultural quirk. In a world severely lacking good streaming services or video games, exploring exotic cuisines was one of Azula's few true, uncomplicated joys. "That sounds perfect," she agreed, her voice losing its formal edge. "But let's wait for my teacher and the rest of them to come. They shouldn't be long. In the meantime, I'd like my clansmen to get a proper look around. It would be good for them to understand the lay of the land." Shinki nodded, relieved. That was exactly what he wanted to suggest, but he'd held back, worried it might come off as disrespectful to the Uchiha. To have her suggest it first. It confirmed his initial read of her. "Consider it done," he said, then added, as if it were a casual afterthought, "Oh, and by the way, my little niece is a massive fan of yours. If you're all right with it, she'd be thrilled to be your personal guide during your stay. She's already a genin, so she knows her way around." He gestured, and a small girl, who Azula estimated was around 7 or 8, stepped forward shyly. A quick, subconscious sensory check told Azula the girl's chakra wasn't just genin level but already brushing the threshold of chunin. An Uzumaki prodigy, then. The 8-year-old Asuka looked up at Azula with stars in her eyes so bright they were practically visible. Azula was used to admiration. After all, like in the future where every kunoichi seemed to idolize Tsunade, it was only natural that she, a genius known for her explosive innovations in both entertainment and combat, would have her own share of followers, even in other major nations. But this was different. The adoration radiating from Asuka wasn't the shallow hero worship of a title or a flashy technique. It was pure, unadulterated, and startlingly personal. It was the kind of fandom that transcended village affiliation and clan politics. It was just, for her. It was a strange feeling. Looking at the girl, who was barely 6 to 7 years her junior in this current body, Azula smiled. A real smile this time, not the polite mask. Okay then. What's your name? Asuka, who had memorized every one of Azula's public appearances and devoured all of her published works, knew the subtle shift in Azula's demeanor was a sign of genuine goodwill. It made her even more nervous, her heart hammering against her ribs. But she was an Uzumaki genin, and she would not embarrass herself in front of her idol. She took a steadying breath. It's a pleasure to meet you, Azula-sama, she said, her voice only trembling a little. I'm Asuka Uzumaki. Azula looked at the little red-haired girl beaming up at her, whose name was so close to her own it couldn't be a coincidence. The universe had a funny sense of humor. Well, Azula said, her voice a mix of amusement and approval, if my guide through this whirlpool of a village is going to be someone who appears as clever and cute as you, then I'd say this trip is already off to a fantastic start. Asuka's cheeks flushed a brilliant pink, and she scuffed her sandal against the cobblestones, trying and failing to hide her pleased smile. Behind them, a smug aura practically radiated off Shinki. He was basically praising himself for being a know-it-all, and he wasn't wrong. After that, a small contingent of Uchiha had been carefully subdivided, each group paired with a brightly clad Uzumaki guide. The official reason was reconnaissance. The thought of an Uchiha accidentally wandering into a Uzumaki forbidden zone bristling with unstable, experimental seals was enough to give a seasoned jonin heart palpitations. In Uzushio-gakure, a perfectly normal-looking stone wall might be a containment unit for a primordial scream, and that charming little tea shop. Probably built on some point that could fold space if you mispronounced your order. Such was the nature of the village hidden in the whirlpools. Yet, for all its newfound status as an official shinobi village, this place practically screamed ancient. These islands were the ancestral heart of the Uzumaki clan, a home they had returned to and rebuilt, its roots stretching back to before the Warring States era, perhaps even to the clan's very founding. As they walked, Azula's mind drifted to a conversation with Mito, fueled by Kurama's grumbling, millennia-old memories. The origin of the Uzumaki, the fox had claimed, began with Akira, son of Azura. Akira had 2 sons. The elder was easygoing but steadfast and strong. The younger was a wild thing, a spark of adventure in his soul that refused to be banked. He lived for the horizon. On one such adventure, he'd stumbled into the land of demons and aided its beautiful, formidable priestess in sealing away the terrifying Morio. Duty and danger, as it so often does, curdled into something else entirely. They fell in love, fiercely and unexpectedly. Their union produced 3 children, each born with a strange, vibrant mutation, a chakra so potent and life-filled it manifested in the blazing red hair that would become their legacy. One child remained to inherit the priestess's mantle. The other 2, different yet powerful, eventually married their distant Senju cousins. But the call of the sea and the whirlpools was too strong. Their differences set them apart, and so they chose to forge their own path, creating the Uzumaki clan right here, on these very shores. This was the secret, patchwork history Kurama shared, a story not carved on any formal steel like the Uchiha, nor meticulously recorded in Senju scrolls, but only known to the tailed beasts and other ancient beings like the slugs of the Shikatsu forest, the toads of Mount Mayaboku, or the snakes of Ryuchi cave. So, as Azula followed little Asuka through the winding streets, she didn't hold back her senses. She let her chakra sensitivity flare at the edges, a subtle net cast into the deep. What if she could discover some millennia-old secret? A girl could dream. Unfortunately, the streets yielded no millennium-old secrets. Not today, at least. It wasn't surprising, really. Uzushio-gakure was a paradox of old and new. It had retro, almost anachronistic buildings of weathered stone and dark, heavy wood that looked like they'd been standing since the sage himself walked the earth, sitting right beside structures made of the most modern chakra-conductive materials. It was charmingly rustic, lacking the polished, modern gleam of Konoha or even the industrious buzz of the Land of Rain. This, Asuka's voice cut through her thoughts, suddenly solemn, is the House of Reflections. Azula stopped. The building was nondescript, a simple, windowless structure of gray stone, but the air around it was silent. It's where people are sent for punishment that isn't super bad, Asuka explained, her small face unusually serious. Every room is covered in seals. First of all, sound and light just don't exist in there. If you scream, you won't even hear your own voice. But the worst part, she shivered, a full-body tremor of remembered horror, is that one day outside feels like 5 days have passed inside. She looked up at Azula, her big eyes wide with the memory. My father put me in there once for half an hour. I thought I'd been in for a day, but when I came out. She trailed off, her gaze going distant. I was so disoriented I kept walking into walls and couldn't tell if people were talking to me or not. It lasted for a whole week. I still hate this place. Azula looked from the terrifyingly mundane building back to the traumatized little girl. A slow, impressed smirk spread across her face. Now that's a place worth exploring, she thought, with respect for Uchiha-Gaku's particular brand of psychological genius. This is a proper punishment. I like it. End of the chapter. Okay, no excuses. I've officially hit that mysterious thing called writer's block. Or, to be more accurate, I've kind of lost my spark for writing lately. I used to crank out 2 chapters a day, but now I just feel stuck. I keep getting distracted by new story ideas instead of continuing this one. Honestly, I just want to push through and finish this story. I'm promising myself not to start or publish anything new until I've written at least 100 chapters here. Wish me luck, guys. I could really use some motivation right now. Chapter 68, on the possibility of Tsunade having a baby. Of course, Asuka didn't mention the real kicker, that because of the whole thing, her mother had straight up banished her father from the house for a full, miserable month. The men had been forced to sleep in the clan's administrative offices, surviving on ramen and shame. Rumor had it they'd come this close to ending the marriage. It was the kind of family drama that would fuel whispered conversations for years. But even if she had mentioned it, to Azula this particular slice of Uzumaki domestic fallout couldn't have interested her less. Her focus was laser-locked on the seals. Her mind, a library of forbidden and advanced fuinjutsu, was already whirring. She knew intricate, devastating seal illusion combinations that could surgically strip a person of a single sense, plunging them into absolute silence, or total darkness, or robbing them of the very feeling in their limbs. She could, if she felt particularly vicious, snatch all 5 away at once, leaving a soul trapped in a suffocating, senseless void inside their own skull. What truly had her gears turning, though, was that throwaway line about the time differential, 1 day outside is like 5 days inside. Her scientific mind was buzzing with questions. Was it a psychological trick, a brutal genjutsu that simply manipulated the victim's perception of time, making a second feel like an hour? Or was it the real, mind-bending deal, a spatial-temporal seal that actually warped the fabric of reality within its boundaries? She knew the Uzumaki were the undisputed pioneers of containment seals. They'd literally invented the art of shoving a chakra god of destruction into a human baby. Inside that seal, time was a suggestion, a day for the Jinchuriki's consciousness could be a mere minute for the outside world. But that was all, internal. It affected the mindscape, not the physical world, like the dreaded Tsukimi of Itachi Uchiha. But a seal that genuinely altered the flow of time in the real world. That wasn't just a step up, it was a leap into the realm of a legendary thing to learn. A slow-burning excitement flickered in her chest, but she quickly doused it with a dose of cold, hard logic. Mito, her teacher and the greatest fuinjutsu master alive, had never once breathed a word about such a thing. If it existed, Mito would know. Therefore, it probably didn't. Probably. The scientist in her refused to close the case without hard evidence. She would have to see it, test it, and feel its chakra pattern for herself. Asuka watched the play of intense concentration on Azula's face and wasn't surprised in the slightest. In the short time she'd known her, she'd confirmed Azula as the type of person who saw the world as a series of locks waiting for a specific key. Their little tour of Uchiha was just wrapping up when things got interesting. There was a faint puff of air, a subtle displacement of dust, and a shinobi materialized directly in front of Azula, kneeling on the cobblestones. He was an ANBU, face obscured by a featureless porcelain mask, but the shock of vibrant red hair spilling from the back of his headband was a dead giveaway, Uzumaki, of course. His voice was flat, a monotone stripped of all inflection. Azula-sama. The daimyo informs you of the arrival of the main Uzumaki delegation. Your presence is requested. She eyed him coolly. A modern mind might have found his delivery borderline rude, lacking the groveling deference one might expect for a person of her status. But this wasn't that kind of world. Here, diplomacy was often just a polite word for a negotiation between people with high enough kill counts to be taken seriously, and ANBU of every nation were famously, rigidly professional. This wasn't disrespect, it was just protocol. Understood. Lead the way, she replied, her tone equally neutral. She wasn't exactly bored by the sights of Uchiha, the spiraling architecture and pervasive history were fascinating, but a part of her couldn't help but feel the experience would have been infinitely better with Tsunade there to snark about it all. Her blonde, slug-slinging friend had a way of cutting through pomp and circumstance like a chakra scalpel. That was the burden and the isolation of her position. From the moment she was born, with her unique heritage and the terrifying talents she displayed, she was set apart. In all of Konoha, she could count on one hand the people who saw her, and not the asset, the prodigy, or the political pawn. Apart from her own parents and brother, there were only 5 to 7 people whose relationship with her was genuine, untainted by the complicated dynamics of subordinate and superior. Tsunade's POV. The moment we stepped into Uzushigakure, my eyes scanned the welcoming party, and the usual suspects were all there: Azula, the Uchiha who had come earlier, and a few uncles and aunts from Grandma's clan. But my attention snagged on the young girl practically glued to my best friend's side. She was staring at me with these huge, shining eyes, like I'd just descended from the moon on a chariot of fire. It was weird. Before I could process it, Azula's gaze locked with mine. A single, deliberate blink. Situation normal. Mostly. 2 rapid blinks from me. The shiny-eyed one is creeping me out. She almost, smirked. This was our language, a code built from years of shared chaos and silent observation. Our silent conversation was cut short by Grandma Mito's voice, and it wasn't just her words that struck me, but the sound of them. They were light, buoyant with a joy I hadn't heard in what felt like a lifetime. "Shinki," she said. "It seems you have truly grown up." I stared. It had been years since I'd seen her look so free. The weight of Konoha, of being the Nine-Tails jailer, seemed to have slid from her shoulders the moment her sandals touched Uzushio's soil. And the way everyone here looked at her. It wasn't just respect. It was reverence, as if a living legend had finally come home. The men she was speaking to was the reason for that: Uzumaki Shinki, the daimyo who had shepherded the remnants of the Uzumaki clan since the last Great War, and the grandson of the legendary Ashina himself. The problem, however, was that he should have been as old as Hiruzen-sensei. But here he was, vibrant and strong, having just grown up, in Grandma's words. Sometimes, I genuinely forgot that my grandma had the right to call almost all the people I knew young. Shinki didn't seem offended in the slightest, he was practically radiating sunshine. "Mito-sama, it's been a lifetime. I never expected I would have the honor of seeing you here in mine." I winced internally. Oh, he'd walked right into that one. Sure enough, a familiar, playful sternness settled on Grandma's face. "And what is that supposed to mean?" she asked, her tone deceptively sweet. "That you didn't plan to visit me until after my funeral? Or are you simply cursing me to die quickly?" I knew it was a tease, a classic grandma power play, but the way Shinki's confident smile faltered and he started fumbling for words was downright hilarious. Then something truly bizarre happened. Azula, the human embodiment of not my problem, decided to intervene. "Mito-sensei, what are you talking about?" she said, her voice cutting through the mild tension. "You still have at least another decade in you. The Uzumaki have the reputation of being the clan of longevity, after all." I blinked. Since when did Azula play peacemaker? Since when did she care? But Grandma, who understood the labyrinth of Azula's mind better than anyone, just gave her a knowing smile. "A decade, she mused, and a shadow of genuine weariness passed behind her eyes. "Living long isn't always the blessing people think it is. You get the distinct privilege of sending all your cherished people to the grave before you." A heavy silence descended, the kind that reminds you that in our world, every surviving shinobi is a library of loss. We wear our scars on the inside, and the longer you live, the more crowded that library gets. Thankfully, Grandma Mito was not one to dwell in melancholy. She shook her head, the ghost of a smile returning as she patted my arm. "Anyway, I have lived long enough to see my grandchildren grow into fine shinobi, and that is a blessing. Although, I suppose my one regret is that I may not live to see the child of my granddaughter." "Grandma." I yelped, feeling heat rush to my cheeks. She couldn't just drop a bomb like that in the middle of a diplomatic homecoming. But before I could stutter out a defense, a loud, utterly impolite snort of laughter cut through the air. "Who else?" Azula was full-on laughing now, a rare, unguarded sound that was both beautiful and terrifying. "Mito-sensei," she managed between breaths, wiping a mock tear from her eye, "with all due respect, your dream might be a little too ambitious. Tsunade settling down to have a baby. Ha! Now that is what I call a fairy tale." End of the chapter. It's been a long time since I've tried the first POV and it seems that my skill there have regressed. Chapter 69, Tsunade, why am I blushing looking at my best friend? Azula wasn't joking. In the anime, Tsunade had been hung up on some guy named Dan. A nice enough elite jonin, she supposed, but frankly, kind of weak. And that was the part that short-circuited Azula's brain. The Tsunade she knew, the one she had practically adopted in this wild new life, was a force of nature. She respected strength above all else, strength of fist, of will, of spirit. How did that Tsunade ever fall for a man who, by all accounts, couldn't punch his way out of a wet paper bag? It made no logical sense. Then again, she had to keep reminding herself, the weepy, sake-soaked Tsunade of the anime wasn't her Tsunade. Her Tsunade was too busy running the senju, healing the world, and drinking everyone under the table to show even a flicker of romantic interest in any man, strong or otherwise. Of course, her Tsunade, currently in front of her with a scowl, had no idea about the critique of her, non-existent, in this timeline, love life currently running through Azula's head. And while Tsunade herself had exactly zero plans for motherhood in the foreseeable future, having a 14-year-old bring it up in front of a delegation was a special kind of embarrassing, even for her. But then her eyes lit up, a sly, mischievous grin spread across Tsunade's face as she saw an opening for counterattack. She spoke, elbowing Azula gently. Now that you are speaking of it, does that mean you are ready to marry and have children? Will it be next year or even sooner? As her best friend, Tsunade knew exactly how to get under her skin. The shot landed perfectly, and Azula was left speechless for a full 2 seconds, her usual composure cracking before she managed a strained smile. Touché. Let's just drop it, Azula deflected, gracefully steering the conversation toward safer, more public waters. Uzushiogakure has prepared a massive banquet in our honor, and they've been patiently waiting for you to finally show up. Shinki, who should have been smiling, had been a silent escort and blinked slowly. He didn't comment on the fact that Azula spoke as if she weren't one of the main guests of honor. He had other things on his mind. Like the fact that he, a grown man and a respected leader, had just been deeply uncomfortable while 2 teenage girls, one a Senju heir, the other the Uchiha matriarch, debated pregnancy. He cleared his throat, his diplomatic smile returning with practiced ease. Indeed, Shinki said, his voice a warm, booming thing that suited his red-haired heritage. We've pulled out all the goods. You'll find almost every delicacy the Uzumaki are famous for, save for a few seasonal specialties that even our finest chefs couldn't conjure out of thin air. From beside Azula, Mito Uzumaki let out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh. Her sharp eyes had caught the subtle shift in Azula's expression during the earlier conversation. Azula had once, in an unguarded moment, confessed to Mito that she would never have children. Mito didn't know the reason, some deep-seated Uchiha thing, she assumed, but the finality in the girl's voice had been absolute. Now, choosing to lighten the mood, Mito played along. It really is quite the spread, Mito said, a playful glint in her eye. And it's a good thing, too. Someone was just complaining to me about being so tense that they haven't eaten since yesterday and are now, and I quote, starving enough to eat a whole boar. She didn't name names, but the blush that exploded across Tsunade's cheeks was a dead giveaway. Heaven only knew, the combined appetites of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju clans were a terrifying thing to behold. Some of them could give the Akimichi a run for their money. The banquet itself was a sprawling, open-air affair, because you can't exactly fit over 1,000 people indoors. The only place in all of Uzushiogakure with a courtyard large enough was the daimyo's residence, a place accustomed to hosting massive gatherings for the powerful and the political. Even Azula, who was no stranger to Uchiha opulence, had to admit it was extravagantly impressive. The sense of roasting meat, rich stews, and fresh bread filled the air, a symphony of deliciousness. A small, pragmatic part of her brain, however, was already making notes. As the Uchiha matriarch, she lived in what the clan reverently called the ancestral house. It was respectable, historic, since the founding of Konoha, and frankly, a bit cramped. It was nothing compared to this. Oh well, she thought, an ambitious spark lighting in her dark eyes as she surveyed the bustling scene. I'll just have to get a bigger place when I become Hokage. // The banquet was, by all accounts, surprisingly chill. For a gathering that had Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju sharing platters of food instead of exchanging jutsu, surprisingly chill was basically a resounding success. If the night ended without a single S-rank technique lighting up the sky, you could honestly call it a win. But after dark, the peaceful vibes were strictly a surface-level thing. Deep within the Uzumaki compound, in a room sealed tighter than a Hokage's secret scroll vault, the 3 women had gathered. Azula, Tsunade, and Mito sat in a triangle with a barrier jutsu that made eavesdropping a physical impossibility. Now, Tsunade would be the first to grumble about it, but in these kinds of brain-bending strategy sessions, she was usually the decorative piece. The one who'd rather solve a problem with a well-placed fist than a convoluted 5-part plan. Mito and Azula were the masterminds, she was the wrecking ball they aimed at the problem. But tonight was different. The worry gnawing at her gut had overridden her usual preference for direct action. Her typically boisterous expression was gone, replaced by a deep, serious frown. She zeroed in on her grandmother. Grandma. Let's cut the nonsense. How are we supposed to handle the combined armies of 4 great villages by ourselves? She'd run the numbers in her head again and again. It was a terrifying mental spreadsheet. On one side, you had their heavy hitters. Azula was a monster who could dance with 2 Kage at once and come out smiling. Tsunade herself was confident she could take any one Kage-level opponent, ensuring she had a certain percentage of winning. Mito, despite her age, was a fortress of chakra and fuinjutsu, easily worth 2 Kage in a fight, especially with that strange mode she displayed earlier in Konoha. Then you had Shinki and Mugetsu, each a formidable force in their own right, good for another Kage each. And let's not forget the ex-patriarch, Taijima, a man who could likely solo 2 Kage. So, top tier. They could field at least 10 Kage-level combatants. That was insane. A step down, the elite Jonin. The Uchiha clan alone boasted over 30. Add in the Uzumaki and the raw power of the Senju, and their collective elite Jonin force outnumbered Tsunagekyu's entire roster. It was a staggering concentration of quality. But then, there was the bottom line. The numbers. The rank and file. The genin and chunin who formed the backbone of any army. Combined, they probably didn't even break 3,000. Her conclusion was understandable. We could take on any one of the 5 great villages, Konoha included, and wipe them off the map. I'm sure of it. But all 4. At once. I think it will be very difficult to resist. Their low-level ninja might be cannon fodder, but there's so much fodder it would chew through our best. I don't see a clear path to victory here. At her blunt assessment, Mito and Azula exchanged a look, a silent conversation passing between them in a heartbeat. They sighed in perfect, synchronized unison. Azula's sigh, in particular, was heavy with the weight of things left unsaid. She'd never sat Tsunade down and explained the whole excuse of "I have seen glimpses of a possible future." It was messy. A slow, confident smile spread across Azula's face, the kind that didn't quite reach her eyes but held an unnerving amount of certainty. "You just have to trust us, Tsunade," she said, her voice low and steady. "You know me. You know Mito. Do you honestly think for a second that either of us would ever make a move that would deliberately put you, or our family, in real, irreversible danger?" She was smiling, but her tone was dead serious. It was that classic Azula coolness, that unshakable aura of having all the answers even when the world was burning down around them. For a long moment, Tsunade just stared, caught in the gravity of that gaze. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the night fading away, leaving only her friend's unwavering confidence. Her heart, which had been thumping a frantic rhythm against her ribs, slowly began to calm. She didn't understand the how, not yet. But she understood the who. The tension drained from her shoulders, and she looked away, a faint blush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "TCH. If you say so," she grumbled, crossing her arms in a show of defiance that was now completely hollow. "I trust you and Grandma, okay? I was just worried. Don't make a big deal out of it." Chapter 70, Black Zetsu. 2 days. That's all it had taken for the news to snake its way across the continents and into the heart of Iwabakure. The departure of the Uchiha and Senju clans from Konoha hadn't been a quiet, diplomatic exit after all. For the 4 great villages eyeing the Whirlpool country's legendary sealing techniques, this changed everything. What was supposed to be a swift, brutal smash and grab on a, relatively, isolated ally of Konoha had just turned into a potential standoff with 3 of the most infamous clans in shinobi history. Kuro, a man whose brown hair was already streaked with gray from the stress of serving the Tsuchikage, stood respectfully before the figure of Inoki. "Inoki-sama," he began, his voice calm and measured. "With the Uchiha and the Senju now in the mix, I believe the wisest course is for IWA to hold back. Let Kiri and Kumo make the first move. Their bloodlust is practically a physical force at this point, I'm sure they can't wait to charge in." Inoki, with his hands clasped behind his back, let out a grunt that was half agreement, half frustration. "You're not wrong, Kuro. But it's not just about letting them weaken each other." He sighed, the sound weary. "If we wait, Suna will undoubtedly do the same, hiding in their dunes to see which way the wind blows. That leaves only the mist and the cloud to throw themselves at Yuzushio's walls." He finally descended, his sandals making a soft tap on the stone floor. "And those walls are now manned by the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Uzumaki. We're not just talking about clans. We're talking about Mito Uzumaki herself, a sealing master who could probably trap your shadow. We're talking about Shinki, Mugetsu, Azula, and that Senju princess, Tsunade. With that lineup, Kiri and Kumo aren't consuming anyone's power. They're just going to break their teeth on it. And the whole time, Konoha is sitting right there, just a messenger hawk away from sending in the White Fang or a Sarutobi-led battalion." For Inoki, this had never been about friendship or old grudges. It was a cold calculus of interest. And his abacus was telling him that every day Konoha and its allies grew stronger was a day IWA slid closer to irrelevance. If they didn't act now, while the 4 villages were at least nominally united, they might never get another chance. Konoha would reach a level of power where the combined might of the other 4 wouldn't even be a threat. The thought made him want to sigh again. Why was it that Konoha seemed to have a monopoly on once-in-a-generation prodigies? His IWA was a land of hardy, disciplined shinobi, but true, overwhelming power. The kind that could change the outcome of a war single-handedly. It was a desert. He barely had 3 Kage-level shinobi he could truly count on, and their 2-tailed beasts were less weapons and more walking, ticking time bombs. Kuro remained silent, watching his Kage. In IWA, Inoki's word was law. Once he had explained his reasoning, the discussion was over. And frankly, after hearing it laid out so plainly, Kuro felt the same cold certainty settle in his gut. Waiting was the slow path to defeat. His silent acceptance pleased Inoki. This was how a subordinate should be, loyal, understanding, and ready to execute. Good, Inoki stated, his voice regaining its sharp edge. So, we commit. But we commit smartly. IWA will provide the bulk of the low-level ninja and the supplies. Let the Mizukage have his honor and lead the charge, so long as he provides the high-level jonin and the Kage-level muscle needed to pin down Uzushio's heavy hitters. A shrewd, calculating glint entered the old man's eyes. Our public price for this investment. A single, specific sealing technique. One that would allow our Jinchuriki to master their beast, to transform at will without the constant fear of losing control. That is our official demand. But Inoki was no fool, and he didn't believe in the magnanimity of allies for a second. Alliances in the shinobi world were written on water, easily disturbed and quick to vanish. Beyond that, he continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur, we hold back. We keep a few trump cards in reserve. Assets that no one knows about. Because when the dust settles and the betrayals inevitably begin, IWA will not be the one left empty-handed. He didn't need to elaborate. An understanding smile touched Kuro's lips. That was more like it. Trust was a luxury they couldn't afford. In a world where a handshake could hide a poison kunai, the only thing you could truly rely on was your own hidden ace in the hole. The shinobi world was filled with tension so thick you could practically chew on it. Every nation was recalling its ninja, stockpiling supplies like there was no tomorrow, and massing troops along their borders. At this point, you didn't need a genius-level intellect or a fancy bloodline limit to figure it out, even the guy selling dango in the village square knew war was a when, not an if. But you know what they say, one man's looming global catastrophe is another man's party. While most folks were sweating kunai, a certain subset of shadowy figures was absolutely thriving on the chaos. In fact, they'd baked this particular cake themselves. The ringleader of this whole mess was a patch of living darkness, clinging to the high ceiling of a cave and observing a frail man hooked up to what looked like a giant, organic drip. He was the definition of patience, a spectator waiting for the perfect moment to step onto the stage. This was Black Zetsu. A being so ancient he'd watched the Uchiha and Senju clans' family tree sprout from acorns. There were maybe 6 entities in the entire world who knew its hidden history and dirty secrets as well as he did. And it was precisely that mountain of ancient knowledge that had given him a deep, bone-level respect, okay, fine, a straight-up phobia, of fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. When your own mother, the legendary Kaguya, is currently spending eternity trapped as a decorative ornament on the moon thanks to a particularly powerful seal, you develop a healthy paranoia. Freeing her was his entire life's work, his reason for existence. Over the centuries, he'd made it his business to study seals, and the more he learned, the more they terrified him. It was the ultimate equalizer. It didn't matter if you were the sage of 6 paths reborn, a perfectly executed seal could stuff you in a box forever. So, when he noticed the great villages struggling to control their tailed beasts, he saw a golden opportunity. He became a master of whispers, a subtle fan to the embers of their frustration. You know, his manipulations seemed to suggest, the Uzumaki clan over in Uzushio-Bakure, they're the real experts when it comes to bindings and cages. It wasn't even a lie. That was the beautiful part. He was just highlighting a solution. With a nudge here and a planted rumor there, the situation snowballed perfectly. Now, 4 of the 5 great shinobi villages were eyeing the land of whirlpools with a hungry, predatory gaze. The Uzumaki, with their terrifying sealing prowess and that vibrant red hair, had gone from respected allies to a primary target, seemingly on the brink of extermination. Watching from the shadows, Zetsu felt a twinge of impatience. It seems the kindling isn't quite dry enough, he mused, his form undulating slightly. But then, humans are so predictable. Show them a little profit, whisper a promise of power, and they'll march right off a cliff for you. He wasn't overly worried, though. His main focus, his pet project, was right here in this cave, Madara Uchiha. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through his inky form. After centuries of waiting, of manipulating countless pawns, someone had finally done it. Someone had awakened the Rinnegan, the sacred eyes that could free his mother. From Zetsu's perspective, the path to his mother's prison was no longer a dream, it was a paved road, and he was watching the final construction crew put on the finishing touches. All he had to do was be patient and make sure the driver, a notoriously grumpy and powerful Uchiha, stayed on course. The only tricky part was his grand entrance. Popping out of the ground right now with a cheerful, "Hello, I'm an ancient entity here to guide your destiny," was a surefire way to get himself used as a test dummy for Madara to practice his new godlike ocular powers on. No, thank you. He needed Madara to explore the Rinnegan's abilities himself, to grow comfortable with its power. Zetsu would wait, a spider in the darkest corner of the web, for the perfect, most vulnerable moment to make his approach. That opportunity could come at any second. Which is why every single ounce of his ancient, twisted attention was focused, unblinking, on the old men in the cave. End of the chapter. Adding some tension but a little bit short. See you next time with definitely with more than 2.000 words chapter. Chapter 71, Hanzo of the Salamander. The rhythmic drumming of the endless rain on the reinforced windowpanes was the only sound in the office. Hanzo of the Salamander, the man they called a demigod, stood before that window, not seeing the glistening, dilapidated rooftops of a megakure, but seeing instead the faces of the dead. The door slid open, and his most trusted advisor, Kanzo, entered. Kanzo didn't need to see Hanzo's face to feel the storm raging inside him. He could read it in the rigid set of his shoulders, a tension that had little to do with the chronic ache of old wounds. "Hanzo-sama," Kanzo spoke, his voice low and steady. "The delegation from Suna has arrived. They're here to discuss the incident." Hanzo didn't turn. "The incident," he repeated, the words dripping with a venom so cold it could paralyze a man. 50 of our people. Farmers, traders, children, cut down because some Suna jonin had a hunch that their missing nin was hiding among them. He finally turned, his eyes, shadowed by his rebreather, burning with a cold fire. They didn't even bother to hide the evidence. They butchered them in the open, as if sending a message. As if to say, this is what happens in the land of rain. He let out a short, harsh laugh that held no humor. "They call me a demigod. A title I carved from the bones of my enemies on a dozen different battlefields. Yet what does that title buy my people? Not respect. Not safety. If that rogue ninja had fled to Konoha or Kyomo, those Suna dogs wouldn't have dared to cross the border. They'd be making polite, groveling requests to the Hokage or Reikage. But here, in my land, they operate on a hunch." The anger was a living thing in the room, thick and suffocating. Hanzo was a man of immense power, a force of nature in his own right, yet he was trapped, not by a stronger enemy, but by the brutal, unforgiving arithmetic of geopolitics. He wanted to lead AIM to glory, to stand as an equal to the legendary 5 great nations, and he couldn't even protect a handful of civilians in a border town. His shoulders slumped, the demigod giving way, for just a moment, to a weary leader. "What do you think I should do, Kanzo?" The question was half-whispered, asked of his friend but really directed at the heavens, at the cruel irony of his own strength. Kanzo stepped forward, his expression grim but resolute. He knew this crossroads well, it was the path that led to glorious, nation-ending suicide. "It is not the right time, Hanzo-sama," he said, his voice cutting through the dangerous fog of Hanzo's rage. "If we move now, the fuss will die down in a few weeks, and we will be the aggressors. But the great nations, they are like scorpions in a bottle. They are already posturing, itching for a fight. Let them. Let them exhaust their resources, bleed their armies, and shatter their alliances." He moved closer, his voice dropping to an earnest, intense whisper. "While they are busy tearing each other apart, we grow stronger. We arm ourselves. We train. And when they are at their weakest, nursing their wounds and counting their dead, that is when we avenge this humiliation. That is when we make Suna, and every other nation, understand that the blood of the rain is not so easily spilled. Until then, I beg you, bear this burden. Not for pride, but for the future of our people." Silence descended once more, broken only by the constant, weeping sky. Hanzo closed his eyes, wrestling with the beast of his own pride. When will the time be right? He screamed inside his own mind. His patience was a frayed rope, and Suna, a village whose kage he could break with his own 2 hands, had just sawed through the last strands. He saw it then, with perfect, chilling clarity. The path forward. Not one of rash action, but of cold, deliberate vengeance. "I am not rash, Kanzo," Hanzo said, his voice quiet but firm, all trace of weariness gone. He straightened to his full height, and the demigod was back, his presence filling the room. "I am Hanzo. The man who survived the first war. The man destined to lead a megakure, and this entire shinobi world, into a new dawn. And that dawn begins with teaching the scorpions the price of stinging a dragon." A sense of grim purpose settled over him, more comfortable than the rage. He looked at Kanzo, a flicker of their old, unspoken understanding passing between them. "Now," Hanzo said, turning toward the door, his cloak swirling around him. "Let's go see what pretty lies these sand ninja have woven to explain away their butchery." Kanzo nodded, a wave of relief washing over him. The immediate crisis was averted. The meeting couldn't be held here, in Hanzo's sanctum. It was better for the demigod to make an entrance, to project strength and control. "Sho, you get that we're talking about the demigod, right? Are we sure he's not just going to kill us because of his anger?" The Sunanin who asked couldn't keep the tremor from his voice. Their leader, Sho, didn't answer immediately. He got it. Hanzo of the Salamander's reputation wasn't just for show, it was a thing of bloody, whispered legend. This was a man who could easily kill a Jonin just because they breathed the same air. The 5 great nations didn't hand out a title like demigod out of politeness. They did it because they'd all tried to kill him, failed spectacularly, and decided it was better to just acknowledge the walking natural disaster. That was the real heart of their fear. If Hanzo decided to make an example of them today, would Suna even bother avenging them? Or would the Kazekage just write a terse letter about regrettable diplomatic incidents and send a new batch of ninja? Sho's own expression was grave, but beneath the surface, his mind was working, piecing together the political chessboard the rest of his team couldn't see. He knew things, the kind of things you only learn when you're being groomed for a council seat. He knew, for instance, the real reason the other villages had banded together almost half a month ago was to plan how to wipe Uzushigakure off the map. A man like Hanzo, who ruled a hidden village in all but name, had to have his own web of spies. He had to understand the currents shifting beneath the shinobi world. And that was Sho's one flicker of hope. If Hanzo was half as smart as he was deadly, he'd see that Omegakure was starting to look a little too much like Uzushigakure. Isolated. Valuable. A target. Picking a fight with Suna now would be like painting a bullseye on his own back, and even Konoha might be the first in line to supply the arrows. Of course, he couldn't just say all that out loud. Not here, in the heart of the enemy's lair, where the very walls were probably eavesdropping. Spelling out Hanzo's potential weakness would be a one-way ticket to an early, and very messy, grave. So he let out a weary sigh, the picture of a disappointed commander. A man doesn't earn a title like a demigod by being sentimental over misunderstandings. No, the real problem here is, what in the world got into KO? The subject change worked like a charm. Their fear of Hanzo was a vague, monstrous thing, but their confusion over KO's actions was immediate and personal. He was one of their best, an elite Jonin, a future Kazekage candidate. And he'd gone completely off script, causing a major international incident by accusing some random rogue of using a transformation technique so perfect it was, what? Unprecedented. It made no sense. But before they could spiral into that particular mystery, the atmosphere in the room didn't just shift, it shattered. It was a physical pressure, a wave of cold, intent-laden chakra that they all felt, making the hair on their arms stand on end. It was the feeling of a predator quietly settling its gaze upon you from the shadows. There were no footsteps, no dramatic door slamming. Hanzo didn't believe in knocking. This was his swamp, his domain. And Ninja, above all else, understood the language of power. A little chakra-fueled intimidation was just his way of saying, I'm here. Start praying. The moment Hanzo stepped into the room, it was like the physical weight pressing down on the shoulders of every Sunanin present doubled, but it was the genin who felt it the worst. They were the cannon fodder, the background decoration for this diplomatic mission, and the sheer, unadulterated killing intent rolling off the men made them feel like field mice staring down a hawk. Sho was the first to shake off the paralyzing aura, stepping forward with a bow that was just deep enough to be respectful without seeming desperate. Lord Hanzo, he spoke, his voice carefully calibrated to be warm and familiar. I am Sho. I had the honor of witnessing your prowess from a distance during the skirmishes in the river country a few years back. It was a classic shinobi play, establish a connection, no matter how thin, to shift the dynamic from interloper to vague acquaintance. Unfortunately for Sho, Hanzo had been dealing with snakes far more cunning when Sho was still in diapers. The legendary ninja's masked face turned slowly, his gaze, sharp enough to flay skin from bone, locking onto Sho's. I don't recall you, Hanzo stated, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that brooked no argument. And frankly, I don't care to. All I know is that shinobi bearing your village's insignia crossed my border, desecrated my land, and left my civilians dead. Your daimyo's displeasure is a whisper compared to my own. A hot spike of anger and shame shot through Sho's gut. To be dismissed so utterly, like a bug not even worth squashing, in front of his comrades. It stung his pride, a pride carefully cultivated through years of being recognized as one of Suna's elite. But the cold, logical part of his brain, the part that kept Jonin alive, screamed at him to stand down. This was aim. This was Hanzo's house. And here, the demigod's word was law. He forced his lips into a tight, conciliatory smile that felt like a crack in his face. Lord Hanzo, there has been a terrible misunderstanding. Sunagakure holds the land of rain in the highest respect. Invasion was never our intent. He spread his hands in a placating gesture. The situation was volatile. A rogue Nin, carrying intelligence critical to our village's security, was fleeing into your territory. KO was forced to take drastic measures to prevent a catastrophe. The civilian casualties were a tragic, unforeseen consequence. For a long, tense moment, silence reigned. Then Hanzo did something far more terrifying than shouting. He laughed. It wasn't a joyful sound, it was a harsh, cynical bark that echoed in the tense room. Respect, he repeated, the laughter dying as quickly as it came. A rogue Nin. Drastic measures. He walked forward slightly, and the atmosphere went from heavy to outright suffocating. Do you and the fools who sent you truly believe I am so easily mocked? That I would swallow such a transparent, insulting child's tale? In that instant, Sho's pride shattered. Every instinct for self-preservation he possessed roared to the forefront. The carefully crafted story, the attempt to save face and reparations, it was all a crumbling dam against Hanzo's palpable fury. The man wasn't just annoyed, he looked like he was considering whether to mount Sho's head on the gate as a message. Tsunagekyu's respect is genuine, Sho said, his voice losing its polished edge and gaining a note of raw urgency. We came here specifically to apologize for our comrade's grave error in judgment. We are prepared to offer compensation, to pay a price to atone for this tragedy. The shift was immediate. He had stopped playing games. This was no longer about saving Suna's wallet, it was about saving their skins. And Hanzo, a man who dealt in the brutal currency of power and interest, heard the sincerity in that surrender. The killing intent receded, not entirely, but enough to let the room breathe again. Compensation. Hanzo mused, his tone now one of a merchant considering a new shipment of goods. What price is Suna willing to pay? He paused, letting the question hang. But let me be clear. Do not think to placate me with trinkets and hollow promises. What I despise most are these little political games. If I feel I am being played, I will not send a missive of complaint. I will come to Suna myself to collect what is owed. If anyone else had threatened to personally seek reparations from one of the 5 great shinobi villages, they'd be laughed out of the room. But this was the demigod. And as Sho met that unwavering gaze, he knew, with a sinking certainty, that Suna was about to bleed. End of the chapter. This is what I promised, a 2,000+ words chapter in the second consecutive, hope there's the 2rd. 5th. 10, don't forget to vote guys. Chapter 72, Space. Let me get this straight, Sato, the 3rd Kazekage, said, his voice dangerously low. The scroll in his hand trembled not from fear, but from pure rage. Hanzo looked our envoy in the eye and demanded this. A king's ransom and weapons in the head of Ko, one of our most promising shinobi. He slammed the scroll onto the central table, the crack echoing in the tense silence of the council chamber. His glare swept over the assembled shinobi but ultimately landed on the figure of Sho, who had just returned from the rain. Since when, Sato hissed, do envoys of Tsunagekyo return with their tails between their legs? Since when do we not fight for every single grain of sand our village is worth? A muscle twitched in his jaw. The humiliation was a fresh, open wound. First, the combined might of several Kage failed to stop 3 Konoha ninja, 3, who had the audacity to walk away unscathed. The memory was a stain on his leadership. But what truly festered was the personal shame. Teaming up with the Tsuchikage, a fellow Kage, against a single 14-year-old girl from the Uchiha clan. And not only failing to take her down, but being soundly beaten in return. He could feel the subtle shift in the eyes of his subordinates, the unspoken question, is he strong enough? And now this. Hanzo, from a village that was little more than a glorified swamp, was demanding blood for blood. He wanted Ko's head on a platter and enough explosive tags to fund Suna's entire military for a month. It was an insult wrapped in a provocation. The room was divided, a silent war of factions reflected in the seating. On one side sat Sato and his reformists, eager to push Suna into a new, more aggressive future. On the other was the formidable Chiyo, her brother Ebizo, her son and his wife, and a handful of other elders, the stalwart guardians of Suna's traditional values. Blaming Sho is nonsense, and you know it, Chiyo retorted, her voice like grinding stones. She didn't bother with formalities, her age and accomplishments granted her that liberty. The problem began when Ko decided to kill AIM civilians based on a hunch. That is what could have started a war. We are shinobi of the desert, not butchers. Sho, clearly from Chiyo's camp, stood a little straighter, gratitude in his eyes. Ko, the hot-headed prodigy who had caused this mess, was Sato's man, his chosen protege and potential successor. Chiyo could understand the Kazekage protecting his own, that was the shinobi way. But she would not stand for him scapegoating her people to cover for his own faction's blunder. A mistake. Sato shot back, his eyes narrowing. Every shinobi makes them. But let's not forget the context. Ko successfully eliminated a traitor who had stolen vital intelligence from this very council. He let his gaze linger meaningfully on Chiyo and her family. The traitor, after all, had been loosely affiliated with their camp. It was a low blow, but an effective one, and the reason they had been relatively quiet about the entire AIM incident. He quickly moved on, not wanting to ignite that particular fuse. The real issue is Hanzo's delusions of grandeur. He fancies himself a demigod who can make the 5 great nations kneel. But we cannot afford to be bogged down in a squabble with the rain. Not now. The situation in Uzushio is critical. He leaned forward, his voice dropping into a conspiratorial tone, trying to pull the room's focus to the bigger prize. With the Uchiha and Senju throwing their weight behind them, if we don't crush that island now, we're looking at a new superpower rising on our flank. Konoha, despite our threats, might be emboldened to intervene directly. That is the worst-case scenario. He painted a picture of strategic necessity, of a village fighting for its future. And if, in the process of securing that future, a certain black-haired princess, no, queen, from Uchiha was made to pay for the humiliation she'd inflicted upon him, well, that was just a fortunate bonus. He was willing to pay any price, sacrifice any number of capable shinobi, to see that happen. For the village, of course. Always for the village. The tension in the ninja world was everywhere, reflected in Kiri, AIM, and Suna. Every major village was a powder keg, and everyone was just waiting for the spark. Which was why the situation in Uzushio was, to put it mildly, bizarre. Here was a village sitting pretty in the eye of the hurricane. With every other great power sharpening their kunai and looking their way with hungry eyes, Uzushio should have been a bastion of frantic preparation and grim-faced resolve. Instead, ever since the Uchiha and Senju had arrived, the place had the relaxed, almost festive vibe of a summer festival. The tension had not just eased, it had packed its bags and left for a long vacation. The Uzumaki clan elders, in a move that would give any other Kage an aneurysm, had openly announced the upcoming attacks to the entire village. In other villages, this would be a state secret guarded by ANBU, with only a chosen few informed. Here, the civilian baker was enthusiastically discussing it with the grocer, speculating how long it would take until they defeated the incoming attacks. But well, there are people who are even more strange. I really cannot understand, Tsunade grumbled into her glass of fruit juice, a cruel, Mito-enforced substitute for sake, why you are excited for something so boring. She said it just loud enough for her companion to hear. Azula, currently Tsunade's personal source of exasperation, didn't even look up from the massive roll of parchment she was sketching on. Her current obsession? Shipbuilding. Shipbuilding. Was this a dignified pastime for a woman who could level a forest with a single glance? For a clan head who commanded the power of the Sharingan? Tsunade was pretty sure the Uchiha clan archives contained ancient, deadly kenjutsu styles, not blueprints for hull reinforcement. Azula just chuckled, a low, knowing sound. This, my dear Tsunade, is where you become profoundly uninteresting. Your world revolves around 2 things, the clatter of dice and the bottom of a bottle. No wonder Mito-sensei has you on a liquid diet of juice and hope. You try dealing with your idiot teammates day in and day out without a drink, Tsunade shot back, though there was no real heat in it. Tempting, but I'll pass, Azula said, finally looking up. Her dark eyes, sharp and perceptive, pinned Tsunade in place. Think about it. You're a kunoichi. If you're caught in a storm at sea, you can chakra walk to safety or summon a giant slug to ferry you home. But what about the fishermen who supply this island with food? What about the merchants who bring in goods? The civilians visiting family? A storm isn't an inconvenience for them, it's a death sentence. She paused, letting the image sink in. Tsunade, for all her bluster, was fundamentally a protector. Her medical research proved that. She was silent, her brow furrowed. Okay, fine. I get it, Tsunade conceded, crossing her arms. But am I not contributing enough? My medical research will save countless lives from injury and illness. That's not nothing. It is absolutely not nothing, Azula affirmed, her tone softening a fraction. It's vital. But you have so much more potential. I'm not saying you should abandon your hobbies, though moderating the gambling would be wise before you lose the Senju compound to a lucky fishmonger. I'm saying it's a pity to see a mind like yours, with such a good research talent and the robust constitution of a half Senju and half Uzumaki, focused on such a narrow slice of what's possible. For a fleeting moment, Azula's mind drifted to her memory, a different Tsunade, older, wearier, her genius diluted by grief and debt. This Tsunade, here and now, didn't have to be that. She could be so much more. The effect on the younger Tsunade was immediate and visible. A spark lit behind her eyes, her posture straightened, and she looked for a second like she was ready to single-handedly redesign the entire shinobi world before lunch. Whether that newfound determination would last past tomorrow was anyone's guess, but the seed had been planted long ago. Satisfied, Azula turned back to her blueprints. The ships were important, yes, but they were just the first piece on the game board. Her real goal was far more audacious, to kickstart an industrial revolution in a world that still fought with kunai and fireballs. And what better time for invention than during the Cold War before the real one? Necessity was the mother of invention, and the looming threat of annihilation was one hell of a motivator. She let her mind wander, picturing it. Not just wooden galleons, but sleek, chakra-fueled warships plated with seal-hardened steel. Vessels that could fire concentrated beams of elemental energy, attacks on the scale of a tailed beast bomb, from miles away. Ships that could cut through the waves at the speed of sound, untouchable, undeniable. But more than anything, she couldn't stop staring at the sky. In her past life, the night sky had always been her quiet obsession, the way the universe moved, the secrets hidden behind every star, the ridiculous amount of things humanity still didn't understand. Even now, in a world of chakra monsters and walking natural disasters, that fascination hadn't gone anywhere. At least the Naruto world had already confirmed something her old world could only fantasize about: aliens were real. Actual aliens. The Otsutsuki existed, and they weren't just little green men, they were chakra vampire space gods who went around harvesting planets like apples. Terrifying. Yes. Interesting. Also yes. Honestly, she already had plans. Big ones. Once she unified the shinobi world, because of course she would, and once she gathered every genius she could find, she was absolutely building a spaceship. Several, actually. And once a year, she and Tsunade would take a 1-month vacation into space, just cruising around in the void, sightseeing cosmic horrors and pretty stars. She'd leave a flying thunder god mark somewhere safe, come back whenever she wanted. Easy. As for the war currently raging below, she couldn't bring herself to care too much. Worst case scenario, she could simply ask Mito to baptize the enemy with a few dozen tailed beast bombs. Between Mito's absurd chakra reserves and her own absolute confidence, she doubted any army could stand under that kind of holy cleansing. Some people dreamed small. She dreamed of peace, unity, and interstellar road trips with her friend. Priorities. End of the chapter. Honestly, do you feel like it's getting boring and I should spice things or just continue with this pace and expand the world building? And please hope you can vote friends, it will be cool to make it back to the top 3. Chapter 73, Taijima, Mito, and Asami. Azula's latest brainchild was a statement itself: why have a fair fight when you can have an orbital delete button? Everyone and their sensei knew about exploding tags. They were the basic bitch of Fuinjutsu, a fireball jutsu crammed into a piece of paper that anyone good at Fuinjutsu with a brush could make. Azula found them quaint. Like bringing a sparkler to a volcano fight. So her mind, a terrifying place where ambition and pyromania held hands and skipped, asked a simple, horrifying question: what if we scaled that up? Way up. What if, instead of a piddly fireball, you sealed a tailed beast ball inside? And not just any beast ball, but one juiced up on natural energy until it was spiritually radioactive. And then, for good measure, you left it out in the sun to charge, like a cosmic battery of doom. The goal was simple: the moment some pale, horny-faced Otsutsuki bastard decided to grace the planet with their presence, they wouldn't get a dramatic speech. They'd get a faceful of prepackaged sunrise, with the force of a god's temper tantrum. After all, these were beings who'd been hoarding power and plot devices for millennia. Fair play was for suckers and people who enjoyed being reincarnated as a peasant. Azula preferred the overkill approach. She was certain that if this worked, she could stop worrying about Madara and his swirly, purple contact lenses for good. Let him achieve his perfect, dream world-ending form. Let him flex his Rinnegan and monologue about the moon. He'd still have to explain to the Sage of Six Paths why he'd been simultaneously vaporized by a few thousand mini-suns while trying to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Satisfied with her vision of apocalyptic courtesy, Azula activated her Sharingan. Not for analysis, or copying techniques, or seeing chakra. Please. That was so utilitarian. No, she was using the coveted, legendary dojutsu, feared across nations, for its true greatest purpose: arts and crafts. The evidence was irrefutable. Just ask the hundreds of Uchiha authors and manga artists who swore by its perfect recall for getting the shading just right on their latest doujinshi. They proudly hailed it as the ultimate artistic tool, a claim that made the Hyuga clan green with an envy their Byakugan couldn't even perceive, because honestly, what good was 360-degree X-ray vision when you couldn't even draw a decent stick figure without perspective issues? And so, with a tool meant for war, Azula began carefully, precisely, drafting the blueprint for the universe's most impolite hello. Azula's latest, brilliant idea had, as usual, been declared and not discussed. This was why Mito Uzumaki, Taijima Uchiha, and his wife Asami found themselves not in a dignified council chamber, but elbow-deep in the distinctly undignified world of shipbuilding. The sight was something. 2 of Konoha's most formidable legends and 1 very patient kunoichi, all crammed onto a single vessel, looking like a bizarre family of incredibly overqualified carpenters. Mito, with her vibrant red hair, looked regal even while sanding a plank. Taijima, all Uchiha intensity, was focusing on a nail like it had personally insulted the Sharingan. And Asami, the smallest of the three, was diligently following instructions with the serene focus of a woman who had long since accepted that her life was strange. Taijima wiped sweat from his brow, striking a deliberately thoughtful pose. You know, he began, his voice a low rumble, it's been a long time since I've felt this, free. Asami's internal mom-alarm blared. Oh, for the love of, Taijima, you magnificent fool, don't just drop a line like that in front of the woman who literally birthed Konoha. She's going to think you're planning a coup. She shot him a look that screamed, read the room, dear, but his Sharingan was apparently set to oblivious. To her surprise, Mito just let out a genuine chuckle. Isn't it the most ironic thing, she mused, tapping her lightly. In Konoha, surrounded by peace and the damn Hokage rock face, I sometimes feel like a caged bird. Yet here we are, in the beginning of a life-or-death war, and I haven't felt this calm in decades. It's absurd. Taijima's carefully neutral mask cracked into a small, triumphant smile. Jackpot. This wasn't just idle chatter, this was phase 1 of Operation Make Azula Hokage. As a father, the idea of his daughter taking the hat was a siren's call. She was strong, famous, and frankly, already doing most of the work. But she needed powerful allies. And who was more powerful than the legendary first Hokage's wife? He needed to know, was Mito disillusioned with the village she helped build? And would she back her brilliant student, or her own granddaughter, Tsunade? Seeing Mito hadn't taken offense, Asami jumped in to play the loyal Konoha cheerleader, hoping to smooth over any ruffled feathers. Oh, come now. Yes, Konoha can be tense, but the security is top-notch. And with all of Azula's innovations, it's also the most entertaining place in the world. The urgency is just our ninja instincts. It took me 5 years after retiring to stop hiding kunai in the laundry, hee. She said this so gently that Taijima couldn't help but break a cold sweat. But then he smirked as a flood of fond, chaotic memories washing over him. He remembered those early years of their marriage, when their relationship was less happily ever after, and more mutual assured destruction with shared living quarters. Now, their youngest was almost a genin. Time flew when you weren't trying to kill each other. Different kinds of tension, dear, he said, deftly changing the subject before she could bring up the laundry incident. Speaking of which, I received some interesting news from my furry little friends. He paused while Mito raised an elegant eyebrow. Asami just looked very curious. The Cat's clan informed me of a spat between Suna and Aim. Suna Ninja got a bit suspicious and took out a bunch of Rain civilians. Hanzo is, predictably, furious. The salamander is always furious, Asami noted dryly. Precisely. And the furious so-called demigod is a manipulable demigod, Taijima said, his eyes glinting with a scheming light that Asami knew all too well. Suna is a constant thorn in his side. He'd likely be very open to having a powerful, discreet ally within one of the 5 great villages. An ally who could, say, make his problems disappear. He leaned in conspiratorially. We could use him. Mito looked from Taijima's scheming face to Asami's exasperated one, and then down at the half-built ship. She shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. It will be even better if Tsum and Tsukiyo were here. She thought. End of the chapter. It's really too short, but I'm sleepy. Here's today's chapter. Next I plan to continue the Tobarama's worst nightmare Omake. Chapter 74, Tobarama's worst nightmare, second and last part the Omake. Who are you? Sasuke demanded, and why are you impersonating an Uchiha? The icy pressure around Sasuke's spine intensified, crystallizing into a killing intent so refined it felt less like a threat and more like a promise of a meticulously planned dissection. Azula's head tilted, staring at him the way a veteran librarian might stare at a toddler who just tried to eat a book. Impersonating an Uchiha, she repeated, her voice a silken, dangerous drawl. The eternal Mangekyo in her eyes spun lazily, drinking in the boy's chakra-flaring panic. She repeated it as if tasting a word so stupid it hurt her tongue. Boy, I was the Uchiha matriarch when your father was still playing with mud. Frankly, you're an embarrassment to the name. Fugaku would be weeping in the Pure Lands. If he had the emotional capacity, which he notably did not. Sasuke's brain, already struggling with the concept of his ultimate attack being compared to pasta, short-circuited completely at the casual mention of his father's name. You knew my father. Before Azula could deliver what was sure to be a scathing review of his entire inefficient life, a flash of yellow and orange inserted itself between them, who else but Sasuke's friend. Hey! Believe it. Naruto Uzumaki yelled, pointing a finger at Azula with all the subtlety of a rampaging Biju. You can't talk to Sasuke like that. And who are you guys anyway? Are you with that Madara? Azula's gaze slid from Sasuke to Naruto, feeling strange looking at the character she had seen grow up on screen. Her expression shifted from amused contempt to scientific curiosity, thinking if she should add the chakra of this Kurama. Anyway, her seal had like 70 times the chakra of Kurama, one more wouldn't hurt, right? A Jinchuriki, she mused, ignoring his question entirely. And the Kurama, no less. But you are far below a certain Kurama Jinchuriki that I know. And you, her eyes flicked back to Sasuke, you have the chakra of Indra. How quaint, yet you are so weak. Tsunade, having finished her lecture by fist with a sputtering Tobirama, stomped back over, cracking her neck. Can we skip the commentary and figure out how to get home? The air here smells like despair and poor life choices. Her eyes then landed on Naruto, and a flicker of recognition crossed her face. Wait a minute, you're Minato's kid. And you're all grown up. And a Jinchuriki. Shouldn't Jinchuriki be forbidden? From the crowd of stunned Kage, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, finally found his voice. Tsunade-sama, Naruto is indeed my son. He looked from Tsunade to the blonde hair and blue eyes Naruto had undoubtedly inherited from him and put his hand behind the back of his head. A complicated wave of pride, confusion, shyness, and paternal concern washed over his reanimated features. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. Oh, for the love of, yes, I know you. You are Azula's disciple she selected when she became the Hokage, said you were very talented, may even succeed her, but I didn't expect you even became the Hokage of this world, in front of Fugaku and Nawaki. She jerked a thumb at Azula. All eyes swiveled to Azula. The air grew thick with a new kind of tension. The fourth Hokage, a disciple of an Uchiha. An Uchiha who was a Hokage at that. Hashirama, who had been watching the proceedings with the glee of a man at the world's most entertaining puppet show, suddenly burst into fresh peals of laughter. An Uchiha Hokage. You hear that, Tobirama? An Uchiha. In my seat. I told you it was possible. He was practically crying, pounding his knee. My dream. It came true in another world. I knew it. I knew our descendants would, OW. His jubilation was cut short as Tsunade, without looking, drove an elbow into his Edo Tensei ribs with a sound like cracking pottery. Shut up, grandfather. You're part of the problem. Tobirama, who had finally reformed his head, was staring at Azula with a look of pure, unadulterated heresy. An Uchiha, as Hokage. What kind of unstable, emotion-driven madness led to that decision? Azula offered him a smile so sharp it could have cut diamond. The same kind of madness that led a man with the emotional range of a teaspoon to invent a kenjutsu that defiles the dead, I imagine. My reign is one of glorious, unprecedented peace and prosperity. Achieved, I might add, through the judicious application of overwhelming firepower and a zero-tolerance policy for stupidity. Something this battlefield is sorely lacking. It was at this precise moment that the other main orchestrator of this particular, world-scale conflict, decided he had been ignored for long enough. Interesting, a deep, modulated voice echoed across the plains. Madara Uchiha, perched atop a rock formation like a brooding, purple-haired gargoyle, finally deigned to acknowledge the new variables. His gaze was fixed on Azula, a spark of genuine interest in his Rinnegan-enhanced eyes. A timeline where an Uchiha sits in Hashirama's chair. And one who has achieved the eternal Mangekyo without succumbing to its curse. Tell me, girl, what is your name? What is your dream? Azula looked up at him, utterly unimpressed. She took in the dramatic armor, the flowing mane, the general air of, I'm the main character of history. My name is Azula, she stated, her voice carrying effortlessly without needing to rise in volume. As for my dream, it's currently to get my wife home so she can fulfill her part of a lost bet, which, I must stress, is of far greater immediate importance than whatever tedious, moon-related tantrum you're currently throwing. The entire allied shinobi force collectively held its breath. No one talked to Madara like that. No one. But someone only heard one word, my wife. Before he could even ask his confusion, the goal-oriented Madara, whose eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly, spoke. A tantrum. You dismiss the infinite Tsukuyomi, the salvation of this wretched world, as a tantrum. Salvation through mass hallucination. Azula scoffed. It's the philosophical equivalent of giving a crying child a dango instead of teaching it discipline. It's lazy, it's weak, and it reeks of a man who lost an argument to a tree enthusiast a century ago and has been sulking about it ever since. Hashirama, who had been rubbing his side, suddenly perked up. She's got you there, Madara. You always were a sore loser. Madara's composure finally cracked. A vein throbbed on his forehead. You dare. And you, Azula continued, turning her merciless analysis onto Obito, who was standing there looking like a discount, not caring if he would ask where she got that information. The masked man behind the Akatsuki, I presume. Your entire aesthetic is derivative. The single Kamui eye is a clever trick, I'll grant you, but basing your entire villainous persona on the ramblings of your clearly unhinged, dead senior citizen is just pathetic. It's probably because you are having a midlife crisis, only with more murder and less buying a flashy chariot. Obito, who had been preparing another edgy line about the hell of the real world, was struck utterly speechless. No one, not even Kakashi, had ever cut to the core of his entire being with such surgical, dismissive precision. Kakashi Hatake, who had been silently observing this entire spectacle with his one visible eye wide open, finally muttered to himself, "Well, I've read a lot of Ika Ika, but the dialogue in this reality is something else." The tension on the battlefield had now completely morphed. The fate of the world was temporarily on hold, replaced by the overwhelming force of Azula's personality and Tsunade's supportive, ground-shaking glares. "All right, drama hour is over," Tsunade announced, clapping her hands together. "We need to get home. Azula, can you reverse engineer whatever my jutsu did?" Azula closed her eyes for a moment, her senses expanding. "The chakra signature is unique. It's woven with your specific chakra and a truly staggering amount of catastrophic luck. Replicating it precisely will be difficult. We may need to trigger a similar spatial backlash." Her eyes snapped open, a truly terrifying spark of inspiration within them. She looked from Madara to the ghetto statue, to the Jubi, and then to the stunned allied forces. "I have an idea," she said, a slow, wicked smile spreading across her lips. "Why does that smile fill me with a deep, primordial dread?" Tsunade asked, her own lips twitching despite herself. "Because, my love," Azula purred, "we're going to help them win their little war. Rapidly. And violently." She turned to the assembled shinobi alliance, who were looking more and more like spectators at a tennis match played with live grenades. "Listen carefully, all of you," Azula's voice rang out, crisp and commanding, effortlessly usurping the authority of the five Kage. "Your current strategy is a mess. You're fighting a battle of attrition against an enemy with infinite chakra and a pet abomination. It's tactically unsound." She pointed a finger at Madara. "He's the puppet master. Him and the discount version." She gestured to Obito. "The beast is a distraction. Your primary goal should be the complete and utter annihilation of the caster. So, here is what we are going to do." She looked at Naruto and Sasuke. "You too. You have power, but you wield it like a blind man swinging a club. Coordinate. Naruto, you're the brute force. Sasuke, you're the precision scalpel. Stop trying to have an emotional reunion in the middle of a battlefield and act like the demigods you supposedly are." She then turned to the four reanimated Hokage. "And you. The legendary founders. Stop gawking and form a perimeter. First Hokage, your wood style is the only thing containing that beast. Do your job. Second, stop glaring at me and set up your water-style barriers. We're about to create a lot of steam. Third, fourth, support flanks." The sheer audacity of a stranger, an Uchiha, no less, ordering around the four Hokage was so stunning that they, for a moment, simply obeyed. Hashirama started forming hand signs, Tobirama grumpily conjured a massive water dragon, and Hiruzen and Minato flashed to their positions. "What about us?" The fourth Raikage boomed, his pride stung. Azula gave him a once-over. "You're fast. Good. You and the yellow flash are on distraction duty. Keep the one-eyed wonder busy. The rest of you," she addressed the alliance at large, "focus all your long-range jutsu on the Ten Tails. Don't try to kill it. Just annoy it. Make it thrash. Create openings." Finally, she looked at Tsunade. "And you, my dear, you're with me. We're going to punch a hole straight through their leader's defenses." Tsunade's grin was feral. "Now you're speaking my language." Madara, who had been listening to this with a mix of fury and amusement, let out a condescending chuckle. "You think a simple change in tactics can defeat me? I am Madara Uchiha. I have the Rinnegan. I have the power of a god." "Gods are notoriously overrated," Azula said calmly, thinking about the more than 20 ways she had to end this fight but chose not to because she wanted to stretch after a bad day of bureaucracy instead of her clone. Then she moved. It wasn't a shunshin. It was teleportation. A golden flash of lightning, and she was suddenly in the air above Madara, her hand wreathed in black and blue chakra flames that distorted the very air around them, Amaterasu shaped into the form of a spear. Madara's Susanoo flared to life around him, a skeletal blue structure. Azula's Amaterasu spear slammed into it, not piercing it, but adhering and burning with ferocious intensity, causing the chakra construct to sizzle and strain. "Impossible. What kind of flames are these?" Madara grunted, reinforcing his Susanoo. "You lack imagination," Azula retorted, landing lightly as Tsunade arrived on the ground below with an earth-shattering crash. "Hey, old man," Tsunade yelled. "Catch." She didn't throw a punch. She punched the ground. The earth for 100 meters in front of her erupted like a tidal wave of rock and dirt, hurling directly at Madara's position. It was less a jutsu and more a localized, directed earthquake. Madara was forced to fully manifest his perfect Susanoo, the colossal armored warrior, to block the geological assault. Now, Azula! Tsunade shouted. Azula's eternal Mangekyo spun wildly. Observe. She didn't use a grand, legendary jutsu. She used a principle. She focused her chakra, her will, and her utterly broken power into a single, pinpoint application of the flying Raijin formula she had perfected. But instead of moving herself, she applied it to the space around Madara's Susanoo. A complex, golden seal bloomed in the air around the giant chakra warrior. And then, it began to compress. The allied forces watched in stupefied horror and awe as the space around the perfect Susanoo visibly twisted and folded, like a piece of paper being crumpled in a giant's fist. The Susanoo, a symbol of invincible power, groaned and cracked under pressure it was never designed to withstand, the pressure of spatial reality itself collapsing in on it. What is this? Madara roared from within, his voice strained. It's a lesson in applied physics, Azula called out, her voice steady despite the immense chakra drain. Your defense is mighty, but it exists within space. I am simply rearranging the furniture. With a final, deafening crack, the perfect Susanoo shattered, exploding outwards in a storm of blue chakra shards. Madara was sent flying from the epicenter, his armor scuffed, his hair decidedly less perfect. He landed hard, skidding to a halt, his Rinnegan eyes wide with a shock that hadn't been seen in a century. He had been beaten by Hashirama. But he had never been dismantled like this. At the same time, following Azula's orders, the combined might of the alliance was hammering the Ten-Tails, while Naruto and Sasuke, for once setting aside their issues, launched a devastating coordinated assault on a flabbergasted Obito. The battle, which had been a stalemate for hours, was turning in less than 3 minutes. Hashirama, from his position, stared at the scene, his jaw slack. Tobirama, she folded his Susanoo. Tobirama was silent for a long moment, his analytical mind working overtime. Finally, he grumbled, efficient. Azula landed beside Tsunade, a slight sheen of sweat on her brow. That should have created a significant enough chakra backlash. Can you feel the fracture point? Tsunade focused, her Byakugo seal glowing brightly on her forehead. There. By the statue's head. The dimensional boundary is thin as rice paper. Perfect, Azula said. She turned to the stunned faces of the shinobi world. Our work here is done. The rest is up to you. Try not to destroy the continent before we're out of earshot. And with that, she grabbed Tsunade's hand. Together, they flashed to the top of the ghetto statue. Azula focused, her golden chakra flaring. She didn't need a complicated seal. She just needed to replicate the force of their arrival. She slammed her palm against the thin point in reality. Flying Raijin 3, homeward seal. A pillar of golden fire and lightning, identical to the one that had brought them, erupted around them, tearing another hole in the sky. As the light consumed them, the last thing the Shinobi Alliance heard was Tsunade's triumphant shout, "The BET still stands, Azula. I punched a Senju, that has to count for something." And they were gone. The battlefield was left in a silence more profound than any that had preceded it. The Jubi was stunned. Obito was on the back foot. Madara was picking himself up off the ground, a look of pure, unadulterated fury on his face. Naruto broke the silence first. So, were they the good guys? Kakashi slowly closed his copy of Ika Ika, which he hadn't actually been reading. I'm not sure the concepts of good and evil apply to whatever that was, Naruto. Hashirama was beaming. An Uchiha Hokage. And she was amazing. And our granddaughter. Did you see her punch, Tobirama? She's perfect. Tobirama massaged his still-reforming jaw. Her technique was alarmingly effective. I will like studying the implications. It was the closest he would ever come to a compliment. Back in their own timeline, the golden pillar deposited Azula and Tsunade, slightly singed but otherwise unharmed, back in the middle of their Konoha living room, right on top of the expensive rug Tsunade had won in a poker game. There was a moment of disoriented silence. Tsunade looked around at the familiar, undestroyed room. Well. That was entertaining. Azula straightened her robes, a single, thoughtful finger on her chin. You know, she said, despite the unmitigated disaster of your spatial navigation, you were correct about one thing. I was. Tsunade asked, hope blooming in her chest. About my power? Did I reach grandfather's level? Oh, I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention to that, Azula said dismissively. No, I was referring to your initial proposition. Before this entire fiasco. Tsunade blinked. My proposition. Azula stepped forward, that predatory, wicked smile returning as she backed Tsunade toward their, thankfully, reinforced bed. The one about testing the structural integrity of our furniture. She leaned in, her voice dropping to that conspiratorial purr. You may have lost the wager, my love. But in light of your enthusiastic performance today, I'm feeling mercifully inclined. Tsunade's blush returned in full force, but a matching, eager smirk played on her lips. Oh yeah. And what does that mercy look like? Azula's answer was to sweep Tsunade off her feet and onto the bed, which groaned valiantly under the sudden impact. Let's just say, Azula murmured, her black eyes gleaming with promise and barely contained lightning, the designated top can be mercifully diligent in her duties. Outside, a lone ANBU guard assigned to paperwork duty flinched as a faint but distinct tremor ran through the building, followed by the sound of Tsunade's joyous laughter. He sighed, marked structural integrity, questionable on his report, and went back to his scroll. Just another gloriously chaotic day in the reign of Fire Shadow Azula. End of the chapter. Chapter 75, Meeting. From the moment the Uchiha and Senju supported Uzushiogakure, the other great villages realized their leisurely haggling session was over. What followed was a diplomatic marathon that would have broken lesser men. For one entire, agonizing week, representatives from Kumo, IWA, Kiri, and Suna locked themselves in a windowless room. They met daily for a minimum of 5 soul-crushing hours, with some sessions stretching past 15, fueled by nothing but argument. The air was a toxic mix of sweat, suspicion, and the unspoken image of Uzushiogakures' legendary treasures, everything from the secret to their divine ramen broth to the terrifying scrolls containing their tailed beast sealing techniques. In the end, they managed to hammer out a pact, a flimsy thing held together by spit and avarice. Every signature was signed with one eye on the document and the other firmly fixed on the spoils to come. On the misty shores of Kirigakure, Mizura felt like a predator. Good, he rumbled, the sound like grinding stones. Very, very good. Before him, the beach was no longer made of sand. It was a living, breathing sea of shinobi. His own village had sent a tidal wave of 4,000 fighters. The other 3 villages had each contributed over 2,000 more. A quick mental calculation was all it took, they had over double the forces Uzushiogakure could possibly field. And that was just the beginning. Reinforcements were on standby, ready to swell their numbers to a staggering 20,000 if needed. A heady sense of invincibility washed over him. With so many ninja, and with him, Mizura, fighting in his element, the water, how could they lose? The Uzumaki would be annihilated. And if the dice rolled in his favor, perhaps even the legendary Senju and Uchiha would fall. He would be the slayer of gods, the men who washed away the shame of his village's past defeat at the hands of Tsunade, the god of shinobi's granddaughter. His name would be etched into history in blood and glory. His reverie was broken by a sharp, no-nonsense voice. Mizura-sama. When do we depart? He turned to see E, the third Raikage's trusted subordinate, a mountain of muscle and impatience with skin like polished obsidian. Behind him, the kimonin stood with crackling, pent-up energy. Mizura, feeling magnanimous in his moment of triumph, resisted the urge to flex his own power. There would be time for that. We leave at first light, he declared, his voice carrying over the assembled army. But tonight. Tonight, I have ordered a banquet fit for the conquerors you are. Eat. Drink. Be merry. For starting tomorrow, I want to see an army of warriors hungry not for food, but for victory. Bwahaha. Ahahaha. Ha ha ha. The sound that ripped from Azula's throat was less a laugh and more a weapon of mass psychological disruption. Stop, stop, I'm begging you, she gasped, waving a hand vaguely at the grim-faced messenger. You're telling me, they're coming for us with 10,000 ninja. Did they get a bulk discount? Mugetsu, who looked like he'd just swallowed a particularly sour lemon, did not share her amusement. Azula Dano, he said, his voice dripping with the kind of patience one uses on a delirious child, this is the combined first wave from the 4 great villages. They are balanced, skilled, and led by the Mizukage himself. And it's just the first wave. Intelligence suggests the final number could possibly surpass 30,000. Azula's manic giggles subsided into a dangerous, sparkling smile. 30,000. Oh, good. I was worried we wouldn't get enough people to train my clansmen. The Mizukage? So what? Tsunade snorted, cracking her knuckles with a sound like crumbling mountains. I already rearranged his face once when he had backup. Sure, I needed a little pick-me-up from Tsukumo and Azula afterwards, but the point stands. Precisely. Azula chirped, her eyes gleaming with unholy light. Let's review. Top-tier fighters. We have them. In a one-on-one, any one of us, Father, Mito, Tsunade, or myself, could turn the Mizukage into a regrettable life choice. And their numbers? From Azula's point of view, it just means Mito's tailed beast bombs get better mileage. In the face of a bijou-powered tantrum, all men are created equally dead. And if they're stupid enough to try the same? To bomb Uzushiogakure? Oh, she hopes they do. She's been dying to beta test phase 2 of her flying Raijin. It involves turning their own annihilation back on them. From the shadows, a voice like grinding gravel cut through the confidence. Old Murasake, who had seen more bloodshed than most clans had ancestors, shifted his weight. War is not a ledger of power levels, he croaked. I have watched mighty clans be wiped from the earth by weaker ones. Victory is the only truth. You defeated the Mizukage once. What if next time your tea is laced with a neurotoxin that makes you hallucinate your own organs trying to escape? Would you be so confident then? Do you think they will grant you the courtesy of a fair fight? Taijima gave a slow, deliberate nod. The old man isn't wrong. The shinobi world's favorite thing is watching the weaker opponent win through sheer, bloody-minded spite. A shift in mentality is all it takes to turn a battle. A moment of doubt. A single, perfect betrayal. He had absolute faith in their combined might. The Senju's vitality, the Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu, the Uchiha's ocular hacks, it was a recipe for turning armies into abstract art. He knew they could get this first wave. But the blithe, almost gleeful arrogance of the two powerhouses in the room made his veteran soul itch. They saw war as a game they were destined to win. They hadn't yet learned that sometimes, the game cheats. Azula simply sighed. They were all buzzing about like angry hornets, while she was mentally preparing for a kaiju attack. Her mental Rolodex of enemies featured Madara, a man who treated the entire shinobi alliance as a mildly challenging warm-up, and the Otsutsuki, a family of celestial gourmands who considered planets to be delicious food. This little skirmish was less of a war and more of a scheduled playdate she'd been prepping over a decade for. It was hard not to be patronizing. The only person in the room not suffering from a catastrophic perspective failure was Mito. Having one foot in the future and the other in the blood-soaked soil of the Warring States era, she was the designated translator for this circus. She understood Azula's bone-deep confidence and where it came from. She also understood Murasake's tension, born of watching clans get erased by people they'd underestimated. It was the eternal clash between someone who's ready to fight a dragon and someone who's been bitten by a particularly nasty badger. The issue, she spoke, her voice effortlessly commanding the room, is not whether they are a threat, or if we're being arrogant. The issue is how we choose to welcome them. We are here to plan. And since there are so many of us with varied thresholds for acceptable force, only a plan we all approve will pass. It was so reasonable it was almost boring. Everyone nodded, momentarily pacified. Shinki, who had been so quiet, finally spoke. Our primary goal should be to delay their arrival and, ideally, gift them with as many casualties as possible. In a perfect world, he'd have preferred they all spontaneously developed an allergy to water and sank, but he was a pragmatist. Ninja could run on water, and with their numbers, they were basically a walking, chakra-enhanced bridge. The one thing he was grateful for in this situation was Azula's mastery of the flying Raijin. It was the ultimate hit-and-run technique, perfect for saying hello with a fireball and then vanishing before the enemy could even say ow. Murasake's eyes glinted with a familiar, homicidal glimmer. I concur. We must make their approach a waking nightmare. I propose a welcoming committee, Taijima, Mito, Azula, Tsunade, Mugetsu, and myself. He painted a beautiful picture with his words, the six of them standing on the waves, ready to turn the ocean red. We inflict maximum suffering, and then Azula whisks us away before they can even process their losses. All eyes swiveled to Azula, the designated teleportation taxi. Could her technique handle 6 powerful individuals at once? She shrugged a shoulder with an insulting degree of nonchalance. I could teleport this whole castle if I felt like it. 6 of you is very light. A slow, wicked smile spread across Taijima Uchiha's face. It was the kind of smile that made babies cry and small animals hide. Excellent, he purred. When they arrive tomorrow, I do hope they enjoy their welcoming gift. End of the chapter. I slept too much. Chapter 76, My cheat code is my daughter. Mizura's POV, 3rd Mizukage. The smell of sea and imminent slaughter. It's the odor of conquest, and I, Mizura, one of the finest water release specialists to ever curse this wretched ocean, am wearing it tonight. I've been dreaming of this day. Not just dreaming, I've curated the fantasy, polished it like a prized kunai. Last time, that sneaking kunoichi, Tsunade, got a lucky shot in. I underestimated her immensely. The shame of it still burns hotter than a fireball jutsu to the face. But today is different. Today, I'm not just going to beat Tsunade into the ground, I'm going to make it a family affair. I'll pummel her grandmother, Mito, right alongside her. Beating the god of shinobi's wife and granddaughter can also be considered an exploit. I'm going to rearrange the very foundations of shinobi legacy and use their pride as the wrecking ball. A man must have vision, after all. And a modest appreciation for his own genius. Of course, I'm not so arrogant as to believe the universe will simply hand me victory. I'm fully prepared to sacrifice many, many things to win. Mostly, those things are my close subordinates. They're like a collection of expensive, slightly dull tools, tragic to lose, but oh so satisfying to use until they break. A few shattered lives are a small price to pay for my ascension. Speaking of disposable assets, I murmured to the salt-tinged air, it must be time for our final talk before we reach Uzushio. Uzushio and Kiri are practically neighbors, if your neighbor's house is 4.5 hours away by doom-filled, high-speed warship. But who's counting? Besides me. I was counting down the seconds. I swept out of my cabin like a typhoon wearing a flak jacket. The sight that greeted me was pleasing. A small armada of high-level warships, cutting through the waves like knives through tomorrow's hopes. Ninja from various villages stood at attention, looking so orderly I almost felt bad for the chaos I was about to unleash upon them. Almost. Right on cue, like the well-trained puppets they are, the other village ninja leaders landed on my deck. No summons, no fuss. It's delightful when a plan comes together, even the simple parts. I gave them a regal nod. Everyone, this is our last chat before the main event. The plan remains, we land, we claim the land, we begin the systematic dismantling of a 1,000-year-old clan. Any questions? No. Good. They nodded. Of course they nodded. We planned this for so long at headquarters. This meeting was a formality, a theatrical gesture, like asking a condemned man if he'd prefer tea before the execution. As for how we'll land on their fortified island. Hee. Let's just say I've prepared a surprise for them. A big, wet, and terribly violent surprise. They'll be talking about it for the 5 minutes they have left to live. But oh. A sudden chill, one that has nothing to do with the sea spray. A tiny, nagging feeling in the back of my brain. Everything is perfect. The stage is set. The players are in position. So why do I suddenly feel like I'm the one standing on the trapdoor? Azula tapped a perfectly manicured finger against her arm, the picture of exquisite boredom. So, she drawled, are they coming, or did they collectively develop a case of common sense? We rolled out the welcome mat and everything. Beside her, her favorite accomplice in chaos snorted. Tell me about it, Tsunade grumbled, cracking her knuckles with a sound like popping gravel. I thought we were dealing with those with guts. If they wait any longer, they'll be attacking after my afternoon nap, and nobody wants to see me when I'm cranky. It was a valid, if utterly ridiculous, point. In the ninja world, launching a surprise attack before sunrise was less a strategy and more a sacred, unspoken rule. It was as if shinobi were a breed of particularly dramatic vampires who believed sunlight gave them acne. Mito let out a sigh that carried the weight of 1,000 years and 2 idiot best friends. Must you two be so impatient, she chided, though a wry smile played on her lips. They truly were the spiritual successors to Madara and Hashirama, one a pyromaniacal perfectionist, the other a brute force enthusiast, both united in their love for escalating things. The 3 of them, along with the other 4 elites like Taijima, were a sensory network of monstrous proportions. Kilometers away, a fly couldn't sneeze without them knowing. While Azula and Tsunade were casually debating the merits of incineration versus blunt force trauma, the rest were solemn, their faces etched with the grim reality of the coming fight. Mito, however, was silent for a different reason. It wasn't a lack of confidence. She could tie their enemies' chakra networks into decorative pretzels before breakfast. No, she was just tired. She hated killing with a passion that could power 1,000 sealing jutsus. Unless the target was a subhuman stain who specialized in atrocities, she found the entire business messy, uncouth, and deeply, profoundly stupid. This war was a perfect example. The other Kage weren't fooling anyone. This was a grabby-handed smash and grab for Uzumaki bloodlines and Fuinjutsu scrolls, wrapped in the flimsy excuse of maintaining the balance of power and for the peace of our villages. They knew this would ignite a conflict that would burn for years, a worldwide loss of young lives, all to sate their greed. And for what? So the world could revert to the Warring States period, but with better branding and village-themed uniforms. Did the average ninja, the poor schmuck being used as cannon fodder, truly care if Konoha had the biggest stick? Or did they just want to go home to their families, eat a decent meal, and not die in a puddle of their own blood over some old man's avarice? This first wave alone was nearly 10,000 souls. Some of those 10,000 people would probably rather be anywhere else, now forced to participate in the world's deadliest, most poorly planned field trip. And she, to protect her home, had to mow them down. It was enough to make you sick. Mito. The world shifted. In her mindscape sat the massive Kurama. The Ninetails was trying to look serious, but the tip of one tail was twitching with unrestrained glee, and his eyes held the manic glint of a child on Christmas morning. They're here, he rumbled, the words dripping with bloodthirsty anticipation like a baby who just wants to cough. Mito's consciousness snapped back to the real world. Sure enough, her senses now screamed with the approach of a fleet, a veritable armada of poor life choices. Thousands of flickering chakra signatures, like a swarm of angry, lost fireflies, were heading straight for them. For those present, the silence from Mito was louder than any declaration because from their point of view she didn't speak, she simply paused. Her eyelids slid shut for a moment, as if tasting the air, and when they snapped open, her expression had shifted from serious to the kind of solemn focus usually reserved for preparing to launch a bomb. Azula didn't need an explanation. Of course Kurama had sensed them first. Her sensory range was absurd, probably hearing the enemy leader's bad breakfast decisions from here. It wasn't quite at the level of Kurama, that grumpy, furry landlord of chakra, but it was damn close. With a thought that was equal parts tactical and theatrical, Azula erupted. Her Kasai no Tsubasa, conflagration wings, burst into being, a brilliant inferno of controlled chaos that launched her into the sky like a firework with a grudge. She shot up to a height where the air was thin and only fellow sensory freaks could feel her smug presence. And there it was. The fleet. A sprawling, ugly stain on the beautiful blue canvas of the ocean. A weird, nostalgic pang hit her, it felt strangely familiar, the feeling she once had as the princess of the Fire Nation. The plan, meanwhile, was a masterpiece of brutality. Simple, clean, and utterly deranged. Step 1, let the fleet get within a kilometer. Step 2, Mito would politely greet them with a few tailed beast balls. Not as a warning, but as an opening statement. Step 3, Azula and the cleanup crew would mop up whatever, or whoever, was left painting the waves. It was perfect. It was foolproof. It was, Azula admitted with a sigh, profoundly boring for someone of her talents. Oh, how she craved that Madara level high, the sheer, unadulterated thrill of being 1 against 10,000. It had been 4 long years since she danced on the razor's edge of a fight where the outcome wasn't a foregone conclusion. Her fingers itched. Her inner pyromaniac was doing cartwheels. But alas, she was, unfortunately, a mature and responsible adult now. With a dramatic internal sigh that could power a small village, she teleported in a flash of spacetime ninjutsu, reappearing beside Tsunade via the flying Raijin kunai the latter perpetually carried, like a very sharp, very deadly security blanket. "They're here," Azula announced, her voice the picture of cool reportage. "The numbers are exactly as predicted." Taijima gave a slight, pleased nod. His daughter hadn't done anything outrageous. Like charging the fleet solo while cackling maniacally. A true parenting win in the shinobi world. Yet, as the moment of carnage drew near, a supernatural calm settled over him. His trump card, his Mangekyo Sharingan, felt good. He treated it like a fine, aged wine he was saving for a special occasion, because after all these years, he probably only had a few good gulps left before the bottle was empty and he was blind as a bat. Fortunately, he had a cheat code, his daughter. The girl who treated inventing S-rank ninjutsu like others might treat a weekend knitting hobby. He'd never quite mastered her lightning chakra mode, the manual was, frankly, exhausting, but she had gifted him the Chidori, a jutsu so perfectly matched to the Sharingan it was like giving a master sculptor a power chisel. That alone, combined with his base Sharingan, had cemented him as a solid Kage-level threat. But she didn't stop there. She'd also taught him Kirin, the dragon-shaped lightning blast that turned the sky itself into a weapon. He knew, with the certainty of a man who has seen things vaporized, that used correctly, it could give a tailed beast ball a run for its money. He, a war-weary veteran, had been solemn and stoic all yesterday. But now he had to actively fight the manic grin trying to break through his carefully composed facade. A small, philosophical war raged within. "Oh, Sage of the Six Paths, bear witness," he pleaded internally. "I am not a bloodthirsty man. I enjoy quiet evenings and a good cup of tea. So why is my blood singing a song of violent glee? Is this just a standard Uchiha bloodline default?" A glance at his daughter, who was subtly vibrating with restrained excitement, confirmed his fears. It wasn't just him. It was in the blood. They were all, every last one of them, utterly and magnificently doomed to find their bliss in the beautiful, chaotic art of war. At this, a certain Mizukage who was coming closer and closer felt even more chilled. End of the chapter. Don't forget to vote, guys. Chapter 77, The No Ball. The Uzushio coastline was, for a moment, breathtakingly picturesque. Then the horizon started to develop a nasty, boat-shaped rash. From their vantage point, the high-level Uzushio welcome wagon watched the Kiri fleet approach. It was less an armada and more a floating monument to overcompensation. On the lead ship, Mizura looked at the people in front, 7. He counted them twice, just to be sure he wasn't having a stroke. A grin, all teeth and no warmth, split his face. Well. They've sent all their high level to welcome us, what an honor, haha. His gaze snagged on 2 figures in particular, a blonde teenager with that serene expression on her face and a red-haired matron. Tsunade and Mito, his target. Oh. Tisk, Mizura clucked, a sound usually reserved for disappointing shellfish. 6 of them. 6. Did that Uchiha brat mastering the second Hokage's fleeing Raijin gave them the courage? Well, he was envious that second Hokage made all three of the Mizukage look like they were spitting in a puddle whenever we used water release. A chorus of grim nods and noncommittal grunts answered him. The general consensus was that 7 people fighting thousands was about as plausible as the Sage of 6 Paths having created the moon, a nice story, but utterly ridiculous. Mizukage-sama, his subordinate, Kasuko, interjected. We are in range. It's time to introduce ourselves. Mizura nodded, not taking his eyes off the 6 impossible figures. His instincts, the ones that had kept him alive through backstabbings, poisonings, and one particularly aggressive office party, were screaming. Each one of those people radiated an aura of casual dismemberment. This was not going to be a casual massacre. He opened his mouth to give the order to unleash hell, too. He stopped. Because the god of shinobi's wife, the lovely, gentle-looking Mito Uzumaki, was changing. It wasn't a subtle shift. It was a full-scale, reality metamorphosis. As the Quadrilateral Alliance's fleet darkened the horizon, Mito let out a sigh that was part resignation. The last vestiges of the gentle grandma reluctant to kill evaporated, leaving behind the razor's edge of a kunoichi who had once painted entire battlefields red and called it a day. There was no hesitation in her eyes. Only the cold, familiar calculus of survival she had long forgotten. She'd lost count of the lives she'd ended, a grim tally necessary to keep breathing. And now? The stakes were so much more personal. It was a simple equation: reduce these invaders to subatomic particles, or listen to the rest of Azula's horrifying slideshow about the normal future. A future where her glorious clan was exterminated, and the survivors were used as chakra-packed juice boxes by backwaters like Kyusugakure. The indignity. It was enough to make a woman want to commit some war crimes no matter how much she hates war. All eyes were on her, brimming with a curiosity that was frankly adorable. According to the battle plan, the one she'd outlined over tea and tactical maps, her job was simple. Step 1, unleash the tailed beast ball. The problem was apart Azula, nobody in the welcome committee had ever actually seen one. Taijima and Tsunade had an inkling. Tsunade recalled a terrifying golden glow and a chakra signature that felt like being hugged by the sun and punched by a god simultaneously at Konoha. Taijima had just felt it too, just not witnessed it like Tsunade. So, they trusted her. As for Shinki, Mugetsu, and old man Murasake, they were operating on pure faith. And the desperate hope that Mito wasn't the type to joke about the fate of the clan. Spoiler alert, she was not. In an instant, the world erupted in gold. Mito didn't just enter Kyubi chakra mode, she became a miniature son of incandescent rage. No matter how many times Azula saw it, the thought was always the same: my sensei is the coolest person alive. And then it got weirder. A colossal, fiery projection of the Nine Tails materialized, enveloping them all in a chakra-based hug. Taijima's Uchiha brain short-circuited. Hold on, wait a minute. Since when does Mito have a Susanoo? A complete one. He never got his answer. Some questions are best pondered when you're not about to witness a divine act of obliteration. Mito, now floating with an air of casual divinity, rubbed her hands together. Between her palms, raw chakra condensed, swirling into a sphere of pure annihilation. She was literally palming a black hole that was having a very, very bad day. Down on the lead ship, Mizura, who had been so proud of his fancy flagship, felt his bowels turn to ice. Staring at the tailed beast ball, a sphere of doom with a chakra concentration at least 9 times more potent than their 6 tails, he had a single, coherent thought: we are about to become a maritime environmental hazard. Azula, a veteran of 4 of these displays, just shook her head in awe. She remembered the anime, where Naruto with only half a Kurama had gone toe-to-toe with 7-tailed beasts at once. Their combined bomb was met by his, and he'd had to hold back so his didn't instantly vaporize theirs. The power scaling was, in a word, bullshit. And Mito. Mito had the full fox. She was an Uzumaki, a woman whose chakra reserves made oceans look like puddles. Inferior to Naruto. Maybe lacking plot armor, but her title as the strongest Uzumaki alive after Ashina's death when she didn't even have the 9 tails is enough to say all. The orb of absolute no left her hands. It wasn't just a tailed beast ball, it was a spherical argument against existence, and it was currently winning the debate. Behind her, the massive, chakra-formed Kurama wrapped its tails around them both in a move so blatantly copied by a future Hokage that one could almost hear the copyright lawyers from the Pure Land stirring in their graves. Mizura, the esteemed Mizukage, or as he was now known to himself, the guy potentially about to be a stain on the ocean, felt his brain reboot. This is hell, he wheezed, his internal monologue hitting a pitch usually reserved for startled cats. So the frail old lady who never leaves her compound is actually a walking, talking disaster with a Uzumaki smile. Note to self: assuming I survive the next 5 seconds, fire the entire intelligence division. A Kage-level shinobi's mind works with terrifying clarity in the face of annihilation. It instantly, and with zero regard for dignity, presented him with the optimal survival strategy. It was simple and so profoundly shameful it would probably get his face carved off the Kage monument posthumously. Option A, try to counter the world-ending sphere of chakra. Result, vaporized. A fine mist of former Mizukage. Option B, the secret technique passed down through his line for generations, tactical, panicked abandonment. He chose B. To the terrified Kiri ninja, their leader was the picture of stoic badassery. He stood firm at the prow, a solitary hero against the orange apocalypse. He even began weaving hand signs, a complex, unfathomable sequence. Hope blossomed in their chests. This was it. The Mizukage secret, S-rank, ass-saving technique. From a distance, the two Uchiha watched with their cheat code eyes activated. What trick is he pulling? Azula muttered, her Sharingan recording every twitch. The Mizukage was an enigma, a blank spot in her knowledge both from binge-watching anime and current intel. Kiri's isolationism was very inconvenient. Taijima had been maintaining a face so passive it could be used to calibrate statues. But the moment he deciphered the Mizukage's grand hand signs, his composure shattered. He made a sound like a tea kettle being strangled. Buffed, H-A-K-C-H-K. He choked, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and profound respect for the man's sheer, unadulterated gall. Because the grand, secret technique was the sprint dive for your life no jutsu. The very instant Mito released the Nope Orb, Mizukage Mizura, leader of the village hidden in the mist, executed a perfect, Olympic gold medal-winning swan dive into the cold, forgiving embrace of the ocean. His final hand sign wasn't for a water dragon, it was to make himself sink faster, leaving his entire fleet and every one of his subordinates as a sacrificial smokescreen. He didn't just abandon them, he used them as human chaff. The entire sequence, from golden glow to Kage-shaped splash, took less than 7 seconds. It was a masterpiece of efficient cowardice. Mito, ever the professional, had calibrated the ball to detonate right at the fleet's heart. The lead warship, the one its commander had so recently and heroically vacated, ceased to be. It didn't explode, it unexisted, the tailed beast ball passing through it like a god's fist through tissue paper. For the ninja left behind, it was a flash of light, a roar of oblivion, and then, silence. From Azula's vantage point, it was almost merciful. Well, that was efficient, she mused, tapping a finger against her chin. Like a cosmic reset button. Quick, painless, and utterly devastating. Frankly, it's better than most of them deserved. And as for their Kage. She glanced at the now empty spot on the water. He might be a cowardly, self-serving piece of work, but you have to admire the survival instincts of a man who just used his entire military as a human shield and then hid at the bottom of the ocean. Well, too bad for him, this alone wouldn't allow him to escape. End of the chapter. I'm basically thinking about starting a daily update at the end of this month because I saw that I can only write about 1,500 words now. It's as if I just couldn't surpass the 2,000 words no matter what. And don't forget to vote, guys. Chapter 78, A Kage's Dignity. Old man Murasage's jaw hadn't dropped this low since, well, ever. He stared, dumbfounded, as the tailed beast ball's apocalyptic afterglow painted the sky. A dry, wheezing whisper escaped him. In all my years, I've only seen one thing more unbelievable, Madara and Hashirama going all out. He blinked, the reality snapping into place with almost audible clarity. This war they'd all been sweating about. Over. Done. Finito. He couldn't conjure a single scenario where someone, anyone, took down Mito in her current state. Her chakra, it wasn't just vast, like the first Hokage's boundless forest. No, hers was sharp and only spoke destruction. He'd bet his last Rio that if the 4 other Kage showed up for a group scolding, they'd leave as 4 very distinguished stains on the landscape. Speaking of fighting multiple Kage, his eyes slid to Azula. The girl wore an expression of serene, I told you so, vindication. Understanding where the arrogance came from. Can't blame her. He wasn't alone. Taijima, for instance, was currently re-evaluating every life choice that had led him here. First, Mito's Kyubi had donned what looked suspiciously like a Susanu's dress. Now this. The initial shockwave alone felt like the planet itself had sneezed. He was one more surprise away from retiring to a nice, quiet farm upstate where the only chakra was in the fertilizer. Azula, for her part, felt a twinge of professional regret. She really should have challenged the thousands of ninjas before Mito started her show. With that level of firepower, the real question wasn't how to finish the survivors but, is there even going to be enough left of the opposition to bury? This wasn't like those sanitized anime battles where everyone walks away sooty but smiling. This was the real deal, tailed beast balls were less attack and more targeted geographical regret. The resulting tsunami, a mountain of furious water set to swallow Uzushioga whole, was casually dismissed with a few bored flicks of Kurama's tails. Mito might as well have been shooing a fly. Tsunade breathed, stars practically visible in her wide eyes. I never knew Grandma could be this awesome. Azula's smile was all feline satisfaction. She is my master. I don't settle for tutors who can't casually redefine overkill. Her tone dipped into nostalgic narcissism. It reminded her of when she was 5. The third Hokage himself had tried to recruit her. She couldn't help but imagine, she, plus Tsunade, plus Orochimaru and Jiraiya. His legacy would have been airtight. Strongest Hokage. People would just point at his students and say, case closed. Their conversation was usually a private bubble of arrogance and awe, but today, Taijima decided to pop it. His voice was as dry as sun-bleached parchment. She is objectively the most powerful being in Konoha at this moment. Internally, he was sending a fervent thank you note to the universe. The fact that Azula had snagged Mito as a mentor purely because the woman showed up to a store opening was the political miracle of the century. Otherwise, with Mito backing Tsunade, Azula's Hokage ambitions would be deader than last week's leftovers. Not that he doubted his daughter. Oh, no. He was certain she'd one day eclipse even Madara, she just needed time, and maybe, with his eyes, the moment she awakened the Manjikyu, she'd be set for the Eternal One, which was exactly what Madara had. But for now, it was perfection. Azula had Mito's support. Any competition with Tsunade would be a friendly, non-lethal spar between cousins, not a clan-shattering civil war. He allowed himself a minute, almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Taijima breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, somewhere beneath the surface of the ocean, a certain Mizukage was doing the exact opposite. Oh, how the mighty had fallen. He'd arrived buzzing with the glorious anticipation of vengeance, a hero in his own mind. Now he was a waterlogged, bruised, and breathless wreck, thinking only of survival. Sure, he'd technically survived a tailed beast bomb. In the same way a napkin survives a hurricane, tattered, soggy, and utterly useless. The shockwave alone had rattled his ninjutsu specialist bones like dice in a cup. He was one deep breath, which he couldn't take, away from seeing stars. And the worst part? Even buried under a small mountain of seawater, he could feel them. 5 distinct, terrifyingly sharp presences locked onto him. Did he think he could sneak past Azula, Mito, Tsunade, and 2 Uzumakis? This was like trying to hide a sneeze in a library from the world's top 10 sensory ninjas. In a panic, he'd slapped up an all-around chakra water shield before plunging deep. The Bijudama had promptly shattered it like cheap glass. He'd managed a second one, but now he was running on empty, and, more critically, out of air. Normally, holding his breath for a few hours was a party trick. But now, maintaining a high-level ninjutsu while cycling chakra and bleeding internally. He was less a Kage and more a leaky, sinking submarine. Mizukage, a sing-song, utterly frivolous voice echoed directly in his skull. Come out, wherever you are. My, you do love to play in the bath, don't you? Mizura's heart, already working overtime, tried to escape his ribcage. It was Azula, of course, messing with his mind, a cruel application of her Yin chakra that made the Yamanaka clan's techniques look like 2 cans and a string. She'd lost interest in the annihilated fleet the moment her father had charged in early, too excited to wait for Mito's second Bijudama. Boring. Now, her full, amused attention was on the Mizukage playing turtle at the bottom of the sea. Oh no you don't, Azula. No cutting in line. Tsunade's voice cut through, brimming with competitive glee. I need to finish my earliest fight with him. My peace wouldn't feel like peace without punching him a few times. Deep below, Mizura felt a white-hot flash of undiluted outrage that momentarily overpowered his dizziness. Him? A Kage of a dignified Kiri. A pinnacle of the shinobi world. Reduced to a prize 2 teenagers were bickering over like the last slice of cake. When had he become a casual sparring match nobody took seriously? The answer, it seemed, was approximately 5 minutes ago. Mizura let out a sigh that bubbled uselessly into the water around him. Well, this is a profoundly damp and inconvenient place to die. The logical part of his brain, the part not currently screaming about oxygen, presented the facts. Every second underwater burned chakra. And it wasn't as if his welcoming party upstairs couldn't join him for a swim. Tsunade was notoriously good with water release, and Mito would probably have made the water itself spite him. So, death was inevitable. But here was the twist, as the Mizukage, he couldn't just lurk in the shallows like a gloomy koi fish, waiting for the end. The title wasn't a participation trophy. It was a thing you carved from the flesh of your rivals in Kirigakure, a village where, Employee of the Month meant, last one standing. He'd seen the village founded. For a clanless nobody like him, it was just a slightly safer place to be paranoid. Loyalty. Please. He'd have traded the whole Misty Island for a good cup of sake and a longer lifespan. Yet now, facing odds he generously estimated at less than winning a coin toss against a mind reader, his life chose this moment to flash before his eyes. It was mostly a blur of dampness and betrayal. Aha, he thought, a bizarre chuckle echoing in his mind. So this is the feeling. No wonder the second Mizukage, who was usually a violent, arrogant bastard, was such a dramatic bastard before he croaked. The clarity of imminent doom is annoyingly profound. With the grace of a man who had decided to stop napping in his own watery coffin, Mizura surfaced. Surprisingly, he was not immediately vaporized. A small mercy. He took in the scene. His mighty armada of 175 warships, each a floating fortress for over 50 ninjas, was no longer mighty. It was a picturesque field of splinters, kindling, and very expensive scrap metal. Of his 10,000 shinobi, maybe 50 clung to wreckage, their eyes wide with the vacant horror of those who'd seen a goddess of war descend from the heavens. And then Taijima Uchiha, moving with the brisk efficiency of a gardener pulling weeds, was methodically culling the sober ones. Within a minute, the survivors joined the deceased. Neat. How do you like the view, great Mizukage? A voice, slick with mocking syrup, cut through the silence. Azula had noted his emergence, and the shift in his demeanor reminded her of her own less shiny past. Not that she'd ever been this short-sighted. Mizura ignored the jab, but his eyes were drawn to her. Then to Tsunade, who looked like she was deciding which of his bones to break first. Then to Mito, still glowing with the serene, terrifying power of a contained sun. And finally to the Uzumaki patriarch, who seemed mildly disappointed the fight was already over. A wry, utterly resigned smile touched his lips. Regret. Mizura echoed, his voice rough. It would be a lie to say I don't. My village will be paying for this strategic oversight for years. But what's done is done. He straightened his Sagi Kage robes, a pathetic attempt at dignity. Death is a commonplace thing. I never feared it. Anyone who claws their way to this level knows it's just a matter of timing. A final appointment we all keep. Azula's eyebrow twitched. Philosophical claptrap. Nonsense, she thought. Why die when you can ascend to godhood and snack on chakra fruit for eternity? But she held her tongue. In her experience, Kage on death's doorstep loved a grand, pretentious soliloquy. It was, she thought, probably in the job description right after village-destroying decisions and dramatic cloak fluttering. End of the chapter. Sigh, I promised 2 chapters yesterday but not even one, I feel ashamed to face you. Chapter 79, Mizura's nonsense. Mizura, of course, had no clue about the symphony of chaos unfolding in Azula's mind. But he knew a good stalling tactic when he saw one. Indulge my curiosity, he began, voice dripping with false camaraderie. From your particular glare, you don't strike me as the taking orders type. You are your father's pride, the entire Uchiha treasury in your hands, the god of shinobi's wife backing you, and his granddaughter, your supposed rival, following you around like a good friend. He took a deliberately slow breath, feeling a trickle of chakra return. More to the point, you could fight that hypocrite Hiruzen and win it. So why isn't his hat collecting dust on your head yet? The question was partly genuine, but mostly a delicious time waster. Every second spent chatting was a second his stamina inched back from the catastrophic toward the merely disastrous. Let him talk, Azula's voice sliced into the minds of Taijima, Shinki, and the others with the subtlety of a mental kunai. He's wasting time, and as experienced ninjas, they can see it at a glance. Out loud, she gave a lazy, dismissive wave. The Hokage seat. How quaint. It's not a matter of taking it. It's a matter of it being professionally dry-cleaned and delivered to me when the time is convenient. Why scramble for a throne when the entire castle is already drafting my fan mail? She shrugged, a smirk playing on her lips. Hiruzen is keeping the seat warm. Let the man have his twilight days. I'm generous like that. She had, however, momentarily forgotten the wild card. The one person whose logic followed the rhythm of a bar fight. Tsunade. Normally, Tsunade's claim to the Hokage title was about as serious as her gambling debt. But one thing trumped even her apathy for power, her blistering, all-consuming need to one-up Azula. She cracked her knuckles, the sound like snapping timber. Generous, my ass. You're just lazy. Inside, though, she was cheering Mizura's recovery on. Faster, you bastard. Their last fight had been weeks ago, and she'd spent every waking moment since then training with the fury of someone promised a world-altering secret. Azula had sworn to spill it once Tsunade could consistently hit Kage level in her base form. A rematch with a fully powered Mizura was the perfect pop quiz. Oblivious to the women's internal betting pool on his survival, Mizura happily kept digging his verbal trench. You think it's that simple, he chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. A village like Konoha doesn't allow a ruler. It elects a figurehead. Your clan is too rich, too strong, and frankly, too damn petty. You've been stepping on the council's interest since you were in the academy. They'd sell their own children to other villages before they let an Uchiha, especially you, sit in that office. They know if you got it, your first decree may be to rename the village the Hidden Red Eyes Village, and your second would be to tax their stupid hats. His brain was firing on all cylinders, weaving lies and truths into a tapestry of distraction. Just a little more time. Maybe he would really be able to take one of them with him. Make his death a heroic recommendation for future generations of heroic ninjas. The guy wasn't completely blowing hot air, and Azula knew it. There was a stubborn kernel of truth in his rambling, one that even she couldn't just shrug off. Thinking about it, becoming Hokage wasn't just about being the baddest shinobi on the block. It was a whole political theater, a popularity contest wrapped in a power struggle, dipped in tradition, and sprinkled with distrust. You could bench press a mountain and still get passed over if the right people weren't nodding in your direction. Take the whole village origin story, for instance. Hashirama and Madara founded the place together. Hashirama wished for Madara to become the leader, but when it came time to pick one, these people chose the smiling tree hugger instead of the broody eyes of doom guy. Surprise, surprise, a rift was born. Then Tobirama slid into the role largely because he was the strongest left standing after his brother. Straightforward enough. Hiruzen's case. That was special, a whole cocktail of timing, drama, and circumstance. And if a fourth were to pop up, he'd have to be chosen too. Sure, there were whispers about Minato, how maybe old Hiruzen just passed him the hat over a cozy chat with his advisors and the daimyo. But that wasn't how things were playing out this time. So if not a handpick, then what? An election. And Azula could already see how that would go. Flashback to the founding, villagers side-eyeing the Uchiha, picking the Senju. Some things never change. Sure, thanks to her creative leadership, the Uchiha weren't exactly lurking in the shadows anymore. Their reputation was shiny, their coffers overflowing, their ranks packed, and their secret arsenal would make an intelligence division weep. Honestly, at this point, adding her and Taijima, they could probably take on a major village solo and still have time for tea afterward. And that was exactly the problem. The other clans weren't blind. They saw a powerhouse rising, one that reminded them a little too much of a certain legendary troublemaker. Azula was strong. Too strong. People whispered she could be the next Madara. Meanwhile, Tsunade, though plenty formidable, had never radiated that world-shaking, Hashirama-level dominance that could make another Madara think twice. So of course the other clans were sweating. Letting the Uchiha take the Hokage's seat. That wasn't just giving them the keys to the village, it was handing them the blueprints, the deed, and the security codes. In an election, every wary Jonin would be quietly guided to vote for not Azula. And even with all the Uchiha loyalists and every grateful commoner in the village, they still couldn't outnumber the combined Jonin of every other ninja clan. And oh, Hiruzen was still in charge. The men could, hypothetically speaking, promote a bunch of moderately competent loyalists to Jonin right before stepping down. Just to balance the votes. Purely procedural, of course. Azula didn't even want the hat, if she was being honest. Her ambition stretched far beyond Konoha's walls. But controlling the village. That came with benefits, resources, influence, a solid launchpad for real power. It wasn't the end goal, but it was one hell of a stepping stone. Her silence now was being wildly misinterpreted. Taijima watched her, probably thinking his brilliantly cunning daughter was already 10 moves ahead, scheming to break the system. Even Tsunade, not usually the most politically tuned in, looked vaguely guilty, as if realizing she'd accidentally walked onto the wrong side of a future showdown. Then, cutting through the tension like a kunai through rice paper. Hee. Mito, still shrouded in that faint, fiery aura of Kyuubi chakra, let out a soft, knowing chuckle. Her eyes glinted with something between amusement and pity. "You're all so worried about Konoha's future," she said, her voice light and almost grandmotherly. "Perhaps you should be more concerned about whether Kiri will have a future, Mizukage." If this had been literally anyone else running their mouth, Mizura's fist would already be introducing itself to their face. But this was a glowing Mito hybrid situation, and frankly, the thought of throwing hands felt about as appealing as wrestling a volcano. Discussion, he decided, was the vastly superior, and far less incinerating, path. Why was she being so serious about all this, anyway? Perhaps, Mizura began, adopting a tone of weary, almost diplomatic resignation, you genuinely possess the capability to reduce Kirigakure to a memory. But you would never exercise it. Such an act is beyond even the god of shinobi. Do that, and you wouldn't just be an enemy, you become the shared bedtime horror story for the entire ninja world, a unifying terror that would have everyone else comparing notes on how to bury you. Azula blinked, visibly caught off guard, before a rich, rolling laugh escaped her. Don't tell me you're under the impression that the Shodai Hokage refrained from painting the continent with his enemy's blood simply because he feared becoming public enemy number one. Mizura offered a slow, knowing shake of his head. Of course not. I stood in the presence of the first Hokage myself, as part of the first Mizuki's guard. The historical records I've read all said a single truth: to defeat him would have required a combination of every living Kage and 90% of each village's forces. He didn't attack out of benevolence, true. But I've also always believed it was because he was wise enough to know that sheer power has its limits. He couldn't be everywhere at once. Push the world too far, cross that final line, and even the strongest man finds that his enemies will gladly sacrifice themselves to destroy everything he holds dear: his brother, his clan, his precious village. Of course, this was all a spectacular stream of high-grade, diplomatic nonsense. Mizura's primary goal was to run the clock after all. Internally, he was a little optimistic. His chakra reserves had quietly refilled to the brim. The gaping hole in his side, however, was a much ruder guest, refusing to leave without some serious medical intervention. Azula, sharp, had clearly taken attendance and noticed his replenished energy. She cut through the philosophical fog with a razor-sharp smile. "All right, enough entertaining prattle. I see you've topped off your chakra reserve. That should make you worthy of a decent scrap, shouldn't it?" She was, of course, setting very specific ground rules, the kind where she wouldn't flick on her various chakra modes or deploy what Mizura mentally categorized as cheaty jutsu. That route would end things faster than a sneeze, and where was the fun in that? Unfortunately for Azula, the response to her challenge wasn't Mizura's shocked gasp at his plan being exposed, nor was it a fighting stance. It was a sudden, golden-haired blur shooting past her like a furious comet. The blonde girl, previously silent, now very much the center of attention, launched herself at Mizura with a wordless yell, her fist aimed squarely at his chest. The Mizukage, reacting on pure instinct, threw himself backward in a graceless but effective dodge. Azula noted, with some amusement, that Tsunade hadn't even used her full speed to attack. The girl's punch didn't connect with flesh, but with the surface of the water where Mizura had been standing a microsecond before. Kaboom! The water didn't splash. It didn't spray. It exploded upward in a spectacular geyser of force, as if a depth charge had just detonated beneath it. Droplets rained down like a sudden, violent storm, leaving Mizura momentarily staring at the newly formed, steaming crater in the aquatic platform. So much for a philosophical debate. End of the chapter. Certainly not good, but I'm back, and Sumi Mason. Chapter 80, Raiden, Decadent. Azula let out a sigh, weighing all of her exasperation with this world. Honestly, she drawled, the words laced with familiar boredom. You aren't playing fair. I was the one who generously provided the time so he could catch his breath. She waved a dismissive hand, not even deigning to look at the Mizukage. He was, at best, a vigorous warm-up, a few jumping jacks before the real marathon. Tsunade, on the other hand, promised a satisfying fight, a clash closer to her own league. The Mizukage. He was a filler episode. Her ambitions were reserved for legends like Madara, for gods like the Otsutsuki, not for some washed-up puppet dancing on a dead man's strings. In front of her, Tsunade cracked her knuckles with a series of pops that echoed like miniature detonations. A fierce, hungry grin split her face. Azula's choice was exactly what she'd hoped for. She knew her fire-breathing friend well. Azula's true appetite for combat required someone who could make her blood boil through sheer intensity, and the Mizukage was definitely not at that level. "All right, old man," Tsunade called out, her voice cutting through the misty air like a cleaver. "You're not as clever as you think. We all know you've been there wheezing and plotting. If you'd been a little subtler, or maybe chosen a better conversational topic than Konoha's dusty old skeletons, we might have humored you longer." Her golden eyes hardened, the playful tone sharpening. "But you had to go and mention things you shouldn't. Bad move." The Mizukage blinked, the theatrical confidence on his face faltering for a second before settling into weary, grim acceptance. He took in the scene, Azula, a vision of controlled, lethal grace, the eerie, silent figure of Mido, thrumming with her unknown power, the watchful, predatory eyes of Taijima and the others. Indeed, how could they not know he was wasting time? He drew himself up, sucking in a breath that seemed to draw the very moisture from the lake around them. "So be it," he intoned, his voice gaining a gravelly resonance. "If my final act is to be about with the legendary princess, then I shall hold nothing back. Let me show you the true terror of a shinobi who survived the Warring States era, a man with absolutely nothing left to lose." Tsunade's grin widened. Now he was interesting. In their last fight, he'd been all cautious jabs and strategic retreats, afraid of a counterpunch, terrified that another Kage might ambush him afterward. Now, with the bleak clarity of a dead man walking, the fear was gone. "That's more like it," she cheered, but notably, the familiar red, corrosive chakra of her scarlet beast seal did not erupt around her. Growing up alongside a control freak like Azula had its influences. Relying on a borrowed power-up, even one as formidable as the Ninetales chakra mixed with Azula's own, felt cheap. It was a trump card, not a foundation. She wanted to reach the pinnacle on her own steam, and this desperate, unhinged Mizukage was the perfect benchmark. Her mind, sharp as a surgeon's scalpel, began her pre-fight analysis with a thrill. Advantages, mine. Senju and Uzumaki vitality mean my chakra reserves drown his. My raw physical strength, even in base form, will make him regret any attempt to trade blows. He'll be dodging, not blocking. Disadvantages, the battlefield. All this water is his perfect territory. My water release is top tier, but his is probably second only to that salamander hermit Hanzo in this era. Then there's experience, he's been ending lives since before I was born. But, she thought, her blood singing, I've spent years trying to punch a hole through a walking, talking fortress of pride and lightning who predicts my every move. This old man's battlefield tricks won't faze me. The real variable is his mortality, or lack thereof. A man who knows he's already dead is capable of any suicidal, spectacularly messy jutsu. Before Tsunade could finish her analysis or weave a strategy, the Mizukage was already on the move. A battle-hardened shinobi to his core, he knew the golden rule: never let your enemy breathe, or think. Disrupt the rhythm. Shatter the focus. Water release, water bullet, he barked, and a torrent of pressurized water erupted from his mouth like a tsunami from a teacup, screaming toward Tsunade. Her instincts flared. Tank it. She could. Punch it. Probably. But both options came with a splashy, vision-blurring price. Even with her exquisite chakra sensing, a technique that painted his movements in her mind, losing direct sight was a risk. A kunai she couldn't see, only deduce from the flow of his chakra, was a kunai that could find a gap. Mizura had banked on exactly that reaction. His true goal wasn't to damage her here, but to move her, lure the legendary brawler away from solid ground and her gallery of monstrously powerful friends. A private dance over the open sea suited him just fine, no last-second rescues, and the endless water below was his best ally. As she evaded, his hands flashed. Two kunai, crowned with fluttering explosive tags, sliced through the air toward her. He knew she had a dozen ways to handle them, but the fastest, most efficient counter for a ninja of her caliber. The same one he'd just used. Right on cue, Tsunade's hands flew through seals. Water release, water bullet. Her own surge of liquid power met the projectiles head-on. The resulting explosion was a spectacular geyser of steam and spray, but her jutsu didn't stop there, it morphed into a retaliatory wave, forcing Mizura into a defensive leap backward. Perfect. The moment his feet left the ground, Tsunade landed. And for Tsunade, landing meant launching. Using the downward inertia, she became a blonde bullet, fist pulled back, the air crackling with the promise of continent-shattering impact. She closed the distance with terrifying speed. All according to plan. Mid-air, Mizura formed a single-hand seal. A water clone erupted from the mist beside him, throwing itself directly into Tsunade's path. Its purpose wasn't to win, just to interpose, to buy the original a precious second or two to retreat further over the waves. By now, the spectators on the shore were catching on. He's hurting her, Mito observed, her arms crossed, the golden flicker of her Ninetales chakra mode, KCM, dormant but ready. Azula simply smirked, thinking about the flying thunder god kunai on Tsunade. Between Mito's speed, her markers, and their collective medical expertise, his chance of landing a killing blow rounded to zero. Tsunade knew it too. That's why she was playing along. And play along she did. Whether she fully grasped his spatial strategy or was just too irritated to care, in a matter of seconds the duel had become a distant spectacle, two figures dancing across the waves far from the island's shores. On the beach, Taijima Uchiha let out a low, appreciative hum. Indeed. It seems Konoha's continued dominance is less an ambition and more, a fact. He watched Tsunade trade blow for blow with one of the world's most feared kage. He's operating at, 70% due to his injury. And she's not even using her forbidden jutsu. This is just her base form. Murasake, standing beside him, found himself nodding slowly, his earlier anxieties about the clan's standing evaporating like mist. I see now. I understand the source of Azula-sama's unwavering confidence. His gaze swept over the impossible assembly on the shore. Mito with that mode that edges her into the realm of the Shodai himself. Azula-sama, a prodigy who hasn't even awakened her Mangekyo yet but commands every field. And in reserve, Konoha even has the White Fang, who can stalemate the strongest kage. Then there's Taijima, Tsunade, Hiruzen, Danzo, Hiruzen's two other disciples, the elders. He shook his head in sheer disbelief. Lord Taijima, I dare say if Konoha wished to unify the shinobi world tomorrow, they possess the raw strength to do so, even if every other village combined their forces against us. Taijima's Sharingan glinted with dark, amused satisfaction. A frightening thought, isn't it? And the scariest part, he said, turning back to watch Tsunade finally land a blow that sent a Mizukage water clone exploding into a momentary rainstorm, is that they're all still technically young. They're only going to get more horrifying. In the shinobi world, seeing two jonin throw down was a rare treat. A full-blown Kage-level brawl. That was the stuff of legends, the kind of thing genin would gossip about for years. The clash between Tsunade and the enigmatic Mizura firmly belonged to the latter category, a spectacle of shattered water and ocean. The longer they fought, the clearer Tsunade's edge became. It wasn't just her monstrous chakra reserves or her terrifying ability to adapt mid-swing. No, the real problem for Mizura was the gift left by Mito Uzumaki, a tailed beast ball that had cracked his ribs and simmered his insides. Every movement was a gamble, every jutsu attacks on a failing body. He'd known this from the start, of course. His plan was a stopwatch ticking down, lure the woman away from the shore, away from Azula and her allies, and finish her fast. You know, Mizura began, his voice cutting through the spray of a colliding wave, deciding that a good monologue was as essential as a well-placed kunai. In the shinobi world, our village stands second only to Konoha. In clans, in bloodlines, in secret arts. You are the only ones who outnumber us. Tsunade didn't grace him with a reply, merely smashing a fist into the ocean's surface and sending a geyser back at him. He danced aside, the motion tighter, more pain than before. And this technique, he continued, a sharp, confident grin on his face, well, technically, I haven't even learned it. It's a one-shot scroll, a legacy. I don't even know if it'll work. He was betting everything on her personality now. A ninja fight was a clearer window into a soul than any conversation. And from this bruising, breakneck dance, he saw her clearly, bold, prideful, and absolutely unwilling to look weaker than that Uchiha upstart, Azula. She wouldn't run. She wouldn't call for help. Sure enough, though her expression hardened into something lethal, her feet remained planted on the water. Not a single thought of flight flickered in her fierce eyes. Suten, Sekai Dekken. Water release, funeral of the drowned world. His hands moved in a slow, deliberate sequence, each seal a deliberate punctuation. Then, defying the standard logic of water release jutsu, he acted as though he were using earth release, normally requiring contact with solid ground, and slammed his palms not onto dirt, but directly onto the ocean's surface. The effect was instantaneous and eerie. The raging sea, their tumultuous battlefield, went utterly, profoundly calm. Then, the bottom dropped out. Tsunade was stunned. The water supporting her vanished. She was falling. A glance down showed Mizura falling right beside her, a grimace of pain on his face. Good, she thought with a spark of vindication. Whatever this is, he's stuck in it too. That spark lasted about 3 seconds. That's how long it took to realize the horrifying scale of the technique. They weren't just falling into a hole in the water. They were inside a massive, spherical prison of water, 50 meters in radius, suspended deep within the ocean itself. The barrier walls shimmered with oppressive chakra, holding back thousands of tons of pressure. They were now in a drowning cell. For a shinobi of Tsunade's caliber, holding her breath for an hour during low activity was a trivial exercise. But this was different. The moment the water enveloped her, she felt a toxic, burning chill seep into her lungs. It wasn't just water, it was chakra-saturated, poisoned by the jutsu's nature. Her medical expertise screamed an internal warning, 2 minutes. Maybe less. But the Mizukage wasn't done. Through the distorting, blue-tinted water, she saw him forming another set of seals, his movements labored, bubbles streaming from his nose. He was drowning too, and worse than she was. The madness of what he was about to do dawned on her. Raiten, Dekiden. Lightning release, drowning thunder. The thought was sheer, unadulterated insanity. Lightning. In water. Inside a closed sphere. With both of them in it. End of the chapter. Chapter 81, Chapter 81. Chakra mode. A sympathetic hiss escaped Azula's lips. Even through the distant haze of her sensory perception, the feedback was vivid. Youch. That's got to sting worse than a sunburn in a salt mine. Beside her, Mito's serene composure finally cracked, a faint frown etching itself onto her timeless face. She didn't just see the conflict, thanks to her sensory ability, she felt the jarring tremors of Tsunade's chakra, each spike of pain a needle in her own heart. The grandmother in her screamed to step in, to shatter that watery prison with a flick of her wrist. But the former Jinchuriki, the woman who had helped anchor a village, knew better. You couldn't swat away every storm for those you loved. Some squalls had to be weathered alone. At least, she consoled herself, her knuckles white where they gripped her robes, the situation was still within the realm of containment. If things spiraled to the absolute worst, she could intervene. Yet, with that cold assurance came a simmering, glacial fury. Her disgust toward Kirigakure crystallized into something personal, surpassing even her deep-seated resentment for Kumo and the cloud that had taken Tobirama. This was no act of war, it was a back-alley ambush, poison in the well, and it was targeting her blood. Unaware of the seismic shift in opinion he was causing outside his watery domain, Mizura had only one thought cycling through his drowning mind, take her down. Whatever it takes. The outside world was just static. As long as those terrifying observers stayed behind their invisible line, he'd consider it a blessing. His primary goal, a mutual, permanent retirement, was perhaps a dream. But the backup plan? The acceptable consolation prize? That was already within grasp. Severe, career-ending injury. The kind that would make the legendary slug princess a historical footnote. And his masterpiece, the jutsu, Sutten, Sekai Dekken, was perfectly engineered for the task. The technique was deceptively simple in theory, brutally complex in execution. The user became a nucleus, a desperate black hole for every molecule of moisture within a radius defined by their life force. It wasn't summoning water, it was claiming it, declaring sovereignty over the very atmosphere. Unless, of course, a shinobi with a godlier grip on environmental chakra happened to be lounging about, a possibility Mizura desperately ignored. The result was a crushing, ever-expanding sphere. The more chakra he burned, the denser it became. Inside, it wasn't just an absence of air, it was a positive presence of pressure, a thick, syrupy inertia that made lifting a finger feel like hauling a boulder. And the final, elegant cruelty. The water itself was saturated with his own corrosive chakra, a venomous brew that turned each passing second into a fresh circle of liquid hell. Within this personal aquarium of agony, Tsunade Senju was having a very bad day, and an even more irritating internal debate after the lightning shock. She almost couldn't resist releasing the Scarlet Beast beckoned, a tide of raw power that could blast this entire bubble into a fine mist. But a stubborn, prideful voice, one that sounded suspiciously like her own, but with her granduncle's infuriating tone, whispered in her mind's ear. If you bail now, the gap widens. Permanently. Her thoughts, sharp with pain and envy, flickered to Azula. Of course. If the Princess of Fire were in here, she'd have a menu of options. Option 1, flashy exit. A smirk and a flying rage in Kunai's flicker, and she'd be outside, brushing imaginary dust off her shoulder. Option 2, brutal efficiency. That insane, surgical chakra control would lance a lightning release technique straight through the sphere, frying Mizura like a shrimp without even getting her hair wet. Option 3, elemental dominance. Fire release chakra mode to turn the sphere into a sauna, or lightning release chakra mode to become a living insulator, sitting pretty until Mizura coughed out his last chakra-filled bubble. Tsunade couldn't help but let out a grumble that was lost in the churning water. It was so unfair. She herself had 4 of the 5 chakra natures. Azula had patiently, if smugly, walked her through the theories behind both her iconic chakra modes. Yet the paths remained closed to her. Deep down, she knew the truth. It wasn't a lack of talent, but a surplus of stubbornness. She hadn't wanted to replicate Azula's work. She'd wanted to one-up it. If she can master fire and lightning, she'd thought, then I'll pioneer earth and water. A healing, unbreakable fortress of a mode. Reality, that bluntest of teachers, had humbled her swiftly. She was chasing a dream that had eluded even her granduncle Tobirama, the prolific genius of jutsu creation. As her body screamed in protest, every muscle fiber begging for mercy, lungs burning like she'd swallowed smoldering coals, her mind stopped wondering about how the world isn't fair. But in the midst of this psychic detour, a spark of an idea flickered to life. Not a big one. More like the last sputter of a candle before it went out, but hey, she'd take it. Her advantages were clear, if depressingly short at the moment, monstrous chakra reserves, strength that could make a boulder powder, and control so fine she could thread a needle during an earthquake. Too bad the crushing, watery prison she was in didn't care. Moving was like wading through cement. Attacking. Might as well try to punch the ocean. Okay, scratch taijutsu. That's a big, fat nope. So chakra it was. Either the ludicrous amount she possessed or the surgeon's precision of her control. Lightning release could maybe short-circuit this whole watery nightmare, if she felt like frying herself into tempera first. Pass. Earth. She'd need, well, earth. Fire. A brilliant idea, if her goal was to boil herself alive. Wind was the only one of the basic 5 she couldn't use, leaving her to wonder, not for the first time, if the universe had a truly wicked sense of humor. Then there was the nuclear option, just unleash all her chakra in one earth-shattering kaboom. Her grandmother could probably do it, blink and turn the sphere into a light mist. But her? She'd just end up exhausted and still very, very wet. Fine, she grumbled internally. If one advantage isn't enough, why not smash the 2 together and see what explodes? Chakra amount plus chakra control equals, what, exactly? In this soggy death trap, only 2 possibilities floated to the surface of her mind, sealing techniques, or somehow taking control of the water itself. A wave of hot, prickling regret washed over her. Grandma Mito's disappointed face is going to haunt me in the Pure Land. Practice your Fuinjutsu, she said. It'll save your life, she said. And what did I do? Probably went to punch a few trees. But regret was a luxury for people who weren't currently being used as a human stress ball by a giant water orb. She shoved the feeling aside. Okay, deep breath. Or whatever passed for one when water was trying to become her new lungs. She forced her mind back to a lesson from Azula, her voice calm and certain in her memory. Chakra is physical and spiritual energy, woven together. Think of a simple fireball. Your will, your spirit, shapes the idea, fire. Your body's energy fuels it, makes it real, makes it burn. In theory, with enough chakra and the skill to guide it, you are limited only by your imagination. It had sounded like philosophical fluff back then. Now, it was her lifeline. Chakra felt omnipotent. Like a net that could stitch reality together in new ways if you had enough of it and the guts to try. What she wanted wasn't even that crazy. She didn't need to create a new sun or fold space. She just needed a suit of armor. A water-release chakra mode. A personal bubble where she made the rules. Where she could command the very water crushing her to obey, to part, to shove. End of the chapter. I swear I will end this fucking fight in the next chapter, and despite being late and all, I swear I'm doing my best. I even swore I wouldn't sleep until publishing a chapter, and it's 4 in the morning right now, although it's not a long chapter where I could have ended the fight. I'm truly sleeping. Fortunately no school tomorrow. Guess Christmas is just a free day to sleep. Chapter 82, Mizura's death. She started thinking about the basics. The average human body comes with 108 chakra points, or tenketsu. One can think of them as tiny, spiritual holes. In theory, you could blast chakra out of any of them and perform a jutsu from your left elbow if you were feeling particularly inclined. In practice, not so much. Outside of a few, like the Hyuga clan, who cheat by using something like 64 at once for their fancy 8 trigrams, most shinobi stick to the classics, hands and feet. Why? Because those are the faucets that get used daily. They're the polished, well-oiled, reliable tools. Trying to use the one on your lower back is like trying to write with your non-dominant toe, possible, but deeply impractical. Now, to achieve the coveted, sparkly, and overwhelmingly cool chakra mode, you have 2 paths, both paved with agony and hubris. Path 1, the control freak. You must hone your chakra control to such a ridiculous degree that you can not only release chakra from all 108 faucets simultaneously but also transform it into an element and not, set your own spleen on fire. This is the path walked by Azula and Tsukumo Hatake. Path 2, the tank. You say control is for poets and librarians. You instead cultivate a body so inhumanly durable that you simply ignore the damage of your own violently escaping chakra. Who needs finesse when you can treat your chakra network like a demolition derby? This is the proud tradition of Kimo's monsters, exemplified by the third Reikage, a man who probably used lightning release to toast his morning bread because striking a match was for the weak. And then there she is, Tsunade. The hilarious part is that through a combination of Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines and her chakra control, she accidentally qualified for both paths. Was her control as sublime as Azula's? No, but it was easily in Konoha's top 5, a list featuring people who could probably thread a needle with a chakra thread during an earthquake. Was her body as tough as the third Reikage's? Not quite, but drop her in Kumo and she cracked the top 5 strength rankings just by frowning at a boulder. She was a statistical anomaly wrapped in a lab coat and thrown through a brick wall. She could have probably brute-forced her way into a lightning chakra mode if she'd wanted. But that was Azula and Tsukumo's signature flavor of crazy. Tsunade, currently suspended in the crushing, dark embrace of the ocean, had a different idea. Water was all around her. It made a terrible, watery sense. All right, my chakra points, don't disappoint me, she mused, the thought as calm as the ocean was not. Let's start with a gentle drip from all taps. Releasing the raw chakra was easy. She'd practiced this part, lying in fields, imagining her chakra as a gentle mist. The next part was the killer, transforming the nature of that chakra at every single point, all at once, while several tons of ocean pressure tried to turn her into a bloody mist. For Azula, this was nothing. She could release a fireball from her navel before breakfast just to prove a point. For Tsunade, it was like trying to sing 108 different songs in harmony while trying not to destroy a tree with a single punch. Her chakra seeped out, meeting the dense water. She gritted her teeth and began the agonizing, meticulous work of convincing her inner energy to become the ocean. On the surface, Azula raised an eyebrow. A faint, aquatic glow was emanating from the depths. Oh, she's still trying to brute force a water chakra mode down there. Worthy of her, I suppose. She wasn't surprised. The Tsunade from the anime hadn't bothered with such flashy techniques, preferring to solve problems with her fists and a bank loan. But this Tsunade, the one who'd been nudged by their friendship and by witnessing both her and Tsukumo cloak themselves in thunder release chakra mode. This Tsunade had a spark of, oh yeah. Watch me, that refused to die. To Azula, with control so perfect it made butterflies land in symmetrical patterns, Tsunade's struggle was admirable. Beside her, Mito had been watching the waters with a deep frown. Suddenly, the lines on her face smoothed, replaced by a knowing, serene smile. I believe she is about to exceed our expectations, Azula. Mito's senses, honed by a lifetime of understanding the heart's tides and the Karama chakra mode, were stretched to their peak. And what she felt from the depths wasn't just struggle. It was a strange, crystalline focus. A thrilling, terrifying clarity. She recognized that state intimately. It wasn't found in the safety of a training ground. It was born in the white-hot crucible of a life-or-death battle, the moment when you roll the dice on an unfinished technique because the most likely other option is a grave. In that moment, there is no room for error, no space for doubt. Every motion, every spark of chakra, aligns with a perfect, desperate will to survive. It was the zen of near-death experience. And Tsunade, crushed by the ocean's weight, had just found it. If one were to describe Tsunade at this moment, she wasn't just using chakra, she had become the water. Every ounce of her, from her famously blonde hair to her currently furrowed eyebrows, had seamlessly dissolved into the ocean itself. It was like the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique. If the Hozuki clan had accidentally left their jutsu manual in the rain and Tsunade decided to one-up them out of sheer pettiness. The suffocating pressure that had weighed on her mere seconds ago vanished as if it had never been. Instead, she felt comfortable. Alarming, really, how at home she felt as a sentient puddle. Her senses surged outward, stretching through the tides for over 20 kilometers in every direction. She could feel every drifting plank of the shattered fleet, every bubble of escaping air, every startled fish wondering why the ocean suddenly smelled like sake and bad decisions. It was beyond Byakugan range, beyond conventional sensing. It was as if the sea had grown a consciousness, and that consciousness was currently very annoyed and in need of a drink. Of course, such cosmic oceanic awareness came with a downside. Her chakra was draining faster than her patience during a gambling intervention. No time to marvel, then. Her focus snapped back to Mizura, the third Mizukage, who was floating there with the dignified expression of a man who'd just seen a mountain turn into a mackerel. He'd expected the forbidden art, Scarlet Beast Seal. He braced for Grandmother Mito's inevitable, terrifying intervention, not a spontaneous, dazzling chakra mode made entirely of water armor. It was so audaciously off-script that his brain apparently needed a buffer period to process, a luxury Tsunade had no intention of granting. Perhaps it was a blessing they were underwater, it saved her from having to deliver a one-liner. Instead, she simply lifted a hand, or the watery essence that currently passed for one, and clenched. Mizura did not so much explode as he redecorated. In an instant, the waters around him blossomed into a vibrant crimson fresco, an abstract masterpiece wholly unsuitable for young audiences or stable stomachs. Well, Tsunade mused with an internal smirk that felt unnervingly fluid, that's one way to close a power gap. Now that I have reached this level, I hope your secret is really worth it, Azula. With the last of her strength, she propelled herself toward the surface, a human-shaped geyser shooting upward before gravity remembered its job. She didn't worry about the landing. Someone showy would catch her. On the shore, Mito allowed her own terrifying aura to fade, the glow around her winking out like a retired lighthouse. The immediate crisis was over, the Uzumaki were saved, and yet she could already feel the political headache brewing. A kage, artistically repurposed into marine pointillism. Yes, a new shinobi war was now inevitable. Right on cue, a flash of black light intercepted Tsunade's descent. Azula, using the Flying Thunder God technique with the effortless grace of someone who'd clearly practiced this dramatic rescue pose in a mirror, caught her neatly. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of a certain future Hokage and his red-haired wife, albeit with significantly less blushing and significantly more "I told you so" energy. Well, Azula muttered, adjusting her hold on the dripping, unconscious Tsunade, I suppose it was worth letting her have her fun. Even if her fun involves redecorating the waters. A flicker of envy passed through her. Tsunade had found a worthy opponent, someone she could fight with her whole, joyfully violent heart. It made Azula's own fingers itch for a duel, specifically, a visit to a certain old monster in his damp basement for a spirited dance. But no. Not yet. She had plans layered within plans, timelines to manage, and an impulse to fight the legendary sucker himself would undo years of delicate scheming. Patience was a sharper blade than recklessness. Gently, she activated her fire-release chakra mode, a warm, radiant healing energy that steamed the seawater from Tsunade's clothes and returned color to her cheeks. It was the yang to Tsunade's momentary aquatic een, the perfect counterbalance. From a respectful distance, Murasake, a veteran who'd weathered the Warring States period, could only stare. His beard seemed to have gained extra gray hairs in the last 5 minutes. I have seen many wars, he announced to no one in particular. I have imagined countless scenarios for this one. None involved this. He replayed everything that had happened. First, Lady Mito fires a single bullet and deletes a fleet of 10,000. Then, Taijima gets excited and mops up the survivors like they're crumbs on a tablecloth. And now, the god of shinobi's granddaughter turns into the ocean and uses a Mizukage as paint. He shook his head slowly, a philosopher contemplating utter nonsense. I thought this era had gone soft. I longed for the good old days of straightforward carnage. But now I just feel profound pity for anyone born in the same generation as these two. He gazed out at the calming waves, where the last hints of Mizura's artwork were diffusing into the deep. Madara and Hashirama used to dominate people with terror. These two. They dominate us with bewildering spectacle. I'm not sure which is more frightening. End of the chapter. Finally done with this. Chapter 83, what? Who cries in front of a snot-nosed Brhey? Hiruzen was facing a dilemma big enough to make the Five Great Nation Summit look like a playground squabble. He'd faced down Kage-level opponents and survived Tobarama's notoriously motivational leadership. But this was different. How do I handle this? He asked the empty, smoke-choked air of his office. No divine answer came, just the faint, judgmental wheeze of the ventilation system losing its lifelong battle. Yup, these exist in the ninja world. The haze was so thick a passing Umbu could have mistaken it for a new stealth technique. Hiruzen knew that in over a decade of wearing the ridiculous hat, he was facing his greatest test. It was tougher than that time the Uchiha clan collectively gave him the same look they reserved for a monkey. It was more nerve-wracking than strategically downplaying the Senju, the clan of his teacher, the clan that had bled, built, and basically babysat Konoha into existence. That decision still gave him ethical heartburn at 3 a.m. And the source of all this? One image, burned into his brain, Mito Uzumaki, bathed in that eerie, golden chakra of hers, looking less like a venerable matriarch and more like a primordial force that had just remembered it could flick villages into the sea. She'd put on a little demonstration before departing, a casual display that had everyone in the village nodding like bobbleheads and the clan heads suddenly rediscovering their long-lost enthusiasm for paying taxes. Her support rating, Hiruzen was sure, was currently higher than the village's annual ramen consumption. He was so lost in this spiraling pit of political despair that he almost missed the familiar, deliberately sluggish chakra signature at his door. It was the human equivalent of a sigh given physical form. Hiruzen straightened up, pushing the panic deep down into a special compartment labeled, "For later freakouts." He didn't even wait for the knock. "Enter," he said, his voice the perfect portrait of Hokage Ly calm. The kind of calm that precedes a very expensive explosion. The door slid open, revealing a man who embodied strategic lethargy. Shikako Nara, clan head and Konoha's intelligence director, stood there as if the very act of arriving had exhausted his weekly ambition quota. "Hiruzen," Shikako drawled, their academy classmate history allowing for a familiarity that bypassed all Lord Hokage formalities. He held up a single scroll as if it weighed as much as a boulder. "News. From Uzushio Gakure." Hiruzen gestured for him to continue, his pipe pausing mid-lift. According to Tsunade's vivid report, Shikako began, unrolling the scroll with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list. A combined fleet of over 10,000 shinobi from Kiri and who knows where else showed up at Uzushio's doorstep. The Mizukage himself leading the party. He paused. Thanks to their spies, they had known about the attack and the numbers very early on. 10,000. That wasn't an attack, that was a migration of violence. The update, Shikako continued, his dry tone never shifting, is that there is no fleet. There is, presumably, a lot of new underwater debris. 0 survivors, Mizukage included. Tsunade reports Uzushio Gakure didn't take a single loss the entire time, apart from her being hurt when fighting Mizura. Hiruzen's eyebrow threatened to climb into his hairline. Tsunade was his student, and her idea of a mission report often blurred the line between fact and a particularly aggressive boast. In fact, this was exactly not a report but just her wanting to boast. The kicker, Shikako said, finally showing a flicker of something, vague professional annoyance. Uzushio is locked down tighter than the village's secret technique vault. Total communications blackout. Our spies have gone silent. The only intel we have is what Tsunade deigned to send you. Hiruzen didn't doubt the intelligence. His own networks had whispered of the Kiri fleet's mobilization. He'd braced for a tragedy, a diplomatic nightmare, a blow to their major ally, with Mito, Azula, and Taijima saving the day. He had not braced for a complete and utter deletion. Only one person fit into that equation. Mito. He'd always suspected she'd ascended to a realm near the Shodames. He'd read the forbidden scrolls on Mokutan, on the deity-like constructs, the world-ending palms. He'd intellectually understood the power. But understanding and having it demonstrated by your predecessor's still very vibrant wife are two very different things. He'd even quietly buried Tobarama-sensei's more enthusiastic research into Hashirama's cells, a move partly born of respect, partly born of a very healthy fear of Mito's reaction. Now, staring at the report of 10,000 vanishing shinobi, that fear felt less like paranoia and more like the single greatest survival instinct of his career. That hesitation hadn't just saved his political skin, it might have very literally saved his ability to continue being a breathing, non-arboreal life form. He took a long, slow pull from his pipe. The dilemma hadn't gotten any simpler. If anything, it had grown more terrifyingly complex. But one thing was now crystal clear. The age of subtly managing Konoha was over. It was over with the one who had just reminded the world, and her slightly nervous Hokage, what true power looked like. Well, Hiruzen finally said, the word hanging in the smoky air. I suppose sending a strongly worded scroll to carry about their littering problem is out of the question. Shikako's lips twitched, the Nara version of a belly laugh. I'll draft a condolence letter instead. Sorry for your entire military. It's more efficient. Hiruzen's first thought was, no, let's definitely keep this quiet. Because what's better than stumbling upon a geopolitical powder keg? Sitting on it. Smiling. And pretending everything's fine. Another war is inevitable, Hiruzen mused to the silent, judgmental portraits of his predecessors. Our advantage is that no one else knows our crazy ninjas just redefined field trip by killing a Kage and an elite battalion. This is our advantage, it should be a secret for as long as possible. Well, that, and the tiny, screaming matter of reputation. The Uchiha. The Senju. Azula, Mito, and Tsunade. Forget saving an allied nation, the village would see only that they'd done the impossible while the official village response was still stuck in committee. Hiruzen could already feel the heat beneath his Hokage seat. Not a metaphor. He was pretty sure the cushion was smoking. Across from him, Shikako observed with the energetic focus of a man contemplating a very long nap. As Jonin commander and head of intelligence, he understood politics better than most understood breathing. Internal conflict. Human nature's favorite hobby. Of course Hiruzen wanted to manage the narrative. Letting the Uchiha and Senju reclaim their legendary status would undo years of very careful, very quiet reputation, gardening. Shikako gave a slow, knowing nod. Translation, I get it. You're panicking. I'd panic too if my best assets were also my biggest political headaches. I'll head back, Shikako said, already mentally halfway out the window. We'll dig up every scrap of intel. Or die trying. Good. Hiruzen said, with the fervor of a man clinging to a single, positive word. The door shut. Silence descended, broken only by the faint sound of Hiruzen's will to live crackling into ashes. He sighed, not knowing what to do. Call his advisors. No. That would just mean more people in this office, breathing his air, and offering solutions so brilliantly stupid they'd probably suggest throwing a festival for the now-dead Kage. While the third Hokage was full of headaches. Azula was dealing with a headache of a different breed, one that wore a triumphant grin and had the regenerative prowess of a tank. Tsunade, thanks to her freakishly durable Senju Uzumaki biology and Azula's own fiery chakra techniques, had bounced back from death's door like it was a mild suggestion. Mizura's assumption that she'd be down for the count was, in Tsunade's own loudly broadcasted opinion, adorably wrong. And broadcast it she did. The moment she could lift a finger, Tsunade had snatched the experimental communicator, Azula's own invention, currently limited to Konoha's elite, and proceeded to humble brag to what felt like the entire village. Just took a little nap after killing a Kage-level threat. What did you do today? Now, the woman was in her face, vibrating with the energy of a hyperactive squirrel. You promised, Tsunade sing-songed, poking Azula's shoulder. Kage-level in my normal state. A secret for a secret. Pay up. Your normal state is currently encased in a swirling vortex of water chakra that screams overcompensation, Azula deadpanned. The third rakage doesn't count as normal either, you know. Details. It's my chakra, my mode. So, it counts. Now spill. Tsunade loomed closer, eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and something else, something weirdly fidgety. Okay, Azula sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. But first, why are you looking at me like I'm a rare ramen topping? Is the secret really that existential? Tsunade's cheeks flushed a faint pink. She opened her mouth, then closed it. Azula had clearly misinterpreted her nervous energy, but correcting her would mean explaining actual feelings. Hell no. Bravery was for battle, not conversations. So, she doubled down on the bravado. Look, Tsunade deflected, flexing a hand that shimmered with aqueous chakra. I almost died developing this masterpiece just to beat Mizura. If your big secret turns out to be something like, I prefer my tea with 2 sugars, I'm hitting you with the Tsunade special. You'll be soggy for a week. Azula gave her a sidelong glance so dry it could wither a cactus. Oh, sweet summer child, she thought. You think we're equals now because you have a new shiny mode. I copied it with my Sharingan before you even stopped dripping. But, for the sake of Tsunade's fragile pride, and the structural integrity of the room, she kept that to herself. You've gotten insufferably cocky, Azula observed. Fine. Once you're fully recovered, we're having a spar. I expect you to make it interesting. You're avoiding the secret. Right. The secret. Azula leaned back, a slow, mischievous smile spreading. It's really very simple. I know the future. For instance, I know that a certain loser goddess of gamblers will one day have her defense shattered by a loud, orange-wearing kid, and will be found sobbing on the ground in front of him. Truly, a legendary, tear-soaked moment. Silence. Tsunade blinked. What? Who cries in front of a snot-nosed brhey? The color drained from her face, then flooded back in a scarlet tsunami. Wait a minute. Did you just say you know the future? Her voice hit a pitch that could shatter glass. Her eyes looked ready to leap from their sockets. From the sidelines, Mito Uzumaki silently sipped her tea, the picture of serene amusement. As for eavesdroppers, impossible. Their barriers were airtight, and her senses were tuned to snuff out any lurking zetsu like a bug. The only thing being overheard was the glorious sound of Tsunade's worldview imploding. End of the chapter. Don't forget to vote, guys. Chapter 84, Path to the Top. Breathe, Tsunade. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Preferably not through shouting, Azula drawled, not looking up from her teacup. This is precisely why I didn't tell you. You are too loud. If not for Mito-sensei's barrier, you'd be currently telling everyone my secret. Tsunade's roar had finally subsided into a dangerous, kettle-like simmer. The noise isn't the issue, she hissed. You've known about the future since when? She cut herself off. The pieces, suddenly, were falling into place with the subtlety of a brick to the face. Azula, ever since they were snot-nosed brats, had trained with a desperation that made the average Uchiha look lazy. She'd pursued power like it was the last dango in Konoha, and she had a terminal hunger. Tsunade had just written it off as her best friend being a competitive, obsessive freak. But this explained the 3 a.m. kenjutsu practice, the suspiciously specific paranoia, and that one time Azula had tried to invent chakra-powered sunscreen during a perfectly nice picnic. The possibility that Azula was just crazy or had mistaken a bad dream for a prophecy didn't even cross Tsunade's mind. Azula's intelligence was the one thing more rock-solid than Tsunade's own punches. Ah, the gears are finally turning. I was worried I'd have to draw you a diagram, Azula said, a familiar, infuriating smirk gracing her lips. Yes. The future. It's been in my head since before we met. That's the big secret. So, is it worth the training, or are you gearing up for a beating? Tisk. Tsunade's eye twitched. You kept something this huge from me for years. What, did you think I'd run to the Hokage Tower and start blabbing? Or just that I'd accidentally spill it during a drunken darts game? While I have zero faith in your ability to keep a secret quieter than a volcanic eruption, Azula said, smoothly sidestepping the accusation, the official decree for silence came from a higher authority. Mito-sensei insisted we wait until you displayed a modicum of maturity. She took a delicate sip of tea. A standard you are, regrettably, still astronomically far from reaching. She could feel Mito's gaze from the corner of the room, a quiet, profound look of maternal disappointment that could wilt flowers. Azula, with the impenetrable fortitude of someone who had once argued with a tidal wave, met it with serene innocence, as if she'd just complimented the weather. Tsunade swiveled her betrayed glare toward her grandmother, who merely offered a slow, serene blink. She sputtered, a warship with no enemy to broadside. Even so, you should have. Tsunade began, then stalled. Should have what? Told her earlier. She'd have been 12 and probably tried to bet on the outcomes. You see my dilemma, Azula sighed, a master conductor watching the orchestra play itself. My hands were tied. All I could do was subtly nudge fate away from certain, unsightly tragedies. Defeated, Tsunade slumped. It was a familiar posture. Fine. You win. Again. Then, like a sunflower pivoting toward a new dawn, she leaned forward, her eyes glinting with sudden, avaricious hope. Okay, but seriously though. The future me. How strong was I? We were obviously the most legendary duo ever, right? And our promise, to end all the stupid wars, did we do it? Tell me we did it. This was the real question, buried under all the bluster. It was the dream of the girl who'd lost too much, who poured her soul into healing others so she'd never have to stand helplessly by a deathbed again. Azula set her cup down with a soft click. The smirk faded into something more complex. First, princess. You have to understand, the future isn't a fixed script. It's more like a suggestion written in wet sand at high tide. She met Tsunade's eager gaze. But let's just say the version of you I saw had a punch that could rewrite geography. And our promise? Let's call it a work in very aggressive progress. She leaned in, a conspiratorial glint in her eyes. Take this very moment. Critical juncture. I just spilled my universe-hopping secrets. Now, the branching begins. In one world, you storm off and punt Nawaki into the next sunrise. In another, you sulk artistically under a tree. And in one particularly spicy timeline, you try to punch me. Spoiler, it goes poorly for you. Azula's grin turned sharp. Those aren't just what-ifs. They're what-dids, just not here. The future I know. That's the one where I never showed up. In that snooze fest, 50-year-old you was barely stronger than you are now. Mito-sensei never mastered the Kyubi chakra mode, and Uzushio-gakure. She let the pause hang, heavy with unspoken tragedy. Became a memory. She decided not to info-dump everything on Tsunade. Even her brain would need a coffee break when you're rewriting its understanding of, well, everything. And sure enough, Tsunade's mental gears were visibly smoking, her expression glazed over. It made a twisted sort of sense. Tsunade was a biologist of chakra and flesh, she knew the human body was a labyrinth of miracles and mysteries, and she'd barely mapped 40% of it. That very perspective made her able to almost accept world-shattering revelations. Almost. But being hit with the existential equivalent of a brick to the face. That's how you get a short circuit. Smack. A pebble, thrown with pinpoint accuracy, bounced off Tsunade's forehead. "OW," she yelped, rubbing the spot. Her body was famously durable, but the sheer audacity of the strike made it sting. She glared at the obvious culprit, Mito. Mito simply nodded, her expression serene. "Stop frying your brain." The simplified version is this: Azula peeked at a different reality. In hers, things went badly. In ours. Mito's gaze softened with unwavering resolve. "We saved Uzushio-gakure. And I am here. I will never let you fall behind. So stop looking like you've seen the ghost of future's mediocre." The words acted like a splash of cold water. Tsunade blinked, the haze clearing from her eyes, replaced by a familiar, fiery pride. "Heh. You're right. Me, letting a brat make me cry. Impossible." Azula smiled, a genuine one this time. Exactly. The Tsunade from the anime and this Tsunade might share a name, a face, and a legendary temper. But that was where the similarity ended. This one had a different spark, and a future that was thrillingly her own to write. "That's right. Don't hurt yourself thinking about it," Azula said, waving a hand as if shooing a particularly slow fly. "The future is currently a first draft, and we're the editors with very, very fiery pens." Tsunade, who had been zoning out, snapped back to reality with a scowl. "I wasn't dazed, I was strategically contemplating." "Call it what you like," Azula shrugged, a fox-like smile playing on her lips. "But while you were strategically contemplating, my plan kept moving. And it has a very exciting, starring role for you. Unless you'd prefer to be left in the dust, watching the revolution happen from a gambling table while losing all your money." That got her. Tsunade's eye twitched, a precursor to seismic activity. "You have to explain what the hell you're talking about before I remodel this village with your face. TSK. You do need a good beating later," Azula chirped, undeterred. "But our plan. For the coming war, we're not going to just fight in it. We're going to use it." She began ticking points off on her fingers with theatrical relish. "Without my existence, Uzushio-gakure gets scraped off the map by 4 nations playing keep away with their Fuinjutsu. Then, they use those stolen seals to mass-produce Jinchuriki. That's worse." Tsunade's breath hitched. Azula pressed on, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Nawaki dies. A certain gambling-loving medic loses her lover in that timeline, and it breaks her. Mito-sensei passes, making way for a future she wouldn't have chosen. And you? You end up so heartbroken and pissed at Konoha you'd rather drink than heal it." Azula paused, letting the horrific highlight reel sink in. Then, she delivered the kicker with icy cheer. "And your beloved sensei, the Hokage. He develops a spectacularly selective blindness. Danzo leads Orochimaru down a path so dark it needs its own lamp, and Hiruzen just nods along. Then Danzo orchestrates a scheme leading to the annihilation of the Uchiha with only one survivor. And still, no consequences. Hiruzen Sarutobi's leadership isn't a path to peace, it's a guided tour to the village's obsolescence." Mito-sensei agrees, by the way. Tsunade was pale, her fists clenched. Azula straightened up, her expression turning serious. "I don't like him. I think he's a dithering man who confuses hesitation for wisdom. If he decides to be a roadblock, I will remove him. Permanently. I'm telling you this now because I'd rather you be angry before I potentially depose your mentor than after. Consider it a courtesy." She let the nuclear option hang in the air for a moment. "My goal isn't just to win a war. It's to end the concept of them. This fractured world is just target practice for the real enemies lurking out there. We need to unite, and we can't do that with a Hokage who thinks a stern talking to is an adequate response to treason. Azula sighed, the intensity fading into something almost like exhaustion. Talk to Sensei. She'll confirm the broad strokes. Think it over. But don't think too long, the future waits for no one. And before Tsunade could summon a coherent sentence that wasn't pure rage, Azula vanished in a flash. She reappeared in the branches of a distant tree. Her plan had been simple: win the Second War, earn godlike fame, maybe unlock the Mangekyo, and then gracefully ascend to the Hokage seat amidst universal applause. But plans, like Hiruzen's spine, had a tendency to go soft. She started thinking about the change, tapping her chin. Current reputation, strongest kunoichi alive, Mito politely excluded. Current arsenal, Sharingan, Rasengan, Chidori, Flying Raijin, and a Tri-Chakra mode thanks to the woman currently confused. Verdict, significantly more combat-ready than a man whose greatest recent feat is smoking a pipe thoughtfully. So why, she mused, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across her face, am I waiting for a war to buff my resume when I could just skip to the good part and clean house now? Sometimes, the smoothest path to the top was just to remove the people standing on the stairs. Chapter 86, Chapter 85, 14 years old Orochimaru. If anyone could hear Azula's thoughts, they'd probably think she'd been spending too much time in the Nara forest. Mito didn't need mind reading to get the gist, though. After decades as a Jinchuriki and wife to the world's most energetic do-gooder, she'd gotten pretty good at reading people, especially when the person is one supremely talented, profoundly impatient Uchiha. The girl wasn't a procrastinator. Oh no. Azula's particular brand of madness was ambition on fast forward. Mito could practically see the thought bubble over her student's head: why waste years buttering up old men on the council when she could just become Hokage tomorrow? It was less a career path and more a hostile takeover plan, complete with imagined fireworks and a very annoyed monkey. But Mito also knew something else, something Azula hid beneath all that Uchiha pride and precision. The girl valued bonds like a miser valued gold. She'd give you the shirt off her back if she decided you were hers, then set anyone who looked at you funny on fire, which is, somehow, a normal Uchiha trait. In other words, fiercely loyal. Mito's gaze then drifted to her granddaughter. If Mito's heart ached for Azula's driven isolation, it throbbed for Tsunade's burdened shoulders. The poor girl had been shadowed by a prodigy since they could walk, and then every achievement of Tsunade's was met with, well, she is Hashirama's granddaughter. No one saw the sweat, the broken training dummies, the stubborn tears she'd never shed, all just to keep pace with a friend who seemed to move at the speed of light. Suddenly, an impulse struck Mito, the kind that should have been buried with her youth, yet somehow sparked to life. Before her better judgment could protest, she was moving. Tsunade barely had time to blink before she was engulfed in a hug. Tsunade froze and her brain short-circuited. Grandma. Hugging. In broad daylight. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been held like this, probably before her mother died and, well, by Azula a few days ago. She felt a somewhat warm and terrifying vulnerability threatening to rise in her chest, but being the strong one, she shoved it down. Her face remained a masterpiece of controlled confusion. After a few seconds, the warmth was rapidly being crushed out of her by Senju-level granny strength. Grandma, she wheezed, her voice muffled against Mito's shoulder. I'm fine, but could you, release me? My ribs are tapping out. Mito chuckled. Well, you're certainly not dead. My hugs would have finished the job if you were. She released Tsunade, who gasped dramatically for air, and sighed. Living as long as I have, it's like being the last one left at a very depressing banquet. My husband, then my son, his wife, my brother-in-law, my sister, my parents. Everyone who got an invitation to my heart left early. She reached out and gently booped Tsunade on the nose, her expression softening. But the banquet isn't over. I still have you in Nawaki. You two are the last, most precious heirlooms of a clan that specialized in stubbornness and fabulous hair. And I will protect my heirlooms. Even, she added, her voice dropping into something steelier, from my own grandson's sometimes foolish student. Azula showed me a future. Your future, Tsunade. And let me tell you, you ended up utterly alone, worse than I was. Me, Nawaki, your lover, that ridiculous Jiraiya, even someone you considered as a little sister, gone. You became so terrified of blood you'd faint at a paper cut. She ticked the catastrophes off on her fingers. Like Azula said, the Uzumaki were wiped out, the Uchiha almost extinct, your fellow Orochimaru disheartened left and became a rogue ninja. Konoha itself was reduced to a smoking crater full of ghosts. She turned fully to Tsunade, her gaze sharp enough to make anyone bow down. Azula wants to change all of this. Stop this cyclical nonsense of villages fighting over scraped knees, and unite them against the real monsters waiting outside the ninja world. And Hiruzen, as good as he may potentially be, isn't up to this task. What we need is someone to rebuild the world with sheer, terrifying willpower. We need Azula as the leader, and we need it before I join the great reunion in the Pure Lands. She spoke in a daze, her voice like a whisper. I don't have much time left. So I need you to ask yourself, what do you truly want? How far will you go to protect what you have? And what risks are you willing to take, not for a title to prove a point to your grandfather's ghost, but for a future where you don't have to mourn everyone you've ever loved? Feeling she had said enough, she chose to leave and let Tsunade have the time to think about it thoroughly. So, it's really coming to this, huh? Jiraiya let out a long, theatrical sigh, slumping back as he stared at the orders stamped with Hiruzen's seal. War again. You'd think the world would get bored of it by now. He'd felt it coming for days. Anyone with half a brain, and preferably both eyes, could tell the ninja world was wound tighter than a paper bomb with a faulty fuse. Borders locked down, missions cancelled, patrols doubled. At this point, even a stray cat trying to leave the village would have been interrogated. Strangely enough, Orochimaru didn't seize the opportunity to mock him. No snide remark, no unsettling grin, no comment about Jiraiya's inevitable dramatic death on some battlefield. Instead, Orochimaru stood beside him, golden eyes fixed on the roiling clouds overhead, pale fingers tucked into his sleeves. He looked contemplative. Dangerous, yes, but quiet. As if he were pondering the mysteries of life. Or death. Or how to dissect both. Jiraiya glanced at him sideways. Yeah. Definitely unsettling. Orochimaru had been like this for weeks now, and Jiraiya had learned the hard way that if he didn't get to the point soon, the men would simply stop listening and start rereading Hiruzen's letter out of spite. The old man says Uzushiogakyur was attacked, Jiraiya said, dropping the joking tone. Not just one village either. Iwa, Kumo, Suna, and Kiri, all of them. And apparently the Mizukage himself was leading the charge. That did it. Orochimaru's eyes sharpened, the distant haze evaporating in an instant. Uzushio, attacked by that many forces at once. A thin smile crept onto his lips. With hidden concern in his eyes for Azula and Tsunade, he couldn't help but murmur about the other villages attacking. How ambitious. He hadn't been in the village when Tsunade, Azula, Mito, and the Senju and Uchiha forces that followed them left. He'd been away on a mission, but even then, news like that had a way of spreading to someone like him. After all, it wasn't every day that the wife of the Shodai Hokage reminded the entire village why her name still carried weight. No techniques, no seals, no attack, but just chakra, a very pure and overwhelming chakra so dense it turned gold, spilling into the air like a living thing. The pressure alone had pinned elite shinobi to the ground, bodies refusing to move as if the world itself had decided they weren't allowed to. Since then, Orochimaru had found himself with a familiar problem. Curiosity. An irritating, persistent curiosity, specifically directed at Mito. At first, he only meant to glance at the reports, just a purely academic peek. But the deeper he dug, the more his interest slithered out of control, until it wrapped itself tightly around his mind. And then came the shock. This woman, this supposedly retired relic of history, might very well be the strongest living being in the entire shinobi world. Orochimaru had always known that anyone Azula acknowledged as a teacher couldn't possibly be ordinary. Still, he had assumed the reason lay solely in Mito's sealing techniques. Fuinjutsu was, after all, the one subject Azula consistently displayed genuine curiosity toward. Now that assumption felt laughably naive. What truly unsettled him wasn't just Mito's power, but how decisively everything had ended. As if sensing the serpentine gleam in Orochimaru's eyes, an expression that screamed I am about to dissect this information mentally for the next 6 months, Jiraiya continued. According to Tsunade, he said, arms crossed, tone uncharacteristically serious, every single attacking force was wiped out, no survivors. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. She personally defeated, and killed, the Mizukage, Jiraiya added. She alone, using some newly developed water-release chakra mode. And Uzushiogakyur didn't lose a single person. It seems, Jiraiya finally murmured, voice low and almost wistful, that I still have a long way to go before catching up to her. The admission sounded almost painful. Silent for a few seconds, Jiraiya continued, the old man believes the other villages won't stay quiet much longer. A few days without news, and someone like Kumo will undoubtedly lose patience. That's why he wants us on full alert. Reinforcements are already moving, Hyuga, Ino, Shika, Cho, the works. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's units had been dispatched to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water the moment they returned from their last mission, barely 3 days after the Azula team departed. Normally, Orochimaru would have dissected this strategy to pieces, but this time, he didn't care. The only thing occupying his thoughts was the impossible fact that Uzushiogakyur had survived an attack from 4 major villages, unscathed. And the Mizukage, a man at the very pinnacle of the shinobi world, gone. Thinking of it, Orochimaru felt an unexpected twinge of something resembling sympathy. So even a Mizukage, he said softly, cannot escape the hand of death, reduced to nothing more than a memory. Hey! Jiraiya nearly jumped out of his skin. Are you seriously zoning out again? He yelled, pointing at Orochimaru. I'm talking about potential war, and you're over there philosophizing like a creepy funeral monk. Then he paused, squinted, and sighed. Still, he muttered, strangely relieved, guess it wouldn't be Orochimaru if you weren't rambling about death and eternity. Orochimaru smiled. It was thin, unsettling, and very much familiar. End of the chapter. I'm finally back, and see you tomorrow at the same time. Chapter 87, Chapter 86, Fight for the Mizukage seat. Still no word from Yuzushiyo Gakure. The Raikage wasn't a man known for nerves. He was known for breaking tables, mountains, and occasionally common sense, but right now, his fingers drummed against the armrest of his throne with unmistakable tension. 2,000 Kimogakure ninja. That was not a scouting party, that was an event. If none of them had returned yet, that alone wasn't alarming. Yuzushiyo Gakure wasn't some backwater village you burned down over a weekend. With its seals, barriers, and Uzumaki stubbornness, flattening the place could take days or months or even more than a year. No, that part he could live with. What he couldn't live with was the silence. Not a report or a coded transmission. Not even a panicked Umbu screaming through a forbidden jutsu before dying dramatically. Nothing. And that terrified him. Still no news, Raikage-sama, the intelligence officer said, bowing stiffly. The Raikage's jaw clenched because this was what he expected but also hated. He gestured sharply for the men to continue. Yuzushiyo Gakure remains completely dark with no outbound signals of any kind. However, the officer hesitated, wisely choosing his words, we do have developments from the other great villages. That got the Raikage's attention. Konoha has deployed the majority of its shinobi to its borders, the officer continued. All of them, in every direction and in fully defensive formations. The room grew colder. That means one of two things, the Raikage said slowly. Either they're panicking, or they know something we don't. Yes, sir. And whatever they know is likely bad enough that they're preparing for a multi-village conflict. The implication hung in the air like thunderclouds. 2,000 elite ninjas don't just vanish, at least, not unless something very wrong happened. And if Konoha already knew, that meant retaliation was coming. What about IWA? Suna. And especially Kiri, the Raikage asked. I called for a Kage meeting yesterday. Surely someone answered. The intelligence officer winced. IWA replied, he said carefully. The Tsuchikage claims to be very hungry for information about the situation, but he declined the formal meeting. Of course he did, the Raikage muttered. He also claims they have no more information than we do, the officer continued. However, he did agree that our villages should exchange personnel, share intelligence, and begin planning. Planning for what? The Raikage asked, already knowing the answer. To unite, the officer said, and take revenge against Konoha. Not Yuzushiyo Gakure but Konoha, and that alone said everything. In the Tsuchikage's mind, and likely the others, Yuzushiyo wasn't the problem. The Uzumaki were inconvenient, yes, but not terrifying enough to erase 10,000 ninja without a trace. Konoha, on the other hand. That was a village with a long, unpleasant history of doing exactly that. No matter how deeply he despised that scheming and cowardly dwarf called Inoki, he wasn't stupid enough to let pride drive the cloud straight into the grave. Cooperation was unavoidable. Not because he trusted Iwagakure but because he didn't know just how many blades Konoha still had hidden up its sleeves. And that ignorance was dangerous. If Kimogakure went to war alone. If they truly had to face Azula, Tsunade, and Tsukumo head-on, A didn't kid himself. Even throwing the tailed beasts into the war wouldn't guarantee victory. Not when men like Hiruzen Sarutobi were still breathing, and not when Konoha's clan stood behind them. A snorted quietly. Damn village breeds monsters like its tradition. Still, he kept those thoughts to himself. The man standing before him wasn't a strategist, just the head of intelligence. No need to burden him with the full weight of the storm. Instead, A crossed his arms and shifted the topic. What about Suna and Kiri? He asked. Any word from them? The officer shook his head, lips tightening. Sunagakure is completely isolated with no confirmed movements. The only thing we've picked up is a possible line of cooperation with Hanzo. As for Kirigakure, nothing. A raised an eyebrow because he knows that the things that may broke the deadlock is news from Kiri. Nothing at all. Yes, sir, their situation mirrors Yuzushiyo Gakure's, and with Konoha and Yuzushiyo positioned between us and them, we're effectively blind. A stared ahead and he could already imagine many scenarios. Looks like this time, he said at last, voice loud but strangely steady, the ninja world is heading for the bloodiest war it's ever seen. If there was any country the entire ninja world was watching right now, aside from Yuzushiyo Gakure itself, then it was Kirigakure. It had even surpassed Konoha in importance. After all, if anyone had first-hand information about what truly happened in Uzushio, it should be Kiri. Or at least, that was what everyone assumed, but reality, as usual, was far less cooperative. At this very moment, Kirigakure was sealed tighter than a Jinchuriki during a full moon. The village-wide barrier had been fully activated, no entry, no exit, no messenger hawks, no sensory probing, not even a reckless idiot trying to fly over it, just absolute lockdown. Which was precisely why not a single scrap of information had leaked out. Inside the Mizukage Tower, a meeting was underway. Under normal circumstances, a gathering like this would be a chaotic mess, clan heads snarling at each other, political knives being sharpened mid-sentence, and at least one argument threatening to turn into bloodshed. Today, however, there was none of that, shouting, no scheming and no posturing, but only suffocating tension. A Kirigakure ninja stood in the center of the room, drenched in sweat as if he'd just fought a tailed beast and lost. Elder Genji, he began, voice trembling despite his best efforts, we've confirmed that the Mizukage, and all those who accompanied him, are dead. The room didn't breathe. We managed to retrieve several bodies, he continued hurriedly, but we couldn't find the Mizukage's remains. That single sentence hit harder than any news. They had expected casualties. Heavy ones, even because Uzushio Gakure was never going to be an easy target, especially with Uchiha and Senju. But this. Not a single person in the room, not one, had truly believed that this mission would be the third Mizukage's final voyage. Other villages whispered about Mizura's strength. Some mocked him for having once been defeated by Tsunade Senju. But Kirigakure knew better. Here, reputation meant nothing, bloodlines meant nothing, and political backing also meant nothing. In the land of water, strength was law. And Mizura had been strong enough to command a village full of lunatics, psychopaths, and battle-hungry killers, and made them obey. That alone said everything. Elder Genji closed his eyes and let out a long, weary sigh. It seems, he said slowly, that our worst fear has come to pass. The Mizukage, and many of our elite shinobi, are gone. Silence followed. Then. The sound cut through the room like a blade. Everyone turned. Kagaya Rukatsu, patriarch of the Kagaya clan, sat with his arms crossed and an unmistakable sneer on his face. So that's it, he scoffed. With that many ninja backing him, Mizura still couldn't take Uzushio. His eyes gleamed with undisguised contempt. And after the humiliation of being beaten by a woman, he added coldly, this is how he ends. Pathetic. Genji quickly realized he'd worried about not internal strife far too early. After all, expecting the people of Kirigakure to suddenly become reasonable was like expecting sharks to turn vegetarian. Before Genji could even open his mouth, someone beat him to it. At the very least, a cold, clear voice cut through the hall, he defeated you in a fair fight. I never thought the Kagaya clan would sink so low that its patriarch would insult a dead man. A brief pause, sharp, deliberate. Or were you only brave enough to speak once Mizura was no longer alive? Why didn't you say any of this when he could still hear you? The speaker was Akiko Yuki. Though her words defended the late Mizukage, there was no warmth in them, especially when she referred to him simply as Mizura, without title or honorific. Respect was not something she gave freely, even to the dead. And she wasn't alone in that sentiment. Most of those gathered belonged to the new generation, clan heads who had only recently seized control of their lineages. Mizura, on the other hand, was from an entirely different era, one that stretched back to the time of the second Mizukage himself. When Mizura first ascended to the position, many of them had still been children, weak, inexperienced, and powerless to oppose him. It had also been the age when their predecessors followed the second Mizukage into that infamous, suicidal confrontation with the Wagakure's Tsuchikage. The result? Mutual annihilation. Though both villages bled, IWA had suffered far worse, and even now, a decade later, had yet to recover. The room tensed. Rukatsu didn't respond with words, he simply stood. The scrape of his chair against the floor echoed like a blade being drawn. His chakra flared, sharp, violent, locking directly onto Akiko. Akiko, for her part, didn't flinch. Without weaving a single hand sign, the temperature in the hall began to drop. Frost crept along the stone floor, thin as spiderwebs. In fact, this wasn't just a clash of tempers but also a declaration. Both of them were making their positions painfully clear, staking their claims to the title of the next Mizukage. They had only just received official confirmation of Mizura's death, but in truth, they'd already acted long before that. The village had been under their control for days. And even if Mizura had returned alive, there were more than a few ways they could have ensured he didn't stay that way for long. Enough. Genji's voice cut through the tension. We are not wasting time on this nonsense, he said firmly. The village has barely recovered from the last war. Before the next one even begins, we've already lost our Kage, and many of our elite shinobi. His gaze swept across the room, unyielding. This situation is far more serious than any of you seem to realize. Genji wasn't the strongest man in the room, not close to Kage level in raw power. But influence? That was another matter entirely. In Kirigakure, his authority was second only to the Mizukage themselves. With a single word, he could rally nearly 90% of the civilian shinobi to his side. They weren't as individually powerful as the bloodline clans. They lacked Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques. But there were many. And in the shinobi world, numbers had a way of evening the scales. After all, even a Kage could fall, if buried under enough bodies. End of the chapter. Today's chapter, no gonna lie, I feel like my writing is evolving, but if I came back a few days and read a chapter one wrote, I would feel so cringe, which is somehow discouraging me, lol. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, Next Course of Action. Indeed, it wasn't that they feared Genji, but fear and stupidity were two very different things, and at a time when every single ally mattered in the race for the Mizukage seat, picking a fight with him would have been suicidal. That didn't stop Rikatsu from already writing Genji's name into the little mental notebook labeled, "People I'll kill once I'm Mizukage." He wasn't subtle about it either. The Kagaya clan had many admirable qualities, but subtlety was sure not one of them. Genji could practically hear Rikatsu's thoughts clattering around like loose bones in a sack. Still, he gave no sign of it. Experience had taught him that letting a Kagaya stew in their own bloodlust was usually punishment enough. Besides, he was already satisfied. At the very least, these younger brutes respected strength. None of them dared look down on him openly, and in Kirigakure, that was practically a standing ovation. In any case, Genji continued, his voice cutting cleanly through the murmurs, the village has received inquiries from Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure. We chose silence, Genji went on evenly. But silence stops being useful when it starts looking like guilt for committing a crime. A few nods followed. If we don't clarify the situation, he said, those villages may assume we slaughtered their shinobi, and decide to return the favor. I propose we open the village temporarily and explain what happened. Transparency now prevents war later. To Genji's mild surprise, everyone agreed. Even Rikatsu, which meant the Kagaya clan wasn't completely brainless, just aggressively enthusiastic about violence. Secondly, Genji said, his tone hardening, we must address the selection of the next Mizukage. Now the room went quiet. Kirigakure without a Mizukage was like a blade without a hilt, dangerous to everyone, including the one holding it. The village cannot function without a leader, Genji continued. And traditionally, the Mizukage is chosen as the strongest. No one here disputes that. But we are not in a normal period, he said. War is looming. Our elite forces have already taken devastating losses. The village cannot afford to lose another top-tier shinobi in a death match for succession. Everyone understood what he meant. Mizura had risen after killing the strongest challenger following the second Mizukage's death. That path was paved with corpses, and those duels were no sparring matches. One clean hit was enough to end a life. I don't agree. Rikatsu's voice was immediate, sharp, and utterly unapologetic. No one was particularly shocked by his objection. Whether it was because he lived for the thrill of fighting anyone stronger than himself, or because he was itching to slap the Mizukage hat onto his own head as soon as humanly possible, the men had plenty of reasons to be unhappy. Akiko, his most obvious rival, and the only one who could meet him head-on without immediately dying, watched him closely. She didn't miss a thing. Rikatsu looked reckless, loud, and impulsive. The kind of men who solved most problems by punching them until they stopped being problems. But Kiri had taught Akiko a long time ago that the most dangerous people were often the ones who made you underestimate them. And that bothered her. As much as she hated admitting it, in terms of raw combat power, Rikatsu had the edge. Not by much, but enough. Which was precisely why delaying the Mizukage selection benefited her far more than it benefited him. Time was a weapon she intended to sharpen. This isn't a matter of whether you agree or not, she said flatly before Rikatsu could open his mouth again. This is the decision that benefits Kirigakure the most. Her eyes flicked around the chamber, calm and unyielding. Whether you like it or not, I support it. Elder Genji supports it. And so do most of the people here. The Mizukage election will be postponed until the situation stabilizes. In Kirigakure, very few people actually wanted Rikatsu as Mizukage. Aside from the bloodthirsty lunatics who thought war was a lifestyle choice, his fan club was limited. Unfortunately, facts were facts. With Mizura gone, Rikatsu was the strongest shinobi in the village. But Akiko already had a plan to fix that issue. All she needed was time, and Kiri was about to hand it to her on a silver platter. Sure enough, heads began to nod around the room. One after another, they reached a silent but decisive consensus. Rikatsu looked at each of them in turn, burning their faces into his memory. He didn't say anything, but somewhere deep inside, a list was growing, and it wasn't a short one. Once that little agreement was reached, Kirigakure wasted exactly 0 seconds pretending everything was fine. The news quickly sprinted across the ninja world: the Mizukage was dead. That single sentence hit like a genjutsu slap to the face. Civilians panicked, shinobi were tense, and tabs were abandoned mid-drink. Anyone who wasn't in on what had happened at Uzushio suddenly realized they were missing several very important pieces of context. Then the details started leaking out, each one worse than the last. First, that the Mizukage had personally led a strike force against Uzushio. Then, that it hadn't been just Kiri but a full-blown coalition: IWA, Kiri, Kumo, and Suna, each village sending over 1,500 ninja, plus a generous helping of elites who were very confident they'd be home by New Year, but none of them were. Not a single one. Normally, Uzushio wouldn't have had the faintest idea what was happening outside its borders. The island was wrapped tighter than a paranoid Uzumaki sealing scroll, its barrier cutting it off from the world. Unfortunately for everyone else, there was Azula. Thanks to Flying Thunder God, isolation meant absolutely nothing to her. She popped in and out of the ninja world like she owned the place, and considering she'd left her mark scattered across damn near every country, information came to her faster than most villages' intelligence divisions. All she had to do was teleport, throw on a disguise, and listen. Which she was disturbingly good at. So Tsunade asked the moment Azula reappeared, already bored despite the fact that the world was very clearly on fire. Any news? Azula shrugged, completely unimpressed. Nothing interesting. Just about every major village finalizing plans to fight Konoha to the death. She didn't linger after speaking but headed straight for the meeting room. That was why she'd come back. Decisions had to be made, and Uzushio wasn't exactly lacking enemies at the moment. Tsunade, who had only been outside because she'd been waiting for her, followed without hesitation. Inside, the room was already packed. Familiar faces greeted them: Mito, Taijima, Murasake, sitting calmly. And then the newer ones: Nawaki, trying very hard to look like he belonged there, Fugaku, quiet, observant, and around them were the elders of the Senju and Uchiha clans. It seems everyone is here, Mito said calmly, her presence alone enough to silence the room. As the strongest and one of the most senior among them, she naturally took the seat of authority for this meeting. Good. Then we won't waste time on pleasantries or optimism. According to the intelligence gathered by the Uchiha matriarch, Mito continued, turning slightly toward Azula and addressing her with formal respect, the news of the Mizukage's death, and the complete destruction of his fleet, has already spread throughout the ninja world. As expected. Expected, yes. Welcomed. Less so. And although we predicted the consequences, Mito went on, her voice steady, the situation has escalated faster than anticipated. The villages have already reached a consensus. They intend to launch a joint offensive against Konoha and Uzushio with a simple plan: weaken Konoha as much as possible. And erase Uzushio entirely along with the Uzumaki. Ironically, the Mizukage and his precious fleet hadn't even made it close to the land of whirlpools before being wiped off the map. But Azula and the others hadn't exactly gone out of their way to keep the detail a secret. Among clan leadership, at least, the message had been very clear. Come for us, and this is what you get. Still, when the word war was spoken aloud, most of them couldn't help but sigh. Not in fear, just resignation, because this was inevitable. They hadn't gathered here to mourn the state of the world, though. Mito didn't allow that luxury. This meeting, she said firmly, is to decide our next course of action. We cannot remain on defense here. Konoha cannot function without the Uchiha, and it certainly cannot afford to fight other villages without the Senju. Her gaze swept across the room. We have 3 options. First, return to the village and prepare for a prolonged war. Second, intercept Kirigakure's advancing forces before they can link up with the others. Third, she paused. Strike first. Attack Kiri directly and cripple their military so thoroughly that they are rendered incapable of participating in this war at all. No one needed to ask whose idea that was. Azula didn't smile, but there was a certain stillness about her that said everything. Theoretically, she could end this in an afternoon, teleport Mito into the land of water, drop a few nine-tailed beast bombs, and turn Kirigakure into a cautionary tale told to academy students. But neither of them even entertained the thought, because it would involve too many civilians and create too much pointless destruction. Azula wasn't interested in annihilation, she wanted to conquer. Her plan was as simple as ever. Gather every available force, march on Kiri, then draw their shinobi out into open battle and finally kill as many as necessary, breaking their backbone. And when it was over, she would have her first village conquered in unifying the ninja world. End of the chapter. Here's today's chapter, and don't forget to vote guys, it helps a lot. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, The Think Tank and the Thankless. The meeting room was rather silent, relatively speaking, after Mito finished speaking. I'm in for attacking Kiri, grunted an Uzumaki clansman, cracking his knuckles with a sound like popping bamboo. "Yeah, me too," a second voice chimed in, followed by a chorus of gruff affirmations. It was less a vote and more a wave of aggressive agreement crashing through the allied clans. The Uzumaki, normally the village's vibrant, life-loving heart, were expressions of grim resolve. Their conflict with Kiri wasn't for 1 or 2 days, it was a generational grudge, freshly salted by Tobarama's death and the subsequent uptick in Kiri ninjas trying to snatch their Fuinjutsu scrolls, and their children, from Uzushio's shores. The Uchiha, of course, needed no historical grievance. An Uchiha, very excited that he had activated his perfect Sharingan, folded his arms. Are we afraid of them? Are we cowards who can only defend? No. We are shinobi, returning to Konoha without even fighting the enemy, without a scratch on our armor. This isn't our Uchiha clan virtue. A murmur of righteous agreement swept through his clansmen. For most of them, a peaceful mission was a failed mission. They were Uchiha, who would take dangerous missions just so that it would inspire them when they were blocked in their mangas. The Senju, meanwhile, were the calm center of the storm. Less theatrical, but no less formidable. They were the people who'd invented the ninja arts of mass destruction and then had the audacity to call it medical ninjutsu and stable political infrastructure. Azula's lips curled into a smile that was all sharp edges. Well. That was unanimous. It seems the only thing left to discuss is, how do we attack? Kiri is a headless snake right now, thrashing in its own nest. A perfect time for decisive pruning. Tsunade nodded, agreeing with her. Cripple their frontline forces now, and they're out of the next great war. It spares Konoha a knife in the back later, she said, her tone practical. And maybe, it teaches those fish-breathed kidnappers to keep their fins off Uzushio. Though the formal Senju clan was dissolved, every warrior in the tent with a Vajra on their back glanced at Tsunade. She was their touchstone, their unspoken commander, her approval made their resolve solidify from rock to diamond. All eyes then swung to the last holdout, Shinji. Mito turned her gentle gaze on him. Shinji felt the many eyes staring at him. Well, when you put it like that, he said, throwing his hands up in surrender. I also support attacking Kiri. The Uzumaki need to show the world we aren't cowardly chickens to be slaughtered, and that there are consequences for daring to lay their hands on us, especially Kiri, whose Mizukage was even the one who dared to lead the attack to annihilate us. Then the first decision of this meeting, Mito announced, her voice calm and ceremonial, is that we will attack Kirigakure. They have lost their Kage, and we will take advantage of that weakness, cripple them badly enough that they won't be able to take part in the next war. As the one presiding over the meeting, routine or not, it was her responsibility to say it out loud. As for the method, Azula continued smoothly, picking up the thread without hesitation, it doesn't need to be complicated. The main assault force will consist of 3,000 shinobi. Their objective is simple, any Kiri ninja they encounter dies. Then she went on, tone unchanged. A second unit will be tasked with eliminating those who attempt to flee. One of its divisions will specialize in barrier techniques, sealing off escape routes and ensuring no one slips through the cracks. She tilted her head slightly, as if discussing troop placement on a training field rather than an attack on one of the 5 great villages. Of course, that's only the framework. We still need to refine the details, who leads the primary assault, which direction we strike from, which targets are prioritized for elimination if the opportunity presents itself. Planning a large-scale attack was never simple. If this were a small elite squad, things could be far more relaxed, they could adapt on the fly, extract themselves if needed, and Azula could always yank them back with flying Raijin if things went south. But this was different. 3,000 shinobi, marching straight into Kirigakure, a major village with likely over 10,000 ninja within its borders. Mist, terrain, numbers, and politics all waiting to turn ugly. Shinji found himself staring at Azula with renewed scrutiny. He knew she was brilliant, everyone did. He'd heard the stories, her innovations, her theories, rumors that some of her ideas brushed dangerously close to Tobirama Senju's level of genius. And yet, ever since she'd arrived in Uzushio, what Shinji had mostly seen was indifference and recklessness. A disturbing lack of concern, as if the entire ninja world hovering on the brink of chaos was just background noise. Sure, she occasionally did something undeniably clever. But that image didn't quite match reality. After all, what kind of genius casually drew manga for fun while every major village was watching her like a loaded explosive tag? But watching her now, calmly laying out an attack plan, piece by piece, without even a hint of the typical Uchiha, we rush in and let the Sharingan sort it out, arrogance, he had to admit something. She really was worthy of her reputation. That said, a very uncomfortable question began forming in his mind. Who exactly was the think tank here? Because honestly, the Uchiha were famous for their pride. The Senju for their overwhelming boldness. And the Uzumaki? Well, enthusiasm first, consequences later. None of those traits screamed meticulous planners. He genuinely couldn't imagine these clans sitting down and calmly thinking through every possible outcome instead of arguing, flexing chakra, or punching a table for emphasis. And yet, to his absolute disbelief, that was exactly what was happening. Azula, Mito, Taijima, Murasake, and Mugetsu fell into a rhythm so natural it was almost frightening. Maps were adjusted, timelines refined, and contingencies layered on top of contingencies. They spoke in half-sentences, finished each other's thoughts, and somehow managed to understand everything without needing to spell it out. It reached a point where even someone merely listening, without context or explanation, could still follow the logic of their discussion. 3 hours passed. Then a little more. By now, Nawaki was dying inside. His soul had left his body somewhere around the second hour, and all that remained was a shell desperately waiting for the word dismissed. His legs twitched, his eyes wandered, but most importantly, his stomach growled loudly enough that a sensory-type ninja might have mistaken it for hostile intent. He desperately wanted to leave. But then he glanced at Tsunade, who was also clearly searching for an excuse to escape, and immediately abandoned the idea. If he gave her even the chance to scold him for being impatient, she absolutely would, and she would even enjoy it. It seems this is enough for today, Mito finally said, her voice calm and decisive. In 5 days, we will attack Kirigakure. The room went still. This will be considered the first true invasion of one of the 5 great villages since the founding of the shinobi system. The moment Mito said enough for today, Nawaki felt so moved he nearly teared up. It's over. It's finally over. If this had been a movie, uplifting music would have played. If it had been a battlefield, he would have collapsed in relief. Azula noticed his expression immediately, and it triggered a memory from her past life on Earth, of school precisely. That exact moment when the bell rang, everyone relaxed, and the teacher said, "Before you leave." Pure trauma. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. She turned toward Mito, her tone perfectly innocent. It seems Fugaku and Nawaki followed this meeting very closely. I imagine they must have some doubts they'd like clarified. She smiled sweetly. As the future pillars of their respective clans, I don't think it would be a problem for them to stay a little longer. Right. Fugaku stiffened, then nodded enthusiastically, his eyes practically shining. He had hundreds of questions. Be they tactical, political, or hypothetical scenarios that had been clawing at his brain for hours but that he hadn't dared voice during the meeting. This was his moment. Nawaki, who knew Fugaku far too well, felt only despair. By the time he's done, Nawaki thought darkly, we'll be planning the second invasion. 2, maybe 3 more hours. His soul left his body again. End of the chapter. Don't forget to vote, double chapters for every 500 PS, Chapter 90, Chapter 89, Crossing Kiri Defense Line. Akiko-sama. Haney hesitated, fingers clenched tight in her sleeves. It's true that you need greater strength if you want the Mizukage seat, but is this really necessary? This is too dangerous. Even if it works, there's no guarantee you'll be able to control that power. Her voice echoed uncomfortably in the deserted island. If what they were planning ever leaked beyond this island, Kirigakure would erupt into chaos overnight. Haney wasn't alone in her concern. More than 15 Yuki clan elite Jonin shinobi stood behind her, joined by over 30 others from different bloodlines, veterans, assassins, and loyalists who had survived Kirigakure's worst years together. Not one of them wanted Akiko to go through with this. From their perspective, wasn't this all excessive? Rikatsu was dangerous, yes, but not invincible. If it came down to it, they were ready to throw their lives away to drag him down with them. None of them hesitated at that thought. Akiko shook her head slowly. If only it were that simple. Even if she somehow defeated Rikatsu cleanly, it wouldn't change the truth, she was not Kaga level. And then what? How was she supposed to strike Uzushio when even the third Mizukage, stronger than she was, had been torn apart and even his body wasn't recovered? How was she meant to stand before the other Kage? Hide behind bravado. Smile and bluff. That was suicide. No. If she was going to rule, she needed power. Real power. The kind that made nations hesitate. No matter the method. Her gaze drifted forward. In the center of the ceiling array lay a boy, no older than 15, unconscious, chakra restrained, breathing shallow but steady. What she was about to do would kill him. That fact barely registered. Akiko had killed enough people in her life that her heart no longer bothered pretending it cared. She turned back to the gathered shinobi, her voice calm, cold, and absolute. Everyone here is someone I trust, she said. If you're standing here, then you already know what I'm about to do. A pause. I am confident I can seal this beast within myself, she continued. But confidence alone is meaningless in situations like this. If anything goes wrong, I expect you to act. Immediately. Akiko's path to power was not training, nor alliances, nor political maneuvering. She was going to seal a tailed beast inside herself. And become Kirigakure's next Jinchuriki. Akiko leaving the village, and doing so with half a small army in tow, was the kind of thing that couldn't be hidden even if Kirigakure suddenly decided to go blind. The news reached Rikatsu before her footprints had even dried. He didn't take it seriously. In his mind, it was obvious what this was, plain and simple cowardice. She didn't dare remain in the village, not with him breathing the same mist-filled air. And of course, even when she fled, she did it wrapped in layers of escorts like a porcelain teacup, which he simply found pathetic. He had already begun drafting, very enthusiastically, the many ways he would humiliate her once she crawled back in front of everyone important. Unfortunately, his imagination was currently being hijacked by a far more annoying problem. That old fossil Genji, from the same generation as the first Mizukage, was his real obstacle. Whether Akiko or the other candidates, he truly didn't take them seriously. Just that damned elder who had a habit of surviving things he really shouldn't, and, worse, of not agreeing with Rikatsu on anything. As Rikatsu sat there, lost in a pleasant daydream involving power, blood, and a very fancy Mizukage hat. Rikatsu-sama. Urgent report, the village is under attack. The door burst open, reality kicking him square in the face. Rikatsu snapped back to the present, eyes sharp. What? He stood up instantly. Under attack? Is Akiko rebelling already? He connected the dots at lightning speed, while also not bothering to scold the Kagaya ninja for failing to knock. Kagaya weren't exactly known for politeness or subtlety, enough for doors surviving their entrances. The messenger shook his head. We can't say with absolute certainty that she's uninvolved, but it's unlikely. The outer barrier, 10 kilometers from the village, was deactivated from the outside. Shortly after, we lost all contact with the guards stationed there. Kirigakure didn't have some grand, flawless long-distance communication system but within 10 kilometers. They had methods. Especially at posts whose sole purpose was to scream, "We're being invaded," before things went wrong. Rikatsu didn't dwell on the technicalities. Instead, a wide grin split his face. An attack, now, he said, excitement bubbling over. Ha ha ha. Whoever dares strike Kirigakure at a time like this must be strong. His mind immediately painted a beautiful picture, the village struggling, buildings damaged, people panicking, right up until he arrived. The strongest, the savior, the men who turned the tide. By the end of it, his claim to the Mizukage seat would be ironclad. But then, his laughter faded. His eyes narrowed. TCH. Akiko had just left with elite forces. And now the village was attacked. There's no way this is a coincidence, he muttered, bloodlust and suspicion mixing nicely. Even if she isn't the one attacking, she's involved somehow. Even if she truly unexpectedly isn't involved, he wouldn't let it slide but would find a way to muddy her name in the water. After making up his mind, he looked toward the Kagaya ninja. Go gather the clansmen who aren't on mission. It's another opportunity to prove why we are the strongest in the village. The assault on Kirigakure was, of course, spearheaded by Yuzushiogakure. Unlike Mizura's fleet, which announced its presence with all the subtlety of a drunken-tailed beast, the Uzumaki forces were, conspicuously absent. Albeit smaller and weaker in momentum, but the most important thing is that they were simply invisible. Contrary to popular belief, there was no such thing as an invisibility seal. What the Uzumaki used instead were layers upon layers of obscenely advanced barrier techniques, something people conveniently forgot whenever they mock Uzushio as just seal freaks. Sealing was only half their madness. The other half. Endless varieties of barriers. Among the most infamous manifestations of that mastery were the adamantine chains. Known for restraining tailed beasts like unruly pets, those same chains could also weave defensive barriers sturdy enough to shrug off full-blown Kaga-level attacks. From the outside, there was nothing. No fleet, no chakra signatures, or even the faint unease sensors usually felt when something very wrong was nearby. Even specialist sensors would have sworn the sea was empty. Azula, however, shook her head slightly. By now, they should already know the village has been attacked, she said calmly. I just hope they're as aggressive as they pretend to be, and don't scatter at the first hint of danger. She knew better than anyone that no concealment was perfect. The moment the outpost shinobi had been eliminated, Kirigakure would have felt it one way or another. Blood had a way of echoing in the ninja world. Oddly enough, the journey itself was peaceful. Whether it was because Kiri had sent a large portion of its forces alongside the fleet that attacked Uzushio, or because of internal instability, resistance at sea was almost non-existent. A few reconnaissance squads did appear, briefly. Their strength wasn't worth mentioning as they vanished just as quietly as they'd appeared. Not until they reached the island itself did they encounter anything remotely resembling a challenge, and even then, the famed defensive barrier protecting one of the 5 great villages looked, to the Uzumaki, like a poorly locked door. It shattered with embarrassing ease. We've crossed the final defensive line, the sensor announced loudly. From here on, the path to Kirigakure's outskirts is completely open. Several others, far more sensitive than him, had known that minutes ago. Still, reporting it was his job, and he did it proudly. Azula stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the assembled forces. "All right," she said evenly, as she was the commander for this mission. "Everyone knows their assignments." Her tone sharpened just slightly. Priority 1 is survival. Stay within range of the main force at all times. When the retreat signal is given, I don't want confusion, heroics, or anyone playing the lone wolf. End of the chapter. Today's chapter, even if it's Chapter 91, Chapter 90, Growth. Objectively speaking, attacking Kirigakure with a full army was a very inefficient way to cripple their military strength. It was too messy and time-consuming, but the worst of all was the casualties. Not the enemies, I didn't particularly care about those, but ours. In a large-scale battle like that, people inevitably die or get maimed, and from my perspective, that was completely unnecessary. A far better option existed, an elite strike team. Me, my father, Tsunade, Mito-sensei, Murasake, Kagami. There would be no dead weight or screaming fodder, and certainly no formations, speeches, or banners flapping dramatically in the mist. We'd slip into Kiri, dismantle every important combat asset we could find, kill anyone too dangerous to be left alive, and once we got tired, poof. I'd teleport us back to Uzushio before anyone even understood what had happened, which was more clean and efficient. And yet, despite this being a ninja world, a world built on espionage, assassination, betrayal, and stabbing people in the back while smiling politely, everyone kept talking like samurai. Honor. Reputation. Facing them head-on. It was exhausting. Even before the meeting to discuss attacking Kiri, I had already proposed my plan to my father. I laid it out calmly, logically, with all the patience of someone explaining basic arithmetic to a child. Although I'm now the Uchiha matriarch and I can make 98% follow it, sometimes a refusal doesn't cost much. Too dangerous, he said, his expression objectionable. Kiri is still one of the 5 great villages and we don't know what trump cards they're hiding. As if that had ever stopped me from wanting to poke something. What genuinely surprised me was Mito-sensei, because when I brought the idea to her, expecting at least a neutral reaction, she sided with him without hesitation. "We might have a 90% chance of returning unharmed," she said calmly, folding her hands like she wasn't casually discussing the end of nations. "But if the remaining 10% comes true, the consequences would be catastrophic. That is a risk we simply cannot afford." Annoyingly reasonable. I hated that. I understood their logic. From a purely strategic standpoint, mobilizing an army reduced the chance of complete disaster, even if it increased the number of minor losses. But that only proved one thing. I wasn't strong enough yet. If I had power on Madara's level, if I could stand alone against entire coalitions, against multiple Kage at once, then none of this would matter. I would walk into Kirigakure unannounced, kill whoever I deemed necessary, then move on to the next village. And the next. I would end the coming ninja war before it began, no matter how many traditions, councils, or honorable considerations I had to trample along the way. Because in the end, the most honorable thing of all was winning without letting the world drown in blood first. But the harsh truth was simple, I didn't have that kind of strength yet. So I turned to Tsunade instead, because I at least got to care about those important to me. "I know you're extremely confident in your power," I said, meeting her eyes, "but don't forget, Akiko's ice release can restrain your water release to some extent. You're still leagues above her physically, but don't get reckless when dealing with the Yuki clan. Also, don't forget my flying rage in Kanai." She blinked, clearly not expecting the sudden concern. Then that familiar bold smile immediately reappeared on her face. "Relax," she said confidently. "You know I'd never joke about my own life. Besides, aren't you there? And Grandma too." Wow. I actually froze for a moment. Since when did Tsunade become this shameless? Was this really the same woman who used to puff up her chest and pretend she didn't need anyone, especially Sakumo and me? I couldn't help but look at her again, really look at her. And honestly, depending on others wasn't weakness, it was growth. Especially in this world, where trust didn't almost automatically end with a knife in your back like it did back on Earth, which was rather ironic. "It's good that you're learning to rely on others," I said with a smile. "Just don't get too comfortable leaning on other people's strength, or you might end up like..." I stopped myself. I didn't need to finish that sentence. She already knew exactly who I meant. Ever since learning about her brother's original fate, Tsunade had inquired about every detail surrounding it that I knew. The war, the choices, and naturally, she'd also asked about Orochimaru, because no matter how cold he already seemed, anyone who truly knew him would never believe what he would become in the future. Her smile vanished for just a few seconds. Then she nodded, eyes steady, fists clenched. "I know what I'm doing. In truth, Tsunade was anything but as carefree as she looked. Ever since she learned that Azula had known about the future since childhood, her way of looking at the world, and at Azula, had quietly, uncomfortably changed. No matter how much she tried to ignore it, the image kept forcing itself into her mind, a 4-year-old girl, barely tall enough to reach a table, already knowing how everything would end. Watching her parents die, her brother, her clan. Everyone, wiped out over something as stupid and human as internal politics. She couldn't even imagine herself at that age, knowing that monsters would one day descend from the sky, monsters stronger than her grandfather, of all people, and that their arrival would spell annihilation. Knowing it, and being powerless to stop it. Yeah. No amount of sake could wash that thought away. She shook her head sharply. Now wasn't the time to spiral. She was the second in command of this operation, not a therapist with unresolved childhood trauma. Her task was clear: lead the Senju assault toward the Yuki clan, tear through their forces, and, if fate lined up nicely, personally deal with Akiko Yuki. Akiko Yuki. 24 years old. Newly appointed matriarch. Ice release prodigy. And, if the political winds blew the right way, a very possible future Mizukage. In other words, a problem Tsunade intended to solve with her fists. Kirigakure itself was a nightmare of contradictions. A massive village with a population hovering between 50 to 70,000, sitting comfortably on an island as if daring the world to try something. Its geography made large-scale invasions rare, which in turn made Kiri arrogant and lazy about external threats. Even the way the clans were laid out told the whole ugly story. The Kagaya and Yuki clans were shoved to opposite extremes of the village, practically exiled without being officially exiled, while clans like the Hozuki, former rulers, sat right in the center like they still owned the place. Even at the village's founding, these people hadn't made peace because they trusted one another. They'd done it probably because dying alone was worse than surviving together. End of the chapter. I tried the first POV and as you can see, it didn't end well, which due to the inner monologue stalled the progression as the attack should have already started in this chapter. It was due to the lack of a good planning confused face. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, Kirigakure's Worst Day. The history of Kirigakure was written in blood and mist, each chapter sealing away some new tragedy. There were the bad days, like the infamous demise of the second Mizukage and a generation of elites in a baffling, fruitless assault on Iwagakure. Then there were the catastrophic days. Today was rapidly shaping up to be the poster child for catastrophic. First, the uneasy rumors: the Kazekage had gone to Uzushio and simply vanished. Then, as if the tension were a ripe fruit, it burst. No one in Kiri's history had ever needed an, in case of village invasion, protocol. The 5 great villages waged war in buffers and borderlands, a civilized dance of death that never, ever crashed through the front gates. It was an unspoken rule. So when the alarms screamed, the resulting chaos was less a military drill and more a panicked game of musical chairs, with nowhere to sit. Through sheer dumb luck and the frantic herding of some quick-thinking genin, the civilians managed to stumble into the ancient, dusty shelters carved deep beneath the village. It wasn't graceful, but it was, mostly, done. By the time the final defensive barrier shrieked and failed, splintering under a storm of foreign jutsu, Azula stood at the breach. Her sensory network flickered across the village, pockets of stubborn clan members hunkered down in their compounds, idiots with more pride than sense, but the common throng of civilians had largely moved beneath the village, probably thinking they are well hidden. What faced her was an army, not at the level of the one that had attacked Uzushio, but it was plenty, a sea of over 6,000 enemy ninja. The logical, clean, brutally simple play was to have Mito unseal a tailed beast bomb and redraw Kiri's map into a glowing crater. Problem solved, village crippled, or potentially over, but Azula didn't dwell on something that was impossible. Instead, her gaze drifted upward. The sky was its usual self, a dismal, watercolor smear of gray clouds, perpetually weeping over the land of water. A miserable sight for most. For Azula, it was a loaded weapon. A slow, almost impish smile touched her lips. Here it was, the perfect testing ground for a jutsu of devastating, theatrical beauty she'd never had a canvas large enough to paint on. The pinnacle of lightning release, the dragon of the storm. Kirin. The question wasn't about morality. Azula had long since made peace with the grim arithmetic of shinobi life. In the face of an army, you used the biggest hammer you had. The dilemma, frankly, was a tactical bore. Azula craved a Kiri that was sufficiently crippled, a broken sword she could later reforge into a pliant tool once she sat in the Hokage's chair and began her mostly peaceful unification of the ninja world. A single thought, using her chakra, and she could summon Kirin. The majestic, dragon-shaped lightning would turn half the Kiri army below into commemorative ash piles. A conservative estimate, really. But, collateral damage, no one truly appreciated the party-crashing habits of lightning. It wouldn't just strike the visible ninja, it would spear through their pathetic underground shelters, electrofying every civilian huddled inside. 80% dead, the rest wishing they were. And then poof goes her future obedient vassal state, replaced by a generation-wide blood feud. She'd have to exterminate them all, and that shifted the mission from necessary slaughter to overindulgent butchery. And Azula had her standards. Honestly, it's fine, she mused, a smirk touching her lips as she dismissed the storm's temptation. Why use a divine dragon to swat flies when a well-aimed newspaper will do? And be far more demoralizing. With the palpable aura of impending theater, she strode forward with the Senryukyuzu army behind her like. She stopped, ensuring every Kiri ninja could see her, could feel the terror of her Sharingan's gaze. People of Kirigakure. Her voice, amplified by chakra, cut through the tense air like a kunai. It was louder than a shout because every genin and jounin present heard it perfectly. I am Azula Uchiha, matriarch of the Uchiha clan. Leader of the unified coalition forces of the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Uzumaki. I've come to settle a debt. A rather substantial one. She paused, enjoying the silence. Several days ago, your late Mizukage, bless his ambitious, foolish soul, led an army of 10,000 to the shores of Uzushiogakure. His mission? Extermination. She saw the flinch, the dawning horror. If she was here, with Uzumaki at her back, then the Mizukage wasn't coming home. It did not go well for him. Her tone was almost conversational. In fact, it went so poorly that not a single soul from that attacking force survived to send a letter. And your Mizukage? He was personally and quite thoroughly dismantled by Tsunade Senju. She emphasized the Senju. Let that name resurface from the history books with the impact of a meteor. Now, Azula continued, her Sharingan beginning a slow, hypnotic swirl. We will be visiting every village that signed onto that little genocide pact. But we decided to start with you. Consider it a tribute to your late leader's pioneering stupidity. She raised a single hand. Behind her, 1,000 hands moved in unison, sealing ready, weapons drawn. Of course, Azula said calmly, hands clasped behind her back, out of generosity, we're offering you a chance. Now, let's be reasonable, she said, as if suggesting they share a pot of tea, not discussing the village's vaporization. We could do this the messy way. One-tailed beast ball. One reenactment of that 10,000 army vanishing technique we used on the army led by the Mizukage. She made a gentle, exploding motion with her fingers. Then there would be no more mist. But that would involve innocent people, she added, as if mildly disappointed. And I'm trying very hard not to do that today. A ripple went through the gathered Kirigakure shinobi. There was fear, anger, a little awe but mostly confusion. So, Azula said brightly, spreading her hands. You have two options. She raised one finger. Option 1, you die today. For a failed coup, a dead Kage, and a village that has become so bloodthirsty it can't tell enemies from its own children anymore. A second finger rose. Option 2, she continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that somehow reached every ear. Surrender and be peace lovers. It's a novel concept, I know. Hear me out. She paused, letting the absurdity of an Uchiha preach peace to the bloody village sink in. The cognitive dissonance was almost audible. Surrender, she repeated, and you get to join the biggest cause in the elemental nations, actually making the world less bad. On my name as Azula Uchiha, you will not be mistreated. If you have talent, and let's face it, surviving here is a talent, I will use it. We'll finish what the two founders of the village system started. Your kids could grow up not wondering if their teacher is a spy. Think about it. She could see it working. A handful of younger ninjas, their eyes haunted by Kiri's unique brand of paranoia, were actually listening. They were looking past her at the calm, unnervingly smiling Senju and Uzumaki flanking her, and seeing an alternative. Still, she knew better than to celebrate. This was Kirigakure. Even before it earned the name Bloody Mist, it was infamous. Betrayal was casual here and loyalty was temporary. Missing Nin weren't an anomaly, they were a career path. Convincing Kiri to trust anyone was like asking a shark to go vegetarian. Sure enough, someone stepped forward. A man in his 40s, scarred, broad-shouldered, posture rigid with old experience. An Uchiha, talking about peace. He let out a dry chuckle that sounded like grinding gravel. That's impressive. Azula's smile didn't falter. If anything, it grew more luminous. I assume you're Genji, she said, her tone polite but certain. Second in command. Acting representative of Kirigakure. Genji wasn't surprised she knew him. He was, however, deeply unnerved by the un-Uchiha-like aura of cheerful menace she projected. This was what got the Senju and Uzumaki to play nice. Not just power, but this baffling, irresistible charm. He saw the doubt in his own ranks and felt a surge of old, familiar bitterness. You speak beautifully, young Uchiha matriarch. I've never heard one of your clan talk like this. A pause. But how do you expect anyone in this world to hand over their lives based on words alone? The philosophy of Kiri is different from Konoha's will of fire. What for the village, what trusting comrade, what friendship, it's all nonsense here. You don't even know when you may be betrayed by a decade-long teammate or how the village would want to delete you because it's necessary, so from Genji's point of view, Azula is just politics. End of the chapter. Don't forget to vote, bonus chapter on 500 power stones. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, Open Wide. In fact, in Azula's mind, there is a file titled, People to Remove for a Flawless Kiri Administration. The name Genji was underlined, circled, and adorned with several efficient little kill marks. He was, objectively, target number 1. She remembered the anime. A figure much like Konoha's fossilized F4, probably clinging to power long after his prime. Seeing him in the flesh, the stubborn set of his jaw, the respect in the eyes of the jounin around him, only confirmed her assessment. Oh yes, she thought, a spark of thrilling malice igniting in her chest. You're first on the vacation list. A permanent trip to the great hot springs in the sky. But her face was a masterpiece of placid, arrogant calm. A Uchiha's mask. You're laboring under a big misconception, Azula spoke. This isn't a debate club. I'm not here to convince you. She took a deliberate, graceful step forward, the Kiri ninja tensing as one. I am merely presenting a dual choice, an opportunity. You can stand down when the unpleasantness begins, or you can stand in my way. My goal, to burn this rotting world down and rebuild something that doesn't stink of decay, is non-negotiable. Join the future, or become kindling for the past. There will be no second offers. Objectively speaking, it was only after this gloriously arrogant speech that Genji felt a familiar feeling. This, he realized with a grimace, is exactly how an Uchiha should be. All unshakable conviction and terrifying fire. Both sides knew this talk would end in violence. A village like Kiri didn't surrender to a teenager and an army without testing its fangs. This little chat was pure theater, a battle for morale. And Azula, by announcing the Kazekage's death and casually mentioning their on-site tailed beast artillery, had already sunk the first psychological dagger. Watching her now, so lethally eloquent, Genji knew more words would only dig their grave deeper. He advanced forward even more with his staff. It wasn't bravery. The old shark knew better how strong she is, fighting two Kage simultaneously and even having an advantage. He would be a fool to attack her alone. He advanced just so he could command them and make them believe he didn't fear anyone and attack. Enough pretty words, he grunted, his temperament full of a middle-aged man ready to die for his cause. You, who grew up in Konoha's sunshine, an heiress to one of the world's most spoiled clans, what could you possibly know of our struggle? He settled into a low, weathered stance, his sword held steady. So Kiri is flawed. It's a village of blood and sweat where we earned everything. And you Uchiha. You're famous for hoarding your power. Would you share your clan's sacred scrolls? Would you listen if someone told you your glorious peace was built on arrogance? A sharp, bark-like laugh escaped him. Didn't think so. He met her Sharingan without flinching. So let's skip the philosophy. I've survived this long by fighting with everything I have, tooth, nail, and every dirty trick a clanless orphan ever learned. I don't plan on stopping today. Azula couldn't help but let a smirk, sharp and knowing, twist her lips. All right, fine, she admitted to herself. Maybe the Kage and their advisors have the collective strategic depth of a puddle sometimes, but when it comes to playing, let's you and him fight. Absolute, gold medal winning masters. She didn't even need to look carefully to feel it. The charged, crackling morale of the previously hesitant ninja behind him. They were practically vibrating with renewed purpose. Genji is a seasoned shinobi, he knew damn well what a Kage-level threat meant. And right now, he was looking at two of them. Sure, only she and Kagami stood on this front line. Tsunade was busy redecorating the Yuki clan's landscape with her fists with Mito supervising, and Mugetsu was, well, probably turning the Kaguya into a porcupine homage with Uzumaki Fist of Love art, wanting to prove that the Uzumaki are also not weak. But no matter what, 2 Kage levels are already overkill. And this guy. With his fancy staff and his grandstanding, he was stepping forward like he had a chance. She couldn't help but wonder if he found a secret stash of Hashirama's DNA in a seaweed wrap. Her Sharingan had already dissected the scene, her sensor abilities brushing over the area. There was no trap, no subtle chakra threads or hidden barrier seals. Nothing but wet rock and a whole lot of misguided courage. Even if there was a trap, she is very confident concerning her speed, reflexes, and the flying Raijin, which is a good technique even at Otsutsuki level fight and could save her at any time. The playful glint vanished, replaced by a flat excitement in her face that screams I want to punch someone durable enough. The shift was immediate. Across from her, Genji's brain finally caught up with his bravado, screaming a chorus of internal abort. Abort, alarms. Sweat beaded on his temple, not from the humid air. He thrust his staff toward Azula and her forces, his voice a magnificent blend of theatrical command and sheer, undiluted panic appearing quite energetic. Kiri Nin. Attack these invaders who defile our sacred mist. Avenge the Mizukage. Show them that attacking our village is the worst mistake of their short, tragic lives. He bellowed it with the passion of a true leader, while carefully, so carefully, beginning to backpedal into the thicker fog. Oh, Kiri had smart ones, although a few. They saw the blatant self-preservation play. Their eyes met, eyebrows raised in silent, cynical understanding, but didn't blame him because this was the most intelligent thing to do. They were the intelligent ones, so they knew the best thing to do was to keep their mouths shut. The majority, however, roared and hyped on his words and mob mentality. They surged forward like a wave of steel and righteous fury, a human tsunami aimed at the army and principally at Azula, who was at the front. Genji, now halfway to becoming a misty silhouette, let out a mental sigh of relief. Let the cannon fodder distract her. A true tactician knows when to. His brilliant thought was severed. Because Azula had a rule, efficiency first. And what was more efficient than cutting the head off the snake to make the body flail uselessly? The intelligent Kiri Nin saw the fear in Genji's eyes, and so did she. Azula, but of course unlike them, she doesn't need to act as if she didn't understand anything. The Kiri Nin surged toward her, kunai gleaming, shouts tearing from their throats, but Azula didn't even glance their way. CRRRKZZZT. Blue-white lightning erupted around her, in a wild surge that made her look scary. The many Uchiha behind her with their Sharingan activated wanted to see everything clearly, and then nothing, she was just gone. To their three Tomo eyes, it was as if she'd simply been deleted from the world, with them only being able to catch blurry blue images. Azula never thought about doing like Madara, punching them one by one, because if she did so, those Uchiha behind her would surely complain. So, clad in her lightning-released chakra armor, she wasn't just running, she was a living, crackling bolt of lightning, bulldozing a straight, ruinous line through Kiri, which has become the battlefield, with shinobi and houses flung aside in her wake. Genji, the target of this terrifying straight line, felt his blood turn to ice. It wasn't the speed, it was the look in her eyes just before she moved. The cold, predatory glint of a hawk that has already calculated the kill. The moment the Kiri Nin moved to intercept, he didn't hesitate, he threw himself backward in a desperate, graceless leap. A coward's move? Hardly. Any ninja with a shred of survival instinct knew, you do not let the lightning princess get close. The woman who'd fought two Kage at once and lived to tell the tale. You created distance and you prayed for a miracle. Azula's charge was efficient, like a needle dropped from the top of a pyramid, it drove straight to the point, leaving the sides largely untouched. The Kiri Nin too far to her left and right staggered, and scathed, but their relief was short-lived. Hey! Don't just stand there gaping, shouted a fiery-haired Uzumaki, landing amidst them with a grin that promised pain. The sides are ours, cried a Uchiha, with a fireball already released. End of the chapter. Not gonna lie, when it comes to fighting, it simply makes me not want to write because you need to think too much, now opened wide, and say. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, Uzumaki vs. Kaguya, who tanks better? If one thinks Azula, her Uchiha army, and that handful of Senju and Uzumaki were the only ones having a good time, he will be completely wrong. The real party at Kiri was being thrown by one man, Murasaki. The only person coming close to matching his sheer, unadulterated joy was Tsunade, who was busy elsewhere politely turning Yuki clansmen into art. At a spry 80-something, Murasaki had long ago made peace with the fact his glory days were a relic of the warring clans era. Sure, his Uzumaki genes were basically the world's cheat code for vitality, a cool 120-year warranty, if life came with those. But his personal warranty was void, 1,000 times void. He'd treated his lifespan like a suggestion box, shredding years with every forbidden technique he'd ever gleefully performed. Reaching 100 was a pipe dream, but hitting 80. In the ninja world, that made him a walking, grumbling museum exhibit. His one true gripe. The modern Uzumaki. Since Konoha's founding, they'd traded relentless training for relaxed brunches. Instead of inventing world-altering seals, they were perfecting the art of the afternoon nap. An embarrassment of talented youngsters, and what did they have to show for it? The fewest Kage in clan history. It was enough to make a veteran spit his tea. But the attack by the village coalition. This revenge on Kiri. It was the wake-up call the clan needed. The lazy haze was burning away, replaced by the good old-fashioned terror of impending doom. Nothing like a little genocide attempt to get the blood pumping and the research notes flying again. Not that he'd admit it out loud, but the other glorious motivator was pure, petty spite. Watching those Uchiha show-offs flex their Sharingan all week in sparring matches had lit a fire under every Uzumaki backside. Add the ever-righteous Senju to the mix, and suddenly the three founding clans were in a silent, brutal competition for least disappointing progeny. The Uzumaki would not be bringing up the rear. And just to sweeten the deal, the universe had gifted him two parting presents before his final curtain call. First, two little monsters in the making, who reeked of future Madara and Hashirama-level drama. Second, and most importantly, one last, glorious fight. Speaking of which, a bone spear whistled past his ear, close enough to part his hair. Murasaki couldn't stop a cracked, joyful grin from spreading across his face. His opponent was the young patriarch of the Kagaya clan. All ferrule and pointy accessories. The boy had been trying to punch through his diamond chains for what felt like an age. Any day now, youngster. Murasaki cackled, still hard. Or are your bones getting brittle? My great-grandchildren throw harder than that. Rikatsu was having the worst day. It was, in a word, a catastrophe. In 2 words, a catastrophic, rage-inducing, insultingly inconvenient catastrophe. He'd planned everything, he believed so. Invaders attacked the village. Excellent. He'd wait for them to carve through a few expendable civilians, swoop in as the magnificent, bone-shattering savior, enjoy a decent scrap, and maybe accidentally crumble a certain annoying Akiko's house in the process. It was a simple plan. The problem was the invaders. Without exaggeration, they were the most incompetent, brain-dead, philosophically confused invaders in the history of shinobi warfare. Instead of pillaging, they were practically politely waiting for the village defenders to line up. It was like watching a siege conducted by an overly courteous door-to-door merchant. Rikatsu, hidden in the wings, had to physically stop himself from storming out and screaming, "Will you morons just kill someone already?" But whatever, the village defense was organized now, and that meant he could finally fight. His target was some dusty old fossil with wild red hair who led a people to attack the clan. It was simply an easy warm-up. Except the warm-up had now lasted 5 infuriating minutes, and the old man wasn't even winded. He was, in fact, daydreaming. The thing that made him waste so much time, without a doubt, was the shining golden lattice of chakra chains. He wasn't a scholar, books were for people who lacked the ability to turn their bones into projectile weapons, but even he knew about this, the Uzumaki's adamantine sealing chains. The old man, Murasaki, someone had yelled the name, was serenely inside his barrier, looking less like a warrior and more like a gardener contemplating a particularly interesting weed. He caught Rikatsu's murderous glare and offered a faint, placid smile. Rikatsu saw red. A smile. This was a fight. A sacred, brutal dance of shattering and blood. Not a tea ceremony. There was no barrier he could not break. That was what he believed when he heard about the adamantine chains, but now he had wasted 5 whole minutes before breaking the barrier, not even the chains. But it no longer mattered. You can no longer hide, relic, he spat, cracking his knuckles with a sound like snapping fingers. I hope you aren't only capable of hiding behind trinkets. Talking was heresy to a Kagaya, action was prayer, and Rikatsu was feeling devout. He lunged, a whirlwind of pale death, all earlier frustrations forgotten in the pure anticipation of feeling an old man's bones yield to his own. Across from him, Murasaki had stopped daydreaming. The gentle, absent-minded look in his eyes solidified into something calm, focused, and deeply, dangerously patient. He had not survived the warring clans era by being a mere barrier user. And while he might think the Kagaya were a clan of spectacularly unsubtle lunatics, he was not arrogant. He knew one thing for certain: to lead lunatics, you had to be the strongest lunatic of them all. Not only was his own body not at its best, but even if it was, the body of the Kagaya patriarch wouldn't be much worse than his. Sure, Uzumaki vitality was no joke, you could stab one, and they'd thank you for the extra ventilation. But the Kagaya had the ninja world's toughest body. Their bones were harder than a miser's heart, turning basic ninjutsu into disappointing tricks. Fighting one was like trying to drown a brick. That's why Murasaki's adamantine sealing chains weren't just for show, they were part of a chakra and stamina draining plan. It was a loss-loss business, sure, burning through his own reserves, but he was an Uzumaki. His chakra recovery wasn't just fast, it was the best. So when Rikatsu finally lost his cool and lunged, Murasaki didn't dodge. Why would he? Sure, he could fight long range, but close quarters was where an Uzumaki's love for a good tussle really shone. Of course, first he had to make sure his opponent was properly exhausted, because all Kagaya clan members were damn good at close-range fights. As the men bulleted toward him, Murasaki didn't flinch. A single golden chain shot forward like a laser guide. The beauty of it was in the follow-up, the rest of the chains hung back, a hair's breadth behind the first. Dodge the spear, and you'd impale yourself on the spears behind it. Rikatsu, to his credit, didn't turn into a pincushion. With a nasty crack, a bone sword sprouted from his arm, deflecting the first chain in a shower of sparks, then he twisted, parrying the second wave. But his devastating charge was now an awkward standstill. And the chain he'd just slapped away was already recoiling, hungry for another bite, forcing him into a graceless retreat. Everyone knew the scary secret of the adamantine chains: touch them, and they'd seal your chakra away. Rikatsu wasn't keen to find out whether they could handle a Kagaya patriarch's monstrous reserves. The memory of that barrier they'd created earlier was answer enough. Some experiments are best left untried. All this calculating took less than 2 seconds. The moment his feet left the ground in retreat, Rikatsu retaliated. Mid-air, he thrust his hands toward Murasaki, 10 fingers aimed like gun barrels. 10-finger drilling bullets. Holes puckered at his fingertips. With a swing of his arm, he fired. These spiraling, shrieking projectiles tore the air with a sound like 1,000 angry hornets, drilling straight for the smiling Uzumaki. Murasaki was a man who appreciated the subtle art of passive-aggressive gardening, but being a standing target was not being passive-aggressive. Sure, his chains were fast, but they weren't outrace a barrage of hypersonic bone bullets fast. Luckily, he didn't need to be. As Rikatsu's attack screamed toward him, a manic grin plastered across his face, Murasaki simply did what any sensible, overpowered Uzumaki would do, he cheated. Pop. Another shimmering adamantine barrier materialized in front of him. The bone shard slammed into it with the sound of 100 dinner plates shattering, and then, nothing, just sparkles. Rikatsu's grin evaporated, replaced by a sputter of pure, unadulterated confusion. Another one. You just. That's cheap. You break one, I make another. It's the circle of life, really, Murasaki mused, his voice dripping with the calm of a man who had just refreshed a web page. Of course, there were reasons he didn't spam this technique. First, the chakra cost was obscene. If every Uzumaki could chain barrier like this, they'd have conquered the world through annoying invincibility. Second, and more importantly, where was the fun in that? He'd been waiting 15 years for a decent scrap, ending it with a glorified turtle strategy was just poor fightmanship. But defense was just the opening act, because while Rikatsu was still short-circuiting, Murasaki moved. He didn't recall his brilliant chains. Instead, he channeled raw power into his legs, the kind of earth-crushing, Senju-style enhancement the Senju clan was famously known for. What is strange about an Uzumaki using Senju techniques? End of the chapter. Got caught up with something bad yesterday. Here's today's chapter. There should be double chapters if we reach the 500 power stones tomorrow, which is very likely. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Uzumaki Situation. But Murasaki's attack only delighted Rikatsu. He knew he truly didn't have a good way to deal with this damn barrier, but when it came to close combat, that was his specialty. He was even confident that in the whole village, only the Mizukage could match him toe-to-toe, and even then, purely in hand-to-hand, he would bet on himself every time. Dance of Willow, he shouted, unleashing the technique without hesitation. Bones shot from his elbows and knees, turning him into a walking, lethal pincushion. Now, Murasaki didn't stop his assault. And here's why, he'd fought a few members of the Kagaya clan back in the Warring States era. In fact, it wasn't an exaggeration to say he knew their fighting style like the back of his hand, if the back of his hand were covered in pointy, unpredictable bones and a complete disregard for personal space. That was exactly why he'd used chakra-enhanced strength. Not only did it pack a serious punch and kick, but it also came with built-in impact protection, so long as you controlled the output. At the same time, the adamantine ceiling chains he'd kept out weren't just for show. They hovered nearby, ready to swat away any surprise bones and snag Rikatsu the moment he got sloppy. Rikatsu might not have been the sharpest kunai in the pouch, but he knew one thing, getting caught was not an option. Still, his only play was to close the distance and fight dirty, which, honestly, was the Kagaya clan's brand of hospitality. Their biggest advantage in close quarters was simple, you can't defend against someone who can stab you from their elbows, knees, and probably their eyebrows if they tried. Take the Dance of Willow, against anyone else, it was a nightmare. How do you counter an attack that comes from everywhere at once? These were bones that could pierce rock. Your average kunai, or your average ribcage, wasn't going to cut it. The punch didn't so much hit Rikatsu as it was intercepted by the sudden, grotesque bone that sprouted from his palm like a morbid welcome mat. There was a sharp crack, not of the bone breaking, but of the air surrendering. The force scraped his knuckles raw and sent him skidding backwards, feet carving trenches in the earth. And Rikatsu grinned. A wide, manic, toothy spectacle of pure joy. The Shikatsumiyaku is a Kekkei so stubbornly rare that across the entire shinobi world, only 5 other poor souls had managed to wake it up, and even then, they'd gotten the kiddie version. Rikatsu had the deluxe edition. And its most underrated trick is a recovery speed that would make a Jinchuriki blink. Fatal wounds only need a second, let alone shattered bones which they can simply replace with a whole new set. So, while he was still sliding backwards, the flesh on his hand reknit itself. The scrapes vanished like they'd been politely asked to leave. Murasaki didn't even blink because he hadn't expected a single punch to end it. Even as Rikatsu flew back, Murasaki's chains were already uncoiling like metallic serpents, hunting the air where he'd stop. One hesitation, one single second of pause, and it would be over. But the Kagaya patriarch wasn't in the business of hesitation and didn't need to dodge. Instead, he used the freshly regenerated bone spike on his palm to parry. The sound was less clang and more screech, a horrible, nails-on chalkboard symphony as he batted aside each seeking chain. And in the same breath, he launched himself forward at Murasake, stealing back the offensive so aggressively it was practically theft. What followed was a blistering exchange, bones against chains, bones against seals, a scene of violence where the initiative changed hands faster than a bad rumor in a ninja village, practically a blur of white and red. Sure, after a few moments of this, old Murasake, lacking the Kagaya clan's injury policy, looked a bit worse for wear. His jacket was scuffed, his hair slightly more artistically disheveled. But the infuriatingly calm smile never left his face. He looked less like a man in a fight and more like a guy who'd just remembered where he'd left his keys, confident he'd find them any second now. It was that smile that finally boiled Rikatsu's blood. "What's with the act, old-timer?" he roared, deflecting another chain with a spray of bone shards. "You're not winning. And take a look around, your clan isn't exactly throwing a victory party either." Ha ha ha. Murasake's smile faltered for a fraction of a second. In the heat of the dance, he'd deliberately dialed down his clan's famous sensory prowess. In a close-range brawl with a monster like this, feeling every distant scrape of kunai and cry of pain was just distracting, a surefire way to get a bone through the gut because you paused to wince. Murasake used the full extent of his sensing ability and... yikes. The psychic feedback hit him like a mist-forbidden jutsu. He'd expected the Uzumaki to be having a rough time, but this was less of a rough time and more of a total system failure. Honestly, this was in fact the real reason he kept his mental radio tuned to mild static in the first place. Even without focusing, a part of him just knew the Uzumaki were getting clobbered, and his subconscious, being a bit of a softy, preferred not to watch the highlights. His little chat and clash with Rikatsu had lasted 5 minutes. In that brief commercial break, 53 bright, vibrant Uzumaki chakra signatures had winked off the map. The Kagaya weren't faring much better, but realistically, they were a clan who considered impalement a friendly handshake. A bunch of lunatics with bones in weird places. It was a gut punch, sure. But Murasake, a man who had personally depopulated the equivalent of a small tourist village, understood the brutal math. Sometimes, to save a clan, you had to let it get a little banged up. The Uzumaki had just woken up due to the attack on Kiri, but they were still in a daze because they were wrapped in the secure, fluffy blankets of Senju and Uchiha protection, thinking they'd picked ride-or-die allies and could return to sleeping after it's over. But Murasake knew the score. What happens when Konoha's own walls are shaking and the Uchiha and Senju must make a choice? Would they abandon their village and their people? Therefore, the Uzumaki needed to learn to stand on their own two, currently very wobbly, legs. Knowing it was necessary didn't mean he had to like it. He sighed. "All right, that's probably enough to completely wake up those youngsters," he muttered to himself. He shifted his gaze back to the Kagaya leader, his previously lazy demeanor solidifying into something terrifying. "Playtime's over, kid. I have to admit you've got spark. With a few decades of experience you may be worthy. Unfortunately for you." Normally, Rikatsu would have interrupted with some drooling rant about blood and ossification. But the Kagaya patriarch was silent, his cocky grin frozen. This wasn't the playful pressure from before, this was the weight of a mountain. Rikatsu had once spat in the Mizuki's face for kicks, but this time, it felt like staring into the empty eye sockets of the Shinigami itself. End of the chapter. Really unlucky, woke up with burning throat and then with headache in the afternoon yesterday and even today, I'm not feeling well. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Mujetsu. The pressure stunned Rikatsu for a while, then he couldn't help but grin because he liked this kind of pressure, he was even looking forward to what kind of trick the old man would come up with. Murasake, for his part, would have rather swallowed a live scorpion than use this jutsu, but he knew if he wanted to end this fight fast, he could only do so by using his biggest masterpiece, a technique so stupidly demanding that the current crop of Uzumaki toddlers, use under 30, would rupture something just reading the scroll. The prerequisites were a joke. First, master the adamantine sealing chains, which immediately weeded out every Uzumaki who wasn't a certified freak of nature. Second, possess either the vitality of a tailed beast or yang chakra control so refined you could probably heal a splintered soul. In his prime, Murasake hadn't just met these requirements, he tripped over them and then built a monument in their honor. The technique was brutally simple: take the chains linked to your very body and soul, and set them on fire. Not with flame, but with raw, life-burning yang chakra. Kagutsuchi no Kusari, chains of the sun-searing hearth. The vibrant gold of the chains shone, then erupted into a luminous, terrifying emerald green, which honestly made it appear less intimidating. But strangely, Rikatsu's instincts were warning him, and he even felt the base of his spine go cold. He didn't recognize the technique, his knowledge of secret clan arts was roughly on par with his knowledge of flower arrangement, but his dragon gut was screaming. Murasake, for his part, wasn't about to give a lecture. He was literally burning daylight with every second counting. The attack itself was deceptively straightforward, simply a reenactment of their first clash, one chain lanced forward, a simple spear of intent, with several others coiling behind to strike. Rikatsu's earlier smirk had frozen. He was cautious now, muscles coiled, but his arrogance still clung on. So what if the chains changed color? Really not a big deal. Unless they could erase him from existence, he'd just tank it and then tear this old fool in. The thought died halfway through his skull. There wasn't time to think, only to move, and thanks to a lifetime of near misses and outright disasters, his body moved before his brain could finish screaming, flinging himself backward. What in the name of all that was holy had he just seen? His bone, the same spear-like shard that had pierced armored flesh, had, upon touching those eerie chains, simply disintegrated into dust. A single, crystal-clear realization punched through the panic. Oh. I have massively fucked up. In a flash, every life choice that led him here played in his mind. Why had he treated this like a game? Why hadn't he used the large dance and ended this earlier, when he had the chance? But he had no time for regret before a second wave of chains, shrieking like damned souls, was already carving through the air toward him. His eyes darted to Murasake. The man's face was the color of old parchment, sweat sheening his brow. He can't keep this up for long, Rikatsu thought, a spark of grim hope igniting. It grated on every single one of his prideful bones, but the math was simple: defend, dodge, survive. Wait for the smug bastard to burn himself out. Murasake, however, was fresh out of patience. Knowing delay was death, Rikatsu tapped into the one technique he'd never quite mastered, the one that made his own chakra feel wild and rebellious, slamming his palms to the earth. Sawarabi no Mai, dance of the seedling fern. The ground erupted. Murasake's eyes went wide. Impossible, he thought. Among the battle-crazed Kaguya lunatics he'd dismantled over the years, he'd never actually seen this legendary technique. But as a scholar of every jutsu under the sun, he recognized it instantly, a forest of bone erupting from the earth, inescapable, a grinder of flesh. His body moved on instinct, a desperate leap backwards. Yet, as a deadly thicket of bone spears shot skyward, his panic cooled into analysis. The range was limited, the density, underwhelming. This wasn't the perfected, apocalyptic grove of legend. A slow, bloodless smile spread across Murasake's face. The monster had a trump card, but he'd played it poorly. Is that all? Murasake called out, his voice regaining its taunting melody. I expected a forest, and you offer me a thicket. But Murasake had to hand it to the young Kaguya patriarch because he played this hand brilliantly. He could feel his own life force flickering like a candle in a hurricane. The lad had gained precious seconds. Speaking of it, Murasake knew he couldn't last more than 10 seconds using this jutsu. Just as he was mentally drafting his very dramatic, very final stand. That's enough, Elder Murasake. The voice cut through the tension, as a red-haired middle-aged man appeared at Murasake's side. Murasake didn't even need to turn because he'd recognized that chakra signature anywhere, Mugetsu, the actual leader of this Uzumaki assault, and currently looking about as pleased as a cat in a rainstorm. As the men in charge, Mugetsu had fully expected to square off against the Kaguya patriarch himself, a sprightly foe almost 2 decades his junior, which he found not bad as a matchup. But then Murasake, in the timeless tradition of powerful elders everywhere, had waved him off with a, let me stretch my bones, boy. And Mugetsu, who respected the old man's strength and wisdom, had relented. Now, after just a few moments of politely disassembling a squad of Kaguya elders, he turned to find Murasake basically trying to ignite his own vitality against a lunatic not worth it. Respect for one's elders is one thing, Mugetsu fumed internally, but watching one commit suicide by jutsu is where I draw the line. His expression left no room for negotiation. It was the same face a mother makes when she finds her child trying to adopt a scorpion. Murasake took one look at him and sighed, the vibrantly glowing chains around him dissolving like mist. Rikatsu stood frozen, a bone spear still clutched in his hand. His showdown had just been parented. Wah. Huh, he sputtered, his jaw unhinging slightly. We were in the middle of a glorious life and death struggle. A clash of fates. And you just stop. He wasn't even taunting anymore. He was genuinely, soul-crushingly confused. I'd heard the Uzumaki were cautious, he muttered, voice thick with devastation, but this is just an insult to the art of fighting. Where's your passion? Your fire? Your willingness to die? A throbbing vein announced itself on Mugetsu's temple, pulsing in time with his rising blood pressure. First, Murasake had the audacity to use Kagetsuchi no Kusari, burning his life, and now Rikatsu was launching into a monologue about honor. We're shinobi, you absolute turnip, Mugetsu thought, his eye twitching. We hide in trees, we poison wells, we fake our own deaths for tactical advantage. Since when did fair fight enter our vocabulary? He watched Rikatsu gesture dramatically, spouting something about pristine combat and ancestral pride. A profound, soul-deep weariness settled over Mugetsu. he was from the Kagaya clan. It explained everything. The whole bloodline was a case study in magnificent, bone-sprouting insanity. Well, if the world insisted on handing him broken, raving tools, then Mugetsu would just have to be the fixer. As a matter of fact, he was exceptionally good at repairs. And sometimes, fixing something required taking it apart first. End of the chapter. I know, a little bit too short, and I would either make this fight end or change POV in the next chapter, but either way, I feel like I'm not longer getting bored writing fighting scenario, which feels good, and don't forget to vote please guys. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Fukuyoshi. Iain's POV, Azula's table mat, not a red flag, probably. Yosuke. I hissed, the name leaving my lips while making the least sound possible. Then, with a flutter of my lashes that I hoped looked more calm than crazed, I raised 2 fingers to my temple. He quickly understood my signal telling him the situation was catastrophically bad. Number of hostiles more than ours. We were supposed to be on a simple run, investigate the smoke rising from one of Konoha's listening posts near the Land of Frost. Investigate and support, the mission scroll said. The investigation took all of 5 seconds, the post was a smoldering crater. The support part? How can corpses full of worms be supported? Now, we were a squad of 28, trying to be very quiet and return to the border of the Land of Fire, trying to slip home through the geopolitical crack between 2 superpowers. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning is the Land of Hot Springs, where Konoha has many hidden bases, and the Land of Frost, where Kumogakure stashes theirs, making the 2 countries essentially the war zone between Konoha and Kumo. And the base that was attacked was the nearest to the Land of Frost, which makes it most likely a Kumo attack because the Land of Frost and the Land of Hot Springs, under the supervision of the 2 countries, don't even have ninja villages. If not for my particular talents, we'd already be decorating the trees in several artistic new ways. My sensing range, which is one of the best in the village, screamed to me about the 63 chakra signatures, coiling and waiting like venomous snakes 2 kilometers ahead. They were good, layered in concealment jutsu and tucked into the landscape. But to me, they blazed like bonfires in a pitch-black night. I had to give credit to my best friend for training my sensing abilities to the limit, saying something like it's a requirement for being a friend of hers. Speaking of it, I couldn't help but recall her last letter. It was, as usual, a masterpiece of backhanded concern. If you let yourself be blown to confetti by some common explosive tag, I shall strike your name from my memory. It would be an embarrassingly mundane end for my only tolerable correspondent. Thanks, Azula, the threat of your celestial disdain is one hell of a motivator. Because of it, I'd practiced sensory expansion until my brain felt like mush. Now, I could outrange even a Hyuga's Byakugan. A fact that was currently the only thing standing between Team We're So Screwed and an early grave. Matsumoto-sensei, our Jonin commander and also the leader of our Team 8, was currently wearing the weight of all our lives like a lead cloak. He didn't flinch. He just gave the tiniest, almost imperceptible nod. He felt it too, then, or, well, most likely he trusted my bulging eyeball, 2-finger blinking signal. We couldn't stop, not even by a half step. Any break in our retreat's rhythm would be a neon sign screaming, "We know you're there." And our one only advantage was their assumption of our ignorance. The glorious life of a shinobi isn't just flashy jutsu and cool headbands. It's this, marching with measured calm toward a killing zone the size of a small valley, your heart trying to climb out your throat, while you mentally review every contingency signal your team ever drilled. It's planning for the worst possible outcome because, in our line of work, the worst actually has a rather good chance of happening. Yosuke, to his credit, caught my signal and didn't panic. He just adjusted the strap of his tanto and scratched his nose with his free hand, our pre-agreed, acknowledged gesture. Good man. Maybe we'd all get to complain about the Frost Country's miserable weather back at the barracks tomorrow. Or maybe, in about 3 minutes, we'd be testing just how serious Kumo's intentions really were. Back in the village, Hiruzen was also having a day. Actually, he was having a decade. But today, specifically, felt like someone had replaced his morning tea with distilled chaos and then kicked his desk over for good measure. 10 years wearing the hat. A full decade of paperwork, petty squabbles, and politicking. Yet, for all his experience, overseeing an actual, honest-to-goodness shinobi war was a fresh and special kind of hell. During the First Great War, he'd been a powerful weapon, a young professor on the battlefield. But the real commanding had been left to the living legends, the clan heads from the Warring States era, men whose very names could make enemy troops reconsider their life choices. They had the strength, the respect, and the terrifying gravitas. Hiruzen had just had a lot of fireballs and a can-do attitude. Now, he was the one stuck in the office. And the title of Hokage, he was discovering, was less about majestic, mountain-carved profiles and more about being the village's designated adult while everyone else got to have a crisis. Take the Uchiha situation. Their conspicuous absence from the front lines wasn't just a tactical headache, it was a village-wide migraine that manifested as daily disputes. Without their innate prowess and feared reputation keeping the peace, minor clan disagreements flared into full-blown shouting matches that inevitably, like gravitational pulls to a black hole, ended up in his office. Just yesterday, he personally mediated a heated debate between a Hyuga elder and an Aburame representative over ornamental garden beetle placement. He missed the days when his biggest concern was an Uchiha smiling. And the cost. The budgetary pain. Hiring and assigning other shinobi to cover the duties the Uchiha should have been performing was bleeding the treasury drier than Sunagekure in a drought. Which, of course, brought him to his other favorite person, the Land of Fire's daimyo. The feudal lord had apparently decided that wartime was the perfect moment to practice fiscal restraint, squeezing Konoha's funding with the enthusiasm of a miser hoarding his last ryo. The message was as subtle as a brick to the forehead: let's see how mighty you ninja are without my money. Hiruzen was staring at a scroll detailing the exorbitant cost of field rations for the northeastern front, wondering if he could get away with just sending everyone an IOU, when a sound broke his despair. Knock. Knock. 2 polite, precise raps. It was so unnervingly civil it made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. In his experience, urgent news usually arrived via panting ANBU, a crashing window, or a suddenly materializing elder radiating displeasure. A knock was ominous. Enter, Hiruzen called, setting down his brush and arranging his face into what he hoped was a mask of serene, unflappable authority. The door swung open to reveal Fukuyoshi, the daimyo's personal envoy. The man was a study in silken subtlety, gliding rather than walking, his smile a perfectly crafted artifact. He looked down on shinobi as uncouth, hired tools, a sentiment he poorly concealed beneath a layer of courtly manners. Being the daimyo's confidant granted him audience, not respect, but he often confused the two. Hiruzen-sama, Fukuyoshi greeted, his tone dripping with a familiar, almost cloying warmth. I do hope my visit isn't an untimely intrusion. You seem burdened. Burdened. What a quaint word for one minor incident away from inventing a shadow clone just to have someone to scream with, Hiruzen thought. With his naturally amiable temperament and this man's practiced charm, anyone without a network of spies embedded in the capital might mistake him for a genuine ally. Hiruzen was not so naive. He offered a smile that reached his eyes but no further. Fukuyoshi-sama, the pleasure is mine. You grace us with your presence. It has been too long since I enjoyed the capital's refined atmosphere. Too long since I had to navigate your verbal labyrinths, he mentally added. Indeed, Fukuyoshi nodded, taking a seat without being offered one. Lord Yoshiyuki often speaks of your past dialogues. He misses your counsel, but alas, the weight of the realm keeps him anchored to the capital. He misses having you where he can watch you, was the clear subtext. They embarked on the delicate dance of meaningless courtesies, the weather, the state of the cherry blossoms by the palace, and the exquisite bitterness of the latest tea harvest. It was a verbal sparring match, all feints and flourishes, each man measuring the other's steps. Finally, Fukuyoshi made his true move, his voice laced with sympathetic concern. A shame, truly. Reports from the borderlands grow more distressing by the day. Merchant guilds are in an uproar, banditry, skirmishes, and the roads grow unsafe. Commerce, the very lifeblood of the Land of Fire, is clotting. There it was. The pivot from small talk to soft, strategic pressure. The daimyo wasn't sending money, he was sending a bill, wrapped in a complaint, delivered by a smiling messenger. The goal was clear: leverage Konoha's desperate need for stability to extract concessions, more control, perhaps a few juicy, profitable trade monopolies for the daimyo's cronies. A decade ago, a younger Hiruzen might have taken the bait, rushing to prove Konoha's competence. But 10 years in this seat had sanded away any naivete. He was no fool. He saw the board clearly, Kumo posturing like a thunderstorm testing the limits each day, Aim a den of shadows, Suna growing desperately bold, and IWA, ever the stubborn rock, grinding away at their borders. Hiruzen steepled his fingers, his gaze turning from that of a pleasant host to the hardened, calculating professor. You are absolutely correct, Fukuyoshi-sama, he agreed, his voice dropping to a gravelly, serious tone. The situation grows excessively dire. Kumo's aggression, in particular, is as brazen as it is troubling. You want to talk about threats? Let's talk about the actual, enemy ninja army-shaped threats. It is in times like these that the bond between Leaf and Capital must be unshakable. A show of unified strength. Tell me, how does Lord Yoshiyuki propose we, together, reassure these anxious merchants? End of the chapter. Another chapter after the yet another existential crisis. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, No Post-Resurrection Administrative Work Clause. Azula's POV. I tilted my head, a smile playing on my lips that didn't quite reach my eyes. Well, Elder Genji. The floor is yours. Do you still abide by those noble proclamations? I tapped a finger against my chin, feigning deep thought. Or has the imminent prospect of meeting your ancestors inspired a sudden, pragmatic fondness for cowardice? I'm deciding between finishing this the classic shinobi way, or trying out what I've dubbed the American democracy style. It involves a lot of explosive, widespread liberation. Very persuasive. The old thing was less a man and more a pincushion for his own poor decisions, lying in a crater of his own making. He responded with a wet, gurgling cough that painted his chin crimson. It took him a full 30 seconds, I counted, to muster the breath for his final act of delusion. Uchiha, girl, he rasped, each word a struggle. You may have defeated me. You may choose to kill me. But Kiri's spirit will never break. He managed to focus his bleary eyes on me, summoning a pathetic ghost of defiance. And what you've done today. Konoha will be buried under the combined wrath of every great village. You haven't won a battle, you've lit the fuse for a world war. You will drown the shinobi world in blood. My amused smile vanished. Not out of fear, but out of profound, soul-deep boredom. Ugh. The greater good lecture. From a man who probably taxes the oxygen his subordinates breathe. I offered him a shrug. If that's the best epitaph your propaganda department could pre-write for you, so be it. How tragically unoriginal. Wait, Azula. I stiffened, my gaze cutting sideways to Mito-sensei. Her expression was as calm as a Nara's afternoon nap. Oh, for the love of, she isn't about to gift-wrap a sermon about mercy and the circle of life, is she? I will actually Kirin this entire island. Don't give me that look, she said dryly, apparently reading my face like a particularly familiar scroll. I'm not here to plead for his life. I'm here to plead for his brain. He is a walking Kiri archive of outdated policies and war crimes, holding every dirty secret Kiri has buried under the mist. It would be a waste of perfectly good intel to let him die before we've extracted it all. I blinked. Okay, that was practical. Ruthlessly pragmatic from her, but I could respect that. Still, one couldn't simply be reasonable about these things. All right, I conceded, turning back to Genji. His one good eye widened a fraction in hope. How cute. But in a flash of movement too fast for his battered senses to follow, my chakra-coated hand swept down twice with 2 wet thuds following. Genji's shocked, silent scream was more satisfying than any verbal rant. He now belonged to the exclusive club of the disarmingly disarmed. And after the interrogation, I continued sweetly, wiping a stray droplet of blood on his own robe, I get to kill him. Some might call it overkill, but I called it efficient pest control. There is nothing in this world, across any world, frankly, more insufferable than a fossil clinging to power, sacrificing generations for his own comfort, all while wrapped in a cloak of self-righteous, for the greater good, nonsense. Spare me the hypocrisy. At least my tyranny comes with an honest smirk. Mito simply nodded, unsurprised. Noted. My attention then drifted to the main event, which was, of course, my glorious and dramatic, borderline theatrical clansman. The past months on Uzushio hadn't just been about sulking in seawater, they'd been a masterclass in Uchiha-style overkill. And the results were beautiful. The battlefield was a symphony of crackling blue light. Dozens of my clansmen, their Sharingan spinning wildly with 3 tomo, weaved through the panicked Kiri ninja. Chidori wasn't just a technique here, it was an art form. One Uchiha used it to carve his name into a rock mid-fight, show off. Another used its speed to style a Kiri ninja's hair into a ridiculous mohawk before knocking him out, artiste. True, there were injuries, a slashed arm here, a burn there, but not a single Uchiha corpse littered the ground. Mostly thanks to Mito-sensei, who moved through the chaos like a benevolent, ceiling tag-wielding ghost, flicking in to deflect a killing blow or slap a protective barrier on a distracted clansman. I'd noticed her during my own fight. It wasn't just sentimentality, it was also asset management. Why let a perfectly usable, highly trained warrior die when a minor intervention could preserve them? Especially in this dog-eat-dog world where loyal fools with Sharingan were so hard to come by. Besides, the old methods of awakening the Sharingan through trauma were so, last season. Why go through all that messy grief when a significant number of our clan now awaken theirs through the profound emotional journeys found in weekly manga serializations, or from receiving a particularly scathing comment on their fan art? The future was here, and it was nerdy. I'd find a stable, side-effect-free upgrade path for the Sharingan if it was the last thing I did. Maybe a nutritional supplement, Uchiha Vision, now with 100% more tomo. My clansmen had their fun. Their flexing time was up. My eyes finally landed on the traitors, the handful of Kiri ninjas who'd had the profound sense to stay the hell out of the way. 47 out of thousands. A statistically insignificant blip of self-preservation in a sea of foolish pride. A slow grin spread across my face. Lightning erupted around me once more, the chakra mode up again. Mito couldn't help but wear a wry, grandmotherly smile as she watched Azula dismantle Kirigakure's finest like they were training posts, with most already regretting their choices of following Genji's choice. One Jonin after another met a swift, sparking end, the strongest among them lasting a grand total of 7 seconds. Mito almost felt like applauding. Or maybe offering the men a consolation prize. She's getting impatient, Mito mused, sensing Azula's chakra, not a flaw but a flicker of restless energy. Probably eager to get back to Konoha, missing little Iane, no doubt. The thought was unexpectedly strange, a big contrast to the lightning-charged carnage unfolding below. With Azula single-mindedly clearing the board, Mito's own role became even more simple, oversight. She expanded her sensory awareness until it gently blanketed all of Kiri in its outskirts, a silent, invisible net. It was to the point that not a single sneeze could escape her notice. Their strategy had been efficient. By scattering their strikes across Kiri's major clans, they turned every defensive barrier into kindling. This meant that even as Tsunade led the Senju strike force, including a fiercely determined Nawaki and a cunningly efficient Fugaku, into the heart of the Yuki clan's territory, Mito could follow the action as if she had the best seat in the house. Her chakra sensing painted a vivid picture, the crash of ice mirrors, the eruption of earth, Tsunade's distinctive chakra flaring like a golden beacon as she punched a glacier into diamond dust. They're holding their own splendidly, Mito noted with pride. The Yuki clan's infamous ice release was meeting its match in Senju brute force. It helped, of course, that the Yuki's real heavy hitters were conspicuously absent. A fortunate mystery, she thought. Or a very unlucky one for them, depending on where they are. Apart from the whirlwind of blue lightning currently rebranding Kiri's architecture, Mito was the only person on the planet who could use the flying Raijin. It was the ultimate safety net. Not that I'd need it, she thought, idly imagining flashing into Kurama chakra mode and crossing the entire village in 3 seconds flat. In what felt like a record time for wholesale regime change, about an hour, their forces had effectively pinned Kirigakure to the mat. It was a feat so absurdly fast it would give the other 4 great villages collective heartburn. It was in the subdued aftermath, when everyone gathered again, that the mood shifted. Tsunade stood before Murasake, her usual bravado replaced by stark disbelief. Elder Murasake, she breathed, her medical ninja eyes cataloging the terrifying decline. The vibrant, cautious old man she remembered was now a ghost of himself, his vitality gone. Her professional assessment was grim, a year, maybe, if he lived like a fragile vase on a high shelf. Azula flickered to a stop beside Tsunade, her earlier impatience gone, replaced by a cool, analytical gaze. Another familiar face, another life burning low. She said nothing, but the observation solidified a truth she'd long accepted: the ninja world was a far crueler edit than the stories suggested. Her own obsessive precautions, the hundreds of contingencies to shield her loved ones, felt less like paranoia and more like the only sane response. It's nothing too serious, Murasake waved a frail hand, his voice a dry leaf rustle. This old man has simply run his course. Lived long enough to see Kiri get a much-needed makeover, at least. Among the gathered shinobi, only Mito truly understood the quiet relief in his words. Her own situation was basically similar. She had options now. With Kurama's cooperation, she could probably stretch her lifespan. But the profound, soul-deep fatigue made the idea unappealing. She was tired. She knew it was selfish. To want to step off the stage, to leave the future squarely on Azula's capable but young shoulders, to leave Tsunade and Nawaki as the last Senju of their line. But she'd made a deal with herself, a few more years of semi-retirement. A vacation from destiny. Her reason was a blend of hope and wry humor. She knew her brilliant, stubborn student, Azula, would never accept her passing as final. The girl would likely scour the ends of the earth, reinvent forbidden jutsu, and probably yell at the Sage of Six Paths himself until she found a way to pull Mito back from the Pure Land. And by then, maybe, she'd have figured out how to resurrect Hashirama, too. The thought sparked a faint, mischievous smile on Mito's lips. She'd better not expect me to go back to paperwork after all that, she mused, watching Azula confer tersely with a Konoha squad leader. Surely even she wouldn't be so unreasonable as to resurrect her teacher just to put her back on filing duty. Right. Then again, this was Azula. Mito made a mental note to include a strict, no post-resurrection administrative work clause in her eventual will. End of the chapter. What do you think? Someone finds a way to expand humans' lifespan just so that you can do your 9-to-9 work longer, haha. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, Uchiha and Senju return. Azula, not knowing the outrageous but somehow realistic thoughts of Mito, just placed her hand around Tsunade's shoulder, comforting the latter. Cheer up, Tsuna, Azula said, her voice composed. Murasake has made his choice. He chose to protect what he believes is worth it, so you should just give him some respect. After all, Tsunade wasn't some fragile little girl having lost some people, she was, used to it, at least she thought so. The moment was broken by Taijima, who strode over, his Sharingan deactivated and his posture screaming understanding. A man from the kill first, don't ask questions later Warring States era, he gestured with a thumb over his shoulder at the huddled masses of surrendered Kiri ninja and terrified civilians. The fight part's over, Taijima stated, his tone suggesting he found administrative cleanup only marginally more appealing than stepping on a rusty kunai. Now comes the headache. What's the plan for them? In my day, we'd have wrapped this up by sunset. Now I'm confused. He wasn't wrong. In the clan warfare days, victory was often a grim, final census, with the losers having their clan completely annihilated unless the winners wanted some slaves. But this wasn't a clan, it was a village, a bloated, damp, dysfunctional metropolis of thousands. The inconvenient volume of villagers made wholesale slaughter not just monstrous, but a logistical nightmare even Taijima's hardened soul couldn't stomach. He glanced at Azula, whose idea of diplomacy was a well-aimed lightning bolt, and then at Mito, whose idea of conflict resolution was to seal your aggression into a teapot. It's giving me a migraine, Tsunade grumbled, cracking her knuckles. We can't just leave, and we can't exactly adopt them. Mito, the voice of terrifying reason, chimed in. Isolation is the core issue. Iwa or Suna would have to march through the land of fire or go the long way around, inviting Konoha's attention. But Kumo. She didn't finish the thought. The land of lightning had a direct sea route. And with over 40% of Kiri's forces on missions today, including the powerful, absent Yuki clan, leaving Kiri undefended was an invitation for the Third Reikage to come shopping for new territory and bloodline limits. Azula, who had been mentally rehearsing the precise shade of fear she wanted to see in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes upon her return, felt her glorious homecoming fantasy evaporate like mist under a fireball. A genuinely aggrieved sigh escaped her. Fine, she conceded, the word tasting like ash. I will grace this puddle of a country with my presence for 1 month. The declaration had the effect of a minor explosion. Taijima's eyebrows vanished into his hairline. Mito's serene smile gained a hint of victorious glee. Asami, who had been quietly wondering how to cook, was taken aback. Tsunade, seeing an opportunity to delay her return to Konoha, slapped Azula's back with enough force to stagger a lesser woman. I'll stay too. Someone's gotta keep you from burning down all the infrastructure. And, ensure the medical transition is smooth. It had absolutely nothing to do with the 3-day-long bender she'd planned in Kiri's less destroyed bars. But Mito shook her head. No, Tsunade. You and Taijima-sama, along with the clan members, will return to Konoha. Azula and I are more than sufficient to handle any residual trouble here. She held up a hand to forestall the impending protest. Skirmishes are flaring up across the continents. A true war is just a matter of time. But Konoha cannot afford to have both its founding pillars absent. The void left by the combined absence of the Uchiha and Senju is not a power gap, it's a chasm our enemies would love to see. Taijima, after a moment's grudging calculation, nodded. He pictured his daughter and the Uzumaki women alone in Kumo, and a savage, proud grin touched his lips. The Reikage would probably end up sealed inside his own favorite weapon and used as a paperweight. Mito-sama is correct. Our strength is needed at home. With those two here, he jerked his chin at Azula and Mito, Kiri will be quieter than the Naka River at midnight. Sooner, if Azula gets bored. Definitely not because he wanted to join the excitement happening in the ninja world instead of being stuck in some isolated village. With the 3 most formidable people in the immediate vicinity aligned against her, Tsunade could only cross her arms and deploy a legendary, world-class pout. She could only stomp away, muttering about ungrateful relatives and the critical lack of sake in strategic planning. She had to admit, if only to herself, that the big picture was secure. Hokage-sama, they're back. The Uchiha and the Senju just passed the eastern gate. The ANBU who'd all but materialized in the middle of Hiruzen Sarutobi's office was practically vibrating. Despite the mask, the excitement in his voice was as subtle as a flashbang in a library. Hiruzen paused mid-signature, setting down his brush with the weary grace of a man who'd just finished auditing the annual explosive tag budget. Normally, such a blatant display of unchecked emotion would earn the operative a week of poetic, roundabout critiques about the importance of stoicism, delivered via parable, of course, probably involving a particularly emotionally constipated badger. But today, Hiruzen found he couldn't muster the hypocrisy. A slow, relieved smile crept across his face, smoothing wrinkles that had been carved deeper by the latest lightning-release jutsu scroll from the land of lightning. Finally. An end to the passive-aggressive scrolls from Kumo. I'll just nudge them in Azula's general direction. She has that special way of making guests wish they'd never found her in the house. Well noted, Hiruzen said, his voice the picture of grandfatherly calm. Maintain distant surveillance. Do not approach them. The ANBU snapped a sharp bow, his jubilation barely contained. Yes, Hokage-sama. He disappeared in a swirl of leaves, though Hiruzen fancied he could still hear a faint, gleeful squeak echoing down the hall. The Hokage allowed himself exactly 3 seconds of peace, savoring the mental image of the Kumo envoy's face when informed their discussions would now be handled by a woman who treated diplomacy like a combat sport. Fate, however, as if offended by his moment of respite, sent its next calamity through the door. Not a calamity of nature, but something far more predictable and tedious, a council of his people. Danzo Shimura entered first, with an air of dramatic urgency that suggested the village was actively collapsing behind him. He was flanked, as always, by his ideological bookends, Hamura and Koharu, whose expressions had been permanently set to mild disapproval since a while ago. Hiruzen. Danzo announced, with an intensity usually reserved for discovering a new, darker shade of black for his ops. The Uchiha have returned. There was a strange, almost tremulous quality to his voice, a fervor that made Hiruzen pause. Hamura and Koharu exchanged a glance that spoke volumes. It was the same look they'd give if they found Danzo meticulously polishing Madara Uchiha's old armor. Why, Hiruzen pondered, does he sound like a man who just spotted his notoriously dangerous, long-lost ex-wife shopping for reunion tour outfits? To his credit, Danzo felt the weight of their silent, bewildered scrutiny. He cleared his throat, the moment of unvarnished zeal passing as he rebuilt his facade of grim pragmatism. A lesser man might have blushed, Danzo simply pretended the last 5 seconds had been a collective hallucination. Hiruzen, Hamura picked up the thread. Now that they have deigned to return, what is your intended course of action? Their desertion cannot be overlooked. They'd been humming this chorus since the first day, itching to discuss sanctions and symbolic wrist slaps for the audacity of leaving. Hiruzen had stalled them, insisting any judgment required the accused to be present. Now, the calculus had changed dramatically. The self-styled Konoha Exodus, now bolstered by Uzumaki, hadn't just survived. They'd reportedly annihilated an army of 10,000. And the latest, unconfirmed intelligence humming through his network spoke of something even more absurd, a visit to Kirigakure that had less in common with a diplomatic tour and more with a natural disaster that selectively targeted bureaucrats. This, of course, was the real reason for the elders' urgent meeting. They saw powerful assets that had acted without their permission, and it itched like a wool uniform. But they weren't complete fools. They preferred Hiruzen to wield the heavy, politically risky blade while they stood behind him, offering supportive commentary on his swing technique. It was precisely this transparent scheming that made Hiruzen wish, not for the first time, that the Hokage Tower had a secret trapdoor behind his desk. "Sit," he said, the warmth leaving his voice. He reached into a drawer and produced a single, crisp scroll. "Before we discuss punishments for our wayward clans, review this. It arrived by falcon a few hours ago. From 3 independent sources in the land of water." He slid the scroll across the polished wood. Danzo snatched it up, his eyes scanning the encoded text. Hamura and Koharu leaned in, their stern faces tightening with each line. The report detailed not an attack, but a surgical decapitation, the Mizukage Tower breached, Kiri's army neutralized, the village's defensive grid made a mockery of, and all executed with 0 casualties on the part of the invaders. A perfect, terrifying spectacle. Danzo finished reading. A profound silence filled the office, broken only by the distant sound of a merchant arguing about daikin prices. Then, the scroll trembled in Danzo's hand. A vein throbbed at his temple. "This is a fabrication," he hissed, his voice climbing towards a register Hiruzen hadn't heard since the last time they debated funding for the Konoha puppet theater. "It is impossible. A handful of about 3,000 ninja, no matter their lineage, could not accomplish this. Kiri is one of the 5 great shinobi villages." His eye was wide, bloodshot. For a fleeting, hysterical moment, Hiruzen wondered if the sheer force of Danzo's denial could spontaneously awaken a Mangekyo Sharingan in a man with no Uchiha blood. Danzo's mind was racing, comparing this obscene feat to the shadowy power he'd been cultivating en route, to the delicate, expanding web of influence he'd been weaving beyond the land of fire. This report didn't just describe a military action, it shattered his entire understanding of the possible. End of the chapter. Don't forget to vote, guys. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, Kagami Uchiha. "It's not impossible," Hiruzen stated. A tiny, utterly un-Hokage-like part of him preened at the synchronized look of scandalized shock that bloomed on the faces of Koharu and Hamura and Danzo. Sometimes, the simplest joys were watching your lifelong friends realize the world had shifted under their feet. He knew the core issue. They understood, intellectually, the power that Azula and Mito, along with their clans, wielded. They just refused to accept it, like stubborn shinobi denying they'd pulled a hamstring until they face-planted during tree-walking practice. But he was the Hokage, Tobirama-sensei's chosen successor. His job was to see the entire board, even when the pieces started moving on their own and glowing with terrifying chakra. A quiet, internal sigh echoed in his mind. "Realistically, I'll probably have to pass the hat in 5 years or so. By then, Azula will be 19. The youngest Kage in history, yes, but with the bearing of a veteran. Perhaps I could start grooming her now. Make her the Jonin sensei for Shinosuke's team." Unlike Danzo and the others, he knew for sure what kind of person Azula was, and he knew the next Hokage was simply impossible if not her. So he planned a 5-year plan. The mental image was almost charming, his earnest, by-the-book son being whipped into shape by a fiery Uchiha prodigy who probably saw the shinobi guidelines as mild suggestions. Then reality intruded. He gave a minute shake of his head, the motion lost in his pipe smoke. No, she's no longer just a prodigy, she's the head of the Uchiha clan. Having her babysit Genin, even my son's team, would be an insult wrapped in a political disaster. The heavy silence was finally shattered, not by Danzo's scheming murmur, but by Koharu's sharp, school-marmish tone. Hiruzen, this isn't merely about their capability to throw a fit, she said, as if discussing unruly children rather than the village's most potent human weapons. This is about the very authority of Konoha. The system was established by the Shodai himself. If we allow a clan to make unilateral decisions, to come and go as they please, what does Konoha even stand for? A particularly well-defended campground. You know as well as I do that Tobirama-sensei would never have tolerated this. He would have had them in his office for a frank discussion about the chain of command before anything. Ah, there it is, the Tobirama card. Played not with subtlety, but with the blunt force of a kunai to the conscience. It hit its mark with practiced ease. Hiruzen knew she was right. In Tobirama-sensei's Konoha, this situation would have been resolved with icy efficiency and absolute authority. But that was the crux of it, wasn't it? He had trained, he had grown stronger, but he would never be his sensei. He led through consensus and weathered loyalty, not unyielding command. Koharu, he said, his voice dropping into the deep, resonant tone that usually made even Umbu operatives think twice. It was his "I am your Hokage" voice, and he used it sparingly. Do not attempt to pressure me. My decision will come after I have all the information, confirmed and cross-referenced. Kagami and Tsunade are due to report shortly. We will hear their account. Until then. He didn't need to finish. The finality in his voice hung in the air, clearer than any smoke signal. They understood, push further, and the famously patient Hokage might just decide his next fire release technique needed testing in a small, Hokage-shaped space. Danzo, ever the pragmatist when direct confrontation failed, gave a derisive sniff. Very well. Let us table the domestic problems, he said, dripping with condescension. What of Kumogakuru's provocations? How do you intend to deal with those cloud-headed brutes? Hiruzen leaned back, steepling his fingers. This, at least, was a more straightforward puzzle. I am considering dispatching the Uchiha and the Senju to the Land of Lightning as a show of force. But they just returned. I need to understand their current state, their morale, before I send anyone. We cannot treat them as simple pieces on a map anymore. In ordinary times, his strategy would have been different: spread the missions, use more civilian-born shinobi, keep the great clans, the Uchiha especially, carefully balanced and contained. But Azula Uchiha was not a piece to be contained. She was a wildfire in human form, and trying to suppress her would only get you burned. Better to point the wildfire at your enemies. Hiruzen was wise. His long-term plan was shifting. Suppression was out. Cautious, strategic alignment was in. If he could foster at least a working loyalty from these revitalized clans over the next 5 years, then when the inevitable happened, when a 19-year-old Azula inevitably took the hat, he might still have a role to play. Not as her commander, but as her advisor. He could use his seniority and the support of other clans to gently steer her away from any excessively enthusiastic decisions. Because, let's be honest with himself, he thought as he watched Danzo stew, the idea of Azula with the absolute authority of the Hokage was thrilling and utterly, bone-chillingly terrifying in equal measure. He trusted her power. He trusted her loyalty to Konoha, in her own way. But he didn't yet trust her judgment not to set the world on fire just to see if the flames could dance. After making things clear, the meeting started involving long-term strategy. Hiruzen and the ensuing 10-minute discussion had been less of a dialogue and more of a verbal minefield, while still waiting for Tsunade or Kagami. Then a polite, precise tap-tap-tap on the heavy oak door happened. In a room where the occupants were, at minimum, elite jonin, the visitor's identity wasn't a mystery. It was a chakra signature as familiar as their own, yet one that now carried the subtle, acrid tinge of complicated history. A comrade they'd bled with, laughed with, and trusted with their backs. A friend from whom politics had since carved a careful, cautious distance. Hiruzen's face softened into a melancholic smile. Enter. The door swung open to reveal Kagami Uchiha, his trademark gentle eyes taking in the scene, Hiruzen behind the desk, Danzo's back facing Hiruzen, Koharu and Hamura positioned like stern, stone bookends. Kagami's polite expression didn't falter, but his gaze flicked to Hiruzen for a microsecond, his look screaming, dripping with Uchiha-grade exasperation. You do realize this is the interpersonal equivalent of juggling explosive tags? One wrong glance and Danzo might reclassify me as a hostile entity. Oblivious to the telepathic critique, Hiruzen merely beamed wider, the picture of congeniality. Koharu, subtly, let out a sound that was half snort, half sigh of profound disappointment. Umph. It seems you still remember you hold a Konoha Hitaiate, she said, her voice dry. Her tone and the slight downturn of her lips spoke of clear disdain, but to Kagami's finely tuned ears, honed by a lifetime of navigating clan politics and unspoken grievances, there was an unmistakable, lingering sourness. Kagami thought, an internal sigh echoing in the vault of his mind. Remember that time we saved each other's lives and maybe briefly contemplated a different life, talk. Still not over it, I see. He offered a small, wry smile. He was a top-tier Uchiha, one of the clan's 3 strongest, bound by duty and expectation. Marrying outside the clan, even for something as frivolous as love, was a path closed to him. Some doors, once shut, were sealed with ancestral seal work. Now, Koharu, Hiruzen interjected, smoothly playing the role of the diplomatic Hokage, though the twinkle in his eye suggested he enjoyed stirring this particular pot a little. Kagami has been performing his duties for the village flawlessly. It was true. Of all the Uchiha, Kagami was their bridge, their point of contact. He walked the tightrope between the clan's growing power and the village's administration with the perfect balance of a master. Hiruzen valued that immensely. The last thing he needed was for this critical, calm-minded ally to be driven off by his counsel's less than tactful approach. After all, Hiruzen reminded himself, taking a contemplative puff from his pipe, he is an Uchiha. Patient, but not infinitely so. There's no need for such formality, Hiruzen, Kagami said, gracefully taking the offered seat as if settling onto a bed of needles. And even less need to waste time with preamble. You know why I'm here. Despite his famed interpersonal skills, even he had limits. Sitting with a group of people who once shared your dinner and dreams, but now mostly shared looks of strategic suspicion, was an exercise in acute social discomfort. Hiruzen nodded, the pipe smoke weaving lazy circles above his head. Danzo's eye was fixed on a point on the wall, his expression carved from granite. Hamura gave a curt nod. Koharu looked away. I assume you've been briefed on events up to our departure from Konoha, Kagami began, his voice taking on the measured cadence of an official report. Let me begin from our arrival at Uzushio. We made contact with Mugetsu. What followed was a tale so bizarre, so utterly unhinged from standard shinobi protocol, that even Danzo's perpetual frown deepened into a crevice of disbelief. And so, Kagami concluded, letting the words hang in the smoke-filled room, Azula and Lady Mito have elected to remain in Kiri for 1 month. A stabilizing presence, as it were. The time is for Konoha to assemble a team of shinobi capable of ensuring the alliance holds firm long after their unique brand of diplomacy departs. Silence descended, heavy and profound. Hiruzen, who had weathered a shinobi world war, his wife's anger, and the quarterly budget meetings with the fire daimyo envoy, looked as if he'd been lightly concussed. This, coming from a man who'd once seen Azula try to improve a standard evasion drill by adding actual strange blue fire. Hamura was massaging his temples. Koharu had stopped pretending to be composed and was just staring into the middle distance, possibly questioning every life choice that led her to this moment. But it was Danzo's reaction that Kagami, with a carefully concealed flicker of pure Uchiha satisfaction, enjoyed it the most. Danzo, who always viewed the Uchiha clan as a problem to be contained, a variable to be controlled, now sat utterly still. Kagami saw a flicker of something far rarer, despair. The kind of despair that comes from realizing that you may have completely lost your chance towards something. So, Kagami said, his tone perfectly, politely neutral. About that deployment schedule for the reinforcement team to Kiri. I have a few suggestions. End of the chapter. Don't forget to vote, guys. Let's stabilize this at the top 10. Chapter 101, Chapter 100, Akiko's Moment. The 100th chapter. Loudly crying face. Akiko-sama, the moment has come, Hikuto announced, his voice doing an impressive impersonation of someone who hadn't just choked on his own dread. We have assembled over 7,000 shinobi. We are ready to take back control of the village. He stood as straight as a kunai, trying to project a confidence he'd buried about 3 existential crises ago. 7,000 sounded like a lot, and it was. It was also, his brain helpfully supplied, potentially 7,000 very elaborate funeral arrangements because they weren't marching against a normal enemy. They were marching against more dangerous than natural disasters, the kind of monsters who had killed the Mizukage along with 10,000 ninja and had redecorated Kiri's streets with the previous regime. Akiko, perched on a weathered stump that served as her makeshift command throne, didn't blink. The mantle of leadership, she was discovering, was 10% strategy and 90% pretending you couldn't hear the terrified squeaking of your subordinates. Good, she said, her voice cool and clear. Today, the village will enter a new era, and no matter what, we will clear the blood debt. Blood debt. The words made Hikuto's jaw clench hard enough to break steel. As Akiko's most devoted, and currently most nauseated, subordinate, his loyalty was absolute. He was a Hozuki, a clan with a legacy of second Mizukages, not a Yuki. He'd aligned himself with Akiko because A, she was terrifyingly competent, B, she had the kind of glacial, unshakable poise that made you believe in miracles, and C, his one brain cell devoted to political strategy had taken one look at her and bet the entire farm. It was the best and worst decision of his life. But politics didn't erase family. Intelligence from the few who had slipped past the invaders' strangely permissive blockade painted a grim picture. The Kagaya clan was basically an archaeological site now, with very few left alive. The jonin of his own Hozuki clan were gone, completely wiped out. Only the kids, the non-combatants, and the unlucky few who'd been out fishing for glory remained. His little brother, an elite chunin with more enthusiasm than sense, had been right in the thick of it. The math was brutally simple, and it added up to a gaping hole in Hikuto's chest. It had been exactly 21 days since the three tails had been unceremoniously crammed into Akiko's body. 20 days since the sky over Kirigakure had cracked with unfamiliar fire and the screams had begun. For the last 2 weeks, while Hikuto rallied remnants and tried not to vomit from stress, Akiko had been engaged in a different kind of war, a domestic dispute with a living tsunami of chakra residing in her. Her progress, by any sane standard, was horrifyingly fast. But she knew it wasn't enough, and unfortunately, she didn't have a choice. There were so many of them, and their supplies were basically gone. And there was also the fact that the longer they waited, the more likely troops from Konoha would come to completely take control of the village, which was not good. It was in such a complicated state that Akiko stood atop a hill, a lone silhouette against a bruised twilight sky, looking down at a sea of restless shinobi that churned like the ocean below the island cliffs. Thousands of them, which gave her a very particular feeling. Sure, most sported the familiar slash of the Kirigakure headband. But to Akiko's expert eye, honed by a lifetime of Kiri's brand of backstabbing, at least 30% were undercover ninjas. She spotted a Sunanin trying too hard to slouch, an IWA guy whose glare was pure boredom. The fact that the tri-clan alliance of Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki had collectively attacked Kiri on its own island was the worst-kept secret in the 5 nations. These allies weren't here for charity, they were here to make sure the fire they'd quietly fueled kept Konoha's toes in pain. They'd provided the supplies, the weapons, through, of course, indirect, neutral merchants, and now they'd come for the show. Akiko smoothed the front of her flak jacket, a familiar, cold mask settling over her features. For the performance of a lifetime, she had to look the part. She drew in a breath, and when her voice rang out, it wasn't her usual dry, cold tone. It was raw, thunderous, and vibrated with a fury that was, ironically, 100% genuine. Shinobi of Kirigakure, she spoke straight to them. It has been 20 days since the village our ancestors carved from the mist and the rock was desecrated. Not by honorable conflict, but by the treachery of the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Uzumaki. She let the names spit from her mouth like poison. They did not come as warriors. They came as butchers. They showed mercy to none, sparing not a single clan, cutting down every elite who stood in their path. They have plunged Kirigakure into the single most humiliating chapter of its long history. Her fist clenched at her side. The anger was real because she knew her clan had lost most of its younger generation. Her gaze swept over the crowd, connecting with each pair of eyes, grieving Kiri natives, and calculating foreign agents alike. We stand at the precipice. They have left us with only 2 paths, to fight with everything we have, to the very bitter end, or to become wandering ghosts, hunted and despised across the entire ninja world. Is that the legacy you choose? But we. She declared, her voice somehow carrying to the very back, our shinobi of the bloody mist. We have never, ever feared death. But we fear disgrace. We fear irrelevance. And we despise hypocrites who preach peace while bathing in our blood. She threw her arm out, pointing vaguely in the direction of the mainland, where Konoha undoubtedly sat feeling very pleased with itself. So I ask you now, with the very spirit of our ancestors screaming in our ears, are you ready? Ready to give your all? To seize back your stolen honor? She let the silence hang for 1 beat, 2, her eyes gleaming with a dark, knowing light. And reclaim our glory? There it was, the magic word. In any other village, glory might mean valor, legacy, or protecting the precious leaves or some such nonsense. In Kiri, it translated directly to reputation and cold, hard Ryo. It was the language of every true Kiri nin, from the lowest hunter nin to the former Mizukage, understood better than their own heartbeat. The effect was instant and volcanic. The genuine Kiri nin, inflamed by rage and the promise of profitable plunder, roared. The foreign shinobi, thrilled at the prospect of Kiri and the 3 strongest clans grinding each other down to the nub, roared even louder, cheering for a glory that would bleed their rival dry. Akiko's picture. End of the chapter. Well, this is the 100th chapter, yeah. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, Ninja World Glorious Moment. Would Akiko and her band of Kiri nin actually get what they wished for? In a word, no. While they'd been busy plotting their big revenge these past few days, Azula hadn't exactly been taking a vacation. Having mastered the flying Raijin meant she could pop back to Kiri for a cup of tea whenever she liked. She'd just been scouting. Frankly, she doubted they'd have the spine to make a move before her 1-month deadline to return to Konoha, but hey, she loved being proven right about people's determination. And so, she'd found them. She'd been standing right there in the crowd, disguised, munching on metaphorical popcorn as Akiko gave her big, passionate, freedom speech. It was almost touching. Almost. Watching the raw, gleeful bloodlust shining in their eyes, a wicked thought had crossed her mind: what if she just dropped an S-rank jutsu right here? How fast would all that lofty morality evaporate? Oh well, she mused, her gaze drifting over the particularly beautiful Kunoichi. It's a shame. She's quite attractive. A real waste. Azula, now verging on 15, had to admit that chakra and a little, creative application of lightning release to stimulate cellular growth had been very kind to her. Honestly, if not for the old soul piloting this teenage body, she might be dealing with some truly distracting hormonal crises. As it was, she could only sigh internally. This world was unfairly stocked with stunning women, each one putting her past life supermodels to shame, and here she was, too busy for anything but professional appreciation. Focus, she chided herself, shaking her head minutely. Teenage angst later, world domination now. Or at least, Mangekyo first. Otherwise, that old coffin dodger might get ideas. The thing she currently hated most was a tactic she'd once used herself, threatening a person through their loved ones. The irony wasn't lost on her, and she had zero desire to be on the receiving end. Her attention snapped back to the present. The plan with Mito was simple: whoever found the hidden Kirinin first would alert the other. But Azula had a personal goal. She'd always wanted to see what it felt like to face down an army solo, just like Madara. No fancy tricks, just pure taijutsu and ninjutsu pushed to the absolute limit. So, normally, she wouldn't call. But this wasn't normal. Mito wasn't bloodthirsty, she'd probably just show up to watch the spectacle with judgy, crossed arms. And since Azula had already keyed her chakra into Mito's flying Raijin formula, her sensor-grade teacher could find her across countries, let alone across a few islands. She pulled out a special kunai, its handle inscribed with Mito's own sealing formulae, and channeled a spark of chakra into it. "Hey, you! What are you doing?" a nearby ninja barked, his senses prickling at the focused chakra flow. Azula didn't even grace him with a glance. As dozens of eyes swiveled toward her, two brilliant wings of roaring blue flame, her conflagration wings, exploded from her back. She shot into the air like a firework. And in that same instant, with a soundless shunshin pop of displaced air, Mito appeared. Well, she almost appeared. She'd expected solid ground, not empty sky 3 meters up. With the impeccable grace of a seasoned ninja, she twisted midair, landed in a perfect crouch that sent dust billowing out, and rose smoothly to her feet beside the hovering, flame-winged Azula. Old but showy. Very showy, Azula complained inside. Mito, as if sensing the blatant disrespect radiating from Azula's very soul, turned and gave her a long, slow look that said, "I feel you are thinking about something disrespectful," to which Azula responded by absolutely, definitely, 100% not looking at a nearby, innocent ninja. She then swept her gaze across the sea of shinobi, over 7,000 of them, packed onto that island. Thousands of eyes locked onto her. Some sweating, some trembling, and a few brave souls tried to swallow, only to discover their throats had apparently forgotten how throats worked. Azula grinned. "I could have sworn I heard someone screaming about revenge and glory, which sounded messy. So here I am." The silence was the kind of quiet you get when a room full of people had talked about rebellion only to collectively realize the man they are planning to rebel against is in the room. You could hear a kunai drop. Actually, one did. Some poor chunin's fingers gave up on life, no one blamed him. Floating there, mid-air, conflagration wings blazing behind her like she'd stolen a phoenix's wardrobe, Azula was impossible to miss. And not just because she was literally on fire. It was the presence, the kind that made you suddenly remember every unflattering thought you'd ever had and wonder if she somehow knew about them. She smiled. That's more like it. Then, with all the casual menace of someone ordering takeout, "Now. Let's dance." And just like that, the wings dissolved and she dropped back down, landing right next to Mito, who hadn't even blinked. Azula's Sharingan spun to life, 3 tomo spinning excitedly. She launched herself at the first idiot brave enough, or stupid enough, to have already recomposed himself. It was admirable. Short-lived, but admirable. Within seconds, the collective shinobi mind underwent a rapid, horrified recalibration. We're being surrounded by 2 women. One of whom is literally playing with us. At the vanguard, a safe distance from the absolute blender that was Azula, stood Akiko, freshly Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails, Isabu, and her right-hand man, Hikuto. Akiko's chakra reserves had quadrupled since the sealing, and she still couldn't access even half of Isabu's power. It should have felt like a lot. Then she looked at Mito. Specifically, she felt Mito. The Ninetales chakra rolled off the woman in slow, patient waves, like an ocean that had decided to wait politely before drowning you. Akiko couldn't even estimate it. It was like trying to count the stars while blindfolded. 3 times. She thought hysterically. But Mito wasn't fighting. She simply retreated to the opposite end of the battlefield, arms folded, watching Azula with the serene detachment of a cat observing a mouse that thinks it has a plan. Akiko didn't know whether to feel grateful or deeply, deeply unnerved. Both, probably. As for Azula, she was having fun. No chakra mode and no flashy jutsus. Just her Sharingan, her fists, and her kind of creative brutality. Punch, and a Jonin's arm became a sad, floppy memory. Kick, and another shinobi folded like origami, now paralyzed from the waist down. A glance from her Sharingan, and a third man stood frozen, his mind scrambled, drooling slightly. Then another punch and he was done. She spared some. Only the ones who looked like they'd be useful once Kirigakure officially became hers. But that almost made it worse. A monster who kills is terrifying. A monster who picks and chooses while just crippling some is a horror. How is this possible? Hikuto's voice came out strangled. 20 Jonin from Kiri alone could level a small country. At our peak, we barely had 500 Jonin, maybe 60 elite. And she's... He gestured vaguely at the absolute chaos unfolding before them, where a woman was treating trained assassins like a game of whack-a-mole. That. She's just that. End of the chapter. Sorry guys, I think I'm ill because I woke up with a headache yesterday and today. I really wanted to end this fight in this chapter and wrap up the Kiri arc in the next, but I just lack the morale. See you tomorrow and I promise a 2K chapter at least. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Against 3. Kishi, one of Akiko's more emotionally available followers, winced as another squad of Kirinin got absolutely yeeted into the afterlife. Akiko, maybe we should do something. Because I feel no matter their numbers, they are just dying for nothing. Akiko didn't even blink. Her face was as expressive as a block of ice, which, given her Yuki lineage, was probably a genetic trait. It's not for nothing, Kishi. They're not dying for nothing. Every kunai that misses, every bone that breaks, every scream, it's all depreciating her stamina and in the long run, it's worth it. Her voice was calm. The kind of calm that made birds stop singing. Her closest subordinates exchanged a look. The one that said, she's doing the thing again where her heart became as cold as ice. They knew the deal. Akiko wasn't evil, she just viewed emotions the way most people view expired milk, technically present, but why would you ever touch it? She'd become a Jinchuriki not out of desperation, but because the math checked out. Power up, high. Everything else didn't matter. Meanwhile, Azula was starting to get bored. And when Azula got bored, people tended to stop being alive. She'd already mulched through nearly 100 shinobi, including a dozen Jonin whose only mistake was being within 20 meters of her bad attitude. Another 50 were currently questioning their life choices from hospital beds that didn't exist yet. She paused mid-incineration and tilted her head. She'd known Iwagakure took down the third Raikage with 10,000 men in the anime. The Raikage she knew could probably solo a small country while doing his taxes. How did Rocks of all people manage that? Whatever. Probably sand in his shorts. She dismissed the thought and surveyed her handiwork. Within a 20-meter radius, the only things moving were the wind and a few guys who were technically alive but had wisely chosen to play dead. Smart choices, which are rare in Kiri. The surviving ninja stared at her like she'd personally insulted their ancestors. Which, to be fair, she probably had. None of them were old enough to remember Madara or Hashirama, but this. One woman, 0 fucks given, and a body count that would make a shinobi historian weep. This was the kind of trauma that got passed down for generations. Azula smiled. It was not a nice smile. She practically watched the fear crystallize in their eyes, which pleased her, then finally figured out that throwing bodies at her was less strategy and more aggressive recycling. This saves me so much nonsense. All that remained was the final boss fight, or, if Akiko was smart, the submission. Azula turned her gaze toward the white demon and her little entourage of true believers. Please don't be another Genji, she thought. One self-righteous speech about justice was enough to last me several lifetimes. The crowd parted. Not out of respect, Kiri Ninja didn't do respect unless it came with a price tag, but out of self-preservation. Kiri wasn't known for loyalty, it was known for stabbing first and asking questions while you bled out. Azula strolled through the corridor of terrified shinobi like she was walking a red carpet. Her conflagration wings flared to life, not for combat, just for dramatic emphasis. She hovered a few feet above the ground, looking down at Akiko and her squad on the hill with the casual superiority of a cat eyeing a mouse that thought it was a lion. Akiko Yuki. She spoke with admiration in her tone. White demon of the mist. patriarch of the Yuki clan, and I have to say you do seem to deserve your title. Akiko opened her mouth, about to say something, but then closed it. She was standing face to face with the girl who had helped level her village, killed half her family, and was much younger than her. And now this girl was complimenting her. Should I say thank you? Instead, Akiko did what any self-respecting Jinchuriki with zero social training would do. She returned the compliment like they were trading Pokemon cards at recess. I've also heard about you. Her voice was flat. Neutral. Totally not panicking inside. Azula Uchiha. The only matriarch in the history of the Uchiha clan. Fought 2 Kage at once and came out unscathed. I didn't expect to meet you in this kind of situation. Akiko indeed knew Azula because she understood how hard it is for a woman to become clan head, let alone the current strongest clan in the world. Of both Azula and Tsunade, she had a good impression of them before, especially Tsunade, the latter having humiliated Mizura. That was, of course, before they murdered her clan. Now her impression of them is -0. Azula just nodded slowly, as if Akiko had just explained the obvious. People from different villages. If not on a battlefield, where else would we meet? A spa. Akiko blinked. But let's skip the small talk. Azula waved a hand, already bored. I've heard of your talk, and here's the thing. Karigakure started this mess when you rolled up on Yuzushiyogakure wanting to exterminate it, but nobody cares who swung first, do they? Everyone's too busy screaming, but my family, and sharpening kunai. She said this while staring directly into Akiko's soul through her Sharingan. And there it was, what she had hoped for, a nanosecond of hesitation. Was she, kind of right, that flashed across Akiko's face like a startled cat. Azula smirked internally. Perfect. One solid beat down, then I could hit her with the talk no jutsu. Step 1, establish dominance. Step 2, emotional manipulation. Step 3, profit. She didn't try it now, of course. Talk no jutsu wasn't a drive-through. You couldn't just roll up and expect results without first cracking a few ribs. It was a ritual, a sacred art. First, you punch the trauma in. Then you talk it out. Akiko, for her part, caught the distinct lack of warmth in Azula's eyes. No cozy tea-chat energy here. It would have been creepy otherwise. She straightened. Kishi. Hikoto. Her voice dropped lower. The kind of tone that preceded a very bad day for someone else. Behind her, 2 figures shifted. Kishi and Hikoto weren't just jonin, they were Karigakure's top jonin, which meant they'd drown their childhood pets for practice. Top 15 in the village. Almost on her level before the tailed beast. They didn't speak, but they understood. And then Akiko's chakra erupted, red and thick, rolling off her in waves like a bad sunburn with intent. Azula recognized it instantly. She'd interrogated Genji long enough to know exactly why the matriarch of the Yuki clan was not present when they attacked. Isabu, the Three Tails. The pitiful, giant turtle with boundary issues. Azula didn't move out of genuine curiosity. Genji had called Akiko his chosen Mizukage. Just needed to beat Rikatsu, collect the hat, and start signing executive orders. She left the village when they attacked to become a Jinchuriki. Now Akiko was standing there, 2 tails of boiling chakra whipping behind her, eyes sharp, mind intact. Impressive, Azula admitted. Either she was a prodigy, or Isabu just really liked her. Or probably both. Azula also flipped the switch back into battle mode, but still, casual god tier, with none of her 2 chakra modes activated. She hung in the sky like a final boss who forgot to load her ultimate abilities. Then she made a raise-non. Just, made one since it wasn't a big deal. And then, because subtlety is for people who don't have fire powers, she ignited a controlled explosion at the soles of her sandals and cannonballed herself toward the ground like a comet with a grudge. Hikoto and Kishi took one look at the screaming ball of the Uchiha Fire Princess death hurtling toward them and collectively said, nope. They backflipped like their lives depended on it along with Akiko in her tailed beast mode. Because they did. The hill behind them, however, did not have the luxury of legs or survival instincts. It just stopped existing. Mito, watching from the sidelines with the weary patience of a grandmother who's seen too much, pressed her fingers to her temple. She'd witnessed a lot of ridiculous chakra control in her lifetime. Hashirama could grow forests with a clap, but every time, she would always be impressed by Azula. This was a girl who said, let me make an explosive spinning ball of death, then use explosions to deliver it faster than sound, and oh, I'm not even using my special powers yet. Mito sighed. Somewhere in the Pure Land, Hashirama was probably crying tears of pride and inadequacy. The fight, however, did not pause for Mito's sake. Hikoto and Kishi, still airborne like startled cats, retaliated instantly, kunai raining down with explosive tags fluttering behind them. Meanwhile, Akiko was having some serious remorse. She'd popped her bijou cloak way too early, and now she was juiced up but locked out of her ice release, which ruined what could have been a perfect combo. Azula didn't even blink. She shifted. Using her fire body flicker, a burst of chakra, a smear of orange light, and suddenly she was in Hikuto's face while the kunai passed through her afterimage like she was already living 5 seconds in the future. Hikuto's brain screamed, hydrification. Now. Now. He melted. Literally. His body became liquid on instinct, because every Hozuki worth their salt knew that when a Uchiha princess with Sharingan and zero chill flies at you, you do not try to tank that. You become water. You run. Kishi, the close combat specialist, saw his friend about to get turned into soup and had approximately one thought: I'm too far, I'm too slow, he threw kunai anyway. Non-explosive ones, of course, hoping to slow her down and buy a second. Azula parried them with her bare palms like she was shooing flies, not even slowing down. Her Sharingan spun and she felt the chakra patterns of Hikuto felt familiar, then recalled information about him. Hozuki Hikuto from the Hozuki clan, good at body hydrification which turns solid body into liquid and turns physical attacks into sad splashes. Weakness, lightning release. She was 0.2 meters away from Hikuto's watery face. She hadn't even done hand signs. But her hands were already coated in crackling, screaming, gleeful lightning. Hikuto's heart, somewhere inside his liquid form, did a panic teleportation. His brain helpfully supplied the memory of the last time lightning hit him in this state. It wasn't a good memory, it involved twitching and smoke. Also a distinct lack of dignity. Oh no, he thought, bracing for impact. Not again. From the sidelines, Akiko's Jinchuriki-enhanced reflexes caught every frame, the lightning, the distance, the utter lack of mercy in Azula's eyes. Not good, she whispered. Understatement of the century. End of the chapter. I hate this. I woke up in good energy, started writing, then was in the zone before being interrupted by a friend, chatting for like 2 hours, completely disrupting my program, but I've managed in 1.8k words chapters. Also thanks for your concerns. I'm good, sorry for no fulfilling my 2k words promise and well, to be more shameless, vote for me. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, not bad. Akiko's plan was simple. Step 1, Hikuto would stall Azula and be the world's most distracting decoy. Step 2, she, with her three tails chakra enhancing her physical strength, would punch Azula's face so hard no one would recognize her. Hikuto did his job, attracting attention even if he knew he was about to get hit, although it wasn't the kind of hit he probably expected. The problem was what happened afterwards. She channeled so much of the three tails chakra into her legs that her Jonin-grade calves were hurting, then with clawed hands ready to rend, she launched herself at Azula. But exposed for Azula was apparently a relative term. Her Sharingan had already clocked Akiko's trajectory, calculated 4 different ways to counter, and then, just for fun, picked a 5th option that was pure style. In a move that defied both physics and common sense, she used Hikuto's liquid body as a springboard. A perfect, contemptuous front flip. Akiko's claws, meant for Azula's spine, shredded nothing but water as they passed through Hikuto. Worth it, though, Hikuto thought, his molecules slowly reassembling. But Azula wasn't done showing off. Mid-flip, with the grace of a gymnast and the malice of a honey badger, she'd already packed a brutal axe kick with lightning chakra, aiming it directly at Akiko's skull. It was a kick that screamed, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. Akiko, with a snarl, brought up her other arm, the chakra cloak flaring as she blocked the kick, the shockwave cracked the ground beneath them. For the first time since she appeared, they actually managed to stop her. The unstoppable force had, for a fraction of a second, been stopped. And that was all Kishi needed. He'd been feeling a bit like a background extra in his own fight, but this was his moment. His blade, the legendary Kubikirabocho, cleaved through the air towards Azula's neck. Azula's eyes, for just a moment, flickered with genuine curiosity. That blade was the same one she'd seen in the anime, the one wielded by Zabuza. She hadn't known it was. Interesting. Interesting didn't mean dangerous. She flowed around the swing like water, her legs snapping out in a counterkick that sent Kishi skidding back, his sword almost flying from his grip. Now Hikuto saw his opening. Azula was facing Akiko. Her back was wide open. His chance to be the hero. But he didn't use a jutsu. If he used one and she dodged, which would likely happen, it would instead hurt Akiko. He settled for a physical attack, a surge of water-enhanced speed to land a hit on her exposed back. Feeling his actions, Azula couldn't help but smirk. Both Akiko and Hikuto lunged, a perfect pincer movement. It was an unsolvable situation. And then, she wasn't there. She reappeared on the far side of the clearing, near a very calm-looking Mito, who had been quietly observing like it was a particularly violent nature documentary. Phew, she exhaled, rolling her shoulders with a satisfied crack. Now that was a warm-up. I haven't had a workout that fun since I tried to teach Shikaka to do the Raise-Non. She flashed a grin at Mito. Seriously, this was more satisfying than my fight against Inoki in the Kazekage, even though I was only running at, like, half power. Mito let out a knowing chuckle, the kinda legendary kunoichi lets out when she's seen it all. Well, if after all these years of blood and sweat you weren't at this level, I'd be more worried. Azula's grin widened. She wasn't complaining about being strong, not even a little bit. It was more like, she was a competitive eater at a buffet of justice. She loved a challenge, that feeling of reaching for the last shrimp tempura just as someone else does, and then snatching it with a smirk. Someone almost on her level. Perfect. Someone she had to actually work to surpass. Even better. Back on the battlefield, the three-headed monster of shock, Akiko, Hikuto, and Kishi, stood with their jaws unhinged. After all that build-up, after all that epic clash, it turned out the enemy could just clock out whenever she felt like it. From their perspective, it felt less like a battle and more like watching a shinobi who had unlocked some forbidden, god-tier jutsu stroll through the field. They ran down the checklist in their heads, their thoughts shared. First, she debuted her lightning-release chakra mode as a genin, which pushed her reputation in one fell swoop. Then, when she threw down with 2 Kage, she'd casually switch to a brand new fire-release chakra mode. Then, when it was time for a tactical retreat with her team, she'd use the Flying Raijin, one of the second Hokage's trump cards. And now, she'd zipped back to Mito's side with the same instant transmission trick. It meant she'd been fighting them with one hand tied behind her back, using techniques that can only be considered normal in her arsenal, while they'd been emptying their entire ninja toolkit. And all without forgetting who she was casually chatting with, Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the freaking shinobi god and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The woman they called the strongest kunoichi during the first ninja war. But the thousands of grunts of the other ninjas who were puffing up their chests showed they aren't as pessimistic as the three, literally spelling, ha. We forced her back. Not bad at all, Azula mused, a competitive spark igniting in her eyes. You know, I'm starting to actually look forward to these Otsutsuki showing up. I hope they are fun to fight. Suddenly, brilliant, crackling lightning began to wrap around her body, making her hair stand on end. Alright, time for reality to hit them again. She wasn't going to hold back this time. The lightning release chakra mode was not only her signature, it was also her comfort zone, her favorite fighting style. It was way more fun than playing tag with the Flying Raijin or messing around with that new water release technique she'd been fiddling with. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, Kiri's Surrender. It seems you finally hit your limit. Azula's voice dripped with mock regret as she surveyed the three broken shinobi before her. One was completely unconscious, drooling slightly. Another lay twitching on the ground, apparently discovering new ways to regret his life choices. And she was well, technically in the best condition, which meant she was only on her knees, gasping like a fish that had recently discovered the joys and horrors of breathing air. But when Azula looked into Akiko's eyes, she didn't see the expected defiance, the burning hatred, or even the "you are a villain" speech. Instead, she saw something that looked suspiciously like resignation. Wait, Azula tilted her head, genuinely curious now. Did you actually know from the beginning that you couldn't win? That's either incredibly wise or incredibly depressing. I haven't decided which yet. Akiko didn't bother denying it. I'm a Jinchuriki. I understand the power of tailed beasts. More importantly, I understand the power of someone who can defeat 2 Kage at the same time. She paused, then added with a hint of dark humor, I could feel the power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it's something despairing. Azula's eyebrow climbed toward her hairline. So it was Mito-sensei who made you realize you were out of luck. Good instincts, terrible luck running into me. She waved her hand dismissively, as if brushing aside Akiko's entire life story. I'll generously overlook the fact that you underestimated me. The air grew heavy as Azula's expression shifted from playful to predatory. Now then. Do you surrender? And there it was. The legendary weapon more powerful than any jutsu, the talk no jutsu. Well, Azula's version of it anyway. Where Naruto would give a heartfelt speech about dreams and friendship and maybe cry a little, Azula's approach was more like, I just kicked your butt. Wanna join my side? No. Okay, I'll kick it again. Still, a plan was a plan. Akiko stared at her like she'd grown a second head. Surrender? You do remember we are mortal enemies, right? The thousands of people your group killed. We would never surrender. Azula didn't respond with words. Instead, she slowly turned and gestured behind her, a grand, theatrical sweep of her arm that would have made a stage actor jealous. Thousands of Kirinin stood there. Correction, thousands of Kirinin stood there without weapons, without scrolls, and with expressions ranging from, I have made a terrible mistake, to, please don't hurt me. Some of the clever ones, or perhaps the most cowardly, depending on your perspective, had actually managed to seal their own chakra. One enterprising fellow had apparently tied himself to a rock with his own rope, just to make sure there were no misunderstandings about his surrender intentions. Azula turned back to Akiko with an expression that screamed, "Are you absolutely sure about that, never surrender, speech?" Akiko, to her credit, maintained her cool composure. Her face remained perfectly neutral, a mask of calm indifference. Inside, however, her brain was screaming, "These traitors. These absolute, they couldn't even pretend to fight for 5 more minutes." She pretended not to see anything. It was the only dignified option left. Azula's playful demeanor evaporated like water on hot concrete. In every war, there are winners and losers. That's just math. The winners decide what happens next. Usually, that means the losers get erased from history like they never existed. She snapped her fingers for emphasis. It's the tradition. The way things have always been done. But here's the thing. Her voice softened, though her eyes remained sharp as kunai. I'm not most people. I'm feeling magnanimous today. Generous, even. She flashed a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. So I'm going to allow Kiri to surrender. All of you, but it is a limited time offer. Every ninja present heard her. They didn't need superhuman hearing, her voice carried with the confidence of someone who knew exactly how much power she wielded. She didn't need to turn around to feel the shift in the air behind her. Fear transforming into cautious hope. Hatred twisting into something complicated and uncomfortable. Gratitude. That's what it was. Reluctant, shameful, bitter gratitude. Akiko's mind raced, even as her body refused to move. She had prepared herself for death. She had accepted it, embraced it even. Dying on her feet, fighting to the last breath, that was honorable. That was what a leader should do. But she wasn't a fool. She could feel Azula's intention, strange as it was. The woman actually seemed inclined to let them live. Why? Akiko had no idea. Maybe she just liked collecting surrendered villages like trophies. Maybe she had a soft spot for hopeless causes. Maybe she was just weird. Whatever the reason, Akiko found herself turning to look at her fallen comrades. Kishi was still unconscious, drool now joined by a small bubble that expanded and contracted with each breath, but at least he was breathing. Hikuto was awake, technically, but awake was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. His eyes were open, but they had the glazed, unfocused quality of someone who was currently having a very profound conversation with his ancestors. His injuries were severe enough that if help didn't arrive soon, he'd be having that conversation in person. And then there were the Kirinin themselves. They looked back at her with expressions that practically screamed, "Please say yes, Akiko-sama." They had already surrendered in every way that mattered, their weapons were on the ground, their hands were in the air, and their dignity was somewhere in the dirt. My role is the leader of what's left of Kiri, Akiko reminded herself. My goal is to reclaim control of the village. Every decision must benefit the village and its people. Personal feelings should be irrelevant and emotions should be tossed somewhere. Objectively, logically, strategically, surrendering was the correct choice. They would preserve their forces, they would return to the village, and most importantly, they would rebuild. They would only have to pay some prices to Konoha, which is an acceptable loss. But then she thought of Haruki. Of Farah. Of Aina. Did this mean they died for nothing? Should they have just surrendered from the beginning? That their lives didn't matter from the beginning to the end? Azula's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched. The look Akiko was giving her was absolutely priceless. It was like she'd just caught Azula kicking puppies and stealing candy from babies. Why are you looking at me like I'm the final boss in some tragic opera? Azula's voice dripped with theatrical offense. You swung first. We just happened to swing back harder, faster, and with better aim. That's not villainy, that's called winning with style. She leaned forward slightly, her smile sharp enough to cut diamond. And let me be crystal clear about something, because I think the blood loss might be affecting your hearing. When we attacked, we were practically saints about it. We only removed the ones who chose to remove us first. No clan exterminations or family annihilations. We didn't even kill anyone's beloved pet, and trust me, some of those ninja hounds were asking for it. She paused for dramatic effect, because what was intimidation without a little theater? But please, by all means, be stubborn. Dig those heels into the ground. Refuse the very reasonable terms I'm offering. I'm sure your clans will appreciate your principled stand as they're being turned into historical footnotes. The destruction of Kiri won't be on our hands, it'll be your signature move. Really add it to your resume, Akiko of the Bloody Mist, professional bad decision maker. Azula had discovered something wonderful about herself during this war, she was absolutely magnificent at capitalism. Not the boring parts with ledgers and interest rates, but the fun parts. The carrot and the stick. The velvet glove over the iron fist. The whole, make them an offer they can't refuse, energy. Centuries of human history had proven one thing: if a trick sticks around that long, it's because it works. And watching Akiko's internal struggle was like watching a particularly entertaining puppet show. The rage was there. The pride was there. But underneath all that, the survival instinct was doing some very interesting gymnastics. From what Azula had gathered about this walking ice sculpture disguised as a kunoichi, Akiko was the type who could meditate through an earthquake and negotiate through an apocalypse. Give her 30 seconds to process, and rational choice would win. Probably. Hopefully. If not, well. Azula's fire was always hungry even if it's pitiful to delete a hottie. Akiko's teeth ground together with enough force to mill grain. Kiri accepts defeat. The words clearly tasted like poison on her tongue. On one condition. She held up a finger that was shaking almost imperceptibly. No humiliating conditions. Then her body, which had been held together by spite and stubbornness alone, finally threw in the towel. Akiko's eyes rolled back with the dramatic flair of a theater student dying on stage, and she crumpled into a heap of unconscious kunoichi before Azula could even formulate a response. Azula blinked at the unconscious form. Well. She smoothed down her robes. I suppose that's one way to start and end a negotiation. Definitely not how I'd do it, but points for timing. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, Back to Konoha. Hokage-sama. The barrier team just sent a report about Azula-sama and Mito-sama being back at the village. Hiruzen, mid-sigh over a mountain of paperwork that seemed to breed when he wasn't looking, straightened up so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash. He didn't bother asking why the censors hadn't caught them entering the village. Why would they? Azula knew the flying Raijin technique, the immortal legacy of his late sensei. The proper etiquette, of course, was to teleport to a designated marker outside the village walls and then walk in like a civilized shinobi. But expecting the walking, talking, black-haired calamity that was Azula to follow, proper etiquette, was like expecting a cat to file its own tax returns. It was a nice thought, but utterly divorced from reality. The important thing, however, was that they were back. A wave of pure relief washed over him, loosening the knot of tension that had taken up permanent residence between his shoulders. The ANBU agent, sensing the shift in the Hokage's mood, simply waited for a nod before dissolving into the shadows. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, which groaned in protest. Should I pop over and say hello, he mused aloud to the empty office. Or wait for them to report in like proper shinobi? He pictured the scene, him, sitting here, waiting. Azula, probably already elbow-deep in a bowl of ramen at her favorite stall, Mito-sama likely already at the Senju archives, her nose buried in a scroll. They would report in when the moon turned to cheese. He could be waiting here until his funeral, and they still wouldn't darken his doorstep with an official report. They'd probably send a cheerful, late condolence card. His gaze drifted back to the paperwork. So much paperwork. It was a S-rank mission all on its own. With a theatrical side that would have made a stage actor proud, he did hand seals. Poof. A perfect copy of himself, albeit with a perpetually confused expression, appeared in the corner. Just hold down the fort, Hiruzen said, gesturing vaguely at the desk. Sign anything that isn't a resignation letter. If Danzo slithers in, tell him I'm in a meeting. A very long meeting. The clone sighed. It already knew it had drawn the short straw. Now, Hiruzen knew the rules. There was a village regulation specifically stating the Hokage couldn't offload his work onto shadow clones except under extenuating circumstances. This was an extenuating circumstance, right? Dealing with the return of two forces of nature was practically a national security matter. Besides, it's not like he had a spotless record to protect. His every move in the village was monitored. The higher-ups knew exactly what he did with his free time. They knew about the crystal ball, the private viewings, the extensive collection of Uchiha holy and censored doujinshi art he devoured with the focus of a man studying a sacred text. If one of the advisors burst in without knocking, they might find him so engrossed in the latest masterpiece that he wouldn't even notice until they were standing right behind him, reading over his shoulder. If he added, letting shadow clones do all the heavy lifting, to his list of indiscretions, his approval rating, already being carefully cultivated as the only thing keeping Azula from turning the Hokage Tower into a bonfire when she inevitably took over, would plummet faster than a rock in a lake. No, he had to be seen and had to be present. He had to maintain the illusion of a hard-working, dedicated leader. Making up his mind, he left the clone to its fate and strolled out of the Hokage Tower, making a beeline for the Senju compound. The fresh air was a welcome change from the scent of ink and anxiety. His walk through the village was a familiar, almost therapeutic ritual. Hokage-sama, lovely day for a walk. Look, kids. It's the Hokage. He just winked at me. Nah, I'm done. No, he didn't. He was looking at my new sandals. He approves. Wherever he passed, villagers lit up. A simple nod from him was enough to make someone's entire week. Children would wave, old ladies would offer him vegetables, and shopkeepers would try to press free goods into his hands. It was a wave of goodwill he'd grown accustomed to over the years, and frankly, it never got old. He mused, was the essence of being Hokage. You were the face on the mountain, the face in the villagers' minds when they woke up, the face they saw on their morning milk cartons. It was a status few could fathom, It was this exact feeling, the reverence, the automatic respect that made Danzo's eye twitch every time he saw it. It was the reason Koharu and Hamura, for all their bossy, advisory posturing, would never, ever taste this particular brand of power. In the entire shinobi world, only 4 other people got to experience this. Well, 3 others, now. And the woman he was on his way to see was a primary reason that number had recently shrunk. So, let me get this straight, Azula said, pinching the bridge of her nose as if fighting off an impending headache. Tsunade and my father are already at the front lines, warring against Kumo while we were not here. Nawaki bounced on his heels like a puppy who'd just spotted a squirrel, his eyes practically sparkling with envy. Exactly. And they even took some clan members with them. He crossed his arms with an impressive pout. But Ne-san got all weird and protective and refused to let me go. Can you believe it? Me. The future Hokage. Being treated like some fragile flower. Oh, I don't know Nawaki, Azula thought, fighting the urge to laugh hysterically. Maybe it's because she knows in another timeline, you get turned into confetti by a paper bomb, She physically had to stop herself from facepalming too hard, she'd done it so many times since arriving in this world she was worried about giving herself a concussion. Should I join them, she mused aloud. The truth was, she missed Tsunade. It had been nearly a month since they'd separated, and despite her general cynicism about this entire universe, she had to admit the blonde medic had grown on her like an especially stubborn fungus. An endearing fungus with super strength. But she shook her head firmly. No, there were things she needed to do in Konoha. Plots to hatch, plans to set in motion, sanity to maintain. Plus, as much as she hated what this village would become in the original story, the hypocrisy, the darkness hiding beneath the pretty leaf motif, she had to admit something embarrassing. This dump had become home. She'd grown up here for 14 years. 14 years of waking up to the same streets, the same annoying civilians, the same ridiculous ninja running everywhere instead of just walking like normal people. It had that effect on you. Like a particularly violent case of Stockholm Syndrome, but with more ramen. Azula's attention suddenly shifted to Mito, who had been observing their exchange with the quiet amusement of a cat watching mice argue. The Uzumaki woman met her gaze, then slowly turned toward Nawaki. She didn't say a word. She didn't have to. One look at Grandma Mito's face and Nawaki's expression crumpled like paper in a toddler's fist. He could read that look perfectly. Run along now, little one. The adults are about to discuss things that would scar your innocent childhood. Fine, he dragged out the word, shuffling toward the door with the dramatic flair of a condemned man walking to his execution. But I'm putting my name in for the next cool mission. I'm calling dibs. Dibs, I say. The moment he stepped outside and nearly collided with Hiruzen Sarutobi, something clicked in his brain with his eyes narrowed. And suddenly, the third Hokage found himself on the receiving end of a look that could only be described as supreme 8-year-old resentment. Hiruzen blinked, utterly bewildered. What had he done? He'd literally just arrived. He hadn't even said anything yet. Was this what parenting felt like? Deciding to ignore the inexplicable hostility, children were strange, mysterious creatures, Hiruzen plastered on what he believed was a warm, fatherly smile. It looked more like he was passing a kidney stone, but he was trying his best. Would you be so kind as to inform Mito-sama that I'm here to see her? He asked, his voice dripping with diplomatic politeness. Nawaki responded by curling his lip like a pissed-off raccoon. TSK. She already knows. And with that, he sauntered off, leaving Hiruzen standing there like a fool, his smile frozen on his face. For a long, uncomfortable moment, Hiruzen considered whether it would be inappropriate to give the grandson of the first Hokage a stern talking to. Perhaps a lesson in manners. A very gentle, completely not abusive lesson. But no. He was Hokage. He had to be the bigger person. Even if that bigger person was currently standing in an empty courtyard, feeling thoroughly disrespected by a child who hadn't even hit puberty yet. He gritted his teeth and approached the house, the silence somehow more insulting than any words could be. This was the welcome the Hokage received. Where were the fanfares? The honor guards? The ceremonial tea? Thankfully, the universe decided to have mercy on him. Mito slid open the door just as he reached it, and for a moment, just a moment, the sunlight caught her just right, framing her in gold. And Hiruzen was transported back. Back to when his teacher was alive, back to when the Shodame's laughter echoed through these halls, back to when this house was filled with life and youth and hope. They'd been so young then. So innocent. They hadn't known they were living the best days of their lives, too busy chasing tomorrow to appreciate today. What are you doing, Hiruzen? Daydreaming on my doorstep like a lost puppy. Mito's voice cut through his nostalgia like a kunai through butter. But her eyes were soft, understanding and with some complex emotions. She could feel his emotions radiating off him like heat from a fire. Come in. Hiruzen blinked away at the ghosts of the past and stepped inside. Chapter 108, Chapter 106, You are not longer fit to be the Hokage. When Hiruzen stepped inside, Azula was sitting sipping tea with the same delicate posture and the same unhurried elegance as Mito. She even smiled at him. Hokage-sama. She set down her cup. I see word of our arrival travels swiftly. Hiruzen chuckled, spreading his hands. I'm the Hokage. Of course I'm aware of every movement in the village. You aren't beating the allegations with this one, Hiruzen. Azula thought. It means the future you did know about Orochimaru's future abduction of villagers, about Danzo's root operations, the children stolen and modified in darkness and most importantly about the Uchiha because no barrier sealed an entire district without a Hokage's awareness. The question was never whether he knew. The question was what he allowed. She pressed forward. Then you're also aware of what happens beyond the village. To our allies. The Uzumaki, their almost annihilation while Konoha watched. Hiruzen's smile tightened. Troublesome brat. Then something even more troublesome happened, because Mito spoke. Don't speak like that to the Hokage, Azula. Her voice was very calm, almost as if it wasn't sarcasm. The village couldn't spare manpower at that time. Completely understandable. He knew that tone. Mito didn't do sarcasm, until Azula. Corrupted. She's been corrupted. Everyone in the village knew of Azula's 100 titles, one particular, the Queen of Sarcasm. The woman who made the Raikage burn with impotent rage. Hiruzen offered Mito an apologetic smile. The world situation was complicated. Every village had ninja stationed at our borders, ready to strike. We could only prepare for the worst. Azula's lip curled. Since when do we care about other villages' reactions? They attack Konoha, that's what they do and that's what they've always done. So what changed? Did we become too weak to make our own choices? She simply couldn't bother with him. One day he played the strong leader, the next, he bent to any wind, just spineless. And she had no use for spine. Years ago, she would have played the game, smiled, deferred, calculated. But she had the Uchiha now. And she stood at the limit of Kage-level strength, strong enough that anything hardly mattered. She planned to overthrow him anyway. So why pretend? Hiruzen saw the open contempt, the lack of pretense. And it surprised him. Did 1 year of achievement make her this arrogant? She had always been particular, always sharp with opinions about him, but she had never been so openly dismissive. He glanced at Mito, seeking support. Her expression, however, was stone, her gaze weighing him and finding him lacking. It was then that Hiruzen realized that the situation was far worse than he and his advisors had imagined. The situation is indeed worse than you think, he admitted, delivering Azula a verbal jab. But there are some secrets you can't access yet. All I can promise is to have been planning for a way to save the Uzumaki while protecting as many villagers as possible. My role is first and foremost as Hokage to protect the villagers no matter what. If I were to support Uzushio openly, Kiri, Suna, Kyumo and Iwa would have attacked Konoha at the same time, which would have started a war. My plan was to support Uzushio secretly while stalling time, enough time so that you, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Sakumo, Shikaku and all the rest would grow up so that the village would need to fear no one, but I underestimated you all. He was sincerely stating his thoughts. Hiruzen, do you know why the village was created? Mito suddenly asked. This surprised Hiruzen because the question appeared somewhat nonsensical, but he didn't dare to voice it. Still, he gave it a few seconds of thought for respect toward Mito and just in case he overlooked something, but it didn't seem to be the case. I have always believed in what Tobirama-sensei said. He invoked his teacher's name for cover. The village was created to prevent clan chaos and endless conflict, maintain order, protect the land of fire and protect the villagers. Mito shook her head. I know Tobirama's view, what I'm asking is why do you think the village was created? Not only that, when you first became the Hokage, what was your ideology, and what about now? She was looking at him with eyes that seemed to be staring at his soul. Azula was also doing the same. Hiruzen remembered those eyes, they were the same as when they had returned, when informing about Tobirama's sacrifice and how he was designated as the next Hokage. He was also aware of her ability to sense emotions, he knew lying or some deception would simply not work here, so he could only truly contemplate her question. Why was the village created? Konoha, founded by the first Hokage despite defeating the Uchiha clan, wanting to end the cycle of endless wars between clans, uniting them and bringing order. Hashirama-sama is someone who doesn't like war, Konoha's creation was to end these wars. He murmured unconsciously. Although Mito didn't agree with him, after all, her husband had told her everything. She nodded because, as Tobirama's student and being raised by the Sarutobi clan, it wasn't strange that he had such a reason for the creation of the village. I still remember clearly what happened, and when Tobirama-sensei said word by word I would be the next Hokage. At that time, my feeling was despair and guilt, because from the teacher's eyes, there was that resolve to die, while it was our fault because we were just a burden to him at that time. But I didn't dwell on these sentiments. Death is the most permanent thing in this world, and I was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. I swore at that time I would never let such a situation happen and be a burden. I swore I would do anything to protect the village like Tobirama. Then Hiruzen appeared helpless. Alas, I underestimated the position of the Hokage because things weren't as simple as just protecting the village. To do so, one must have the resolve to take decisions that are against his beliefs. All for the village, he murmured. Does he think he is slick, that he looks wise, or that what he said would make people pity him? Azula asked herself. Hiruzen was giving her the impression of someone with a victim mentality. Her expression suddenly became serious, and she said something that almost gave Hiruzen a heart attack. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you are no longer fit to be the Hokage. I may not know what quality the second Hokage saw in you that makes you superior to Kagami, Torafu Akimichi, and the latter, but I'm sure that you standing here isn't someone worthy. As if she thought of something, she relaxed. Unless it's leading it to chaos, of course. Hiruzen frowned. Azula Uchiha, you know what you're saying is enough to have you accused of rebellion, right? He was very displeased, but well, she was pleased with his displeasure. Do you dare to? I don't mind waking up some people who have completely lost contact with reality. What was even more despairing, Hiruzen didn't see a hint of a joke in her expression. And with her personality, she really wouldn't feel the slightest burden to become a missing nin. Suddenly, Mito knocked Azula on her head. You shouldn't disrespect the Hokage like this. Then she turned to Hiruzen with her narrowing. You should never mention making my student a missing nin for something like this. You know, if she were to become a Konoha enemy, this isn't a responsibility you can take. She was the one who said her initial plan was to take the Uchiha clan and leave somewhere, and in fact, she has access to all jutsu Konoha has to offer. Leaving the village wouldn't matter much to her. Mito thought, knowing Azula wasn't bent to Konoha as much as Hiruzen believed. End of the chapter. Yeah, I feel 80% today. If nothing goes wrong, I should write a second chapter in 4 hours. As for why I published such a short chapter, I don't feel confident because this wasn't my usual writing style. I applied what I've learned in the past few days.